play better for longer, and hopefully we can have a good day today.
When you look at the game so far, it's a matter of 5-7 overs where you lose wickets in clutches. You want to avoid that.
Yeah, of course. No, I think that's the thing, individually and collectively as a group, just being aware of that, but continuing to play the way we want to play, being really committed to being positive, being watchable and picking the right moments when to be smart as well.
What would you learn from the last game? Because you had your moments there as well.
Yeah, exactly that. I think, like you say, the two guys started so well in the power play, and then the run out sort of gifted some momentum back. So just trying to continue that when we've got the pressure on the opposition, trying to keep it there for longer.
And what do you make of this pitch? You're batting first?
Yeah, it looks a little bit dry, that black soil. Looks a good wicket. So, yeah, hopefully going to be a great crowd again. Have a good day.
And your combination for today, any changes?
Yeah, we got 3 changes. Mark Wood, Gus Atkinson and Jamie Overton come into the 11.
Have a good one, Joss.
Thank you.
Well, Rohit, most boxes ticked in the last game. You would have been happy with that effort.
Yeah, it was a good performance overall. We bowled well, we batted well. So it's just about continuing the same performances. It's important that we take each game at a time and think about what we need to do in this particular game and take it from there.
And when you looked at the boys in the last game, in spite of partnerships, the enthusiasm was there, the intent was there on the field.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I loved about the energy on the ground was superb. Despite of us not being on the ground for a while, it was good to get that energy going from ball one. And it's all about continuing the same effort. We pride ourselves on continuing to do good things on the field, and then obviously think about what each individual needs to do as well.
And talking of individuals, good things to be done, that counter-attack in the middle, Shreyas and Shubman was very good, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was superb to watch. After losing those 2 wickets early, it was important for one of the batter to just take the game on, and Iyer did that pretty well, and that is what he prides himself on. He wants to play that way, and it sometimes does well for the team as well. When you have that kind of intent, attitude, not worrying about what's happening outside, but just being focused on what is required at that particular time, and that is exactly what Iyer did. And not to forget the crucial contributions from Gill and Aksar as well.
Well, it's a vast country, India. You travel from one corner to the other, eastern part of India. What do you make of this pitch?
Looks like a typical Indian pitch. There's obviously a black soil, so not sure how much the pace will be on the pitch. As the game goes on, it'll be slightly slower and slower. That's what I expect.
And what's your combination for this surface?
Yeah, we've made 2 changes. Jaiswal misses out in place of Virat. Virat comes back, and obviously Kuldeep has been rested. Varun makes his debut.
Have a good one, Rohit.
Thank you.
Well, that's the news from the centre. It's England who won the toss, and they've decided to bat first. Now.
England versus India live on talkSPORT 2 with Village Hotels. Dine out, stay, work out, play. Visit villagehotels.com.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yes, welcome along this Sunday morning. It is talkSPORT 2. It is exclusive one-day international cricket for you. And praise the Lord, England have won another toss, which is always helpful. They will bat first. 3 changes for England, as you were just hearing. Wood, Atkinson and Overton coming into the lineup. We will bring you the full 11s shortly, but headline news, Virat Kohli and Varun Chakravarti into the side for India. Jaiswal, one of the men to miss out. Darren Gough is alongside myself, Andrew McKenna. First question, Goughy, about the Indian lineup. We were both surprised. Varun Chakravarti into the side. Look, he's obviously taken wickets in the T20s, but he's not in the India ICC Champions Trophy squad, which begs the question, why is he playing then? If these games are basically warm-ups for the Champions Trophy, and that's got to be the point of this, isn't it? Why play a bloke who you're not actually going to take to the tournament?
Well, I think what possibly would be is that Kuldeep probably looking after him as well. He's had a few niggles. And I think for him to bowl so well the other night, and I think to give him a rest and be fresh for the Champions Trophy. So I think there's a few teams around the world still playing players that are not in their Champions Trophy squad. So I'm not that shocked. They know their team, India. They know where they're going to go. It's obvious today by taking Jaiswal out and putting Virat Kohli straight back in. So they know their team already, and it's just about getting some game time for other players now.
And I suppose there's always that point, like you just said, you can pick up injuries, so you want to keep everyone in and around the squad fully fit and available, and if you want to make tactical changes, you can, and all of that. Right, let's confirm the 11s, first of all, because Joss Buttler said at the toss, we've made 3 changes, and he told us the 3 players who are coming in, but let's give you that full 11. So England are Salt, Duckett, Root, Brook, Buttler, Livingston. So that is your top 6. Jamie Overton at 7. Gus Atkinson at 8. Adil Rashid at 9. Mark Wood at 10. And Saqib Mahmood at 11. The Indian lineup, Rohit Sharma and Shubman Gill, Virat Kohli, KL Rahul, Shreyas Iyer, Hardik Pandya, Ravindra Jadeja, Akshar Patel, Mohammad Shami, Harshit Rana and Varun Chakravarti. So that is the 11 for India. Right, let's just recap as well what the boys were just telling us a couple of moments ago, is the fact that Jacob Bethel has picked up this hamstring problem, and Tom Banton is therefore on his way to India, having played in the Middle East in recent times. Does leave England a little bit short, and as Harmy said, we've been asking for batters to take responsibility. They literally have to today because there's not enough of them, you would say.
Well, I think in a similar way, I think you look at the way India, they've always backed their top 6, really, to get them runs, haven't they? Let's be straight about it. And I think when you look at England, you've got to back that top 6. Yes, it's not a T20 anymore, and we talked about taking responsibility. But I think with having Joe Root in the side, it does give us a player that has been brought back in, for me, as the most important player. Because I look at New Zealand, I look at Kane Williamson and how important he is for them and the success they've had over the years, getting to semi-finals and finals, being in at the deep end. And I think with Joe Root back in this side, it gives them a bit of stability in there. And Harry Brook as well. I want to see Harry build an innings. He's such a good player. We talked about him, didn't we, the other day on the talent he's got and what he can become. He's already become a top player. But if you want him to be consistent, the best in the world that I believe he can be, just going to take a little bit more responsibility when he first goes to the crease.
Right, let's hear from both camps. Phil Salt was in, well, great touch in Nagpur before his run out caused that collapse. He'll be looking to get off to a bright start once again today. He caught up with the host TV broadcasters just a few moments ago.
Phil, it's been an interesting series so far. You've picked it up very nicely as this white ball leg has gone on. What have you done differently?
I don't think it's a case of doing anything differently, but more just staying committed to my processes. We all know how fickle cricket can be, and especially the shortest format. So, you know, as an opening batter, I've got no real problem, you know, when I don't get out on my first 3, 4, 5 balls. You know, I'm more critical of myself when I get through, you know, 15, 20 and then don't go on to make a score. And obviously the first couple of games are frustrating, not making out the first, you know, 4 balls or whatever, but what can you do? You can only double down on your processes, and I feel like that's what I've done. You
mentioned how fickle this game is and how you curse yourself if you don't go on to make a big score. It's been interesting when you look at the openers, and it seems as if the fortunes of England have hinged around you too. Because in the last 2-3 games, you guys have got off to a great start, and one of you gets out, and then there's been a bit of a collapse. Has there been something spoken about it, given that this is a must-win game for you?
Not too much chat around that, to be honest. You know, personally, I'm very clear in my role. The Baz has set out for me, and that's something I'm just going to try to do to the best of my ability, you know, game on game.
You're batting beautifully in the last game. Did you tear down any walls, or did you tear down the dressing room after you were run out in the previous game?
No, I didn't. That's not my style. And, you know, obviously mix-ups like that, nobody means for it to happen. Obviously, we're all disappointed. And the last thing you need is someone tearing up the dressing room.
You guys have been fed on a diet of spin, whereas you've been feeding a diet of pace to the Indians. Is there anything you would want to see seamers do differently in this game?
I think, you know, it's a different place to bowl seam in white ball cricket over here. I feel like, you know, we spoke about after the last game, how do we, you know, sustain pressure for longer periods of time? You know, sort of turn that pressure up on the batters to force them to sort of make the play at us. Obviously, it's something, you know, that India did very well in the first game. You know, Hardik and those guys just slamming the length. And I feel like that's something that, you know, we can do.
Phil Salt speaking with Murali Kartik a few moments ago. Shreyas Iyer has also been speaking with them. Now, he came in with India at 19 for 2 in the first game. A 94-run partnership with Shubman Gill later. The ship was well and truly steadied, and he ended up striking at 164 as he made his 59. He's also been speaking with Kartik.
Team Shreyas, this is a format which you really thrive and relish. What is it about the format that makes you be so good at it?
To be honest, I don't think about that particularly, but my records have been great over the last few years, I feel, and it's just to keep things simple. I've been playing this format since childhood, and this is what we started with. Obviously, it was red ball cricket, and then the second format was this one. So over the years, I've picked up a lot of things in terms of skills and also how to increase my temperament, because 50 over is long. You've got to give yourself a decent pace to perform as well.
Yeah, thinking of keeping it simple, in the previous game you walked in at 19 for 2 with a very interesting field set. What was your thought process when you started counter-attacking?
To be honest, when I faced the first 2 balls, it wasn't that interesting. They just had 2 slips, and obviously that gave me a lot of confidence to come in and basically thrive from the first ball. I wasn't thinking, okay, to do something extra. I was just playing every ball on the merit, and yeah, as I mentioned, keeping things simple. All I meant to say was play each and every ball on the merit.
Shreyas Iyer in conversation with Murali Kartik a few moments ago. All that build-up thanks to Village Hotels.
England versus India live on talkSPORT 2 with Village Hotels. Pack more into a breakaway at Village. Visit villagehotels.com.
Right then, you know the teams, you know the toss. Let's get an odds update with William Hill.
In the Zone on talkSPORT 2 with William Hill. 18+, gambleaware.org.
Well, India, of course, 1-0 up in this 3-match series. It will be no surprise that India are the favourites to win today at 4-9, so heavily odds on. England 7-4 to level the series. For Joe Root to top score for England. Now, that was 3-1, but it's actually been boosted by William Hill to 7-2. Joe also 6-1 to score a century. That's also been boosted by William Hill from 5-1. So Joe Root looks like he might be playing a significant role today. That's according to William Hill anyway. The latest odds update with William Hill, it is for over 18s only. gambleaware.org.
In the Zone on talkSPORT 2 with William Hill. 18+, gambleaware.org.
So it is England against India in this ODI series. England looking to do what they have only done 5 times before in one-day international cricket. That is come from 1 down to win a 3-match series 2-1. And only twice has that been done away from home. They will be batting first, and that innings will start in just over 10 minutes' time. You're listening to India against England in this ODI series in partnership with Village Hotels. Pack more into a break. Away at Village, visit villagehotels.com.
talkSPORT 2, official broadcast partner of the Premier League and the English Football League.
England versus India live on talkSPORT 2 with Village Hotels. Dine out, stay, work out, play. Visit villagehotels.com.
You don't just check in to a Village Hotel. You work out. You jump in. You play on. You tuck in. And drink up. Village Hotels. 33 locations with everything under one roof. A huge gym with pool and great membership opportunities. And a buzzing pub and grill with delicious food, ice-cold beers and live sport. Check out villagehotels.com and work out, stay, meet and play.
This Tuesday, Amazon brings you the unmissable UEFA Champions League match. It's Man City versus Real Madrid.
Magnificent. A wonderful goal.
This Tuesday, Man City versus Real Madrid. It's on Prime.
PensionBee made it easier for Moira to feel in control of her retirement.
I feel happy with PensionBee. It makes me feel confident that I'm in control of what I'm doing. I originally transferred a small pension, which was just directly after I finished working. I really liked how well that was going, and so I decided to transfer the main pension to PensionBee as well.
At PensionBee, we believe that when your pension is in a good place, you're in a good place. Download the app or go to pensionbee.com and be pension confident. When investing, your capital is at risk.
You don't just check in to a Village Hotel. You work out. You jump in. You play on. You tuck in. And drink up. Village Hotels. 33 locations with everything under one roof. A huge gym with pool and great membership opportunities. And a buzzing pub and grill with delicious food, ice-cold beers and live sport. Check out villagehotels.com and work out, stay, meet and play.
England versus India live on talkSPORT 2 with Village Hotels. Pack more into a breakaway at Village. Visit villagehotels.com.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app and on your smart speaker.
And it is out of the ground.
Live international cricket. England versus India. Exclusively on talkSPORT 2.
That was effortless.
Very good morning to you. It is talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. We are just under 10 minutes away from the first ball in the second one-day international. England have won the toss and will bat first in this game. As I mentioned just a moment ago, they are trying to do what they've only done 5 times before, and that is come back from 1-0 down in a 3-match series to win 2-1. 57 3-match series there have been, by the way, for context. They beat the West Indies in England in 1995, Pakistan in England in 2003, New Zealand away from home 2013, the West Indies away from home 2018, and India in England in 2018. So it's not been done for a while. Darren Gough is alongside myself, Andrew McKenna. And it's quite handy, really, because I've just mentioned the 95 and the 2003 series. And Goughy, you played in both of those. So talk me through how a team approaches a 3-match series when you've lost the first, in the fact that it is then all pressure on because you simply have to win the next 2. How does the England dressing room approach today?
I think the most important thing, not the most important thing, but to get off to a good start is by winning the toss. Because in any one-day game, especially if it's going to be in England anyway, this one's not, by the way, when it's in England, I think the toss can be important, especially if there's going to be a bit of seam movement around. And it's the same here. England see this toss, and you've heard Rohit Sharma at the toss has talked about they think it'll get slower and lower as the game goes on. So the natural thing to do when you win the toss in India is bat, right? Unless it's going to be damp, which is very unlikely. It's to bat, put runs on the board, and scoreboard pressure. So winning the toss is important. England have done that. And then you need your star players to turn up. You talk about the batting and we talk about depth, and it is important. Look, I think the modern day game now, and Army touched on it earlier, modern day game, it's important, but your 8, 9, 10 and 11 can get some runs. And I still think Gus Atkins can play, Adil Rashid can play, and Matt Wood can play. But I think it puts extra pressure on that top 6, 7 if you're going to count, obviously, Jamie Overton. And then when you're bowling, you need one of your bowlers and your spinner to perform. It's like anything. We talked about this, about making up a one-day side and what is the best way to be. You need probably, in a one-day game, 5 players to turn up and perform for you. Can you look down that list and say, right, are you confident in 5 players turning up today and putting in a performance where they can beat India? Now, that's your answer. Yeah. If you're confident 5 players are going to turn up, that's how you come back and do it. If you're not, it's 2-0 down.
There you go. There's your answer. By the way, at Barabati Stadium, average score batting first in one-day internationals at 256, although in day-night games, which this is, it goes up to 271. And the average power play is round about 53 for 1. So it gives you a bit of an idea. India's highest total, though, on this ground, 381 for 6. That was against England back in 2016-2017. And England's actually posted 366 for 8 in reply that day. So it's not often you post 366 and lose. But that was the situation. Lowest total was in a World Cup game. Pakistan against England, 1989-90, when Pakistan were bowled out for 148. But
when was that?
Yeah, that was 89-90. And the highest total batting second to win here, because that's always, can you chase? Well, it's over 300. 316 for 6 India made against the West Indies to chase their total down in 2019-2020.
Well, talk about chasing and India. If we go to the other game the other night, was unbelievable batting from India. It really was. And you could look at the scorecard and say, oh, England had a chance, didn't they? They didn't. Absolutely, totally outplayed in all formats. They really, really were. And the way Gill and Shreyas Iyer batted was an absolute pleasure to be commentating on. Some of those shots were controlled aggression. Right? They weren't like England, reckless, like we talked about Liam Livingstone, that shot he run down and just a reckless nothing shot. You looked at Shubman Gill. When the ball was short from an England fast bowlers, he wasn't looking to hit it for 6 and go for the maximum. Controlled pull shots on the ground the whole way for 4. 4 after 4 after 4. Jofra Archer didn't know where to go after his first 2 or 3 overs, which he started well. And then they tucked into him, didn't they? Really did. And Mahmood. So that's the way you play one-day cricket. It's totally different to T20. I know we have a belief now where we tried to get this format under Brendan McCullum and we after Baz bowling the test stuff, and we see it. But England tried to play the same in 50 over as they do in 20. You can't against the better teams. You really, really can't. It'll come off once a blue moon. You've got to be consistent. Your batters have got to get runs, build innings, and finish strong at the end. And your bowlers have got to have skill. You've got to take 10 wickets as quick as you possibly can. And the spinners, turn it. Not just bowling straight, turn it. Get wickets. Wickets creates pressure, creates low scores.
I'll keep recapping the team news for you because I'm aware that people are waking up all the time on this Sunday morning. So England have won the toss and will bat. They have made 3 changes. Gus Atkinson, Jamie Overton and Mark Wood are in. Jofra Archer, Jacob Bethell and Bryden Cars are the men to miss out. Bethell is more than missing out, though. He's actually picked up an injury that will see him miss the last couple of games on this, so today and then the final game in Ahmedabad. So Tom Banton is making his way over, having been playing in the Middle East for the last few weeks. India have made 2 changes. Virat Kohli's knee problem is now okay, so he's back in, and Varun Chakravarti, having taken a bundle of wickets in the T20, is also getting a nod. So Jaiswal and Kuldeep are the men to miss out. By the way, Virat's knee problem seems to have cleared up very significantly, because we actually saw him bowling earlier on as part of the warm-up, which did surprise us. So, yeah, Virat Kohli is back, and as part of the huddle, as Rohit Sharma has his final words with his teams. Right, umpires Chris Brown and Madanagopal are on the way to the middle at the Barabati Stadium. So let's join your first commentary team of the morning. Of course, it is Neil Manthorp, Steve Harmison and Chetan Narula. Take it away, gentlemen.
Thank you very much indeed, Macca. The stadium is almost full. There are a few seats on the very, very highest echelons of the stadium, of the giant stands at the far end of the ground. But otherwise, absolutely packed. The atmosphere is buzzing. The Mahanadi River at the far end. We're commentating from the pavilion end. And the atmosphere is absolutely electric. Honestly, really, even places like the Wankhede Stadium in Mumbai won't necessarily come close to this. And I have to say that I would put the percentage of replica shirts amongst the crowds at about 70%, wearing the blue shirts. And of that 70%, about 60% are either Rohit 45 or Virat 18 replica shirts. So KL Rahul just making sure that everyone's in position as the keeper. He's just doing a few quad stretches, and it's going to be Mohammad Shami to bowl the first over from the Mahanadi River end. Enormously wide river, but not very full of water at the moment. Let's have a look at the field. Shubman Gill is at slip. Third man. Backward point cover and extra cover. Mid off, mid on, and a short fine leg up inside the circle. That is the debutant, the 33-year-old debutant, Varun Chakravarti. Kuldeep Yadav has been rested. Here is the first ball. Mohammad Shami running towards us and towards Phil Salt, who clips it nicely off his pads out towards deep mid-wicket or deep square leg. Fielded by Akshar Patel, and England are underway. Fabulous, two massive stands at the far end, the Mahanadi River end, and a variety of smaller, quirky, quainter stands at our commentary and the pavilion end. And now for the left-handed Ben Duckett. What a start they made in Nagpur. 75 for the first wicket, and then Salt guilty of ball watching. It was run out and it was downhill from there on. It really was the first 9 overs of the Nagpur match, the only time England were actually in the game. They never came close to parity after that, and it was only a late clutter of 3 wickets in the closing overs that took a little bit of the gloss off what was a comprehensive victory by India. Mohammad Shami now to the left-handed Ben Duckett. Gill also at slip. 4 men in the offside, 2 on the onside, saving 1. Thick outside edge, races away down to Chakravarti on the third boundary, and they're kept to a single. Salt and Duckett. Steve Harmison's already begun the forensic analysis of the pitch. We've had 2 balls and they've both bounced quite nicely.
Good morning, Manners. Yeah, they both bounced quite nicely. There's a little bit of ship for Ben Duckett, not so much for Phil Salt, but interesting in the field. They've only got 1 slip.
Right from the start, which they had 2 in Nagpur. Here's Shami again, bowls to Salt. Opens the face of the bat, runs it to backward point, fielded by Jadeja. Morning, Chetan Narula.
Morning to all our listeners. Morning, Manners. Morning, Harmy. Yes, I think the slip just shows that, the lone slip just shows that the moisture level in the surface is different from that of Nagpur. I mean, Nagpur, we saw that as the game went on, it dried up progressively. It's one of the quickest drying surfaces in India, but here already it seems a bit abrasive.
Here's Shami once again, a nice smooth approach and full and straight, looking for the outswinger, but hits the middle of the bat. It's interesting at the toss, Rohit Sharma said, well, it's black soil, so I'm not sure how much pace there's going to be in it.
read what you will into that. Yeah, he was non-committal, but he was committed into what he was trying to say, which this is going to be a surface which is going to get slower and lower and probably turn the longer the sun is baked on it and the longer the day goes on. So England need to get runs on the board.
Here's Shami again. He's now bowled. Salt swipes at this one. It keeps low. First sign that the pitch might be low and slow. And that one just squatted a little bit, and his cut shot over the top of it.
Yeah, I think we're saying a couple of balls ago about the one slip in place, and I think largely down to the way these two play now. I think India had a look at England, and I think you look at it, they've got one slip, they've got a sort of a gully line on the ring, a backward point just behind square, and a cover point all within sort of 10 yards of each other, because that's where Phil Salt's scoring area is.
Here's Shami again, bowls. Salt up and over the top of cover. First boundary, he's picked that up very early. Little bit of width, not much bounce, and he simply swatted it over the top of the covers. High, wide, and to the shortish straight boundary. And good positive shot from Phil Salt. And it means that England are up to 6 without loss after the first over.
Yeah, just width from Mohammad Shami. He's probably gone for that little bit fuller, trying to entice the drive. Another reason why there probably is only one slip, that both of these, Duckett and Salt, when they are coming forward and they are driving, they do go hard at it, so the likelihood is it will go fine, it will go towards first slip, and that then opens up an extra man in the offside, in the ring, in the field. And I think both bowlers are going to do exactly the same. Cover point, extra cover, backward point, and sort of gully line on the ring is the area where not only does Phil Salt and Ben Duckett score from, but they both hit it in the air there. So I think there's more of a chance of a catching position on the ring that way than there is at probably second slip on this surface.
Harshit Rana made his debut in Nagpur. Is going to bowl the second over to Ben Duckett. Short, pulled away through square leg for 4. It was interesting watching Duckett at the non-striker's end during the first over. He was practicing exactly that shot. He was just swinging across the line at the non-striker's end, getting into the groove. Picked that one up very early.
Yes, he did, and it was shorter from Harshit Rana as well. Seemed like a bit of a loosener from him, really. But different in terms of length, what Shami was trying. And on this surface, where you're not going to get too much movement or bounce, that was a gimme ball, and Duckett latched onto it very, very quickly. And I wonder if this is the best passage for England to score some quick runs again.
Yeah, good point. Rana around the wicket to Duckett, inside edge, and it's gone past keeper KL Rahul down to the boundary for 4. False shot from Ben Duckett. It's exactly the kind of delivery that many openers might think about leaving, even in a 50-over game early on.
It just tells you about the pitch as well. Not a lot of pace coming onto it. Ben Duckett, he's in position early there. He's expecting that to come off the pitch a lot quicker than what it did. 140 kilometres an hour, just short of 140 kilometres an hour from Rana, back of a length. He was expecting that to come a lot quicker than it actually did.
Back-to-back 4s for Ben Duckett. Rana in, and this time on the back foot, forces it into the covers on the offside. And it's fielded by Shreyas Iyer, and there's no run. Very much a floppy sun hat day. Hot sunshine, forecast high of 32 degrees, and very little rain around.
Not in this part of the year, of course. As you had mentioned, the river, the Mahanadi River, is also not full of water at the moment. So this is the lean period as we go into the summer, and the rains come in.
Here's Harshit Rana again. Ben Duckett this time opens the face of the bat nicely and skillfully steers it away past backward point and down to the third boundary for a comfortable single. England up to 15 without loss after 10 balls. Phil Salt has 5, Ben Duckett has 10. As I said, very much a sun hat day, and there are more sun hats on display than is usually the case. Ravi Jadeja has a sun hat on a backward point, Shubman Gill at slip. Everyone else has their baseball caps on. There's another sun hat somewhere. Shreyas Iyer, Shubman Gill and Ravi Jadeja. That's it. There's the 3 Sun hats. Here's Harshit Rana over the wicket to Phil Salt. High back lift, crouching at the knees. On the back foot, punches into the covers on the offside. Momentarily, Virat Kohli considered cutting that off, but Akshar Patel at point does the job for him. Those empty seats that I mentioned are all beginning to fill up. It's an absolute hive of activity behind these stands. There's a warren of passageways and staircases, many of which look to be either freshly constructed or under repair, and a host of security staff as well. Here's Harshit Rana again to Phil Salt, bangs it in a bit shorter, hits him on the pad as he tries to work it on the leg side, and there's no run. End of the over, 2 overs gone. England winning the toss and batting first, as they did in Nagpur, with a longer than usual lower middle order and tail. 15 for none.
Yeah, good start from England. Positive as always from Duckett and from Salt. The wicket just a little bit too pierced there. That one there, nip back, bounced a little bit on Phil Salt. And the contrast between that delivery and the one that Ben Duckett inside edge for 4 was a marked difference. So the hardness of the ball once that starts wearing off, and it'll be interesting to see how much consistent bounce there is in this surface.
Mohammad Shami from the river end to Duckett, thick outside edge, carves it away down to third man of Varun Chakravarti. No, it is dived away to his right and got a hand to it, did the hard work, couldn't stop it squirming away onto the boundary triangles for another 4 to Duckett.
Yeah, there's a little bit of width again from Mohammad Shami around the wicket. First ball to Ben Duckett, and naturally Ben Duckett gives himself some width. I wouldn't encourage any bowler bowling at Ben Duckett to stray outside off stump because of the way Ben Duckett plays, but he managed to get that up and over the top of Shubman Gill, who's now got a second slip.
Duckett has 14 off 6 balls, keeps very low this time from Mohammad Shami outside the off stump, and Duckett has a swish at it outside the off stump and then leans on his bat just to indicate that it kept very, very low, and it did. Didn't bounce much at all.
Third one now, yeah. It's a third ball now that's kept low in. So far, we had 14 balls in this contest so far. That one there has gone, it's literally gone underground where the ball before bounced, and he managed to get a top edge on it. So it's a huge amount of inconsistencies in this surface. So England have to be a little bit mindful of that, watchful. As the field goes a little bit squarer.
Duckett walks down the pitch, gives it a suspicious prod just to let everyone know that that was the pitcher's fault, not his. Shubman Gill's now moved back into a more orthodox slip position, having moved to second. Here's Duckett pushing this one out behind square on the offside, fielded by Jadeja, and there's no run. Apart from the many, many hundreds, I dare say maybe 1,000 or 2 regular police, men and women in their standard brown uniforms, there are also a number of particularly intimidating special services officers who are dressed all in black and carrying semi-automatic weapons. The VIP security, and that's Duckett driving handsomely to mid-off. What a sweet shot that was, but can't beat the field. Captain Rohit Sharma tumbles away to his right, makes a good stop. There's one special services officer who's on duty at the back. We are surrounded by little pockets of VIP enclosures, little balconies with special guests, and you don't know who they are. You sort of tread warily when you walk out the back of the commentary box. There's one gentleman who's wearing a black balaclava. It's 30 degrees. He's fully dressed in black from head to toe, including a balaclava. Flicked away off his pads now by Duckett behind square on the leg side, sweetly timed, and I must say that there was very little interest expressed by Harshit Rana in chasing that one down. He knew it had him well beaten. But anyway, we're well looked after. We're feeling very well protected.
Yeah, we're safe. We're on the same side of the ground as the players in this game as well. So there is a lot more security around that, making it more difficult to get in. But once you're in, you feel very, very safe.
You're uninclined to leave, actually.
Yeah.
Here's Mohammad Shami from the far end to Ben Duckett, and this time pushing defensively more than attackingly, up towards mid-on. And it's gone straight to the fielder, and there's no run. I feel particularly sorry for the guard at the back of the main entrance into our pavilion area here. He's got a black cap on, a black balaclava, a black flak jacket, black trousers with knee guards, like skateboarding pads, black boots, semi-automatic weapon over his shoulder, and a pistol on his holster. Do not argue. 3 overs gone, England 23 for none.
Well, as mentioned, we are on the pavilion end, so extra security for the players, and that's a given in India.
Love to see how much weight the likes of Darren Gough, Steve Harmison and me would lose dressed like that in the sunshine. I think
Goughy's dressed like that because he's in England. It's freezing.
Harshit Rana into Phil Salt, turned away and off his pads, and fielded at short fine leg. There's another indication of how difficult batting might be, because that's bounced a bit, hasn't it? I know Harshit Rana's tall, but that one's actually bounced a bit more than Salt was expecting.
Yeah, it has, and I think it's interesting field here because third's come up into the circle, so you've got third and fine leg inside the circle. And both men out, that's obviously out in the power play, there are now 2 men out. They're both dead on square, one on the offside and one on the leg side, backward point and deep square, dead on the straight on the line.
Off the back foot now, Salt punches it up towards the captain Rohit Sharma to his left, and there's an easy single. Rohit fielding right on the edge of the circle. Explain a bit more about that. Is that an indication of the pace of the pitch?
I think it's the pace of the pitch. I think more the pace of the pitch. You wouldn't say they would be going into bowling back of a length to Salt or to Duckett, because they'd be able to. They're very, very good horizontal bat shot players. So it must just be the pace of the pitch. Try to protect either side. Go that little bit fuller, knowing that the pace is not really in it. So if it does get a little bit of an edge, it won't fly off like it did in Nagpur.
Harshit Rana making a few changes to the field. In fact, he does now have a third on the boundary. He just wants him a bit finer. Here's Rana round the wicket too. Duckett swings lavishly at this one and misses. Has passed the outside edge into the gloves of KL Rahul.
That was at 144 clicks, full pace, so that has beaten him for pace. I mean, that's a challenge for the batters, isn't it? On a pitch where you're getting variable bounce, a variable pace, as early as in the 4th over, you're going to have to play every delivery on its merit in terms of pace and bounce. I mean, you can't really expect consistency from even in that same over, even from the same bowler. And that's the bigger challenge for, I think, the English batters here.
Here's Rana once again. Short, pulled by Duckett, wide of mid-on, and trickles away. Varun Chakravarti had no chance there. I say trickles. She ran quite fast across the outfield and down to the boundary for 4. So, Duckett's got 22 off 13, but I'd say he's playing within himself, but he's not being outrageous.
No, he's playing the ball that's there to be hit. Hatish Rana has bowled 3 or 4 balls now which have asked to be hit. He's bowled anything short or back of a length, just sitting up. And I think that's what Ben Duckett's capitalised on.
Harshit Rana again bowls full and straight, and Duckett drives, but can't pierce the fields. Gets straight to Shreyas Iyer at point, and there's no run. You're listening to England against India, the ODI series in partnership with Village Hotels. Dine out, play and work out. Stay at Village. I'm still waiting for those little pockets of seats at the very, very top of the 2 massive 3-tiered stands on the far end of the ground to fill up. It looks like there's a couple of coach loads of supporters broken down somewhere on the
or they have found an area with some shade to watch for the next couple of hours, and then once the sun goes down, they'll come and take those seats.
Here's Harshit Rana once again. Looked like a slower ball, and Duckett may have picked it, and he played within himself, pushing it out towards Virat Kohli at cover, and there's no run. England winning the toss, 4 overs gone. They're 28 without loss, having chosen to bat first. 3 changes to the England team. Jacob Bethel out with a a hamstring strain. Bryden Cast left out, Jofra Archer rotated with Mark Wood, as was always the plan. It does mean that Jamie Overton comes into the team and will have to bat at 7 because of Bethel's absence, and it puts more of an onus of responsibility on the top 6. Gus Atkinson also into the team for India. Virat Kohli straight back into the team in place of Yashasvi Jaiswal, and a rotation of the leg spinners with Kuldeep Yadav making way for 33-year-old Varun Chakravarti, who makes his debut. Mohammad Shami for his 3rd over. Up to the crease now, bowls to Salt, hits him on the pads, big appeal for leg before wicket. Salt was looking to play it through the leg side. No interest in the appeal shown by umpire Chris Brown from New Zealand, who signals a leg by.
I think Salt thinks this is a little bit straighter because he had an awful long time looking at the umpire before he set off for a single there, but no real sort of animation from Rohit Sharma or from Mohammad Shami as to look for the DRS. I think Phil Salt got himself tangled up there. He got himself squared up. I think he thought it was a lot more straighter than what the Indians do.
Phil Salt has 10. Ben Duckett doing the bulk of the scoring with 4 boundaries, 22 from 15 balls, 29 without loss. England. Shubman Gill's gone a bit wider at slip now. He's in maybe 1.5 slips. 4 men on the offside, saving 1, 2 on the leg side. Down the leg side now from Mohammad Shami, and a wide call from Chris Brown. A very good stop from KL Rahul, who not only took a step and a half to his right down the leg side, but then had to put in a full dive. He's got his luxuriant locks tied up in a man bun. It's an indication of the temperature out there.
Yes, and I think KL Rahul has done well in this keeper position for India with the gloves. It's not easy against pace or spin.
Here's Mohammad Shami again, bowls. Duckett width outside the off stump, 4. Meat and drink that. It's like giving strawberries to a donkey. He bowls short and wide to Duckett, particularly outside the off stump. Bang, 4 more.
Yeah, that was a good shot. Very, very good shot from Ben Duckett. I don't think it's as wide as what Ben Duckett makes it out to be. I think it was just the length. The length gives Ben Duckett freedom to get his hands free, and I think that's what he plays very, very well. India have tried to, and I would do that. I'd risk going for a couple of boundaries to have the men inside the circle at sort of backward point, and cover point in the early throws against both of these, because both of these, Salt and Duckett, hit the ball in the air through that point when they're first getting in. But now Duckett's got going. I think now third's come into the circle and deep point's gone out on the boundary.
And a man at deep backward square as well, as Mohammad Shami's in, bowls to Duckett. In at the body, tucked away, defensively out to Jadeja at backward point. It was so quite interesting. Harshit Rana and Varun Chakravarti, with great respect, may not be amongst the top 9 fielders in this team. They may possibly be in the bottom 2. And KL Rahul just switched them. They're at short third and short fine. And KL Rahul just switched them to put Rana at short third and Chakravarti at short fine.
Possibly for height. Ben Duckett he's square of the wicket, gets top edges, and Rana is probably a good 6 inches taller than Chakravarti. Maybe he's a better catcher because he might think he's able to catch him position.
Okay, yeah, good point. Here's Duckett played defensively straight back to Shami. I knew you'd have an answer to that. It intrigued me. I thought it was a personality issue, maybe. It's like a comment on one of them. You're slightly worse than you. So.
Yeah, it's not exactly me and Matthew Hoggard, is it? So he's Keir Rahul might like looking left and thinks Hatish Rana with Shubman Gill on his left, better crack. I might have a bit more chat about him. Varun Chakravarti might be a bit quieter, so he might get a little bit more chat out of Rana.
I tell you what, they're so far back, the keeper in the slip, it almost looks like a leg slip and a fifth slip or a fly gully. Tucked away nicely off his pads now by Duckett behind square on the leg side. It's that kind of shot to me. To my mind, Duckett has done absolutely nothing outrageous. He's only played attacking shots at the balls that lent themselves to attacking shots. He hasn't run down the way, hasn't used his feet, hasn't done anything outrageous at all. 35 without loss. And I sometimes, Harmy, having a long tail does focus the mind of the top order.
Absolutely, but it might change your game plan in a way the way we want them to change their game plan, which is give themselves some time. earn the right to be able to score runs, and Ben Duckett is definitely doing that.
Here is Mohammad Shami to complete his third over on the back foot. Salt punches to extra cover straight to the fielder, and there's no run. 35 without loss, England. 5 overs gone. Good start.
Yeah, not to mention, I mean, this could be the best passage of play in terms of the ball being hard. But, you know, you have 2 new balls from both ends. So this is the best passage of play when the ball is really going to come onto the bat. It's a fresh pitch. From here on, it's going to get worn down, isn't it? And of course, the spin is going to come into play. So with the longish tail that England have, they would want this pair to not only score those quick runs, but also spend as long as possible on the surface. Get the kind of start that they got in Nagpur. Maybe not as quick, but definitely go a little deeper than the 7th or 8th over that they did in Nagpur. And we're looking for a bowling change now. Hardik Pandya is going to be coming in.
Your interpretation of that, Harvey?
Yeah, I just think that he might be looking to give Rana a go. Rohit might be thinking of giving Rana a go after Mohammad Shami. You've got to remember Shami's still come back from that injury, so 4 over spells is probably what Shami will have.
Here's Hardik for his first over. The first one is way down the leg side, very much a loosener. I won't describe it as a warm-up delivery because nobody needs warming up if you're out there in 30 degrees.
It was gentle, wasn't it?
It really was.
It was really gentle.
Loosener. Well, even in Nagpur, I mean, you had Akshar Patel coming in as first change because you wanted a change of pace, because England had made quite a hectic start. Here, comparatively, it's been slower. They're still going at almost 7 and over, aren't they? But yeah, Hardik first change as he comes into bowl from the pavilion end. No slip in position for him. Bowls to Duckett, who stands on his crease and plays with soft hands for a quick single. It's hit on the stumps. Ricochet is off towards the deep, so they will come back for 2. Easy 2 there.
Still nice for Ravindra Jadeja to hit the target.
Seldom misses. Seldom misses.
He's basically saying, if you any hesitation and you're gone.
And batters across the world know they can't really hesitate when the ball is running towards Ravindra Jadeja. He is, I don't know, I mean, he's an amazing batter, bowler, but it's his fielding which is top notch every time, and that's very rare given how fit he is. If he doesn't take the field, fielding standards drop by 25% without any doubt.
Look at this field here. He's living a massive gap at backward point area, and I think it's Rohit Sharma saying to Hardik, pitch it up.
Duckett defends. You don't see that very often. It was a full-on defensive shot from the crease. There was no follow-through whatsoever there. No attempt to look for a single. I find it fascinating. I mean, they do have a man on the boundary, but it is a huge, huge gap because the short third is almost a fly slip, really. And short, fine leg is also very fine.
To Ben Duckett, I'd rather Virat Kohli, who's at extra cover, I'd rather him go at backward point and leave the gap at extra cover open to Ben Duckett.
Here is Hardik Pandya again. Bowls. Duckett swings at this and misses, and misses out. Hits the inside edge of the bat, trickles gently out into the offside. He looks to the heavens, Duckett, like he's missed out on a full toss.
Yeah, because the ball didn't bounce as much as he would have liked, and he was going for a slap cut shot there. And that's the thing about this pitch. With the variable bounce, you're not going to, when you go for that slap cut, you're not going to fly over the third man position or the short third man position. The ball is going to go towards that deep backward point, which is a little straighter, if I can say so. And that's the property of this pitch.
Here's Hardik Pandya again. Balls, lots of width outside the off stump. That's poor delivery, and it's got slapped through the offside for 4. Deserved it too. Much too much width there. Duckett's very good at manufacturing width, but didn't have to there.
No, it's been a poor over from Hardik Pandya. It really has. It didn't start very well with a loosener from a wide ball. He's got it to shape a little bit. He's got a field to pitch it up. This field is basically saying, pitch the ball up, bowl half volleys. He's basically saying to Ben Duckett, I want you to drive. And now they've gone the other way. And they're a little bit in between here. Virat Kohli's extra cover, he's got to go 20 yards to his right and give Ben Duckett the straighter gap to hit.
Pandya in no more width outside the off stump, and it's cut again by Duckett. But deep backward points now, deep point, and he keeps him down to a single.
If Virat Kohli's just a little bit back on that line, you still have the man in the deep exactly where he is as a backup between the two. And you're basically saying to Ben Duckett, I need you to hit extra cover. I need you to hit with a little bit more of a straighter bat. Because the minute Ben Duckett goes at a 45-degree angle or a horizontal bat, it's his shot. It's his shot. He doesn't get into trouble that way, especially now he's got in. The minute he's got a straighter bat in his hand or less than a 45-degree angle bat, that's where Ben Duckett gets out in front of himself. That's where the inside edge comes back onto the stumps. That's where the nick happens. And that for his ball has just got to be pitched up a little bit further.
Hardik Pandya to complete his first over with a bouncer, uppercut from Phil Salt, and there's a man out there on the cover boundary and he's dropped it! He's dropped an absolute dolly! What a shock! Akshar Patel on the deep cover boundary and it's gone straight to him. He literally had to take a step and a half back, not to the left or the right, straight into his hands. He watched it into his hands and inexplicably it popped out. Short one outside the off stump. Salt accepts the challenge of the uppercut. He was only a yard away from hitting it for 6, but he should have been on his way.
The ball should have ended up in the river. The ball deserved to go in the river. Never mind anything else. It probably didn't deserve a wicket. You see in the shortest format, 2020 or 50 over cricket, bad ball gets wickets. I tell you what, that was a shocker. Both from Hardik Pandya. But I mean, I've got no words to describe what happened there from Akshar Patel. You want to say complacency. He thought it was just easy, straight in the hand, and it didn't just go in. I mean, it looked as though it missed his fingers, hit his palms.
Extraordinary. Mohammad Shami into Salt, who rubs Salt into the wounds with a straight drive for 4. Well, I tell you what, the stadium is in shock. There's one particular idiosyncrasy about watching cricket in India is that there are no boos and jeers when India lose a wicket or drop a catch. It's just silence. And it's, you know, I mean, in England, or most other countries in the world, you get booed and jeered for dropping a catch by your home crowd. Not in India, it's just shocked silence, and we're all in a bit of shock by that drop. Short from Shami, down the leg side, he tries to hook it, might have been pace off, that one from Shami. Salt threw the shot too early. England 48 without loss. Phil Salt, well, he's 11 for 1, really, or should be. He's 11 off 14 balls. I just can't believe that drop.
I can't believe that Salt didn't smash it. He just went for a nice little uppercut. Just he wasn't hard on it, which is also surprising given what Hardik Pandya bowled. And then, of course, 40,000 people. The ball stayed in the air for quite a while, and 40,000 people watching in unison for Akshar Patel to just drop it. You asked me in Nagpur, what's the difference between Patel and Jadeja? That's the difference. That's the difference.
Can't see Jadeja dropping.
Oh, no. Catches with his eyes shut.
But Akshar is a fine fielder, usually. I mean, it's safe.
Too easy, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, maybe that was it. Here's Mohammad Shami to Salt, back and across, clips it off his pads nicely behind square on the leg side, runs the first hard, but then is very clear. Did you notice that? Phil Salt there holding his hands up like a traffic warden and yelling,
yes.
No!
Yeah. I mean, everything came. The top of the voice, no, and the hand.
You want to be heard over this din of 40,000 people here. You want to be heard. You don't want another run out, 2 games running.
Yeah, well, they made a cracking start in Nagpur, 75 for the first wicket, and blew it. Salt blew it. He knows it, and he's making sure, absolutely sure, that he doesn't do it again. And perfectly clear with his calling. Shami in again. Duckett defends. No run.
Sorry to jump in. It was hilarious there. I was waiting on Ben Duckett to pull away. There's a guy walking round the boundary now. He's about where the kids are in the yellow. I know we're on the radio, but I'm trying to get man's attention. There's an orange shirt on, and he walked straight along the side screen. And Ben Duckett never flinched once. And he was literally right behind the bowler's arm.
He's now being berated by a couple of cops in their brown uniforms.
But he was right behind the bowler's arm, and Ben Duckett didn't even see him. He's got a bright orange shirt on.
Here's Shami to Duckett. Short, wide cut, 4. Loves it there, Duckett. You can't give him any width. As I said, you give him a little bit and he'll turn it into a lot. He manufactures width. He backs away, he can cut from very close to the body, and that's what he did there. And it's a 7th boundary for Ben Duckett. He's up to 38 from 26. You're listening to England against India, the ODI series in partnership with Village Hotels. Pack more into a break at Village, and to book, visit villagehotels.com. It's another cracking start from England. It's just coming up to the 7th over. 50 up now, 53 for naught with that boundary for Duckett, and this time he tries to cut, and he doesn't have enough room here, and he can't manufacture any more, and he gets the bottom edge down into the ground. It goes no more than 5 yards from where he stands in his crease, which means they can go through for a single, and Duckett keeps the strike. 7 overs gone, England winning the toss and batting 54 for none.
It's the way India have positioned their square fielders. Very straight, whether it's square leg or deep point, and Ben Duckett with that powerful cut stroke, if I can say so, or a slap shot that he has, goes for that horizontal back position, and he's really strong at that. And slight use of wrists, he can just angle the ball past the fielder, that straight fielder in the deep on both sides, especially on the offside. And yeah, just a bit of width from Shami on that occasion, and what a shot that was. I thought that if Phil Salt's drive down the ground was beautiful, I thought that was a shot of the afternoon so far from from Ben Duckett.
Hardik Pandya bowls a second over now. First over cost 9, and Ben Duckett clips it sweetly off his pads. He is a dashing, audacious player sometimes, Ben Duckett, but he's got all the shots, both classic and inventive and creative.
He is, and the shots that he's comfortable playing, he hits and he belts them. The shots that he's not as comfortable and they're not as natural to him, he's very, very good at just deflecting them, like we've just seen there. Full of length, deflect into the leg side, go down the other end.
Short third, short fine leg, and bounce, extra bounce from Hardik Pandya, and Phil Salt is not expecting that. I know he tends to be a little bit of a croucher. He's got a high back lift, but he is a croucher as well sometimes, and he gets quite low hands, and it makes it look like the ball is bouncing a little bit more. Welcome to our listeners on talkSPORT, joining us here on talkSPORT 2. England winning the toss in the second must-win one-day international from the stunning Barabati Stadium in Cuttack, and batting first, 55 without loss. Made a cracking start. We're into the 8th over. Phil Salt has 12. He's been dropped on 11, and Ben Duckett's doing all the scoring. He's 40 from just 28 balls. Hardik Pandya in once again. Salt back and across, tucks it off his hip for a single. I like the understanding that these two have got, Steve Harmison, because one or the other usually makes a flyer, and then the other one tucks into his slipstream.
Yeah, and that was the beauty about what happened in Nagpur. There was boundaries galore, and I mean, Phil Salt took Atish Rana to town. He hit 26 off one of his first 3 overs. But I think what they do very, very well is when they get good balls, they defend them and they rotate the strike. And that's the beauty about what they're doing right now. When the boundary's on offer, which it has been, and India have given them a few boundary options, when they bowl good balls, England have been able to rotate the strike, get off the strike, and give India a little bit of a run around.
Down the leg side from Hardik Pandya, poor delivery, flicked away by Duckett, nonchalantly beats short fine leg and down to the boundary. It's a 9th 4 for Ben Duckett, who's flying along, batting absolutely beautifully, and 60 on the board now for England, who made 3 changes after the defeat by 4 wickets in Nagpur in the first game on Thursday. Mark Wood comes in for Jofra Archer in an expected rotation of fast bowlers. Jacob Bethel is out with a hamstring strain, and Gus Atkinson comes into the team as well, as does Jamie Overton. Here a little bit of width outside the off stump, just a little bit, enough for a chop cut from Ben Duckett to the man sweeping on the cover boundary. For India, Virat Kohli back into the team after missing the Nagpur game with an injury, a knee injury, and a rotation of leg spinners, wrist spinners for India rather than fast bowlers, with Kuldeep Yadav making way for debutant 33-year-old Varun Chakrabarti.
Yeah, England have batted well, and as well as England have batted, and it's been good to see. They have continued their partnership. India have bowled poorly, really, really poorly. Both sides of the wicket, the ball's gone to third man and fine leg far too often. That means their lines have been wrong as well as their lengths.
This time a little bit of width outside the right-hander off stump of Phil Salt, and he too chops it away to backward point where Ravindra Jadeja does the fielding. Right, that's the end of 8 overs. It's a very, very impressive start from England. It was in Nagpur as well, but they blew it and never recovered with a run out. So far, so good. Salt 14, Duckett 45, 8 overs gone. England 62 without loss. And that's
dropped by one of the worst attempts at a catch you will see in international cricket. Akshar on the deep point boundary stood there and just waited for it to drop into his bread basket, and unfortunately the baker failed to deliver, Goughy.
Well, classic cash, wasn't it? Tried to be too casual, took his eye off the ball. It's like anything, you take your eye off the ball goes down, and that's what happened. But England have been outstanding. 62 for naught after 8 overs. Duckett has got off to a flyer. He's been a bit fortunate at times, but look, when you open the batting in power plays and the ball's going around, there's every chance you're going to get out. But he's took his chances and he's played really, really well. Salt's been the support act. 14 from 18 for Phil Salt, but Duckett 45 after just 30 deliveries.
Spin, Varun Chakravarti in for his first bowl in one-day international cricket, and it's on the hip of Phil Salt, and it's turned through square leg, and they will take a single. Of course, he got a bucket load of wickets in the T20s, but this is his first appearance in one-day internationals. He's only played 23 List A games, Varun Chakravarti, 59 wickets in them, with a best of 5 for 9, and 4 times he's taken 5 wickets. So
good skills.
Yeah, absolutely. Got the left-handed Duckett on strike now. 63 without loss here on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Now, slip is just wandering into position for Duckett. There's a short third, extra cover mid-off inside the circle on the offside. And Duckett will wait for Chakravarti around the wicket, and Duckett is just going to run this one wide of short third. It's not taken cleanly, but the deep point fielder will mop up. So it's just a single, 64 without loss. So it's 46 from 31 now.
I was just trying to think. I don't think Duckett got an IPL deal, did he? He didn't get picked up. I'd be very surprised if one of the teams falls short coming up for this current, when the series starts, he gets picked up.
Chakravarti is in. Phil Salt is hitting hard down to long on for a single.
No, he didn't get an offer, but I do think that some teams have got him as sort of first reserve in their mind.
That's what I was saying. Yeah, absolutely. And his performances here in India have been outstanding. So it wouldn't surprise me if someone goes down, he's straight on the phone and it'll be Duckett.
I think there's a couple of players now also in the SA20 who did well, so he might be lining up a little bit.
Chakravarti in around the wicket to the left-handed Duckett, turns to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
There's the young kid, Lahandre Pretorius. We need Manners. Where's Manners for this one?
From Pal Royals?
Yeah, the
left-hander,
kid with the big puffy cheeks. Have you seen him, Macca? Looks like an overgrown baby. He's about 18. He's awesome.
Chakravarti around the wicket. Duckett deep in the crease, just opening the blade, guides it to backward point, and they will take a single.
Wax it. Just wax it. He played with Joe Root quite a bit. And when Root went, he actually started to bat properly a little bit. But I think he's another one that sort of came from nowhere. So, you know, if you want top order, you've got him and Duckett, both left-handers as well. But Duckett can keep, I suppose, at least technically.
Yeah.
Has he kept it a while?
No, not recently, I don't think. He's watching as Salt is deep in the crease, backs away to the leg side, hits to mid-off, and there is no run.
Well, he has been keeping since he's been about 12, so I don't think he's forgot how to do it.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
So if when you have that secondary skill, it's quite an important thing for the IPL franchises because they can build their squad around that better.
Well, they build it around having all-rounders. If you're not an all-rounder now for the IPL, it's very, very difficult for you to get picked up. That's why a lot of the spinners don't get picked up.
Over complete, 66 without loss, England after 9. 4 singles from the Chakravarti over. And he's the 4th bowler used by India. Shami's bowled 4 overs, 0 for 30. Harshit 2 overs, 0 for 14. Hardik 2 overs, 0 for 17. That 1 over a spin from Varun Chakravarti. Here on talkSPORT 2, Goughy.
Hey, we were just saying, was it in I think the average score, wasn't it, around 50 odd, did we say, in the first 10, was it? Or that the power play?
The power play, 53 for 1. So England are above par. Although I will add one disclaimer onto that. I'll tell you that in a moment. Hardik is in once again. Duckett turning off the hip through square leg, and there'll be a single as Akshar comes off the boundary and picks that one up cleanly this time. 67 for loss, no loss. So there's been 17 one-day internationals played at Barabati Stadium. The first, India against England, back in 1982, but the last was in 2019. So there's not been a game on this venue for a while. So as we all know, one-day international cricket has changed a lot. So those stats might be a bit misleading.
Well, they've had 6 years to prepare the pitch. So I would expect a good one. Expect a belter.
Yeah, absolutely. In goes Hardik Pandya over the wicket to Salt, who is just leaving the bat there as much as anything, trying to guide it past the fielder at backward point. Can't, there's no run.
It's a weird venue now, isn't it? Because if you don't have an IPL franchise as well, so like I looked up the IPL stats, I think there's been like 13 games, and the top score was Sachin Tendulkar, and I was like, well, that's from a while back. that's not a recent thing back. So you have some of these venues in India that were, you know, through the history of the game, quite important. But now they don't have an IPL franchise, and they don't play a lot of games. But India still play there.
Give it 5 years, and they will have a franchise.
I mean, they will definitely get a franchise.
A 900 million US or whatever ago.
Well, they won't be going for fish eggs, will they? Like in the 100 teams, 30 million here, 30 million there. They'll be going for 900 million.
Phil Salt waits. Bat raised as Hardik goes in, and there's no timing on that one from Salt. To mid-on. Shami will do the fielding, and there's no run.
Yeah, Cuttack, Pune, they've both got to be pretty high up the order, don't they, to get a side now?
I think they will. I said they just keep developing. It keeps getting bigger and bigger, and then eventually it's going to be, what is it now, the tournament? 10 weeks? Jarrod, 10 weeks? How long before it goes to 16 weeks?
Yeah, I mean, if
it becomes a season.
If Lalit Modi was still there, I think we'd already be at about 4 to 6 months. Like, I think he would have expanded it that much. So they've really slowed that side down. Also, not as many teams. There's a lot of money being made out there, Goughy. They seem to be leaving some of it on the table.
Hardik Pandya in, past the umpire. Phil Salt puts it up and over mid-on for 6. Salt just stood there, and that one was just straight into his wheelhouse, and he's whacked it back over the bowler's head. 4-6, 73 without loss.
Well, Hardik tried the slow ball, didn't he? Just put it right in the slot, and Phil Salt said, thank you very much. I've seen that delivery before, and off it goes, middle of the bat, straight over mid-on, 74 metre 6. Not big boundaries, what is it, 63, I think? Just about all the way around.
Yeah, 63 square. In goes Hardik. This one's hit to backward point, partially fielded by Jadeja. He's got hands on it, but he has taken enough on it. Akshar comes round at deep backward point and is giving it the real easy-ozy as he jogs round, uses his foot, and then someone else will have to do the fielding, so they've taken 2 in the end. And Akshar, I don't know if he's just having an argument with himself today, but his fielding has been, shall we say, less than enthusiastic so far. Jogged around, got his boot on it, and then left it for someone else to return into the keeper.
I didn't fancy the dive, but it's created confusion because the way he was so relaxed running after it, the batters thought it had gone for 4. So they only managed to take 2 there where there was an easy 3.
I wonder if that was a deliberate ploy then, to actually try and... I mean, if we've got to that stage that fielders are running fakes...
We're not that clever cricketers, trust me.
There was a great one in the SA20 the other day when it was actually the Herman brothers. One was batting and one was fielding out on the boundary.
Final ball of the Hardik over, final ball of the first 10, and Salt, no timing, straight down into his toes, so 75 without loss after the first 10 on the power play.
So he whacks the ball out, and you know, you're doing your normal thing on the boundary of trying to catch the ball, run over the boundary, throw it back. He catches it perfectly, Macca. He goes over the boundary and he throws it up, and when he threw it up, he slipped on the little mat outside, and so as he tries to come back in, Goughy, he falls over the rope, right? and somehow he managed to fall so badly that, you know, the little underarm throw to himself, he missed it, and it bounced in between. And so he dropped the catch, but saved the 6 by being so bad in the field. Whereas if he'd actually gone properly, he would have taken it, but his feet would have been on the other side. It was just a balletic artwork of, like, it was the best single in T20 cricket you'll ever see. They spent about 8 minutes looking at it, because I don't think the umpire believed that he missed it when he came back in.
That's superb. Right, Chris Brown, the umpire, is waving his arm around to tell us that we're into the second phase of the game. The power play is done. So it now means we can double the amount of fielders outside the circle. We're now up to 4. But Chakravarti was already bowling the leg spinner, so he will continue. He will be bowling to Ben Duckett, who's 2 away from a 6th half-century in one-day internationals. Best of 107. He's got to 200s, and actually he's made 107 on both of those occasions. 107 not out is officially his best score. That was against Ireland at Bristol in September of 23. He also made 107 against Australia, but was dismissed. That was also at Bristol, actually, so Ben Duckett enjoys that in there. Right, we're having an unofficial England drinks break here, as the backroom staff have been out with drinks bottles and towels. And we're now just about ready to go again. Not sure quite why this is taking so long. I mean, it is a warm day, let's be honest.
We're going to finish the song.
Well, yeah, there is that. Right then, Chakravarti around the wicket to Duckett. It's a bit of air, it's a full toss, and Duckett's missed out on one. He's hit it straight to Jadeja at cover and got a single. He should be raising his bat for 50 with that, but he's only got to 49. Here on talkSPORT 2, England 76 without loss. Oh! Ice cream van of death paid a visit. Chakravarti has bowled a no ball. Spinners bowling no balls. Sporting criminal offence.
It is anybody really bowling a no ball, and that's coming from me, who used to bowl quite a few, but especially a spinner. And seamers in this modern day game with free hits, you just can't afford to bowl no balls. You really can't.
So Salt is on strike with a free hit. They can't. Oh, they can change the field because it was, of course, the left-hander. But 3 out on the leg side in the deep. Chakravarti is in. Salt goes across his stumps and has an enormous yahoo into the leg side and under-edges it about 15 feet, and they'll take a single.
Amazing, isn't it, how many times when you get a free hit, and it was in the slot, that one, by the way, and you just try and hit it too hard, you lose your shape. You keep your shape, you've got every chance of hitting it, but that was right in the slot. Quicker one.
Yeah, no timing at all. Duckett then, 49 not out. Chakravarti bowls in. It comes up the inside part of the bat and will go to square leg. And Ben Duckett has a 50 from 36 balls. 50 out of 79 is the total for England so far. But Ben Duckett has that 6th one-day international 50.
Yeah, good knock from Ben Duckett. 36 deliveries. Huge smile on his face as always.
Salts clips to mid-on, and they will take a single.
Yeah, it's amazing how he's settled into this side, though. Since he got his chance, you know, in all formats, he's become the go-to player, hasn't he? At the top of the order, he gets England off to good starts in Test cricket, quick starts, and he fits right into the way Baz McCullum wants his players to play.
Chakravarti around the wicket goes in and bowls. Duckett deep in his crease will turn to mid-wicket. Hartchett will do the fielding at mid-wicket, and there is a single 81 without loss.
Because when you think about it, if it wasn't for Baz being the coach, he probably wouldn't have even got a chance to open the batting. It's amazing, really. And I always go back to this, but if Alistair Cook were just starting his career now under these coaches, he would never have played a Test match.
That's true, absolutely true. Chakravarti over the wicket. Salt's gone for a massive one into the leg side, has skied it up in the air, and will be caught at mid-on. Jadeja takes the catch. Salt tried to launch that one miles. He's got underneath it. He goes for 26 from 29 deliveries. England lose their first, 81 for 1 with 1 ball short of 11 overs in the book.
Well, there you go. Chakravarti, debut, right in the slot again. Lost his shape again, Phil Salt. Trying to hit the maximum to the shorter boundary. 63-metre boundary, but got that leading edge straight up in the air. And you don't want to send it down to Jadeja. He's got saved hands. A comfortable catch. And Phil Salt, 26 from 29, and England now 81 for 1.
It's interesting, isn't it, how comfortable Duckett has looked on this wicket, but Salt never quite looked at that level. You know, he was dropped earlier as well, but that's also part of his role, isn't it, to push on a little bit there. But again, just that, you know, Varun Chakravarti is on, hasn't bowled perfectly so far, but still has a wicket. He's only got 8.1 overs to go, Macca.
Yes.
He could get all 10, that's all I'm saying.
Well, it'd be entertaining if he does. Joe Root makes his way to the middle. The 5th most runs for England in India in one-day internationals. Joe Root, he's made 758.
So he didn't make any runs in the first game. Was it 15 or 20 in that first game? And I was thinking to myself, he had the best preparation of all time, Goughy, and you'll never hear this again. The best preparation for playing spin, because he was playing in South Africa. You're like, well, why would he have good preparation?
In Pal.
Pal's wicket, it spins more than some of the Indian Test wickets. It was ridiculous.
This is exactly the same as Pal. Basically, it gets lower and lower as the game goes on. It turns. And you're right, he was in the form of his life, wasn't he? He was absolutely playing beautifully.
You know how much it was spinning in Pal? He bowled at the death in one game and didn't get hit.
Well, he's made 300s against India in this form of the game. That is the most for England. Ian Bell made 2. So Root's first ball. Chakravarti is in. Take Root on the pad. Surely that's going down the leg side. Chris Brown's having none of that. The Indians are all going to come together for a conversation, and they're going to review it straight away. Now, Joe Root has just made a signal to Duckett going, well, that's going down the leg side, isn't it? That was my first thought, but we are going to get the review.
Director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is not out.
Shafadullah, the Bangladeshi official, is our man on replay duty today, so over to you. So it's an over spinner.
It doesn't appear to be any back involved. I need to check that with Altraj.
No, you don't need to check it with Altraj. He's missed it by a mile.
It might be hitting the outside of leg, but it's not going to they're not going to get this overturned.
No. I was surprised, but you sometimes with a camera, it's not on centre, is it? It's slightly off.
It is slightly to the offside, you are right, but even so.
Ball tracking, whenever it is ready, please.
Okay, so we've established he's not hit it, which, to be honest, we all knew from the first replay and from live. Now we're waiting for them to build the ball tracking. Here we go.
Original decision is not out. Pitching in line, impact in line, and wickets missing.
Want to hit another set?
Stay with your not out decision. Stand by. You're on screen. Signal now.
Well, if ever there was a review that you could absolutely put into a because it's insert name of batter here, that's exactly why India have just reviewed. They've tried to get Joe Root first ball because they know how dangerous he is, but that's a terrible review. 11 overs gone here on talkSPORT 2, 81 for 1 England.
Well, I thought Ollie Pope were bad at reviews, but that's a belter from Rohit Sharma. And it wasn't a pause. He normally waits till the last second. That one, he was straight up there. And that they see as the important wicket, don't they, Joe Root? As soon as he comes to the crease, and they think, well, let's have a go, let's have a look. It's a free look. That's how they see it.
It didn't look like it spun that much to me, Goughy, and yet it's pitched outside off stump and missed leg stump by about 4 inches. It didn't look like he had a big There's something about the dynamics of that last review that I don't quite understand. Like if you tell me it clipped the outside of the leg.
I've never got it, Darren. I sometimes look at some of the deliveries. I just don't get it.
Harshit Rana is back for his 3rd over around the wicket. Duckett comes forward and drops it at his toes, and there is no run. Harshit went 0 for 14 from his 2 overs, opening the bowling, and he's back with England 81 for 1 in the 12th.
Yeah, serious pace, this lad. Impressed by him in the first one-day international. Yes, he goes for runs, but the important of 50-over cricket and T20 cricket and Test cricket is but pace causes problems. And with the new ball in hand, you don't mind getting it for a few fours if you can take a couple with you. So they've got that capability.
In he goes around the wickets. That one is Fuller. And Duckett will drive out to the cover sweeper, who is picking up cleanly Shreyas Iyer and gets a great throw in the air. Very, very sharpishly. England will come back for 2. But that was a good work out on the boundary edge, swooping around, picks it up one-handed in one motion and got it back up in the air. England will take a couple. Yeah, Harshit Rana's only 23 years of age, Goughy. You feel like there's something to work with there, isn't there?
What do you mean all that? I made my debut at 23 for England. It's about right. Perfect age. But definitely something to work with, and I can see him
coming in once again. Back cut by Duckett. Will be fielded out on the boundary edge again by Shreyas. Just a single.
Yeah, I can definitely see him being a big part of India in all formats. And I think it's good to see actually fast bowlers coming out of India again, because it went through a period where the pitches used to just turn. But their domestic cricket now, they're creating pitches that encourage fast bowlers. And we're seeing a resurgence. And my worry is in Pakistan now is that they're trying to prepare all these pitches that are going to turn. But they've always had a record of producing unbelievable fast bowlers. And they're trying to go the other way, reinvent the wheel.
That would be the real concern, wouldn't it? In the fact that you've got these gun players that you're then just going to totally negate.
Just so they can win, try. Well, they think they've got a better chance of winning a test match in Pakistan if it turns.
Harshit for the 4th ball of the over is in. Joe Root is clipping off of his toes to deep backward square leg. Shreyas is getting it in the air once again, and they will take a single.
But it comes down to India do well in their own country because they practice and play on these pitches that offer a bit with the new ball, and that brings people like Bumrah and Siraj into the game. And then they've got their spinners that are better than other spinners who they play against, so they back themselves to win. That's where you should do. All teams should prepare that way. Yes, home advantage is important, but you don't just go the other way, totally put all your eggs in one basket.
Harshit around the wicket to Ben Duckett. Short ball. Duckett gets up and underneath this one. Guides it out, but he's almost caught at deep point. It's Shreyas Iyer running in from the boundary. Duckett got a high ball that he just was trying to help over the infield. He certainly wasn't a full-blooded whack of the ball. And Shreyas Iyer has come charging in, and it lands just short of him. And Duckett just goes for a chat with Joe Root and said, well, he only guided it.
He did. He was trying to hit that finer, wasn't he? But he hit the middle of the bat and went squarer than he would have liked. And it was a great effort from Shreyas Iyer. Diving full length forward. Great effort.
Well, there's been some interesting fielding from India so far. Well, Akshar Patel has been on the naughty step because he dropped an absolute goober earlier. Everyone else has been okay. Harshit to finish the over, goes in over the wicket. Root just dropped it into the offside. And there's no runs. 12 overs gone here on talkSPORT 2. You are listening to India against England in this one-day international in partnership with Village Hotels. Dine out, play, work out, stay at Village.
The only problem with Joe coming in at this situation is, but when you're in a power play, but it puts pressure on him to score straight away, and you want him to, you don't want Joe to come in and throw his wicket away. But what they will be saying is, but Ben Duckett normally has to take on the mantle of playing the shots, but he's already been doing that. But unfortunately, he doesn't want to get it now because he's in. That would mean 2 new batters at the crease. It's a very, very difficult situation here for England in where they go about it, because Joe needs time at the crease before he gets going.
It will be Ben Duckett on strike for the first ball of the new Chakravarti over. Back cuts, hit down towards wide third. Akshar is going to do the fielding. Back to KL Rahul, and they'll take a single. 87 for 1 in the 13th over here on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. By the way, during the interval today, Goughy and Jarrod and myself, we will be picking our greatest ever one-day international team.
Good luck.
Well, exactly. Chakravarti in over the wicket. Joe Root coming forward plays defensively, no run.
Do we judge it on how we think the players that might be from the 80s and 90s will play in this modern day era as well?
So I'm going to be the moderator of this, and I thought we'd have these kind of discussions. So I have set some rules on this one, so I'll explain it in a minute.
Macca's rules.
Yeah, what my game, my rules. Root waits for Chakravarti, clips to short mid-wicket, no run. So, essentially, what I've done is, the day before the World Test Championship starts, the final, we're going to play a one-day international. Our 11 will play the winners of the Champions Trophy this year. So we will be playing, Chakravarti is in, Root hits to long on, takes a single.
England.
Sorry. Okay, so we'll be playing again under 2025 rules. So if you want a player from the 80s, we'll be playing with 2 white balls, power plays, DRS, all of that. So we're playing as of now today's rules, and because it's my game, my rules, we're playing at Trent Bridge.
Okay.
Because I'm from Nottingham and I want it in my home ground. Chakravarti around the wickets. Duckett will turn to deep square leg and we'll take a single. 4 balls of the over gone. 2 singles.
So we need people who are good off their pads at one end of the ground because there's a 12-metre boundary there.
And that may explain why Richard Hadley has made my shortlist, by the way. So, that's how we're going to bat it. Also, they've got to be in their obvious position, if you like. Chakravarti around the wicket. Joe Root doesn't get any time in on that one. It dribbles out on the offside. No, what I'm saying...
You can't have
hang on a minute. No, I don't agree with that. What do you mean they have to be in there? There isn't such thing as a normal position.
Okay, what I mean is in their terms of their play. So
we're playing 2025 rules. You're not playing 1985 rules.
Marcus Trescothick kept wicket a bit in games, but he wasn't a regular keeper. So you're not going to bluff your way by saying Marcus Trescothick
is my wicket. He's nowhere near it.
But there's my example, okay? So
what a weird example.
Oh, God. We haven't even started. We're about 3 hours
If it had said Desmond Nairns, I've got to grant you or something, but...
Raoul Dravid only kept in 1 World Cup.
Yeah. So it's got to be recognisably doing their skill, okay?
Okay.
You're saying we can't pick Michael Bevan for his bowling?
Well, I mean, you could.
Did he ever get you out, Goughy, Michael Bevan, with his left arm wrist?
Probably. Most people got me out.
Oh, so by the way, if you want to join in on this, because I'm going to need some support, I'm getting the feeling. Oh, Harshit Rana starts a new over around the wicket to Ben Duckett, and it runs in on him, and the left-hander drops it in at his toes, and it bounces just over the top of the stumps, no run.
You've got to be careful here, England. Duckett's in as well. They brought the pacer back. The quickest bowler India have got to try and get a breakthrough. Just got to hold fire here. They've got plenty of time left to get a good score on the board. Duckett now set, needs to go on and get a big one.
So if you want to get involved in this, at cricket_TS on Twitter, or if you're a subscriber to the YouTube channel, get us some names on there. Around the wicket is Harshit, and Duckett clips to mid-on, there's no run.
What Goughy was asking before, though, I think, as much as anything, is you're not saying there might be a player from like the 80s we think is great, but their record won't have a great strike rate compared to modern day, but we could still use them.
Absolutely.
Because we know he'd be able to play in this format. Because you would go out and think, right, a good score now is 300, not 240.
Yes, 100%.
And the opposite for the bowlers, I suppose, although...
Well, look, it's up to you.
No, it's the same. What I mean is, for the bowlers, you almost have to say, well, their records are flooded.
Archie runner in once again. Duckett hits to a point, and there is no...
You're not talking about me there, Jarrod.
No, I'm not talking about...
I think mine's a good one. No.
But I'm just saying,
I
reckon Joel Garner would be pretty good if he played now. I just don't know if his economy rate would be 3.5.
And there's the thing,
totally get that.
But also we now have the bouncer regulations as well, so there's something else.
That's what I mean. He'd still be a good player. I think we know that, but his numbers would look different.
He's the highest ranked bowler in one-day internationals ever. The ICC have produced a list based on your highest ever rankings, what you'd be. And Joel Garner is 23 clear of Richard Hadley in second. Harshit around the wicket. Duckett clips over mid-wicket for 4. Very quietly. Went over the infield and just kept on rolling, and it goes for a boundary. Duckett's got 57 now from 46. England 89 for 1.
Well, I think England have got off to a real good start here. I think Duckett has been outstanding. Again, right in the slot, just oinks it over to the leg side, stays deep in his crease, and just flicks the wrist and oinks it through the leg side, another boundary. He just keeps the scoreboard ticking along. Not really a bad delivery, but 4 to the score, 93 for 1.
Oh, shit. Around the wicket once again. Goes short. Duckett slaps him to deep mid-wicket. There is a fielder out there. Akshar is. He must have brought someone else's hands with him today.
Is he awake?
Because he's fumbling that one all over the hockey. And it wasn't a catch. It was just a case of fielding it. And he goes away for a single. He wasn't playing for France in the rugby at Twickenham yesterday, was he? Because they dropped an awful load of stuff as well. Anyway, yes. So yes, please do get involved in that one on the social media channels. If you're a subscriber to the YouTube channel, give us some names of players you think should be in.
Gary Morgan's given his list.
Oh right.
Tendulkar, Jayasuriya, Miandad, Lara, Dhoni, Klusner, Wasim, Warne, Stark, Garner, Malinga.
Okay. Harsh it into Joe Root, clipping off of his toes through square leg. He'll get a single, take him to 3 from the 8 balls he's faced. That's the end of the 14th over here on talkSPORT 2 England, 95 for 1, Jarrod.
His top 4's quite old, isn't it?
Miandad won't be in there.
I think Miandad was fantastic. I think he changed the way that ODI cricket was played. I would struggle to get him into my side, if I'm being honest. There might be another older player that I would have had in that side slightly ahead of him.
Correct. I think he'll be in mine.
We'll save that for later. But yeah, I love Miandad as an ODI player, but I don't think I quite have him that high. Klusner's interesting too, because Klusner doesn't have... His peak is as high as anyone's peak, but it's a very short period of time when he was actually great.
He actually was harder to bowler in Test cricket than he was in one-day cricket. That's what I will say about Klusner.
Chakravarti to start a new over. Comes in, bowls a leg break to Joe Root inside half of the bat, gets it down to Akshar at deep square leg, and they'll take a single.
Why is that? Is there a technical reason, or he just watched the
field? When he came in, yeah, we all knew he wanted to hit the ball. You can look at people like Razak from Pakistan. When you were bowling him at the death, he could hit boundaries. But most batters at the end could hit boundaries. Klusner could do it. But in Test cricket, Klusner used to come in and give himself a bit of room and smash it through the offside. Very similar to what Gilchrist did. They're exactly the same, really.
Chakravarti around the wicket. Ben Duckett stays where he is. Basically, his feet don't move. He just uses hand-eye coordination to clip it to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
And with Klusner, just quickly on that before we changes, but you know he wanted to hit you through the offside or straight down the ground. He wasn't really a massive leg side hitter.
Duckett gets one from Chakravarti, round about off stump, clips to mid-wicket, no run.
His 99 World Cup is ridiculous. I think he takes the 4th most wickets or something, and was he dismissed twice in the tournament and then ended up being involved in the run-out. Everyone remembers him for the run-out at the end. He had maybe the best World Cup any player's ever had up until that point.
Chakravarti wide outside of off stump on this occasion. Duckett hits hard to deep point. Akshar fields one cleanly for a change. It's only a single. Duckett goes to 63, England 97 for 1.
Well, off the top of my head, I think at one stage he was averaging 260 in that tournament with a strike rate of 130 or something. And it's everyone's like, oh, the Alan Donald run out. And he's like, I was pretty good before the run out.
So it's amazing our selective memory, isn't it? Joe Root gets a shorter one, but it's fairly quick from Chakravarti, so he's clipping it off the hip to Akshar at deep mid-wicket. Single taken, 98 for 1.
Difficult time for Joe Root to come in. He knows his role in the side is to try and bat through, and you've got India's fine Chakravarti, who's superb bowler, doesn't give you much to it, and you've got to try and somehow keep rotating that strike.
Final ball of the 15th over, played defensively by Ben Duckett. And Chakravarti picks up in his follow-through. 1 for 16 he's got so far from the 4 overs that he's bowled, and that is going to be drinks. So we've completed 15 overs in, what's that, just over an hour and 10 minutes or so. England 98 for 1. Salt the man dismissed, skying one off of Chakravarti for 26. That off 29 deliveries. Jadeja taking the catch. Duckett still there, 63 from 52 balls faced. Joe Root 5 from the 10 that he's faced. By the way, just going back to sort of his historical stuff, England have played India in Cuttack 5 times. The first one was...
I played in one of them.
This wasn't you, because this was the 1982 game. So England posted 230 for 6 from their 46 overs. Keith Fletcher top scored with 69. Beefy got 52 at a run a ball. India got home with a couple of overs to spare. Sunil Gavaskar got player of the match for 71 from 87 balls.
But that's the way it was played. Like I said, it's a totally different mindset, isn't it? I mean, when you were playing 50 over cricket, you got to 250, it tended to be a winning score, right? Yeah. But the way the game's changed over the years, and that's why it's so hard to compare eras. Because, an example, an English player. You know, well, Beefy and Gower and Gooch, if you were to put them in this team, they'd still be able to play. They'd still be able to play differently, right? Because they were so talented. But it's very hard to judge them from how they played in the 80s and 90s. You know, difficult.
Absolutely, completely different game. And you know, just little things like the fielding restriction rules.
Correct.
2 white balls, you know, makes a difference for a bowler and all of that kind of stuff.
What did you say Gavaskar made in that game?
71 from 87.
So there's this whole theory that Gavaskar would never have played one-day cricket correctly because he, you know, the way how defensive he was. But if you look at his numbers, he actually was a pretty good one-day player. But that theory all comes from one game.
Yeah.
And you know which game I'm going to talk about back. The first game of the 1975 World Cup, where England, with 60-over game, they made 334. Pretty good score, even with the extra 10 overs. Pretty good score. Gavaskar, in response, faced 174 balls backer. He made 36.
I know.
And he blocked it out. And there is a period, Goughy, it's one of my favourite moments in cricket. You have a look. There's a fan who storms onto the ground, and he's got, you know, these big flares on. It looks like he's a backup singer for the Queen or something, right? And he's screaming at Gavaskar to just start play. And Gavaskar's just like, get off the field, sir. I'm going to continue to block every single ball. And he does. 36 not out for 174.
But do you know, Boycott, people said, oh, he played one way, but Boycott could play some unbelievable shots.
Yeah.
And when he wanted to up the rate, he did.
And
he just hated getting out, so he didn't want to throw his wicket away.
We've all met Boycott. Do we think if there was lots of money, if he was getting paid more to be good at T20 cricket, he would have been like, no, it's all about defence.
He'd have been like Zach Crawley.
He would have been, he would have bowled more. He'd bowled more of his medium pace and his off spin and all the nude nuts that he bowled, all that sort of stuff as well. Like, we all know that. And the same with Gavaskar. There wasn't a reason for that. If you look at Botham's record, Botham's ODI record's not particularly good. But I think if T20 was around and he was getting paid a lot of money,
can you imagine how much he'd go for in the IPL?
Ridiculous.
Beefy, open the batting and open the bowling.
Yeah, exactly. So.
Yeah, exactly. Right, bowling change for India as we resume after drinks, and Jadeja's going to come in and bowl left arm around the wicket to Joe Root, who again just quietly plays it all along the floor down to Harshit Rana at long on, and England will take a single. 99 for 1.
I think the only thing that surprised me so far is, but Axar Patel hasn't come into the attack yet. He's normally someone who comes in quite early, and I think he could have done a job. I have no idea why, whether it's a plan, they don't fancy bowling his sort of left arm to Ben Duckett. I've no idea.
3 out on the leg side to Duckett as Jadeja stays left arm around to the left-hander. Cramps him up, no room.
Well, the quicks have come on really well, and I kind of expected at the 10 over mark, once we saw Varun Chakravarti come on, that we'd see spin from both ends, and then the quicks later.
Ben Duckett goes down on one knee and tries to flick a ball that's outside of his leg stump over the keeper. He doesn't get anything on it, and because it was left arm around and straight down the leg side, it is called as a wide. Would have been bizarre if you get caught, almost caught off a ball, and then it's given as a wide. Jadeja bowls across the left-handed Duckett. Duckett punches to point, and they'll take a single with Rohit running back after that. With the wide, by the way, the England 100 came up as an ignominious way to bring up 100. They're now 102 for 1.
Got 2 there, actually. It was Rohit Sharma, the fielder, so they managed to sneak 2 in. You wouldn't be happy if that was Jadeja, knowing he's such a good fielder himself.
Jadeja in once again. Solidly forward is Duckett, no run.
Yeah, you'd be absolutely fuming. Jadeja saved so many runs in the field, a superb field that normally at backward point to the seamers, and that short mid-wicket to the spinners.
Jadeja is in. Duckett goes big into the leg side. Has he got enough of it? No! Caught by Hardik Pandya at long on. Duckett goes for 65 from 56 balls. England lose their second. 102 for 2. Jadeja, after only 5 balls, strikes.
Well, perhaps that was the plan. Give him 2, throw it out. It was right in the slot for Ben Duckett. Didn't quite get hold of it, reaching for it in the end. And a comfortable catch in the deep. It's a huge wicket for India. England were going well. Ben Duckett has been outstanding. 65 from 56. But he's caught by Hardik Pandya in the deep. And England now 102 for 2.
He walks off a bit frustrated. Ben Duckett. He just took the bait on that one a little bit. 65 from 56 and was barely in trouble. But decided that ball was there to be hit. But he didn't quite get enough of it.
It's a really good innings. He played that pull shot early on, and from that moment onwards, you were thinking, "Wow, he looked in a completely different kind of form than Root or Salt has so far on this." Quite a delay before Harry Brooks come out. He might have been caught on the toilet there. Quite a long time before he comes out, but I thought he looked very good. That ball, you're right, it's in the slot, and he sweeps quite a lot, but. Surely you cover drive that and smash that on the offside.
Spot on. I think what did him want it, Jarrod, is but the left arm of Jadeja, he doesn't look to turn it that much when he plays in one-day cricket. He'd slid it on with the arm, and he ended up going wider and wider. And then you could see his face as soon as he realised he was drifting away from him, and he'd already set his mind he was going to sweep slog it.
Yeah.
And he actually didn't get enough on it, and which was surprising because it's a miss hit. The boundaries are quite short.
So the vice-captain strides to the middle. Made a duck in the first game, 3-ball duck. However, last 3 innings before that in ODIs, 110 not out, 87 and 72.
Yeah, a good player, isn't he, Harry Brook? He's struggled so far, though, on this tour. He's not got going, has he? Chakravarti has been the one who's caused him issues, and I think he's going to have to face him pretty soon as well, because he's
wouldn't you?
Well, he's bowling at the other end, but he's got to get through Jadeja first. The Yorkshire connection at the crease.
Left arm around, Jadeja is in. Solidly forward is Harry Brook defensively, and that is the end of 16 overs here on talkSPORT 2. 102 for 2 England. Joe Root 6 from 11 balls. Harry Brook from that 1 delivery. And it's just what you were talking about earlier, Goughy. 2 new batters, relatively new batters to the crease. We'll need to continue the innings.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate thing. I think Joe Root has struggled since he got to the crease. He's 6 from 11, and it puts extra pressure on Ben Duckett, who was in playing so well, to keep the scoreboard ticking along, especially with the spinners on. And I think you can see he was looking to hit boundaries because Joe Root was trying to get his eye in. He's getting used to the conditions of the pitch. And now you've got 2 new batters at the crease, which is not ideal for England. But the good thing is, if Brook does get going, we're in for fireworks.
Well, absolutely. If you are just joining us this morning, England are a little bit short on batting today. No Jacob Bethel, who's gone in the hamstring. So Tom Banton is on his way from the UAE, but he doesn't arrive till tomorrow. So Varun Chakravarti will start a new over to Joe Root, clips to mid-wicket. Oh, brilliant fielding by Jadeja. Catches pigeons, keeps it to 1.
Doesn't arrive till tomorrow. Well, it must be a visa then. He's got to get a visa because it takes 2.5 hours to get there from Dubai.
Well, yes.
Should it be there today? It's got to be visa, hasn't it? You've got to get a visa.
You would have to assume so.
Yeah. Well,
and he's only there as cover, therefore, for 1 game.
Well, it's not a bad job, is it?
No, exactly.
He's done a bit of travelling, Tom Banton, and to be fair, he's played really, really well this winter. In fact, last summer as well, I think he played beautifully in the 100. He played well for Somerset as well in the longer format, and I think this winter his form's carried on. And it's good to see him come back, actually, because at one point I thought he's fallen off a cliff.
I think he might have done an interview with the cricketer the other day saying that he looked at retiring, didn't he, at one stage? He really did struggle quite a lot.
Varun Chakravarti runs one into Harry Brook. Brook from the crease turns it to mid-wicket, no run.
Do you think, Jarrod, it's because he was trying to play too aggressive and play a certain way because of the reputation?
I think there was he was the first player I noticed. There was a lot of players in England who were very good at hitting right arm seam, and they smashed it everywhere, but they struggled with everything else.
In goes Baron Chakravarti to Harry Brook. That one stays a little bit low. Push to mid-wicket, no run.
I started calling them, they're almost like throwdown batters, right? Like, against a ball machine, they'll hit every 6. And I think he got a little bit, I think he struggled when there was variety and there were other things, and he just had to mature his game. Because obviously he's talented enough, isn't he? No one ever had that issue with him.
Chakravarti. Oh, that's a full toss. Big loopy full toss. And it surprises Harry Brook so much, he cloths it all along the floor to mid-off, and there's no run.
But the other issue that you're talking about then is, I think that if you look at some of the innings that we saw him play, he was slogging rather than hitting, and I don't think he has to slog.
Agree, absolutely. That's what I'm trying to get to. But his game, his reputation, and he tried to play to it.
Chakravarti in, beats Harry Brook on the inside edge, takes him on the pad. Chris Brown, the umpire's having none of that. India have burnt one review quite spectacularly earlier on. And if they review this, they'll be wasting this one. They're having a conversation.
Well, he likes to wait right till that last 1-2 seconds. They're just trying to make Harry a bit nervous. You can tell now they're trying to play with Harry. They know he's a big player for England on the way he plays. But stood there, just asking whether. But I tell you what, it's closer than the Joe Root appeal earlier on.
I think they're also just trying to remind him as many times as possible that was another wrong and he missed.
Yeah.
By the way, we've just had the confirmation through from Danny, the brilliant England press officer. Tom Banton is in the UK at the moment, not the UAE. It is a visa, though, that is the reason that they're waiting for that to come through, so that they can get him with the squad out in India.
So they've waited for him to fly home to England before calling him in. He must have done the hamstring yesterday then. When did he go from the UAE? Just a couple of days ago?
His team might have already been. They
were in the final, weren't they?
I don't know. There's like 90 20 competitions on this week.
I'll tell you what, we'll let Jarrod check that out, because we're going to let Harmy and Manners pick up the commentary.
Thank you very much indeed, Andrew McKenna and Darren Gough. So it's a good platform. It's never enough, of course. It's never good enough, but it's a very good platform. And Harry Brook has had a disappointing tour, just the 150 in the T20 series and naught in the first ODI. First delivery is driven sweetly by Harry Brook through the offside as Jadeja continues, picks up a single. Brook moves on to 2. Joe Root has 7. And England are 105 for 2. With Jadeja operating in all his wily, canny skills. Knows exactly what his plan is. And this one is driven by Joe Root down the ground towards Mohammad Shami at long off. And again they go through for a single. Barely an empty seat in the house at the moment. We can probably only see about 80% of the ground. The rest of it is alongside us, above the players' pavilion, but away to the far end is where the 2 massive grandstands must hold at least half of the ground. Here's Jadeja, quicker one outside the off stump. Brook Root tries to cut. Brook tries to cut and is beaten by the pace. Just skidded on past the top edge into the gloves of KL Rahul.
Yeah, that's not a good shot, not a good shot selection from Harry Brook. Stand still, go on horizontal, try to back cut, late cut out on a slow pitch.
Jadeja gives this one a little bit of air, doesn't do that very often, and it's tickled away down the ground by Brook for a single to long on.
That's better from Harry Brook. He's better when he's hitting the ball down the ground. The sort of the back cut, late cut, he stands still and he just uses his hands on a slow surface. Could get him in all sorts of trouble.
On the back foot now, Joe Root guides it away behind square on the offside to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Axar Patel dropped a sitter early on. Phil Salt uppercut, a short bouncer from Hardik Pandya. Well, the long hop really. And Axar Patel didn't have to move, right on the deep backward point boundary, and it just popped out of his hands inexplicably. That one is played away defensively by Brook on the onside. Pandya does the fielding, and there's no run. 108 for 2, 18 overs gone. Chetan, Narula, Steve Harmison, you've had more than enough time now to work out what is a good score on this pitch.
Good score on this pitch. Well, I think that all depends on England's top order. I think they'll be looking somewhere close to between sort of 275 and 300, I would say. I still think it's a decent pitch. Yes, it's slow enough, but the start that England have got going on nicely at 6 and over, and set themselves a platform. They'd want to score in excess of 275 to give them something to bowl at. And if they're greedy, anything over 300 could be a difficult chase as this pitch gets slower and lower with a turn.
Varun Chakravarti continues, and Harry Brook with the bottom hand clips it out towards mid-wicket. Well, there's no run. The average score, day-night score, first innings is 271. So
I think they'll want more than that. They'll need more than that with this Indian batting unit.
Yeah, I think anything above 280 is going to be a challenging total as Chakravarti bowls from the far end and goes for a ramp sweep there, but didn't get enough on it. Did Harry Brook? It just almost looped up to short third, but a single there.
Good job. He didn't get. It was Joe Root didn't get enough on it because I think the angle it was going at was going straight at Harshit Rana, but got a little bit of a toe on the bat, so it's managed to go a little bit squarer than him, and it's gone a lot shorter. He didn't get a great deal on that, did Joe Root.
For the last month, he's had a lot of practice reverse sweeping, Joe Root. He played for the Pile Royals in the SA20 on a very, very slow pitch, the slowest pitch in South Africa, comfortably. And his reverse sweeping was absolutely impeccable. Varun Chakravarti in again. Brook digs this one out, hits it down hard into the pitch, and bounces up to Chakravarti. He hit one reverse sweep for 6. And he was the most shocked man in the ground. Here's Chakravarti. Down the wicket comes Brook, using his feet, emphatically opening the face of the bat, and he's hammered that over extra cover. Wide long off extra cover for 6. That's why people rave about Harry Brook. That's a shot of absolute genius. Magnificent.
Total control. He comes down the wicket, inside out, gets himself there early, gives himself a chance to set himself again. Play a wonderful shot. Didn't try and hit it too hard, so it lost his shape. It's a beautiful shot from Harry Brook.
Down the wicket, inside out, with the spin, presumably, unless it was a googly. I didn't pick it. Maybe Brook did. He's closer to the action. This time he defends, and there's no run. England are 115 for 2.
I tell you, that shot should feel really good for Harry Brook. He struggled against wrist spin on this tour. 5 times out of 6 innings, he's been out to wrist spin. And to attack Chakravarti, who he fell to 4 times during the T20 series, that stroke should really fill him with delight.
India's still got a slip in place. Chakravarti into Harry Brook. Slash drive behind square on the offside. Fielded by Shreyas Iyer down on the deep backward point boundary. Beautiful shot from Harry Brook. Still digesting that. He's 10 off 14. Root 10 off 16. England 116 for 2. Phil Salt and Ben Duckett added 81 for the first wicket before Salt departed for 26 and Duckett for 65. You're listening to England against India, the ODI series in partnership with Village Hotels, with 33 locations across the UK for a great breakaway. Visit villagehotels.com.
Ravindra Jadeja now from the pavilion end. He'll be bowling with 3 men inside the circle on the offside. Wanted extra cover, then backward point and short third. There's also short fine.
Brook on strike as Jadeja is into him once again, and it's pushed away out towards cover, straight to the field, and there's no run. Virat Kohli tidies up.
26 wickets for Jadeja in the last 31 matches that he's played, which is more than any other Indian spinner in that time.
Jadeja in once again, and this one pushed square of the wicket on the offside. They scramble through for a quick single. Harmy, is there any... You and I have had this discussion on and off air. I was wondering whether you changed your mind. Is there a multi-format all-rounder? Has anybody anywhere in the world touched Jadeja for the last 5 years? Pushed down the ground towards Mohammad Shami on the long off boundary. 3 formats, he's retired from T20s now, of course, but in T20 internationals. I think for 5 or 6 years he's been unmatched. I think he's you pick your best multi-format all-rounder, and he's still got all of his skills, and nothing seems to be waning. I don't think. It's off the back foot now. Root pushes to mid-on, no run.
No, I think he's the one, and he's the man. He's somebody who, like I've said many times, he'd be the first pick on my team.
Forward comes Brook, forward then back. Changed his mind, misread the length, as Jadeja often induces in a batsman.
Not many, even before this, from the likes of Ben Stokes, even Jack Callis before that.
Jadeja pushed away out towards mid-wicket, and Rohit Sharma fields, and there's no run. Only reason I'd say that Ben Stokes hasn't matched him is because of his fitness. Of course he does, of course he absolutely does.
Yeah, Ben Stokes would be the one name that comes to mind. I mean, as recently as 22 was where he was playing more than 2 formats, Ben Stokes, and well, he has been magnificent, whether it's Test cricket or remember the final against Pakistan in that T20 World Cup. So Ben Stokes is perhaps the one who touches him the closest. But Ravindra Jadeja, the kind of influence he's had, I mean, every time India has gone overseas in the past 5-6 years, there's always been that competition for that lone spinner spot, and they've been caught in the crosshairs. India, they don't know whether to pick Ashwin or Jadeja. Obviously now that debate's over with Ashwin, who was retired. Meanwhile, it's Akshat Patel who's coming into the attack for the first time. He'll be bowling from the far end, which is also the river end.
And looking around to see his field is very similar to that of Jadeja. 2 men behind square on the offside, as Brook uses the bottom hand to flick it away down towards long on for a single. Shubman Gill fields.
Sorry, man. It's not. You've got the runs and wickets is one thing, but because it's the effect on the game. It's his effect in the game as the game's in motion. So if he's not bowling, he's not batting. Both batters are going, where's Jadeja?
Here is Akshat Patel, and this time it's Joe Root pushing it straight to Rohit at mid-wicket. He's accountable for, or accounted for, more direct hit run-outs in that period, I think, than any other fielder I can immediately think of. Down the leg side, that'll be 4. KL Rahul couldn't get the gloves to it. 4 wides, 4 byes, or 4 leg byes? 4 wides.
4 wides. I thought I heard a noise.
So did I.
I thought it was a noise.
Yeah, it was.
I wonder if it was just the ball clipping KL Rahul's glove, but just had a little bit of a noise there, but it might have been KL Rahul's glove rather than Harry Brook's bat. But nevertheless, it still runs to England, and valuable runs as well. 8 wides now.
Patel in once again, Akshat, and is Harry Brook pushing it out towards Rohit Sharma at mid-wicket once again. 124 for 2 in the 21st over.
Just again on the topic of Jadeja, with the kind of fielding that he puts on as Akshat Patel bowls straighter. That was a bit of an inside edge towards short fine there off the bat of Harry Brook. Jadeja lifts your fielding effort by minimum 25% every time he's on the field, with those direct hits, with the catches. You just know that he's there, the presence in the field, the collective effort just goes up as Akshat Patel bowls to Brook, who's played it down towards long off for a single. Now is that time period where you're thinking, Jadeja, how long has he got in the game? He's already not playing the T20 format. ODI, he's still very, very crucial as Patel bowls to Joe Root, outside edge this time, but towards backward point. Bit of a misfield. They decide against running on that misfield, as that's the end of over number 21, 125 for 2. The big question facing Indian cricket is, now that Ashwin is retired, how does Jadeja take over? 2 of them have been really ferocious, that spin bowling pairing for India. How does Jadeja take over that role now that Ashwin is not there?
I think the interesting one for me, Chetan, is because obviously they're going to come to England in the summer, and a place where you probably don't play 2 spinners. Now have they got that all-rounder? Because Ashwin in England, you can play 2 spinners in England with Ashwin and Jadeja because of their batting prowess and their batting qualities. That number 8, Ashwin's fighting qualities at number 8. I mean, it sounds stupid. I thought he was just as valuable with his bat, with a bat in hand sometimes, than he was with the ball, because he was so. Whenever you were in tough time, I mean, our Ashwin was unbelievable.
Ashwin hasn't featured in 6 tests in England, the last that India have played, as Jadeja bowls, and thickish outside edge. Try to cut that one, Harry Brook, straight to short third.
So now you've got Nitish Reddy. You potentially have somebody who can bowl and bat at that number 8 spot.
Jadeja once again, this time straighter bat, open the face a bit, but to backward point. There's also Washington Sundar, the way he's been fast-tracked in the Perth test. The general explanation was that he bats better. He's an off-spin all-rounder, really. Jadeja once again to Brook, who defends with a straight bat. So that debate between Jadeja and Ashwin that was there previously could be Jadeja and Washington Sundar going forward, as Brook slaps this one away from backward point, finds the gap, fielder in the deep will not be able to cut it off, and a boundary off the blade of Harry Brook. He's motoring along nicely, 16 of 27 balls.
Yeah, it's a good shot from Harry Brook. Just a little bit shorter, and he gives himself some depth to the crease. Harry Brook's back foot is nearly on top of the stumps. He's gone all the way back, but still in a crouched position. And because the ball was shorter of length and that little bit more pace on, executed that square cut very, very well. He doesn't like playing cricket to music, does Harry Brook, because the sound system was still going, and he's gone, no, you bowl when it's silent.
Jadeja usually does get through his overs very, very quickly. Digs this one out, Harry Brook, through extra cover for a single. DJs perhaps need to time it better, in sync with Ravindra Jadeja.
Typical Yorkshireman, he wants it done properly. Got to be played the proper way.
Jadeja does bowl quickly though. This time has there been an inside edge, trying to turn it on towards his leg side. Jarrod plays and misses. That could have been very dangerous. End of over number 22. It's 130 for 2 still.
How on earth has this missed the stumps? Well, we'll see it in a second when we watch the TV replay, but that could not have gone over the stumps by too much. You can see Ravi Jadeja getting very animated there, and I don't think it was the inside edge. I just think Jarrod's missed it. It's gone straight over the top of middle stump.
You're listening to the India vs England ODI series in partnership with Village Hotels. Visit villagehotels.com as the live coverage continues on talkSPORT and talkSPORT Cricket's YouTube channel. It's Akshar Patel from the far end once again, as drives straight back to the bowler. We're talking about the last ball of the previous over, as Harry Brook faces this over from Akshar Patel. Jarrod just about lucky that didn't go onto his stumps. Patel bowls a bit of a dance from Harry Brook coming down the wicket, but plays it towards deep point for a single.
I'm fascinated watching. Now India have got their 2 left arm spinners on, and they're hustling. They're getting through that as quickly as possible, and they want to get through 5, 6, 7 overs quickly and cheaply. That's pushed out towards extra cover straight to the fielder. How do batsmen counter that? How do they try and, you know what I mean? Before you know it, you've taken a single or 1 or 2 off and over.
Patel bowls as goes for a reverse sweep and beats the fielder short third. Jarrod with that boundary. That's how you do it. You keep on ticking on the scorecard, getting that odd boundary, but the key to it is making sure that you're changing strike, and then when the opportunity presents itself, you bring that shot out. Gap between backward point and short third, just picking that one and getting the 4 in. Akshar Patel, again that reverse sweep comes out, but this time finds the fielder. This is how you break the rhythm, and of course then you also take some help from the DJ to hold on the bowler.
It's brilliant though. I mean, I think Akshar gets through his overs naturally quickly. Jadeja is obviously hustling. They want to get through quick, cheap overs.
Akshar Patel this time bowling onto the leg side, and Jarrod again an inside edge off his pads, goes towards short fine. End of over number 23. It's 135 for 2. Harmy, once I timed Jadeja's overs, it was 1 minute 10 seconds during India's tour of England in 21. 1 minute 10 seconds for 6 dot deliveries.
If I was bowling in India with Ravi Jadeja, I think he might be getting told to slow down. I think if I was at fine leg and I've just bowled an over and I'm blowing out of most things that can get blown out of, I think I might be having a quick word with Jadeja, telling him to slow down.
Jadeja once again from the pavilion end straight to the batter. I mean, he's ready at the top of his mark before the batter can look up, which is really unnatural for a batter. Again, look at that. Harry Brook just taking his time, getting his guard absolutely right as he defends another one. So again, 2 steps back, turns, gets the ball back. He's on the top of his mark while Harry Brook is trying to guard in a bit at the crease. And then he's ready to face once again. This time turning it a little onto the leg side, but Rohit Sharma at mid-wicket is keen. Now Harry Brook steps away. This is how you slow Jadeja down. Jadeja is waiting on the top of his mark, but Harry Brook just took a bit of a walk. Now he's back at the crease and ready to face another defensive delivery. A defensive shot on that particular delivery. And within a blink of an eye, 4 deliveries have gone past.
That's what I mean. Brook is walking away. He is trying to slow it down. Then you get a good ball and he defends it anyway. But nice little cat and mouse game within a game. England batsmen know what the bowlers are trying to do. They're just going to try and counteract it. But the last ball of the over is pushed straight to mid-wicket. Rohit Sharma fields, and there's no run. Jadeja was immaculate in the first game in Nagpur. Absolutely brilliant, with figures of 3 for 26 in 9 overs. So going for less than 3 and over. I know he bowled quite a lot of those overs towards the end of the innings when England were already 5 or 6 down, but nonetheless he's been immaculate once again. Jadeja 1 for 15 from 5. So once again, Harmy, he's going for 3. For threes.
Yeah, he is, and he's very difficult to get at. I think you can use the reverse sweep, possibly, but that's England's release. But coming down the wicket to Jadeja is a lot more difficult than probably Axar Patel. I think that's what Joe Root. It's not something that comes down too much. Harry Brook's trying to come down the wicket or trying to give him some depth in the crease.
Axar Patel now starts a fresh over to Joe Root, who tried to play it past the fielder at mid-wicket, Rohit Sharma, but straight to him, so no run of the very first ball. Jadeja also darts the ball in. Axar Patel a little slower through the air once again. This time going for the sweep, goes for the big appeal. Finger stays down from umpire Chris Brown.
Got to be outside, surely. It's got to be outside off stump. A few of the Indians are coming in to have a word with Axar. Keel Rahul. Rohit Sharma's asking Keel Rahul what's going on, but I think both Rohit Sharma and Keel Rahul are looking at Axar, and I think Axar knows as well it's outside the line. Just mind, only just.
Just really curious to know what Keel Rahul actually said there. I mean, it's either yes or no, or outside the line.
Axar Patel bowls as struck towards cover. Fielder in the deep will have to make a chase for it. Is that Shreyas Iyer? Yes, he cuts it just before it gets to the boundary row. So 2 runs in there for Joe Root. With India, it's never that simple, Manners. They have to give a proper explanation to turn the review down.
Well, that was a monologue. It was a very detailed explanation. Anyway, they didn't go for it.
Axar Patel once again to Joe Root, who stays deep in his crease and flicks it off his pads towards square leg. Played with soft hands for a single. Axar Patel was really interested in it. Rohit Sharma too, but Keel Rahul had to explain. No, down leg, down leg.
Axar said straight away outside off stump. He was pointing outside off stump. I think Keel Rahul was possibly trying to convince him on impact, but I think Axar knew straight away it was outside off stump.
Axar Patel once again from the far end. Has a bit of a walk there from the batter. Harry Brook, again, a bit of a shout. But the umpire had taken a couple of steps away. So, he's mixing things up nicely here, Axar Patel. The pressure is being created, of course, with Jadeja at one end, darting it in. And now, Axar Patel just wearing his length, just wearing his pace, giving it a little bit more air. 3 runs of this over. 3 runs off the last 11 deliveries. Last ball of this over coming up. Akshar Patel, fuller, quicker, turned it towards the leg side, towards mid-wicket for the ender for the over. 25 done. It's 138 for 2.
And not only are they bowling very quickly, it means that we had a very short commentary stint, because 25 overs gone. At the halfway stage, England are 138 for 2. And for the next little period, you'll be with Andrew McKenna and Darren Gough.
Difficult, hasn't it? 2 new batters at the crease since the loss of Ben Duckey, who are playing so well, 65 off 56. It's important, but these two, like I say, slightly longer tail than England normally have. Try and get a partnership going, but we're still in a good position. 138 for 2 off 25.
Jadeja to start the 26th. Left arm around, punched by Root down to long off for a single. It is England against India in this one-day international series in partnership with Village Hotels. 33 locations across the UK. For a great break away, visit villagehotels.com. Jadeja around the wicket. Brook opens the face of the blade, guides it through cover. Akshar will come off the boundary edge, and they will take a single. 140 for 2.
It's definitely more evident that he's been a lot more watchful, Harry Brook. He has had a low-scoring tournament so far with the T20s and now the 50 overs, and he looks determined.
Jadeja to Root, deep in his crease, turns through square leg. Single taken. Rohit can't cut that one off, and it will be just a single. Now, I mentioned Rohit. He's just had a proper throw the head back and double teapot on. Because that last LBW shout at the back end of the last over, they've just put the technology on it. It was crashing into the stumps and it wasn't reviewed. Rohit was not a happy man. Jadeja around the wicket, pushing out on the offside. Is Brook, there's no run. And then immediately the camera cut to KL Rahul, because the wicketkeeper, of course, is such an integral part of the DRS process. Brooks clipping this one to deep mid-wicket. Shreyas Iyer coming off of the boundary. Just a single on that occasion. So Akshar was dropped on 6. Akshar dropped a catch when Phil Salt was on 6 in the 6th over off the bowling of Hardik. That cost them 20. Salt went on to make 26 from 29. And then an LBW shout that wasn't reviewed, but maybe should have been. Root's drive down to Shami at long off. Single taken, ends the over. 5 singles from it. England 143 for 2 at the end of 26 here on talkSPORT 2.
He's bowled well here, hasn't he? Ravinder Jadeja for India. Really, really well. 6 overs, 1 for 20. He's tightened it up, made it difficult for Root and Brook. Give him no bad deliveries. Mixed his pace up, mixed his line up. Just keep having to take singles off him. So very, very difficult for England to get some kind of momentum going. They're just building at the moment, building that partnership. But both these batters are capable of making up towards the back end of the innings. And it'll look totally different. If these two are in at the end, we'll be over 300.
Akshar to start a new over. That sort of left arm slinging action coming from about 10 o'clock into Root. Hits down on the floor to long off, and they'll take a single. Harmy was mentioning earlier that there's not a great deal of shade in the Baranbati Stadium, and as a result they've actually dispatched a bunch of people with spray guns, enormous water sprays, to spray the crowd to try and keep them cool. Driven out on the offside by Harry Brook for a single. It is a warm one today. The feels like temperature is up at 35 degrees, which is warm enough for most people.
Well, you don't want a sprinkler though, you want an hosepipe.
Joe Root is waiting for Akshar around the wicket, pushed into cover. Guess who fielded that one? You can tell by the cheer, it's Virat Kohli.
They love him, don't they, Virat? He might have stepped off the pedal in Test cricket. Not as consistent as he used to be, but he's still a fan favourite.
Akshar is in, left arm around, deep in his crease is Joe Root. That's a great shot. Deep in his crease and spotted a big gap around straight mid-wicket and hits it away for 4. Great shot from Joe Root. England 149 for 2.
Yeah, quick on his feet there, Joe. Goes deep in the crease. He sees, but it's going to be a straight on with the arm from Akshar Patel and hits it toward the leg side.
Root again deep in the crease. This one pushing out on the offside. Hurries on and stays a bit lower on that occasion. Root doesn't beat the fielder, and England remain 149 for 2. Root 27 from 35 balls. As England batting first, having won the toss. That's down the leg side. That'll be a wide. Umpire Chris Brown raises the arms on that one. So the England 100 came off a wide, and the 150 comes up off a wide. 150 for 2 they are.
Well, hopefully the 300 will come up soon. Well, in another 20 overs. Off a wide.
Absolutely. All donations gratefully received. Akshar is in. Oh, that's the inside edge off of his bat from Root onto the pad out on the onside, and they don't take a single. 27 gone. 150 for 2 here on talkSPORT 2 on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel.
Yeah, it's clever bowling actually from Akshar Patel. He tends to be varying his pace, but it's sliding on with the arm. There's no real turn from Jadeja and Akshar, and it's giving England no room, so they're having to create their own space, trying to give themselves a bit of room to hit through the offside. And then you saw Joe Root in that last over going real deep in the crease and just helping it on its way through the leg side. So doing well here, Indian spinners. Akshar Patel and Jadeja have been excellent.
It's interesting actually how the boundaries have changed. So Ben Duckett in his 65 off of 56 hit 10 fours. No sixes for him today. Phil Salt managed 2 fours and a 6. Joe Root has hit 2 boundaries, and Harry Brook 1 4 and 1 6. So it's proved more difficult when the twirly men got on and dried it up a bit.
Well, the quicky's coming back on for his 3rd spell. He's only bowled 4 overs. This is his 3rd spell, isn't it?
Yeah. In he comes, right arm over Harshit Rana, and Harry Brook plays from the crease, drops it to point. Jadeja fields no run.
They need a quick at this stage, Gough. I'm surprised Jadeja 6 overs for 20 took him off. Surprising indeed. But perhaps he's thinking we need a breakthrough. But that last shot from Harry Brook, you know, nothing off it, but it's such an Harry Brook shot. Plays it real late, just trying to get it down. Use the pace of the ball and get it down to 3rd.
Chakravarti 6 overs 1 for 26. Jadeja 6 overs 1 for 20. Akshar 4 overs 0 for 22.
And the seamers are getting smashed all over.
Yeah. You were just saying how well the spinners are bowling, and here's Harshit back. In, he bowls to Harry Brook. That's a lovely looking extra cover drive. Beats the man inside the circle, and the man out on the boundary. Akshar can't get round to cut it off. Second ball of the over goes for 4, and England up to 154 for 2.
Well, both these players will be confused themselves. Quick bowler coming back on a pitch that gets slower as the ball gets older, and they can use the pace. They're India's quickest bowler here. Beautiful shot, Harry Brook. Full face of the Grey Nichols. Bang. Straight through the offside. Great shot.
It's a bit of a throwdown, isn't it? You know, on this wicket at the moment.
Harshit in once again, goes straight towards off stump, and it's driven by Brook to Shubman Gill at mid-off, no run.
I thought that were Barry White commentating that.
It was very walrus for a moment, wasn't it?
Hey, where are you from?
Hey, coming up Valentine's night, or getting in his practice?
We've got John Norman out the back who's sounding like this as well. He sounds like Demi Moore for another movie. Everyone's sick. You're not sick though, Mako. Do you ever get sick?
Oh, I have my moments.
Other than that time that you smashed your finger in Sri Lanka?
I don't. Just whiskey. Best way forward.
Kevin Peterson's whiskey, or not?
More American for me. Bourbon.
Harshit Rana goes in, bowls a short quick ball that Harry Brook had a spar at, tried to sort of ramp it up and over the keeper, didn't get anything on it, but through to the keeper, no run. And that one just surprised everyone a little bit.
Well, this is what he's capable of, isn't he? He's a wicket taker. He's Rana, can bowl a heavy ball, but the difference is now you've got 2 batters who've given themselves time today. I think they would have had that conversation. Responsibility, get in, and then cash in. And I think both of these now are set, 27 and 25. You'd like to think one of them at least can go through and finish the innings off for England.
Harshit Rana bowls. Harry Brook trying to play that trademark late dab. Gets it a bit too square though on this occasion. There's no run.
Because we see a projected scores realistic to keep going at the current run rate. There'll be around about 277. And if they go up to 7 runs per over, they get up to 309. You'd like to think there'd be somewhere around that total, 290, 300, wouldn't you, Jarrod?
I mean, if they keep wickets in hand, they're going to score 300.
Absolutely.
Just because it's England, right? Like, they're going to work out. It's more whether they have that collapse going for it.
You go on, after 30, you normally use it, the old-fashioned ways to say you double it, don't you, right? And they're 154 now.
Harshit Rana is in. Using his feet is Harry Brook and has absolutely smashed that through extra cover for 4. It lands 2 feet inside the boundary rope. It was that close to being a maximum. Well, if you're playing shots like that, it's going to be 320.
Well, a good move from the captain, Rohit Sharma. Bring back the fast bowler. Get smashed for 9 off the over. Could have stuck with his spinners. But good shot from Harry Brook. He's in now. He's got some confidence back. He's got some runs on the board.
They had cover, obviously, is up, and they had mid-off up. And both of those times, I think he just came down going, well, unless I get caught in the ring or stopped in the ring, I'm just going to get a boundary here. It's too easy for Harry Brook to be able to play those shots. I think if you're going to bring the quick back on, there has to be a plan of either going short or going straight, giving him a field that backs him up. And I'm not sure how that backs him up, Gough. He's bowling length balls outside off stump, and you've got the 2 guys up in the circle.
Well, there you go. I just think it was a strange decision to bring back the seamer when the spinners were doing so well. England looked content just to keep hitting singles. They didn't want to take a high-risk shot. And they've gone back to their fastest bowler. They're sticking with Axar Patel, though.
Well, they're both 5 for Harshit. Now, they've actually got 3 seamers today with Shami and Hardik. Was it almost a case of, well, let's have an experiment, and if it comes up, great, and if it doesn't, well, we don't need to go back to him. Akshar is going to start the new over, left arm around, root clips to Rohit at straight mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Perhaps we saw Virat Kohli warming up.
We did, yes.
He might get on at this rate.
Akshar in his sunglasses, goes in, left arm around, root is deep in his crease. That is almost a carbon copy from the previous Axar over, where he went deep in his crease, and it's up and over mid-wicket for 4. 162 for 2.
Both these players, actually, Macca, play that shot really, really well. Harry Brook especially, but we've seen Joe Root now get really deep. He's seen Axar's not really turning it. He's waiting for it just short of a length, and he's going to pull it through the leg side.
Axar is bringing Root forward on this occasion, driving all along the floor to long off, and they will take a single. Remind you that Joe Root probably should have been out LBW, but it wasn't given out on the pitch, and India didn't review it. They've since put the technology on. It was crashing into middle and leg. Rohit was a very unhappy man. Akshar around the wicket. Harry Brook is now using his feet, getting to the pitch with that one, and it goes down to long off, where there will be a single. Harry Brook's all of a sudden got 30 from 49 balls, and he looks like a completely different player.
Well, like I said, don't worry. If both of these are there at the end, England will be in a great position.
Akshar brings Joe Root forward. Again, it'll be a single down to long off. Another one to the total, 165 for 2, 7 from the over, 1 bad ball, 3 singles. Thank you very much, job done.
In fact, we've got Josh Butler still to come, I mean, these come back for another 10 overs, though. That would be beautiful. It'd be nice.
Axar goes in, left arm around Harry Brook. This one's running back into him. It's fairly tight, but he'll get it down to short third. There's no run. Now, these two, I'm afraid, they're doing a Waterloo station at the moment. They're creating a platform. And there's plenty of platform at the moment. 29 overs gone on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. 165 for 2. England means they're going at a run rate of just a smidge under 5.7 and over, with plenty of power to add. England winning the toss, batting. Must-win game if they want to win the series. 3 changes for England today to the team. If you weren't with us bright and breezy, Atkinson, Overton and Wood all into the side for England today. Harshit Rana is going to stay on, and he starts with a short and wide one outside of off stump. It's guided by Joe Root out to Akshar on the cover boundary for just a single, and Joe Root gets to the non-striker's end and looks at the toe of his bat thinking that should have disappeared for 4.
Yeah, missed out on that one. Poor delivery actually from the bowler. Wide and short. Could have just helped it on its way. Backward point. It would have run away for another 4. But he just got the bottom of the bat, Joe Root. Disappointed. But just keep going. Keep rotating the strike. Keep the scoreboard ticking.
Harsh is in bowls a short one. Harry Brook pulls around the corner. Varun Chakravarti, it lands a couple of metres in front of him, down at deep fine leg on the boundary. He bats it down to make sure that he stops it going for a boundary and then sends it back in. Single taken, 167 for 2. So yes, Archer, Bethel and Carse, the men missing out for England today. Jacob Bethels picks up an injury actually, so won't play any more part in the series. India 2 changes for them. Virat Kohli and the aforementioned Chakrabarti into the side, Jaiswal and Kuldeep, the men missing out for the home side. Archit waits at the end of his mark and now comes in and bowls a drive ball outside of off stump. Joe Root hits it out to Akshar, who again fumbles it. A deep cover, and they will take a single. He's having a shot.
He's giving his head a wobble, isn't he? He's not happy. There's something going on out there.
Oh, that was great. There was someone behind the boundary. He looked at him and said, I cannot pick this ball up. I remember being when I worked for St. Lucia, Lendl Simmons misfielded 6 balls. And the last ball of the innings, he asked with David Warner, he said, can we just swap? There's clearly, I can't do this anymore. And they still hit the next ball to him, and he still fumbled it.
You do have days like that, though. It's unreal, really.
Harshit Rana goes in, and Harry Brook has hit this back over the bowler's head, but not well enough. It is a brilliant catch by Shubman Gill, running back towards the boundary, dead straight behind the stumps. And Harry Brook's innings comes to an end. He's walking off, shaking his head. He's made 31 from 52. England 168 for 3. But what a catch by Shubman Gill. Harshit has his first. England lose their 3rd.
Well, he's been brought back in to take a wicket. England should have just kept rotating the strike, keep the scoreboard ticking. But Harry Brook, he's looked good at the crease. He's got in, he's done the hard work. But he got undone by the slow ball of Rana. But what a catch, you're right, from Shubman Gill. Unfortunately for England, Harry Brook, the Stardust, has gone 31 from 52. And England still in a good position, 168 for 3.
The difference between that and the over before was that was straight. I know it was a slower ball as well, which also helped. But before, he was just getting a free swing of his arms, and that one he had to actually, play a little bit differently. But it was a brilliant catch. He probably gets away with that in international cricket, I reckon, more often than not. That was really good effort from Shubman Gill.
But again, that's why he's come back into the attack. That's why they brought him in. England should have just kept rotating that strike. They've ended up losing a big player, but he brings another good player to the crease, another man short of confidence, coming back from some injuries. He knows he's got a team that have got immense talent, but just keep falling short time and time again with the white ball. He could do with a score here. Josh Buttler, get his team up to that 300 mark. 2 experienced campaigners going to be at the crease now. Root and Buttler.
Made 52 from 67 balls in the first game. His first 50 in India in one-day internationals against India, which just is so surprising. His highest score against India, actually, in 24 matches is 67, which just seems, just seems so low for his incredible talent. That's 450s in there.
For someone who plays so much cricket in India, right, and he's an absolute superstar in the T20 format in India, I'm amazed at that. I really am.
Work to do and time to do it from an England point of view.
It's such a good catch, but it's made so much better by the fact that Mohammad Shami is 15 metres back and is already putting the big ones in as if to go, what, there's no way anyone could ever reach that.
Well, he was running with his wellies on, wasn't he, compared to Shubman Gill.
First ball for Jos Buttler is full and straight. Harshit goes almost, well, he tries Yorker length, doesn't quite find it. Buttler will get off the mark straight away with a punch to long on for a single.
Shabby saw that go up in the air and turned around and went, I'll go pick that up from the boundary. And Shubman Gill was like, I think I've got a chance here.
It's basically, he was personal assistant to Shubman Gill, Shammy there. He was running alongside just in case.
I mean, alongside is doing a lot of...
it's a loose definition, that one.
He was about 4 furlongs back.
Yeah, he was escorting him. That was about as near as it got. But Harshit has a wicket, and he's happy about all of that. Goes in to finish the over. Joe Root just pushes out on the offside. No run, so we're at the 30-over stage here on talkSPORT 2 England. 169 for 3.
So we've got this stat that we use now, Goughy, which is kind of working out the percentage of times that players score in each different kind of method. So if you look at Harry Brook, he basically has exactly a par amount of dot balls. So he doesn't have more dot balls than anyone else, he doesn't have less. He's right in the middle, right? He has 13% less singles, and he has 26% less 2s and 3s than another player facing the same deliveries that he does. He doesn't rotate the strike, and then he scores 16% more boundaries and 103% more 6s.
Yeah.
Right? So, essentially, I reckon what they did, and, you know, that first over, he could have easily hit one to cover as well, but I didn't think they bowled or set the field very well on that first over. But essentially, I think they just thought to themselves, well, he's going to go for the boundaries. We're a chance of getting him out because he doesn't rotate very well.
So what you're saying, it's block or slog at the moment?
Exactly that.
Right.
Varun Chakravarti is back in and will bowl his 7th over, right on over the wicket to Buttler. That didn't seem to bounce very much.
Did keep a bit low, didn't it? Do you remember when he went out in that T20 game when he was on top and England should have won? It's the same thing. Instead of just rotating the strike, he seems to get stuck a lot, Brook, and he takes a lot of risks for his boundaries.
I think that's just the modern day player for England. I would say that's the majority.
Chakravarti is in. Buttler will turn this on the leg side to square leg and will take a single. 170 for 3 England.
Because when it comes off, it's outstanding, and we talk about it for weeks and weeks. But too often, we end up criticising it because they get into a great position and then throw the game away. But for the good game where they come off and they're scoring 100 off 60 balls, and we're all saying, oh my word, beautiful. This is the way you want to watch cricket. But it's about winning games, and you watch the way India play. They create partnerships, they play take the right option, and they win games.
Varun Chakravarti goes in, bowls right arm over. Joe Root goes on the reverse lap. We'll get it to a deep backward point. Shreyas Iyer gets it back on the way, and Root will have to settle for a single. 171 for 3. I guess it's that age-old thing of, do you want a consistent player who's going to do it 7 times out of 10, or do you want to do 3 or 4 times out of 10 that is amazing? And it's, where do you need to be at the moment? Buttler will get a drive ball from Chakravarti that is going to be greeted by silence as it goes through extra cover for 4. That's a brilliant shot. There wasn't a fielder in sight.
They forget to put a fielder there.
Well, yeah, it did look like it was a long one, didn't it?
Well, it's
just brought him forward. He's played an extra cover drive, and something didn't work out there. But it's 4 runs to Jos Buttler.
They've got no one on the offside.
Well, if that's a plan, that's a bizarre one. Varun Chakravarti in. Jos Buttler plays defensively to Rohit at mid-wicket, and there's no run. 175 for 3.
Well, they have now. Man out. Now, deep point.
Buttler waits, knees bent, and then goes up tall onto his toes. As Chakravarti is slightly shorter in length, will punch to long off, and a single will be taken. 31 overs gone, 176 for 3. Buttler 7 from 6, Root 36 from 44. So in terms of bowlers that India have still got, Shami's still got potentially 6 overs. Archie's got 4 left. Hardik Pandya has got 7, but his 3 overs went for 26. So it'll be interesting to see how many more he will bowl. Chakravarti 7 overs, 1 for 33. Jadeja 1 for 20 from 6. And Akshar 5 overs have cost 29 so far.
It's amazing, isn't it, how certain batters prefer facing certain bowlers. If you look at Braden Cast the other day, he was just getting smashed. 5 overs for 50 he bowled, 52 I think. He got it to all parts, and I think Hardy got on the back end of Duckett.
In goes Harshit Rana to start the new over and beats Joss Buttler genuinely with one that bounces and goes through to the keeper, beats the outside edge.
Well, this is where it is a good idea. When somebody like Josh Butler comes to the crease, you want your quickest bowler bowling, especially early on. He doesn't like using his feet early and he gets stuck on the crease. He can be suspect of that ball just offering to move away off the seam. So this is when it is a good chance for your seamer to come on, your quickest bowler.
That was almost like a test match delivery. Beaten on the outside edge through to the keeper. Obviously at this stage of an ODI, no slip in place. In goes Harshit once again. Now that's 2 straight. Butler was a little bit low on the bat there. It was a bit toey, and he was almost in danger of clipping that to Rohit at that sort of catching mid-wicket, mid-on position, but it lands about 3 metres in front of him. No run. Butler just has a wander down and a poke and a prod at the pitch just to settle himself down.
Yeah, important stage of the game now from both captains. Rohit Sharma out there mid-wicket, organising his field, bringing everyone in, stopping Butler getting one, trying to create some pressure.
Harshit bowls, hear the grunt through the stump mic, back of a length, trying to bowl a heavy ball. Butler plays it to point, no run.
Actually not a bad plan from Rohit Sharma, realising that England have got a slightly longer tail than normal and trying to create some pressure on England's white ball captain, make him it through the field.
Three balls of the over gone. 3 dot balls. I should say 3 or 4 dot balls can potentially bring something. In goes Harshit. Well, it's outside of off stump, but Joss Buttler works it off of his toes, clips it, but it's straight to Rohit at short mid-wicket, no run.
Actually, good shot that from Joss Buttler. Middled it straight to the fielder at mid-wicket, a yard either side, and that's running away for a boundary. Good captaincy, actually, from Rohit Sharma. Put himself in the right position. A yard either side, it would have gone past him. There's no doubt about that either. But straight to him. Got good hands, Rohit. Been around a long, long time. Knows these players. They all know each other now from these franchise tournaments around the world.
Rohit's 267th one-day international today. He's watching Rana go in. Finds the middle of Joss Butler's bat, plays it back to the bowler, who then brainlessly picks it up in his follow-through, throws at the stumps, and then worse than that, I was about to say it's gone for an overthrow, it's gone for 4 overthrows, because fine leg can't get round. Rohit is now, oh dear, that's officially both barrels. What are you doing to the bowler? Joss Butler took half a step or 2 down, turned, got his bat, and then Rana has thrown off balance, way wide of the stumps. Keeper no chance, fine leg no chance. So it'll go down as a 4.
Yeah, use your brain. They'll be turning Roa. Created so much pressure, just released it. You can see from the senior players in the Indian team. You've all been there, you've all been youngsters. Give him a little bit of leeway.
Butler,
knock his balls out now.
Butler 11 from 11. Slower ball outside of off stump. Driven to Virat at short extra cover, and there is no run. Well, that's an entertaining over. It'll say that there was 4 from the 5th ball. It's 180 for 3 after 32 overs. Doesn't quite tell the full story, though.
If you're the bowler, you say, well, that was a maiden without the fielding error. It's just that it was yours. How many ODIs did you say Rohit has played?
This is 267 today.
Do you know how many he played last year?
None.
4. No, 3.
They played 3 games last year. Do you know how many games New Zealand played last year?
Go on.
3 as well. And they had 5 players, New Zealand, who played ODIs last year, who are in the Champions Trophy squad this year. We've got a Champions Trophy coming up where no one has played any ODIs. All the most ODIs. There's 2 leading wicket takers in ODI cricket in last year. One is Hasaranga from Sri Lanka. If you pick the other one, Goughy, I'll buy you lunch, even at the kind of restaurants you like to go to.
Well, that's a challenge. Chakravarti goes in to bowl to Root, who's on the reverse. Now, Chakravarti wants an LBW there. Root has missed it and it's been hit on the body. Now, Rohit saying, was there glove in that, in the shot? There's an in-depth conversation. Rohit's come in and he is going to review it. I've got to say, at first view, I think this one might be the best review they've had. Bearing in mind, they didn't review one that was stone cold earlier.
The SA20 final last night, Rashid Khan took 2 reviews of his own bowling and 3 balls, and they lost their reviews. Didn't matter, they won the game easy, but captaincy reviews, that is.
Right. So, umpire Shafadullah is in business. Let's have the first replay. Oh, does it brush the glove?
Passes close to the gloves. Can I have Aldridge to check if there is any gloves involved?
It's the top what starts off as the top hand. There may be a little brush on that. This is going to be one for Snicko to determine.
Chris is standing by for Aldridge.
Joe Root is just standing, leaning on his bat with a smile on his face. Is that because he knows he's not got anything on it, or he knows he has? Or he thinks, well, we've suckered them into reviewing it.
Hit him in the belly button in the end, didn't it? But I can't imagine it's going over. It looked like it was hitting.
Well, this ain't the quickest review in the world.
He doesn't look as confident at the moment, Joe.
No.
We've got...
If this review takes any longer, they'll bring chairs out.
We've got enough time to review the Indian broad hats. How do you feel about the new design?
Well, yes. First of all, it's a very bright blue, isn't it? And it's quite a wide brim.
It's also, you know, the older caps, the old hats would go out straight, and these ones sort of come down like a gardening hat.
Yeah, it's a bit like a wide brimmed hat meets a bucket hat.
Yeah.
But the reason we're talking hats, you are listening to TalkSport 2, by the way, not Talk Hats, is we are still waiting for the technology to load up the Snicko. Surely there has to be a time cut-off, that if you can't get the move on to the next bit, and if they can't get that, then we move on with the game.
Snicko, guys.
Here we go, finally.
Aldridge, keep rolling.
Well, there's squiggles on there already.
Roll it through. Keep rolling.
And there's a little wobble as it gets to the glove.
Then just roll back once again.
It's an hard one to pick that, whether it's the sweatband or whether it's the glove. Yeah, it's the glove.
I think that's the glove. I think
the ball is on the gloves. Yeah. Just roll back once again.
It also looks like the glove moves a little bit, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Get on with it. It's the glove. I want to take off umpiring.
You'd be such a terrible umpire.
Oh, makes it easier. I mean, gold card from your airline, travel all around the world, 5-star hotels.
I love the fact that your first thought about being an international umpire is all about the travel and the hotels, Gough.
Not making money ain't bad either.
Wow, yeah. Well, Chris Brown got that one right. The decision has been upheld, as there was a touch on Joe Root's glove.
Do you think they're told, Jarrod, that they've got to check it 50 times before they make a decision?
I just think there's a lot of...
They're scared to death.
Yeah, I think they're just terrified. They're not trained correctly either. They don't... How do you become an international umpire, right? Like, think about that.
Chakravarti in once again. Joe Root plays defensively, back to him, no run.
You become an international umpire by standing in the middle over and over again, right? And then when you become an international umpire, a third of your time you're in a booth saying to an AV guy, can you rock and roll that over and over again, right? They don't know what they're doing.
Joe Root waits. Chakravarti is in.
It is a script. It is a script where they go around. They have to ask this. It's a checklist of a script, so it's not very hard to read the script.
No, but
you just have to watch it.
But you also need to know what to ask. Most of the mistakes, because they don't ask for the right angles, because they don't know what to ask for. That's where they get their mistakes in.
Chakravarti in. Oh, that's short. Joe Root has already committed to playing on the reverse. Plays a really fine lap reverse paddle down to third, and it'll go away for a boundary 4. Joe Root goes to 40 from 48 balls. England 184 for 3.
Yeah, good shot, actually. We're releasing the pressure by boundaries. I mean, are there other throws at the moment? Oh, I say a thin edge one, reverse sweep. It's such a quick outfield and short boundaries. It runs away. It is a boundary type ground.
Root forward to Chakravarti, playing defensively, back to the bowler, no run.
Don't forget that I asked Goughy who the equal leading ODI wicket taker was.
Well, it's obviously an associate player, right? Is he an associate player?
It's an associate player.
Right, so I'm just going to work out which associate.
That's your starter then. Chakravarti in, and once again Joe Root goes on the reverse and gets a good piece of wood on this one. However, Shreyas Iyer is at deep backward point, stops it going for a boundary. They will take a couple.
Well, let me think who would have played a lot last year. US, Canada.
The good news for the people who are listening on TalkSport 2 and watching on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel is you can see and listen to Darren Gough's brain whirling away for a while longer, because we're going to take a drinks break with England 33 overs into their innings at 186 for 3. So you can actually see and hear Darren's brain trying to work this one out.
Oman, Namibia.
Oman, yeah, Namibia. I don't think it's any of them. With the wickets to play on, I do like the lad from Canada, the left armour.
That's a very good choice.
But I don't think he played in all the games. I know in the Canadian tournament he had to bowl off a short run, didn't he? Because there were dangerous pitches.
Yeah.
In the was that the US or Canada?
That was the Canada one where they had one game where they reduced.
They had to bowl spinners.
They reduced another game to a 1-over game. Do you remember? And the opposition refused to play in it and got sent home. Shakib Al Hassan said, "If it's a 1-over game, it's not safe." And they moved the boundary ropes around the puddles. Which is like under 12s cricket. Absolutely brilliant.
And also, Tim David said that he didn't want to, that he was going to walk off, threatened to walk off, so they had to bowl off a short run or ball spin, and then he smashed it to all parts, didn't he, and won the game.
Which is weird, because usually Tim David doesn't hit spin very well, to be fair. Yeah, you're not a mile off. You're in the right ballpark.
I just don't know all the players.
You also do need to give me a name, not just the left arm guy from Canada.
Kaleem is the left armour.
He is.
But it's not him. I know Kaleem.
I love the fact you've led him in for the last 2 minutes. All about these. No, it's not him.
Is he from Canada?
Do you know what? You should know this player, because you came to me and you said, "Do you know any players who might be available for the Guyana T20 tournament you went to?"
Hellinger.
That's it. Dylan Hellinger.
That's it. You owe me lunch.
Well, I just gave it to you. So he took 26 wickets. I don't know if you've seen him play back out. He's about 6'6", and he's built like a brick outhouse. And he just comes in on these associate wickets. And if it's a bit up and down, no one's hitting him. He's not particularly fast, but he's fast enough. But on those wickets,
well, him and Kaleem between them, they're a good attack.
A really, really good attack. So he took 26. The second leading wicket taker, the third leading wicket taker is Arjen Dutt, the off spinner from the Netherlands. So all the ODIs have been played by the Dutch, the USA, Namibia, all these sorts of teams, Canada, last year. And of course, the other team who's played a lot of one-days is Sri Lanka. And I think, I think it's Sri Lanka. They're not playing the Champions Trophy either. So
makes perfect sense.
The only team, I think, with over 11 ODIs last year who's in the Champions Trophy is Afghanistan. And Australia played 11. So we've got a whole ICC trophy coming up, and no one's been playing this format.
So everyone's going to be playing from memory, is what we're basically saying.
Well, do you remember the English players complained a lot about that before the last World Cup? They were like, "There's a different format. We have to get used to it, and it's taking our time." And I've talked to a lot of players. It's not as natural a fit to sort of gear back and play T20 one-day cricket.
Well, it's not, because it's a proper skill, and it's more like Test cricket. You have to bat properly, and you have to bowl. You have to be a good bowler, otherwise, over 10 overs, you're going to get found out. And that's why, for me, it's still the ultimate.
We're going to resume, and we're going to get some left-arm spin again from Ravindra Jadeja, bringing Jos Buttler forward, pushing out to cover, and they will take a single. England in the 34th over of their innings, 187 for 3.
But I also think that's why this is the last Champions Trophy that's going to be 50 overs. I think they'll just move it to 20 after this. I can't see them, if no one's going to play any games in between World Cups.
That's a good point. Jadeja around the wicket to Root, out to deep square leg, single take, and 188 for 3.
Because it doesn't matter if you don't play T20s outside of World Cups, because everyone plays T20 cricket. They're all playing in all these franchises. These guys, it's not like they're going back and playing List A cricket, are they?
Yeah, it's a good point.
And list A cricket's almost dead as well. I think.
Well, the problem is as well, because of the schedule, England just played their B team in 50-over cricket.
Yeah,
so they're getting good at it, but none of them are playing in the World Cup.
Well, that's the thing. If you do play, you're more likely, if you play a lot of ODIs now, you're probably not in your team's best 11 players.
Jadeja, left arm around, bowls to Butler. Down to wide, long off. Shami will do the fielding there. Again, just a single. 3 balls, 3 singles, 189 for 3.
There were discussions at one stage that this Champions Trophy was going to get changed as well. But I think I think they've pushed it back a little bit. But my guess is that that's what we'll see in the future, if it stays around, Mac.
Jadeja, left arm around. Root to long on. Single taken again, 190 for 3. Root goes to 44 from 52 balls faced.
I like the Champions Trophy. I enjoy playing it. But we haven't had one for a while, have we?
We haven't had one for 8 years.
8 years. Who won the last one? Pakistan, obviously.
Yeah.
Jadeja round the wicket. Butler square driving, no real power, out to deep extra, where Jaiswal is on as 12th man, does the fielding, single only, 192 for 3.
I'm not going to make Gough do this again, but Pakistan's opening batters in that particular final, like, I covered that game and wrote about it and didn't remember one of them.
Jadeja to finish the over, and it's short of a length to Joe Root, 191 for 3 after 34 overs here on talkSPORT 2.
So Fakhar Zaman made all the runs.
Yeah, Fakhar Zaman definitely.
Who was his partner? He made runs in the final as well. Like,
Inzamam?
Hey?
Inzamam?
No. You mean young Inzamam?
Young Inzamam, not old one.
That would have been great if it was the old one. Azhar Ali.
Oh,
I don't even remember him playing ODI cricket.
Oh, yeah, Azhar Ali. Yeah, he'd not played for ages. He played county cricket last year, didn't he?
Yeah.
He's a good player, Azhar Ali.
Really good test player, but I'm not... Yeah.
Our time is done, so let's get over to Manners, Harmy and Chetan for the next phase of the commentary.
Thank you very much to Jarrod, Kimber, Darren Gough and Andrew McKenna. Right, we've to the business end now. Well, not quite. 16 overs to go. Hardik Pandya is back into the attack, and Josh Butler helps himself to at least one and possibly a second as he nudges it out to deep mid-wicket. But just a single. 192 for 3. The sun is not quite setting, but it's thinking about it. We've got a long shadow being cast from the stand away to our left. And England have a very, very good platform. Whether it's good enough and whether they'll be able to build enough on it, we'll wait and see. We'll see during the next 16 overs. Hardik Pandya in once again. This time Joe Root plays back and across, the nudge out towards deep backward square leg again. And there's no run. There's no more than one run. Any update on your prediction that 275 is a minimum and that they need 300?
Yeah, 275 is a minimum. I think they should get that, not a problem. You know, close to 300 and go beyond 300. What they've done is what we've asked them to: set a platform, have a couple of slow laps, set a platform, give your big hitters something to go at the end.
Pandya in once again, and Butler opens the face of the bat, steers it straight to backward point where Jadeja does the fielding. I think, if these two bat for another 10 overs and then Livingston and Jamie Overton come off, I think they could make 340.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you've asked for. You know, we talked about the first game, and going hard too early and going a bit reckless. You haven't got the depth of your batting to do that. England have got probably 2 more batting options to come. So they've got to give them a platform to go at, and at this minute in time, I think Plan A is working perfectly well.
Driven on the up now by Josh Butler through extra cover. That's a glorious shot. Gosh, he's timed that well. That's a brilliant, brilliant shot. Didn't look like it was going for 4. It looked like it was covered. Harshit Rana seemed to have it covered. And he kept running and he kept running, and the ball seemed to accelerate. It's an optical illusion. That's a magnificent piece of cricket from Josh Butler.
That's a great shot. It really is. He's come walking out of his crease, took 2 steps down and walked out of his crease and just eased it past Virat Kohli, who's at extra cover. Suresh Iyer, who's lively, he couldn't quite get the dive to stop the ball wholly. He got his hand to it. I think he's pushed it back onto the rope. I think he's got a full length dive. He's got to it, and then all of a sudden, I think his body has just caught up with it and pushed it back onto the rope. So I think it is going to be 4. I'm interested here to see what this decision from Rohit Sharma is. Mohammad Shami's only bowled 4 overs. I know he didn't bowl the greatest in that first power play. He's bowled 4 overs, 0 for 30. Your strike bowler, I would have thought if you're going to turn to a seamer, he's already turned to Harshit. Whether he'd have gone to Mohammad Shami to try and break this partnership, because this partnership's building nicely now. It really is.
Can't believe I just called Shreyas Iyer Harshit Rana. There's 25 kilos difference between them. It's pushed away off his pads by Buttler. This time he will come back for the second, and that's very, very impressive running. Made his mind up early, and it's Yashasvi Jaiswal's on the field. I'm not sure who for. That's why I didn't pick him up immediately. But Jaiswal is patrolling the leg side boundary, the deep square leg boundary. He was practicing his leg spin before the start of play today, which is a giveaway that he wasn't.
I think he's on for Chakravarti. I think Chakravarti, when Chakravarti dived full stretch in the early throws of the first power play, I think he hurt his finger. And I think that's who he's off for.
Here's Hardik Pandya once again, and Josh Buttler now just all of his experience and calmness coming to the fore now as he waits for that to come gently onto the middle of the bat, nudges it up to mid-on, trots through for an easy single and keeps the strike at the end of the over. 35 overs gone. It brings up the 200 for England, who won the toss and chose to bat first, decided to put a big number on the board and try and defend it. And 200 for 3 from 35 overs.
Yeah, anything above 280 and just about the range of 300 should put England in a comfortable position. What I'm interested in is how cool does it get in the evening today, because that's where the dew factor will really come on. As Ravindra Jadeja is at the top of his mark, he's bowled 7 overs, 1 for 25. The other consideration why Hardik's bowling right now is you don't know if Varun will come back. You have 5 overs remaining from Akshar, 3 for Jadeja. You need somebody to bowl out.
Jadeja is maybe that man, and Josh Buttler pushes it behind square on the offside to Akshar Patel at backward point. We've talked about this in the first game in Nagpur. There's a host of options for Rohit Sharma. That one is driven sweetly by Buttler to long off, and it's Mohammad Shami who does the fielding. Maybe he doesn't have as many options as we think he has, because as you say, we don't know whether Chakrabarti will come back. We don't know whether... Well, Mohammad Shami, 4 overs for 30 was a little unusually expensive. Not that that's terrible in the power play. 7.5 and over. On the back foot now, chipped away by Root to long on. And there's the real Harshit Rana doing the fielding. So maybe he doesn't have quite as many options as we think he has. If he's maybe just decided to keep Mohammad Shami for 2 or 3 at the end. Not bowl a middle overs spell, another spell of a couple. Jadeja in once more, and again just a little push down the ground for a single. England accumulating here, It's a stage of a 10,000 metre race where the commentators are looking for someone to hit the front, to take the lead, to increase the pace. Will it be Buttler, will it be Root, or are they happy just to put in another couple of slow laps and wait for the last couple and then kick at the bell? 204 for 3, another single.
And then kick at the bell is where you want Livingston and Overton to come in. It really is.
Pushed away for another single by Buttler down towards long off. And let's not forget, you don't want like a guy like Gus Atkinson to come in and have to bowl to bat 15 overs, but let's not forget his effectiveness with 3 or 4 overs to go.
I've got full confidence in Gus Atkinson. He's a competent batter at number 8. But the question marks and the criticism have probably been whether it's been fairly or unfairly towards Liam Livingstone in the last 24, 48 hours. Is he probably is getting in too early in the contest. I think now this is the perfect time for him. It really is. Liam Livingstone comes out walking out to bat between sort of 12 and 15 overs to go, give himself a little chance of a sighter, then explode, to then take the total from 300 to potentially 320, 340.
Hardik Pandya is continuing from the far end. from the Mahanadi River end, and it's pushed out towards mid-wicket defensively, and there's no run. You're listening to England against India ODI series in partnership with Village Hotels. Pack more into a break away at Village. Visit villagehotels.com.
Varun Chakravarti is back on the field, which means he will probably bowl.
Well, he's available. He's had his finger taped up, if that was the problem. Just a graze or a bruise, or he's had it sprayed, or maybe taped up to the one next to it. He won't be bowling if that's on his bowling hand. Not if it's the index finger anyway, or the ring finger. That's pushed away off the bottom edge by Buttler as he tries to chop it away through the offside, and he's just got a bottom edge into the ground. It's Root who calls him through for a single.
Brilliant running. Brilliant running. Joe Root been out there a while now. He's been starved of the strike a little bit. He got starved of the strike when Harry Brook was out there. Butler's come in. He's still only faced 56 balls as Joe Root. He's got 47 not out. And he's running there, and his anticipation of where the ball had gone was excellent.
3 men saving one on the offside, 2 on the leg side. Well, mid-on's not saving one, neither's mid-off. They're right on the edge of the circle. But mid-wicket, extra cover and backward point are, as Hardik Pandya is in again, and Joe Root back and across, helps it off his pads, down towards long leg. Shami fields again, and sends in a less than helpful throw, and apologises now. It's landed on the half volley at KL Rahul's feet, and he was on the move anyway, and he doesn't gather it cleanly, but there's no harm done. India were backing up. 207 for 3.
Tactical throw, wasn't it? Tactical throw. I want to throw it into the ground. How do I throw it into the ground? Well, make the wicketkeeper look a bit silly, as long as there's somebody backing up, and fortunately there was at the last minute. Virat Kohli was asleep a little bit, but he managed to put a dive in to back up at the last minute, or that could have been 2 or 3 runs overflows.
Here's Pandya in again, and pace off this time, I think. Buttler waits for it and pushes it to Kohli at extra cover, and there's no run. Just for those who aren't aware of the nuances of reverse swing, if it's not happening and you want it to happen, you have to rough up one side of the ball, so you throw it into an old wicket end, which is exactly what Mohammad Shami did, but you preferably want throw it into an old wicket end with the keeper behind it, rather than make the keeper run. But that's what Tommy means by it being a tactical throw. Here is Pandya in again, and Buttler drives hard to extra cover. Kohli fields again.
And KL Rahul was telling Shami, just throw it to me, throw it to me. I'm not sure Shami was listening. If you want to get some reverse swing going. Yes. Pitches next to the one that the game is being played on. 2 of them really green. Another 2 next to them. Quite abrasive. So tactical throws coming in.
I'm slightly surprised we haven't seen any sign whatsoever of reverse swing yet, unless I've just missed it. Here is Hardik Pandya in again, short bouncer, and Buttler goes for the pull shot, comes high off the splice of the bat, out towards deep backward square leg. Jaiswal does the fielding again, and the over comes to an end. 37 overs gone. England batting first, 208 for 3. They look, Buttler and Root look very patient still, very patient, letting somebody else hit the front and set the pace, but I don't know, I'm getting a bit antsy. I'm thinking like maybe they do need to up the tempo just a little bit.
No, I think I'm quite happy the way things are going here. Quite happy. They're picking up, as long as they're rotating the strike, picking up singles, the boundaries will come. The odd boundary from a bad ball, or from a loose delivery, over pitched. I think England are going just nicely here. You'd want, yes, in an ideal world, I think with what England have got left to come, I still think a couple of more overs like this, then all of a sudden I think you will see, it'll be Buttler that goes as well, as here comes in Shami.
Shami is back into the attack. He will bowl a couple of overs in the middle, and I presume bowl at the death as well. First delivery in at the pads of Buttler, who helps it on its way through the leg side for 2. Butler is 29 from 30 balls, and it's been a masterclass in run accumulation. He's not hit the ball in anger yet, and he's going at a runner ball, and just setting himself for those last, 5-6 overs. And Joe Root, 48 from 57, another masterclass, and he always produces masterclasses. Here's Shami again, and this one is pushed up towards mid-off, where Shubman Gill fields. Right, Harmy, before the tempo is upped and I don't get a chance, here's your 30-second history lesson. Chetan Narula's going to adjudicate, see if I've got anything wrong. Now, the city of Cuttack, the year put to its construction is 989, the year 989, built in the Kashari, under the Kashari dynasty in medieval times. Obviously, it takes more than a year to build a city, so I'm not quite sure how they come to that year. Here's Shami again. Hits Butler on the route on the pads, and they scuttle through for a leg by. Butler says no to the second. So, let's say 989. It's built under the Kashari dynasty. It literally means military cantonment. So there was an amazing fort, ancient fort, medieval fort in the middle of Cuttack, around which the city is built, or inside which the city was built originally. And we're unfortunately not going to get a chance to see it because we're in and out. But you look at the pictures; it's very impressive. Here is Shami again, pushed away through the onside, and again it'll just be a single. Now it went through various phases. So you have this ancient city built under the Kashari dynasty, and the Gajapati kings, the Gajapati dynasty took it over until about 1568, at which point the Mughals took over until 1750, when the Marathas took it over. And then the final change of hands, or the next change of hands, was in 1803. Who do you think got their paws on it in 1803?
We get blamed for everything, don't we?
For good reason.
Here's Mohammed Shami, pushed away through the onside, and they go through for another single. I do this everywhere we go in the world. I do this to Harmy. So when do you think the Brits took over?
When do people start hating us for the first time?
One important point, I think, and not specifically to Cuttack, but just whole region. In fact, this was part of the Kalinga, the great state of the great empire of Kaling, really. And Ashoka, Emperor Ashoka, as Shami runs in from the pavilion end, and clipped off his pads by Ross Butler down towards deep square leg. They're coming back for two. That's great running between the wickets, and they complete those 2 runs easily. As I was saying, Emperor Ashoka and Kalinga, that part of history, and just for the whole region and not just for Cuttack, that is an important marker. End of over number 38. It's 216 for 3.
The British were credited with building roads and infrastructure and the port harbour, and it's now got a very proud maritime history. There's a maritime museum in the centre of Cuttack as well, which again I haven't managed to visit other than online, but apparently they're very it's very generous in its reflection of the contribution the British made in the infrastructure.
You say that with a sheepish smile. I'll take that. Also, quite some beautiful beaches. There's Hardik Pandya for his 6th over now from the far end, the river end. As Jarrod cuts us away, this fielder in the deep for protection. So just a single. Quite a few beautiful beaches, pristine beaches in this region as well. And temple city of Puri, Lord Jagannath, as Joe Root has completed a magnificent half century, 50 not out of 60 balls.
Yeah, it's been an excellent 50 from the former England captain. He's played not within himself, but he's played the way Joe Root plays. Test match cricket, one-day cricket, T20 cricket, manoeuvre the field, give them a bit of a run around. Whenever faces 2 or 3 dot balls, as a reverse sweep comes or a more an aggressive shot. And I think he's been starved to the strike. I don't think he's had a great deal of strike. Bear in mind he's batted at number 3. He's only faced 60 balls. It gives England a little bit of a platform here.
But he's held that one end together for England, which hasn't happened a lot for them on this tour. Hardik Pandya once again from the river end. This time onto the leg stump. He's flicked it off his thigh pad. But there is Mohammad Shami present at fine leg for a single. Do you reckon Joe Root, who's been busy playing this SA20, he has a spot in England's T20 squad, or no, that ship has sailed?
Not so much the ship has sailed. I think you are a better player when you're not playing. I think quite evident over the last sort of 48 hours that a lot of people have been mentioning names who aren't here. But Joe was a quality player. I've said it, and I've been consistent with everything I've said, is that every time I think England should play, Joe Root should be in the team, and that's in all formats. So I think he should be in.
Hardik Pandya once again. This time to Josh Butler, and they speed off for that single. Mid-on was slightly deeper. Was that Harshit Rana or Varun Chakravarti? Varun Chakravarti, in fact. Not much difference between the two to spot.
And to finish on that with Joe, and I think just because I think he's the best player we've ever had, and I just think the way he plays and the calmness he goes about his innings, I would have him in my team every single time. I'm not just saying that off the back of a 4-1 defeat in a series like this has been in India. I just think you pick your best players, and for me, Joe Root is our best player. He should be playing, for me, all formats. But I understand they didn't pick him, and I think the SA20 did him the world of good. Got away from it, time with the family, spent a bit of time playing relaxing cricket, and you can see.
As we welcome listeners from talkSPORT to join us, and Butler has played it straight into the hands of the fielder station at mid-off. It's Shubman Gill with another safe pair. I was just going to say the 50 partnership is up for Root and Butler, but immediately it's Butler who's gotten out. Shubman Gill with another wonderful catch, but this time a very timely wicket for India.
Yeah, India needed that wicket. They really did. Josh Butler looking just to sort of accelerate, probably into third gear. He's not got out of second gear quite yet. You just sense in that last 2 or 3 balls, he's looking to up the tempo. His partner's got to 50, and a fantastic catch from Shubman Gill. It really was. The one before over his shoulder was an unbelievable catch. That there can't explain how hard them catches are enough. He diving forward, full stretch, getting 2 hands underneath it. It's a brilliant catch from Shubman Gill.
And it means that England are 219 for 4 after winning the toss and choosing to bat first. They had another excellent opening partnership, as they did in the first game in Nagpur 3 days ago. This time worth 81 between Phil Salt and Ben Duckett, before Salt departed for 26. Duckett went on to make 65, and now Harry Brook and Josh Butler have both been dismissed in the 30s. Brook for an excellent workman-like 31 from 52 balls. It was exactly what was needed at the time to secure the innings and build a partnership, and Butler did exactly the same thing, but both have gone now for 31 and 34 respectively. Butler on his way, and he's joined at the crease by Liam Livingstone. Joe Root 51. Livingstone has come to the crease now. England 219 for 4. Looks like it's a 300 pitch by at a minimum, when England have another 11.2 overs to go. They won the toss, they chose to bat first. The sun is setting here in the charming city of Cuttack, and all eyes on Joe Root. Can he steer England towards that 300? They think that would be certainly a challenging score on a good pitch. Little slow, maybe a little bit too paced, but otherwise no problems. Certainly no excessive spin or seam movement, as a new over begins from Hardik Pandya, and Liam Livingstone pushes it defensively away on the onside.
Yeah, Liam Livingstone comes in a situation where you want him to come in. This is where you want Liam Livingstone to come in. Just less than 12 overs to go. Give himself a chance to get himself set. I hope he does. I mean, I felt awful all week criticising him. He played a poor shot in the last game. This boy is talented. Said it for many years. This boy is talented, and this is the situation you want Liam Livingstone in. You really do. Give himself a little bit of a time, and he's big shot making to take England over 300.
Pandya in again, slashed away behind square on the offside. Livingstone off the mark with a super 4. Not a terrific delivery from Hardik Pandya, it must be said, but it was beautifully dispatched by Livingstone. he would have been stung by not necessarily the criticism, but by his own choice of shot and the failure to execute it and getting out at such a poor time in such a poor-looking manner. He would have been stung, and he would have been reflecting on that for the last couple of days.
And I hope he has. I really hope he has. And that's not another dig at him. I think I've sort of dug him out enough. I hope he was stung by it, because that's what's going to make him better. That's what's going to make him better. It really is. When you do something like that, many times, I've done it many times, where you've made an absolute horlicks of a situation. It does make you think, make you contemplate. You do come back stronger for it.
Shami meanwhile, and this is up in the air. He's cleared the infield, but not enough bat on it from Jarrod. And they will come back for 2 runs though. Score moves along to 225 for 4.
I'll tell you one thing though, when he square cutted that, his heart would have been in his mouth, because it was in the air for a hell of a long time. If he square cuts one straight to backward point for second ball, I think the hole would have been dug even bigger. But it was a good confidence building. That would have done him the world of good as well. A good confidence building boundary early in his innings.
Shami once again to Jarrod. Shorter this time, much more bat on it. But again, just a couple of bounces before the fielder in the deep at deep square leg. I tell you, Hardik Pandya just gave him that little bit iota of width, and Livingston just bounced on it. As you mentioned, did him a world of good. Meanwhile, Jarrod now has the most 50+ scores for England in ODI cricket. 56. Class player, world-class player, and as Harmy said, best batter England's produced. Meanwhile, we were talking about how and where England will end up with this 226 for 4 in the 40th over. They'll kick themselves if they don't get 320 from here on. As just a tad outside off stump, and he dabs it down towards third man for a single. You're listening to the England versus India ODI series in partnership with Village Hotels. Visit villagehotels.com today.
It's good from Livingston. It is. It's a good ball from Shami. Ball in and around the sort of top of the stumps. He's defended it down to third. Got himself down the other end. And that's all you do, especially when you've got Jarrod there. Keep rotating the strike while you're hitting the middle of the bat, building some confidence.
Shami Jarrod again, tad shorter, but not onto his bat properly. He pulls it. But again, not enough power generated, just past the inner circle for a single. 228 for 4 at the moment. Projected score, this current rate of 5.75 takes them to 287. At 7 and over, they get to 300. That is the minimum. That is the bottom line they'll be targeting at the moment.
Yeah, 300 to 320 is definitely the score that England should be looking for.
So just about to set behind the pavilion end as Shami bowls once again to Livingston. Yorker just dug it out at the last moment. Thickish edge down towards third man for a single. Dangerous ball, but played it away properly. 229 for 4. I tell you what helps the confidence is if you get that small cameo, even if that small cameo comes in from Livingston, that will be good for him heading into the Champions Trophy.
It will heading into the Champions Trophy. Good for England, especially if England are going in with out and out bowlers at the lower order. I think if England don't find that number 7 and number 8 being, the players that they can get 20 or 30 out of, and all of a sudden it puts even more pressure on the likes of Livingston and the top order to make sure that they take responsibility and score runs.
229 for 4. Last ball off the 40th over. It's Jarrod on strike. And Shami bowls once again. This time shot again. That's been the ploy to Jarrod, but he pulls it down towards fine leg for a single to end the over. 40 done. It's 230 for 4 at the moment.
Yeah, good from Shami and good from India. They're not giving England a chance to get their hands free. Knowing that the bouncer high, Jarrod's left ear, if they can get the ball around that area. There's 2 men back, and it's a big hit to hit it for 6. Jarrod's not trying to hit it with an aggressive manner. He's just trying to deflect it round or guide it round the corner. England with 10 overs to go. Got to be looking. I mean, 300 is a minimum. 320 is a number that England should really be looking for even that is a minimum.
Well, exactly 10 overs to go, 230 for 4. Run rate at the moment 5.75. It's just you just don't want to set the fireworks off too early, particularly if they're not going to explode. You light them all and they fizzle out before the end of the show, and that's not what England want. That's flicked away beautifully off his pads. Lovely shot from Joe Root. Little too full, little too straight from Hardik Pandya. And again, as Steve Harmison was saying, Joe Root not trying to hit it. You don't need to. When the ball's bowled at that pace, just get a little bit of bat on it, and it's gone very fine. It's more of a long leg than a fine leg.
Yeah, it's poor again from Hardik Pandya. Joe Root probably can't believe his eyes on the angle that's coming down the leg side like that. He's been a bit wayward this afternoon, is Hardik Pandya.
Here he is from the far end. It's short and it's pulled powerfully behind square on the leg side. Should be cut off, is cut off by Akshar Patel, but they'll come back for the second run. Now you do sense with 10 overs to go. Hardik's one of those bowlers that creates chances but gives you scoring chances as well. He makes things happen, and he can be very expensive, and he can also be the kind of guy that takes 4 for 28. But this has not been a great start to this over from him. 4 and a 2 off the first 2 balls. That sets the over up nicely for England. 236 for 4. Hardik turns once again from the Mahanadi River end, and Root drives, waits for a slower ball, I think, little off cutter maybe, and drives it through the offside to the cover sweeper.
There's an animated discussion going down at fine leg here at this moment in time, where Morne Morkel, the South African international, former South African international, Indian bowling coach, is having a very, very good chat about, and I think it's about Joe Root, about the areas you're going to bowl and where he's going to score them from. And it's interesting that, Shami, he's played over 100 in one-day internationals. Yes, he's coming back from a long, long layoff. But there is a good, and it's not one way either. Shami's coming back at Morne, and Morne's given as good as he's getting. So there's a plan being orchestrated here, and hopefully they can execute it from an England point of view.
Here's Hardik Pandya again, bowls a bouncer, slower ball bouncer outside the off stump. Liam Livingstone leaves it alone and then glares at the square leg umpire and looks inquisitively at the square leg umpire, who did not signal wide. Livingstone thought that should be called a wide. He looks at the square leg umpire and implores him with his eyes only to indicate to the standing umpire, Chris Brown, that was a wide, but instead it's not called wide. It's just one bouncer for the over. 237 for 4. Root 63, Livingstone 6. Joss Butler recently departed for 34. Hardik Pandya with 2 balls left of the 41st over. We are now into the business end of this innings. It's a bottom edge, short, another slow ball bouncer, and a little dab downward cut shot from Liam Livingstone. Gets a thin bottom edge. Just momentarily thought that it might carry through to keeper KL Rahul, but it was an under edge.
That's 2 for the over as well. Umpire Chris Brown signalled, and that was another bouncer over shoulder high, so it's 2 for the over. So now third comes up inside the ring. Mid-wicket is in. Rohit Sharma has now gone back, so we're expecting a little off-cutter here from Hardik Pandya to Liam Livingstone. Is there a double bluff in show? Does he go for the big boom and full fast Yorker?
Third is up in the circle, and there's a backward point as Pandya is in. Bowls a full Yorker length delivery, and it's clipped out towards deep mid-wicket, where the captain, Rohit Sharma, has placed himself 10 yards in from the boundary. 238 for 4. Morne Morkel and Jonathan Trott. What would they have in common, apart from their South African heritage? 2 players who, during their careers, you would never, ever have thought would go on to become highly successful coaches.
Yeah, and I don't really know Morne that well. Met him on a couple of occasions. In what respect? They didn't have much interest in the game when they played it, or very quiet and reserved and not somebody who you would expect them to sort of go and be a leader of the pack?
Yeah, well, I guess with Morne, he was always bowling behind Steyn or Philander. You know, he was always just the sort of workhorse, and I mean, you know, ferocious, horrible to face, and you know, brilliant fast bowler, 300 Test wickets, but just never ever showed any inclination towards the technical side of things, and was forever seeking advice and wanting to be coached rather than dispensing advice.
Pick it up, run in and let it go.
Yeah, sort of thing.
That was like that.
Pushed away defensively. Now new over begins. It's Chakravarti back into the attack.
I think it's also the demand of the modern day game, isn't it? I mean, there's so many T20 leagues and tournaments propping up all over the world that it provides the opportunity to give your inputs to youngsters or even experienced hands like Mohammad Shami, but it creates value.
Also, there's less with, like you've just mentioned, Chetan, there's, with all the franchise tournaments around the world, there's less emphasis, Manners, on the technical aspect of the game.
Yeah, good point. All change in the field now for Joe Root, as Varun Chakravarti is into him and flicks this with the bottom hand behind square on the leg side to the fielder running in from the boundary, Shreyas Iyer. So interesting field. There's 4 men, well there were, it's changing now, but there were 4 men on or very close to the boundary on the leg side for Joe Root. And now for Liam Livingstone, deep mid-wicket comes, oh well,
deep teasing him. I wonder if they're teasing him, giving him that option to score for.
Chakravarti in bowls, and he goes for the fetch sweep from a long way outside the off stump. He really had to fetch that. He was determined he was going to sweep it, and he did, only just. It was in the air, but there's nobody in a catching position apart from at deep backward square.
That's fine though, that's fine. That's taking a calculated risk. He's hit the ball in the air. You know there's a big gap there. That's a calculated risk. You can see the plan, the game plan that he was trying. You can see what Liam Livingstone's trying to do there.
Chakravarti in again. Oh, it's a poor delivery, and it's gone for 4, but not where Joe Root intended. It's gone off a thick edge, but it was a wide, low full toss. Root tried to drive it through extra cover and edged it very fine past where a slip would have been. And it's gone down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, it was a gimme, wasn't it? It was a gimme. It was a free hit. It was a gimme ball. Old Joe Root, all he had to do was get something on the bat, and it was gone for 4.
245 for 4. Short and pulled by Root. Again, it'll just be a single. Root moves towards the 70s. Is he 69 or 70 now? 69 from 71 balls, so he's accelerating. Livingstone's going at a runner ball with 9, and England are 246 for 4, and they have undoubtedly pressed the accelerator. As here's Chakravarti once again. It's been a good over so far, and there'll be a single here as Joe Root doesn't quite know where it's gone. It's the wrong one from Chakravarti. I think he was playing for the leg spinner and looking to work it on the leg side. It's come off an inside edge and trickled past the keeper for a single. So a 4 and 5 singles, 9 off the over. I mean, from Chakravarti's point of view, he's bowled a good over there, apart from that one bad ball which went for 4.
And the partnership has developed quickly here, 28 of 20 between Root and Livingstone, which has got things moving along for England in a nice way. And India are having to use spinners at this juncture because Hardik Pandya has proven to be a tad expensive. 7 overs, 1 for 53. Harshat Rana, 7 overs, 1 for 41. And 6 overs for Shami, none for 44. Undoubtedly, we'll see Shami in action again, as will we see Harshat Rana. But will Hardik Pandya get any more overs? He looked short at the end of the previous one. Ravindra Jadeja at the top of his mark now.
Yeah, he didn't look good, did he? Oh, and Jadeja has gone past the outside edge, and KL Rahul has possibly fumbled. I don't think it was a stumping attempt, but the bails are off. I think that KL Rahul has maybe not taken the ball cleanly and removed the bails with his gloves without the ball in them. But nice turn from Jadeja. Oh, it was off the edge. I think it was an edge, in which case it's a drop catch. I think that's what happened there. 247 for 4 is no run, but there is a run with the second ball of the over as Livingston clips it along the ground out to mid-wicket, where Jadeja has to go and do his own fielding. It definitely was an edge. So Livingston put down on 10. Here is Jadeja. Driven by Root, he's given it away, turns away in disgust. He cannot believe it. He's absolutely filthy with himself. He tried to play the check drive. He was caught in two minds. He didn't know whether to try and go for the maximum, and then it just seemed to me that he played a check drive and hit it too well. Straight down the throat of long off. He didn't even bother to look to see whether the catch was taken. He was that disgusted with himself. He just couldn't believe that he'd given that away at such an important time. It's Virat Kohli who takes the catch, 248 for 5.
Yeah, he's looking to go a little bit straight, a little bit squarer than that. You can see by the way he opens his body up, and it didn't turn. I think that's the key part of it. It just came on and it came back towards him. It didn't turn, and normally Jadeja takes the ball away from the right hand, and it didn't turn as much as Joe Root thought it was going to. And instead of opening up and over the top of extra cover, he just held on to it that little bit more. And like Neil Manthorp's just said, it's hit the middle of the bat and it's gone straight down Virat Kohli's throat. He's not gonna miss that. It was a very, very good innings from the former England captain, who's given England a platform here. This is what you want from England. 8 overs, 7 overs to go. Overton and Livingston, they're your box office players, they're your 6 hitters, and they come in with England going at just under 6 runs and over. And if they can elevate that to 7 runs and over, and a bit more from the last 8 overs of their 7 and a bit overs of this match, then England might have an in-game all above par score.
And from an Indian perspective, that previous partnership was motoring along in a brisk manner, so they really wanted a breakthrough. They would have liked to get into this lower middle order for England, which can struggle. Now with Jamie Overton, averages 16 in 3 innings in his ODI career. And he's going to be facing Jadeja, who's now dismissed Joe Root for the 5th time in 11 ODIs. And on cue, slip in position.
Indeed, Jadeja into Jamie Overton, who pushes it out towards mid-wicket. Harmy, they go through for a single. I don't want to labour the athletics analogy, but we're still at least a couple of laps away from the bell here. Jamie Overton's got to, bat properly. Don't worry about 6-hitting it for the moment.
No, we're about 600 metres away from the finish. I mean, we've got 200 metres round the bend, the sort of final 2 bends.
Here's Jadeja pushed out by Livingston to mid-wicket, no run.
But if they can just rotate the strike, and it's very difficult, especially the way Jadeja bowls and speedy bowls at.
Little paddle sweep shot from Liam Livingston. Gets it away down to fine leg, and it's fielded by Jaiswal, who's back on the field. Not playing today, but he's done quite a bit of subbing.
But that's better. That's better from Livingston. You're taking the calculated risk. There's nobody at 45. Just rotate the strike. For a couple of overs, your rotation of strike, build it back up again. I'm saying a nice little partnership between Root and Livingston. That's been broken. And as Overton gets in, big strong shots down the ground, keep the ball on the deck. Livingston the same, just to get them to that grandstand finish. 6 overs to go. Because you've got to remember, England have got Atkinson, Wood, Rashid and Mahmood to come. There's not much left after this.
Varun Chakravarti's in. Sweep shot. It's hit it very well. Not quite well enough to reach the fielder at deep backward square leg. But it was a powerful sweep shot from Jamie Overton. And he's off the mark with that single. 250 for 1. 251 for 5, sorry. 251 for 5. 6 overs left after this one. So 5 overs and 6 overs and 5 balls. Here is Chakravarti once again, and a lovely little late glide down towards fine leg by Overton. Waited for that. That's all I meant, Harmy. Yeah, to show that you're not just a down the ground 6-hitter.
Yeah, you coming in and hitting 6s from ball 1. It is very, very difficult, especially against the quality opposition, slowness of the surface. So, get the body pumping and move, give yourself set and understanding your dimension, the dimensions of the ground and your angles.
Tries to play a similar shot on the offside this time. A very late dab, but Mohammad Shami is quite fine on the edge of the circle at short fine leg. It went straight to him, so there could be no run there. 253 for 5. Overton 3, Livingston 13. Chakravarti in once again on debut. Googly, nice one. Hits the inside half of the bat, but Overton takes a single.
Yes, Varun Chakravarti will be bowling out here. And, well, the thing is, that wicket has allowed those extra overs of spin here for India, because they can smell a chance, can't they? Because if England have a mini collapse, we're talking about the finish line being around 300, 320. That could easily turn into 280 odd. And that's what India will be hoping for.
Chakravarti in low full toss, was it? It was a premeditated sweep shot from Jamie Overton, and he managed to get it away, but just a single to deep backward square leg. Overton 4, Livingston 14, England 255 for 5. Top score today of 69 from Joe Root, and 65 from Ben Duckett, and 30s from Harry Brook and Josh Butler. Chakravarti in again, another sweep shot, hit that hard, and it's in the air, and it's just a little too straight for Shubman Gill at deep backward square leg, and they've come back for 2. So 44 overs gone, 256 for 5. Steve Harmison mentioned the grandstand finish, and to describe it for you, we'll head back to the trio of Jarrod, Kimber, Darren Gough and Andrew McKenna.
Let's kick for the line and see where we end up. 256 for 5, 5.8 and over. Goughy, we were talking 320s earlier. Where are we looking now?
Well, I think credit to England, actually. They played sensible today, played really, really well. Duckett got him off to a flyer. Joe Root was magnificent. Harry Brook played better.
Jadeja starts a new over. Overton uses his feet to come to the bowler, pushes it back to him in his follow-through, no run.
But you'd be looking at 10 and over from here, wouldn't you? Realistically, 9 and over. So somewhere around that 300 mark, I think that's what we were talking about at the start, but I think it's a good score.
Jadeja in, pushed out by Overton to extra cover, no run.
It does show how much one-day cricket has changed. There's a slip in place, and they're not wrong to have it.
Jadeja, left arm around. Overton is down on one knee, trying to paddle down to fine leg, doesn't get anything on it, hits him on the body, no run. So this is Jadeja's final over, 2 for 33 so far. Chakravarti, that was his last, 1 for 54. Hang on, I think they're reviewing this.
Well, they've passed the ball over. No, he's getting the ball back now. Maybe Jadeja wanted the review and it didn't come through for him.
It didn't look like it had a lot going for it at first look. Jadeja is in, left arm around again. Now it's spearing down the leg side. Overton will clip it down to Harshit, who is down at deep square leg on the boundary, and they'll take a single. 4th ball of the over, first one, 257 for 5. There's a slip, short third, extra cover and mid-wicket, catching mid-wicket. Those are the 4 inside the circle. Jadeja is round the wickets. Livingston pushes out to the man at extra. Shubman Gill can't prevent the single being taken. 258 for 5, Livingston goes to 15.
The surprising thing, just with a slip in place, I'm all for it, but it's not really turned. So a left arm spinner, bowling to a right-handed batter.
Jadeja is in. Overton has launched this miles up into the sky, and it's gone about 15 feet in terms of distance, and Shubman Gill takes another good catch. It was one of those, he was stationed under it, an absolute age waiting for it to come down out of this sky that is completely blue, no cloud in it at all, and Overton is out for 6 from 10 deliveries. England lose their 6th, 258 for 6 as we end 45 overs.
Well, disappointing shot actually when we talk about cricketing intelligence. The last ball, the Jadeja's 10th over, absolutely see him off. He's been their best bowler today. He's been superb, Jadeja. And Jamie Overton, in his last delivery, in his 10th over, tries to launch him into next week. And unfortunately falls for 6 from just 10 deliveries. And 258 for 6, we keep talking about that magic number 300. They could easily get themselves in trouble here, England. Really easily.
3 for 35, Jadeja's 10 overs, with Chakravarti's 1 for 54. Spinners have done their job, haven't they? Akshar had a little bit of trouble, 5 overs, 0 for 29, but 4 wickets out of the 6 have gone to spin.
Yeah, it's no surprise at all, is it? And it's not really turned, has it? It's been low bounce, really. Not low bounce, it's not like it's p-rolling. We're talking about it's just skidded on with the arm. It's a slowish pitch. You have to force it. You have to try and find ways to score. We saw Joe Root and Harry Brook trying to go deep in the crease and hit to mid-wicket, or give himself a little bit of room and hit through the offside. So if there was turns, sometimes you can sweep a lot more. So you could have been cross-back sweep shots, reverse sweep, sweeping. But as you've noticed, there's not been a lot of those shots today because the ball's not really turned. So it's been more about trying to find it down the ground, mid-wicket, extra cover.
Akshar Patel back into the attack to bowl the 46th. Gus Atkinson is the man who's come out. He's at the non-striker's end. Livingston is coming forward, then playing it, weight going backwards to point where Jadeja Fields slips, then tries to throw to the keeper's end, but was behind the umpire because the sun's going down. The umpire's standing at point, and if he'd thrown that Jadeja, it would have taken Chris Brown's head off.
Well, he would have done. He'd have finished the umpire. Watch this. Oh, my word. That would have been curtains, I'm afraid. He wasn't moving, the umpire. He was busy checking his... He got the right amount of balls the last over, I think.
He's a big unit as well. Right, Gus Atkinson for his first ball of this innings. Plays it from the crease, but no timing out on the offside, no run. Gus Atkinson's first one-day international since Barbados in December of 2023. He's waiting in the crease, but can't beat Rohit at catching mid-wicket. No run. 3 balls in the over, 1 single so far. Akshar Patel round the wicket with that lower arm, homing in on off stump. Can't beat extra cover, Atkinson.
As you see, he's just skidding on with the arm, isn't it? All the time. It's finding hard. If you bowl wicket to wicket, it's been difficult for the batters to score.
A little bit higher his arm on this occasion. Atkinson manages to get it to long off for a single. So he's off the mark. England 260 for 6. 1 ball left of this 46th over, though, which Livingston will face. Current score gets England to 284. That feels low. Livingston will face the first ball of the new over as he's taken the last one of this one out to deep mid-wicket, and they amble a single. So 46 gone, 261 for 6 here on talkSPORT 2.
Jarrod, you'll know this, the modern day thinking now. You look at it and you think, oh, if we can get 6, 7 and over, 8 and over, 9 and over. But the way I look at it, and the way a lot of people now would look at it, is, but if we can hit 5 6s from here, the last 4 overs, that gives us another 30 runs, and then get the runs in between that, and then you're looking around the total we're on about.
Yeah, it's been a long period of time now. Teams don't really talk about trying to get 10 runs and over or anything anymore, do they? They look at how many boundaries they can get at this stage. So they don't have another over of Jadeja. They don't have to worry about Varun, so they've got the seam coming back on. I think the seam's come onto the bat pretty well here. That's probably why we wanted Overton to stick around for a little bit longer. That wicket was very ill-timed.
Shocking shot, really.
Knowing it's the last ball from Jadeja.
Oh, honestly, shot selection. Jadeja being the pick of the bowlers, he's been hard to get away, mixed his pace up well, ball wicket to wicket, and his last ball slogs it straight up in the air. Mad thinking.
Harshit Rana to bowl his 8th. Right arm over, the seamer comes in. Livingston, no timing. Basically chops down on top of that one. They'll get a single out to cover. 262 for 6.
Is this his 4th spell or his 5th spell? For
this is definitely 4.
This is 4.
It's interesting approach. 2 over spells and a bit.
Good move though to when Atkinson's at the crease and you got a lower order batters in now. They don't like pace and they don't like the mystery spin, and I'm speaking from experience.
27 balls since the last boundary from England.
Atkinson's a slightly better bat than you.
Really?
I wasn't sure if he'd bite on that.
Jeez,
he went straight in, didn't he?
I thought he snapped the rod off then. God, he went hard at that. Atkinson waits for Harshit Rana. Atkinson's got deep in the crease, pulls it to the leg side, he's up and underneath it, but it will land safe.
Good placement.
About 10 metres outside of the 30 marker. And Akshar running in from the boundary, couldn't get there. They get a single. 263 for 6.
He's a good striker of the ball. He's got a good hand-eye coordination, got a good eye for it, and he's got off to a great start with a bat in his career. But other people did who were sat here.
Well,
unfortunately, I'll tell you when it starts to affect you. And it does mentally when you start facing those quicker bowlers consistently and the bowlers that are turning.
It is into Liam Livingstone. Whacks this into the leg side, but straight to Akshar on the bounce. They will take a single. Livingstone goes to 19. 264 for 6.
Also, when you first come in, no one knows how to bowl to a tail ender because they've never seen them. Once you start to work out, it's a bit like Tim Southey, isn't it? Remember, Tim Southey was going to be an all-rounder. It's like, he's probably not going to be.
It's an horrible world, and there's no doubt, me at the end, I started to get back to how I started, but that middle period, I'm mentally blown with a bat, and that's what separates the true all-rounders to lower order, the bowlers who can bat a little bit.
In goes Harshit. Oh, Atkinson has chipped it back over the bowler in his follow-through, and will take a single to mid-off. Didn't pick the slower ball, but just chipped it back over the bowler anyway.
Tell you what, Jarrod, you went early on that call with the last two shots we've seen.
Hey, he's picked the gap twice perfectly. He's playing little chip shots.
He's got Livingston back on strike. Where's the problem?
A little bit fortunate.
The two highest risk singles I've ever seen in my life.
Yes. The old tag of being the next Botham doesn't help as well.
Well,
English, does it?
So many, isn't there? De Freitas, Irani, Cork, myself.
Yeah.
It just don't happen. You can't.
Harshit Rana is in. It's down the leg side. He's going to have to bowl that one again. It's a wide.
True all-rounders, you've got to really admire them, and some of the best one, Jack Callis, and then Beefy, Kapil Dev, Imran Khan, Richard Adley. You could go Ben Stokes, Flintoff. You know, these guys are seriously talented with bat and ball, and it's not an easy job. That.
Are you saying that they didn't average 22 in first-class cricket like Atkinson did? Like, there's a difference, isn't there? These guys are batting number 5, number 6, number 4 sometimes in their domestic teams, and then you got someone who bats number 8, makes 100, and everyone's like, he's an all-rounder. Settle down.
Yeah. Harshit Rana is in, swing and a miss from from Livingston. Sorry, he was trying to go over the leg side and doesn't get anything on it. No run.
We've seen that shot before. Do you know that game, Test match cricket, where you just pull a string back and let it go? That's like Livingston, the last game, and Livingston's shot here just now. It's like you let the rope go, and he just head goes up, and the bat just follows through. And I tell you what, I missed it, but luckily it missed the stumps.
It must be weird bowling to him because
He can hit you a long way.
You know he's going to hit you over deep mid wicket.
A long way.
28 rows back. But you also know that you've got a chance at all times of bowling him out.
Final ball of Harshit's over. Livingston's got 19 from 22 balls. 266 for 6.
There you go.
This is the one that he's got up and over the leg side, and it will land 5 rows back in the stands, and it goes away for the maximum. 272 for 6 at the end of 47 overs. England here on talkSPORT 2. Livingston has the maximum, 25 from 23.
Well, there's one of the 5 sixes we were calling for. Gives you an extra 30 runs, so well done, Liam. And this is what he's capable of. We know that. He knows that. And we just want to see it a bit more often, don't we, against better opposition. He's got such a good eye for a cricket ball. And if he can be there at the end and hit another 3 or 4 of them, England are in a great position.
Also, I think that's a free hit to him, as in it's angled into the pads. He can help that away. You want him to drag it across a little bit because those are the ones he can bring onto his stumps and everything else. You saw Rohit Sharma go up to Harshit just there and just sort of say, got to get it away from him a little bit more. Then I would have thought they would stick with Akshar here, but it looks like Mohammad Shami's coming on.
I think about the matchups, as you know.
Well, the matchups to me would say keep Akshar on, but they're going with the quick.
They are going with Shami. He's going to start his 7th then. Bowling to Gus Atkinson. It's a short ball. Swing from Atkinson. Gets a big chunk of it, but only top edges it to Virat Kohli at deep mid-on. And Atkinson is out. The 7th man to go. 272 for 7. Atkinson 3 from 7.
Jarrod, Kimber, hang your head in shame. The seamers come on. and I knew this was going to be the attack. Like I said, they've seen him around now this last 12 months. He's had a great start to his career. The short balls, seamers are on. Virat Kohli, comfortable shot, comfortable catch at mid-on. Short ball to Gus Atkinson. 3 off 7 deliveries, 272 for 7 now, and this is why they brought the seamers back on to England's lower order. Try and blast them out. They need Livingston to get on strike and hit some more of those beautiful sixes over mid-wicket.
In that situation as well, is Atkinson not better off just getting Livingston back on strike? And then if Livingston goes out, Atkinson starts to swing. I know England don't think that way. They never go with it. But so what was he going to do with that? His best shot from that was going to be a miss hit into the gap again, wasn't it?
Or a top edge over.
Yeah.
Well, a proper batter, the way you would have dealt with it, if you watched Shubman Gill the other night, what would he have done there? He'd have just helped it on its round the corner, 4 runs or 1, right?
But a tail ender's trying to muscle it.
Yeah, trying to hit it for 6. 63-metre boundary. Brings Rashid to the crease. Good player, Adil Rashid. 36 years old now, been around a long time.
He has. We were talking about this, well, you were talking about it the other day in the first ODI about how often he has to bat. This is his 145th one-day international, and it's his 75th innings. Now, obviously, when he started, he was much higher up in the batting order than he has of later times. But it does seem to be a barometer as to how often Rash bats, as to how well England are doing.
To be honest, Rashid is a very good batter, and I think he's a better batter than Atkinson.
Shami goes in and starts him with a short ball. Bumper, and it's called wide by the square leg umpire for height.
It is possible that they sent Atkinson in to continue to hit boundaries, and now they can rotate the strike with Rash.
But if you think of Rashid, how many hundreds he got first class? He must have double
10,
figures.
isn't it?
10. Yeah, double figure, good player. Absolutely fantastic player. But it's like you get found out again. People started bowling short at Rashid, and
Rashid is on the back foot to Shami, hitting through point, and he'll be underway with a single, 274 for 7.
And then he slips down the order. You end up playing like a number 10 or a number 11. You're going in for the last 5 or 6 deliveries. And then gradually now, he's 36 years old, he's starting to sneak back up the order again, isn't he? He's getting more opportunities.
Well, his high score is 69 in this form of the game, which he made against New Zealand at Birmingham back in June of 2015. Since then, his best score has been 39.
I mean, such a good player. Such a good batter. As well as bowler, by the way.
Yeah. August of 2009, he made his one-day international debut. Slower ball bouncer from Shami is hit out to deep cover by Livingston. Be a single only there. 275 for 7. Livingston 26 from 24. And then we're going to presumably start to have the conversation as to, does Livingston ever start turning down singles because he thinks he can farm it and hit it further and make up more of the runs that way? There's still, 15 balls of the innings to go. Shami in, bowls an off-spinning cutter, which Rashid has played beautifully. 1 bounce 4 over mid-off. Mid-off's inside the circle. Oh, Rohit is just scratching the forehead there.
Well, typical batter. Yeah, typical batter. Doesn't realise how hard it is bowling at this stage of the game. No matter who you're bowling to, it's not easy on a decent pitch. He's tried to mix up a slow ball. If he's guilty of anything, he's probably got it a little bit too wide, especially with mid-off up as well.
279 for 7. 5th ball of the Shami over. He's in, bowls, and Rashid has pulled it out to mid-wicket on the onside now. Wide of Virat at long on. Back-to-back boundaries. Rashid is rolling back the years. 9 from 3. England 283 for 7.
Proper shot. Well done, Adil. Keep it coming. Come to the crease with a purpose here. A little bit of a bonus.
Well, the first one's a mistake, right? Because if the way the field was set, you can't give him that kind of room to play that shot. The field was set for that ball. He just hit it past him.
Was he using one of Harry Brooks' bats? That absolutely flew off the middle. In goes Shami. It's another off cutter. Rashid slams this through extra cover for 4. Beats the man inside the circle, and the scouts can't get around and cut it off. Adil Rashid is having his way with Shami here. 4 the over finishes. 287 for 7 from 48.
Well, I throw that slow ball away if I were Shami. He's bowled it twice that over and got it for 2-4 through the offside. I think Adil's picking him. I think he's picking him, and I think he's disappointed. You can't set a field and then bowl totally opposite. He's got it twice through the offside when he wants him to get it to the leg side with the looks of it. So that's the disagreement with the captain and bowler.
Maybe Livingston should start playing for Adil Rashid.
Well, yes. Maybe Shami should start playing for Rohit, because at the moment he's not.
And that's the best over of the game. Look at that. Look at the score there now. Was it off that 15 off that? Yeah.
For England, this is a very low totals. Like if you have a look at the overs.
Harshit to start a new over to Livingston. Was that a wide? Yes. Yeah. Chris Brown says yes.
So, they're still going at about, a run a ball. But usually for England, you'd have a couple of overs that would be up at, 15, 16. They haven't had many of those high peaks. Even in the power play when they were scoring quickly, it was like a couple of boundaries and then a couple of dot balls.
KL Rahul, the wicketkeeper, was not happy with the wide call because he said Livingston started well outside of his stumps.
Yep.
And therefore the bowler followed. But, hey, as we all know, it's a batter's game.
Yeah, I spotted that. He's right there. He moved across, so it should exaggerate where you can bowl it as well.
So
but
Rohit's just come across and had a word with Chris Brown. And I think Chris Brown saying, well, yeah, but it was still too wide, mate.
Also, it depends on when you come across, doesn't it? It has to be before the ball's bowled.
So, 12 balls of the innings to go. That's well outside of off stump. But Livingston has hoiked it over the leg side for 6 over mid-wicket. That's a remarkable shot. 294 for 7.
There's another 6 ticked off. Just, 3 more now? 3 more of them and we'll be pretty happy. That over was a bonus over. Again, another slower ball. Become a bit too predictable here. You can't bowl those slow balls out there, especially Liam Livingston. If he's picking them, it's all right if he's not picking them, but they're quite obvious slow balls. The off spinner.
Well,
what happened to the Yorker?
Yeah, we haven't seen one of those.
We haven't seen one all game.
In goes Harshit. Swing and a miss from Livingston. Oh, between bat and pad and not far past off stump either. Through to KL Rahul. Just about everyone's got hands on head there. Bowler, keeper and batter, actually.
I think he did him because I think Livingston thought it was going to be wide again, and it ended up being almost at the top of off stump. So he was ready to reach the ball and slog it across, and in the end, it's almost gone through him. It was clever bowling. Kept a bit low too. It's 140 Ks, and I don't think it made the keeper, did it?
No, it didn't. It is starting to stay down a little bit more often. Livingston 32 not out from 26. Harshit is in, bowls short and wide outside of off stump. Livingston again is trying to hoik that across the leg side, and in the swing of the bat plane actually gets it down to Shubman Gill at long off for a single. 295 for 7 England, 9 balls of the innings to go.
Well, I think this is a good score. I really do. I think Rohit called it at the toss. He lost the toss and had to field, and he said it's going to get harder as the game goes on. It probably should get lower. They bowl wicket to wicket, England. Bowl with some brains, and the spinners bowl well. I think this is a good total. I really do. Get another 15-20 here.
Adil Rashid on strike then. 13 from only 4 balls. He gets a slower ball that he's hammered down to Shubman Gill long off on one bounce for a single. 296 for 7.
Has he been playing tennis?
He's in nick though, isn't he?
There's a lot of forehands here. Down the line, he's going for him.
Power hitting. Lots of power hitting. These guys now, the way they practice, they go out there. They don't really have a net, a lot of them. They just go out there, get the coach to throw them a few and see if they can clear the ropes.
That was another cutter that again was middle. That could have easily been a matter. They've surely got to put the cutters away here.
Not one Yorker bowled. The whole innings.
In goes Harshit to Livingston. Gone full on the pads. Whipped around to deep backward square. Jadeja will do the fielding.
Oh.
Rashid is at the same end as Livingston and is sent back, and there's a run out. It was well fielded by Jadeja down on the boundary at deep backward square. And I think Rashid is just thinking, well, we've got to be pushing it at the moment. Livingston played the shot, touched and went.
Adil Rashid was always coming, never looked at his partner, presumably couldn't hear a great deal. He just assumed at this stage of the innings, we're going to be going. Adil Rashid has run out for 14 from 5 balls, 297 for 8.
Yeah, doesn't matter, he sacrificed his wicket really. Livingston, Wood comes to the crease. But a great bit of fielding from Jadeja, and listen, let's not underestimate the take as well from Rahul. It was a poor throw, he went through. Jadeja threw it into the bowler's end. Livingston stayed in his crease. Rashid was still running. He threw it to the keeper, which was a terrible throw, by the way, and Rahul took it absolutely beautifully. First class, took it on the half volley and clipped the bails off, and Rashid's out by, well, a long way. But it brings Wood to the crease. He's going to be on strike. He gets a free hit here. It's the last ball of the over. He gets a free strike. I expect him to try and hit this for the absolute 6 maximum. He's got a free hit because it will leave Livingston on strike for the last over.
Yeah, well, he just channeled Johannesburg from a few years ago, where you and Brody just went potty for about half an hour. Yeah, it's going to be an even number, this, because Livingston has to face the last over. So just swing. The
ball it should be is a fast Yorker first ball, but I'm going for a wide slow ball.
It's in towards
Yorker.
Mark Wood.
Yorker.
He went Yorker, and Mark Wood tried to swing to the leg side. Didn't get anything on it, through to the keeper. So that is the end of that over. 49 gone. England 297 for 8. Harshit finishes with 1 for 62 from the 9 overs that he sent down. 6 balls to go then. Livingston's got 34 from 28. Mark Wood will be not out, or at least that should be what happens, because unless something goes horribly wrong, he will not be facing a ball this over.
Well, that was going to be my next question. Do you let Wood face any balls at the end? So some players do and some don't. I think if it's me, and I'm Livingston, I'd just be like, 6 balls of me is more likely to score 12 to 18 runs than Mark Wood getting stuck on strike.
I would say, especially if Shami's going to bowl it again, the way he bowled the last over, which was horrendous over from Shami, so experienced, such a good bowler, he just got it wrong. Just kept bowling wide, slow balls. It seems to be a plan, obviously coming from the skipper, because they're all doing it.
There's a deep third and a deep point on the boundary as the 2 of the riders.
Wide Yorkers.
And then straight and cow corner. In goes Shami to start the new over. Livingston hammers it back past the bowler, and it goes for 4. Despite there being long off and long on, they can't get around to cut it off. 4 to start the final over. England bring up the 300. 301 for 8.
Yeah, just didn't get it right, did it? The Orchid, a good effort. One too far wrong, but the power and short boundaries, Livingston gets enough bat on it, and it was straight enough to miss the fields, and runs away for a boundary and brings up that 300. 301 for 8 now. 5 balls left. Can he hit another 2 sixes, which England will be going with great momentum before they have to go and bowl at this Indian batting lineup?
Absolutely. Livingston waits. In goes Shami. It's a short ball. It's a slower ball, and Livingston hits it to long on to Virat, and they stay where they are. So there's the answer to Jarrod's question. The answer is Livingston is going to take all 6.
I reckon Pollard was one of the first players to try this. Did you see what Pollard did in the T10 a couple of weeks ago?
No.
Someone was bowling wide Yorkers to him, and so he batted behind the stumps.
Whoa, hang on, that's blown my mind.
Have you not seen it? It's incredible.
Shami into Livingston, plays a big shot into the leg side. He's got a top edge on this one. Great attempt at a running catch going backwards by Shubman Gill. He's taken 1 blinder already today. He can't take this one. Now the question is, did England bank on it? Yes, they've run 2. So the catch goes down, and Livingston is still on strike. 303 for 8.
Wide bouncer from Shami. Livingston tries to hit it to his favoured leg side. Gill, who's been brilliant in the field today, just misjudged that one. He actually misjudged it coming out of the sky. And the runs back for 2. 40 from 31 now, Livingston. Good little knock for England. give him some momentum and give him something to bowl at. It's a good score.
Good attempt by Shubman Gill. Got hand on it. Over his shoulder, coming down out of the sky. But England take 2. Shami bowls another slower ball, short ball, pulled into the leg side by Livingston. They've taken one. They're going to come back. He'll do well to get his ground there. The bails are off in an instant by KL Rahul. And Livingston looks like he's short of his ground. It's going to go to the third umpire. But I've got a horrible feeling I know the answer to this question already.
Well, I don't know. I'm not so sure. I think he's it. I think he might have got in.
Yeah,
he's quick, Liam Livingstone. Let me assure you of that. I've seen him plenty of times. This last 3 years, 4 years between the wickets, he's rapid.
Oh, he's
out.
He's
just. Oh, we're talking centimetres. Again, great keeping, by the way. Rahul's been impressive behind the stumps.
It was a great dive too. It wasn't one of those dives that's like a fall. He was completely, flat out trying to get there and just a little bit short. I think that's probably worth it, all things considered. But the problem now is number 11 is going to be on strike.
Liam Livingstone goes for 41 from 32 balls. England 304 for 9. Shreyas Iyer with the throw, and it brings Saqib Mahmood to the crease with 2 balls of the England innings to go. So is he going to play tip and run to get Wood on strike, or is he just going to hack?
Well, listen, he's batting 11, but he can strike a cricket ball as well. Mahmood, a strong boy, well, strong man is Mahmood. I gave him his debut just a few years ago, remember that? Oh, yeah. South Africa. Yeah. I think it was yesterday, 3 years yesterday, was that?
It was February 2020, yeah.
2020?
Yeah, 2020. Well, it's a short ball from Shami to start with. It's a swing from Mahmood. It's through to the keeper. KL Rahul underarms it at the stumps, and Mark Wood doesn't beat the throw from the keeper. And England are 304 all out with 1 ball left, unbowled. So 305 will be the target for India to win. Must have been close as to whether it was a wide for height, but it was well taken by KL Rahul. Underarmed it, didn't get too excited, just had the control to get it on the way, and even though Mark Wood was out of the blocks quickly from the non-striker's end, he wasn't able to beat the throw. So England 304 all out in this second one-day international.
It's an horrible sight when you're a batter there and you're running and you know you've got a chance of being run out and you just see the bails fly off. And he was well out, he was out with right choice, had to go through. Rahul's been brilliant this last 5 or 6 overs behind the stumps, been so calm, collecting the ball really, really well. I think England 304, I think they'll take that. We'll have to see how it plays after the break, but I think it's a decent score. And if England bowl well, wicket to wicket, the spinners do their job, it gives them a chance. It's a score that gives them a chance, because at one point you are thinking they can fall short here around 270, but they've gone over 300 and it gives them a good chance of winning a game.
Phil Salt 26, Ben Duckett 65, Joe Root 69, Harry Brook 31, Butler 34, Livingston 41, Overton 6, Atkinson 3, Rashid 14, Wood 0, Saqib 0 not out from 1 ball faced. Is 304 all out. The bowling figures: Shami 1 for 66 from 7 overs and 5 balls, 1 for 62 from 9 from Harshit Rana. Hardik 7 overs, 1 for 53. The spinners: Chakravarti 10 overs, 1 for 54. Jadeja 10 overs, 3 for 35. Magnificent. Akshar 6 overs, 0 for 32. So it's about just under 6.2 and over to win this one for India.
Do you know, when looking at that game now, and I think Rohit Sharma got it wrong on a few occasions in the field there as a captain with some of his bowling changes. But
yeah,
England,
the man instrumental in giving England that good start. He was the aggressor early on. Ben Duckett, Ben, well played.
yeah, but England played really, really well, and I think Ben Duckett was outstanding at the top. Joe Root did what you want Joe Root to do, getting 69 from those 72 deliveries. Harry Brook looked better today. It looked like he gave himself a chance with 31 from 52. Josh, nice little bright innings as well. We like to see that. And Livingston, this is what he does well. When he comes in, that last 8-9 overs, that's what we want him. We don't want him coming in too early. When he comes in, that last 8-9 overs, he can hit sixes. And as I said, when you're looking at the last 4 overs, if you can hit 5 sixes in there, when you've got someone like him, like West Indies had Pollard, it makes a big difference to a score.
Absolutely. Jarrod, from a statistical point of view, 304. We know it's above par, but we mentioned earlier that the fact that the last one-day international on this ground was so many years ago, we can't necessarily take the numbers from that. Does that feel like a stats par score? Because there's a difference, isn't there? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think if you look at the wicket and if you go through the scorecard specifically, I think for me that is probably under par for the way that one-day cricket is currently played. I mean, the one thing we don't know is how the bounces will go, because India didn't bowl that many bounces, and England will bowl about 120 of them. So until we see that, it does change the way that you think about things a little bit. But if you look at the 2 bowlers who probably caused the most problems, it was Chakravarti and Jadeja, a little bit of Akshar as well, and England doesn't have that quality of spin, right? So at the moment, this looks like a better wicket to bowl spin on than pace, and England is set up to bowl pace on it. But because of the bounces thing, that's always a variable. But I would assume this is under par.
Goughy, just England bowled out again, only with 1 ball to spare this time. But it is the 7th match of this tour. It's the 7th time they've been bowled out. Does this one feel slightly different today, though? Do you know what I mean? In the fact that they are all out, but to me it doesn't quite feel the same as how the first game did.
No, it doesn't. And I think you don't mind being all out if you're getting a decent score. If you're all out for 150, that's when it's creating a problem. But if you're all out and you're winning the game, it doesn't really matter. But I think what we asked for, we heard Army the other day as well, all we asked for is some responsibility. And I think we were slightly better, a lot better today. I think you could be overcritical of Duckett, and I think one of the reasons for that is that Joe came to the crease. It took him probably a little bit longer than you would have liked for him to get going, and then Duckett tried to take on responsibility, and he could have got out a few times before he got out in the end. Harry then took time to get used to the pace of the ball. He wanted to give himself some time, but with those two, you know they're going to play catch up. They're going to catch up really, really well, and it was a good partnership. And then Josh came on and continued that momentum, and then Livingston came in and played some wonderful shots too. But so you don't mind. I think anything over 300 gives you a chance in any cricket match, especially this one. I don't think it's a bad pitch. I don't think it's a belter. I think it's one of them, but England have to be at their A game. You've just said about their attack, it is around pace, and I don't think the pace on this pitch has actually looked like the strongest thing to use. I think spinners have been harder to get away. But there's not been much turn. It's been you bowl wicket to wicket, and it's been harder. So it'll be interesting to see how Adil Rashid goes on this pitch, because there's not been much turn.
So the final 10 overs of that England innings, at 40 overs they were 230 for 4. So it means they've scored 74 in the last 10, but lost 6 wickets. That was just why I was asking the question about being bowled out there.
Well, what would we say the last 10? These capable of anything between 90 and 110. That's what teams are getting these days on good pitches, by the way. But as I said, I don't think this is a belter. I really don't. But it's not a bad pitch either.
No, it'll do the job. It's one of those, absolutely. So then, England 304 all out. It is talkSPORT 2. It is the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. During the break, we're going to be having a discussion, the greatest one-day international team of all time. So we will be having a discussion.
Dylan Hayliger? No?
Okay. You're going to chuck that one in there? That's absolutely fine by me. So we will be having that discussion next here on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel.
talkSPORT 2, official broadcast partner of the Premier League and the English Football League.
England versus India live on talkSPORT 2 with Village Hotels. With 33 locations across the UK, Village Hotels have everything under one roof for a great breakaway. Visit villagehotels.com.
You don't just check in to a Village Hotel, you work out. You jump in, you play on, you tuck in, and drink up. Village Hotels, 33 locations with everything under one roof. A huge gym with pool and great membership opportunities, and a buzzing pub and grill with delicious food, ice-cold beers, and live sport. Check out villagehotels.com and work out, stay, meet, and play.
This Tuesday, Amazon brings you the unmissable UEFA Champions League match. It's Man City versus Real Madrid.
Magnificent. A wonderful goal.
This Tuesday, Man City versus Real Madrid. It's on Prime.
What are you doing? Looking for a used car online. Tried Spoticar? I don't want a car with spots. What? They're the manufacturer-approved used network for Peugeot, Citroën, Vauxhall, Fiat, Jeep, Abarth. They've got over 300 Spoticar retailers nationwide. Yeah, and cars with spots. No, there are no spots. They're called Spoticar. Yeah, S-P-O-T-I. But look, remember when you thought fish really had fingers? Understandable mistake. Spoticar, manufacturer-approved used cars. No spots. Visit spoticar.co.uk today.
With a Travis Perkins trade account, you open the door to big trade deals every single month. Right through February, get marine plywood from just £49 per sheet for 12 mil and £70 per sheet for 18 mil. Join the club and get this and other big trade deals this February with your trade account. Travis Perkins, doing what matters for the trade. All prices exclude VAT at 20%.
You don't just check in to a Village Hotel, you work out. You jump in, you play on, you tuck in, and drink up. Village Hotels, 33 locations with everything under one roof. A huge gym with pool and great membership opportunities, and a buzzing pub and grill with delicious food, ice-cold beers, and live sport. Check out villagehotels.com and work out, stay, meet, and play.
England versus India live on talkSPORT 2 with Village Hotels. Dine out, stay, work out, play. Visit villagehotels.com. Live international cricket. England versus India. Exclusively on talkSPORT 2.
A very good morning to you. Well, it is just about still morning, 5 minutes to midday in the UK. We've probably got about half an hour or so until the game resumes with the Indian response to England's 304 all-out, which gives us time to put together the greatest 11 in one-day international cricket. The greatest players to have played. If you want to join in on this one, then please do. If you're a subscriber on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, drop something in the comments, give us names. If you're on the Twitter or X platform, @cricket_TS, and you can chuck some names in. So essentially what we're doing is we're picking an 11 who are going to play a game. It doesn't matter what era they played in, we are going to be putting them together, but we will play under current regulations, so 2 white balls, bouncer limits and all that, and DRS. And just for sake of ease, because obviously if you were playing it in Chennai, you'd have a different team to if you were playing it at Perth or whatever. So I'm going to say we're going to play this at Trent Bridge, just for the sake of randomness, so we all get an idea. Right then.
Just because it's your favourite ground.
It's because it's my home, yeah. I don't want to be travelling too far to watch this game. So, Darren Gough, Jarrod, Kimber and myself, Andrew McKenna, are going to put together this particular team. Now, on the way in this morning, I started putting together a squad, and I think I ended up with about 28 names to start with.
Okay.
So, and this was just my list. So
I'm just doing mine now.
Okay. Right then. So, openers. Let's start with, let's just go 1 to 11. So I'll open you with, I'll open the bidding with Sanath Jayasuriya, Virender Sehwag and Desmond Haynes.
You know, there's a little guy from India, I don't know if you've heard of him, but Sachin Tendulkar was quite a good cricketer.
I'm not necessarily having him open, though.
Well, I mean, that's what he did.
Well, that's what he did.
You made a rule beforehand that said they had to play in their positions, and you've already broken it.
Yeah,
I'm happy.
Tendulkar broke every record going, opening the batting. So I've gone. I was undecided on my second opener, but Sachin Tendulkar. Shall I give you my 11 first? Let's just go straight 11s.
Go on then.
I've gone Sachin Tendulkar, right? Then number 2, I had a struggle there. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know whether to go Hashim Hamla, Chris Gale. I went for Chris Gale. 3, Viv Richards. 4, Virat Kohli. 5, A.B. de Villiers. 6, Ian Botham. 7, M.S. Dhoni. 8, Shane Warne. 9, Wasim Akram. 10, Glenn McGrath. 11, Jasprit Bumrah.
I'm kind of there with some of those.
You can make cases for most of those.
I think I go Sanjay Surya as my opener ahead of your openers because you get a little bit of bowling with him.
He's on my reserve list here.
The rest of it, I think I don't know if you can put both of them in because he didn't actually play pretty well in one days. I know he should have. I know it's because he didn't try all that hard. But I would have Shahid Afridi or Lance Klusener as my all-rounder, I think, in that spot. And the only other 2 players that you didn't mention, Murali is your backup spinner.
Is he my backup?
Yeah. And then Joel Garner and Jasprit Bumrah. Joel Garner and Richard Hadley are the other 2.
I don't think Joel Garner would be as effective in this era. And purely because when you're that tall and he bowled like he did in that era, people never... I think now people with him would just back away and slap him over backward point.
I think you're right, but he was still by far and away the best ODI bowler.
He was at that time.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I'm not denying his talent, but I think now you would play him so different.
Yeah, but I think also if you bowled to Sanjay Surya these days, you'd probably bowl a lot more bounces at him as well.
Absolutely.
So I'm not holding that against Joel Garner. He's so much better. When you put in the advanced numbers, he's the best seamer that's ever played in ODI cricket. And that's adjusting for the era he played in. He's still better than anyone else.
What? Better than Malinga, better than Bumrah, better than McGrath?
Malinga's one-day record isn't as good, but if you look at the bowling records, Garner is the best seamer, and then McGrath is the second best seamer, and you've got Bumrah as the third best. Do you know who's very good is Pollock as well?
Yeah, I thought about Pollock. Yeah,
he's quite high up there. And if Shane Bond had played more, he'd also be in that conversation. But no, Garner is ahead of McGrath by quite a distance still. He was a very good player.
McGrath would be able to adapt to any. McGrath just had everything. He bowled that back of a length, made it difficult for you to hit. Yeah. He had a good Yorker. He followed you. He had a good cricket brain, believe it or not.
I think Garner could bowl back of a length okay too.
Yeah. Harmy's chipped in with this one. He's given us his 11. Now, interestingly, he's got Adam Gilchrist opening.
I thought about that as well.
Yeah. So I had Gilchrist as one of my potential wicket keepers, but it's where do you have him? Do you have him at 1? Do you have him at 4? Do you have him at 7?
If I had Gilchrist in this side, I'd have 3. I think you've got 2 wicket keepers as well. You've got de Villiers and MS Dhoni.
Yeah, I thought, look, Gilchrist was something I found very difficult. I actually prefer bowling against him in one-day cricket, again, than I did in Test cricket.
That's because you weren't exhausted by the time you had the bowl to him.
Spot on. So, and I had a plan to Gilchrist in one-day cricket where I could bowl to. I used to come round the wicket to him, and I used to have a real wide, backward, so he was covering 2 positions. I didn't have to have a fine leg. So I had him at real backup point, and he really struggled with that to me. And he would then really try to hit me through the offside all the time. Him and Mark Waugh were brilliant. There's no doubt about it. In an era where, and Michael Slater, by the way, they had 3 guys there who used to come at you hard, and they were hard. And it's similar to Klusener. I found him harder to bowl in Test matches than I did in one-day cricket. But Jay Surya would have been up there. He was a difficult one. But I thought Chris Gale, purely because of that striking power. When you've got people like Tendulkar, you can bat around, and Richards and Kohli. I just thought it'd be nice to have some power in there.
Well, I mean, Jay Surya could score quick. He's not the same kind of power hitter as Gale, but I was just thinking then you also get another top bowler.
No, I like that.
So his bowling record is almost exactly the same.
I'm quite happy to swap Gale for Jayasuriya. I'd let you have that one because I have got him down here, and he is one of the best I bowled at by a long shot. There's no doubt.
Can we have another conversation about Ian Botham compared to
Can we just go
Klusener
back
and
to
Afridi?
Gilchrist for a second? Because even though he's sitting eating his lunch at the moment, Harmy's got his headphones on listening because he's just dropped a message on our WhatsApp group going, Gilchrist won 350 over World Cups, opening the batting, setting the tone.
Yeah, well, Brad Hogg won 2 of them as well. It was a pretty good team, is my point.
Yeah, Gilchrist is a good player, but fantastic player and one of the hardest I've bowled at. But again, is he better than Jayasuriya doing that when you've already got Tendulkar and Viv Richards at 3? And then I wanted a finisher, and I think Dhoni, there's no doubt in my mind, but the finisher, the best one out there is Dhoni.
I'm so glad you used that word finisher.
And
because
Bevan.
I've got
Michael Bevan was
Yes.
close to getting in there as well.
Well, you see, I had 2 other names in the finishing department, and one of them would have been, I'm sure, a teammate of yours, Neil Fairbrother, who was absolutely
He'd
brilliant
get in
at that.
England's. I think he'd get in England's, a good chance of getting in England's best ones. But the problem with that, I mean, when you go with it, none of us have got Dean Jones.
No.
But Dean Jones's record is outstanding.
Yes. Dean Jones basically changed the way that ODI cricket was
and
played.
when I was growing up, I used to watch him in his cap, in that yellow cap batting. I used to think, wow, I'd love to play like that. So he affected everybody around the world. He's loved in Asia, the way he played as well. He played spin so well. He ran at spinners, so they couldn't bowl at him. And none of us have got him in. I've gone for De Villiers and Kohli over them.
I mean, he would have batted at 3, and I don't even think Dean Jones would pick himself over Viv Richards. And Dean Jones had a pretty high opinion of himself.
Well, I've not got Ponting in there purely because I thought if he don't bat 3, I can't get him in. And Ricky Ponting, what a player!
Also pretty good at World Cups. Look, I think Jayasuriya, you could have Gilchrist, you could have, as you said, Gale. There's probably a couple of other options there as well. Rohit Sharma's another good option, David Warner.
Yeah.
But I think Tendulkar, Richards, Kohli and AB de Villiers are all automatics.
Yeah.
And so you have players like Dean Jones and Ricky Ponting who probably would fit in. But how do you get them in ahead of any of those other guys? I just don't think you can.
So the other middle order options that I had, Babar Azam is going to be, again, one of those, but how'd you give him? I've got Alan Lamb on my shortlist, but if purely just for the Bruce Reid over, as an England fan, I've got to add him.
No, that was good. That was great. I remember watching that as well. Lammy was a good one-day cricketer.
KP.
Yeah, KP, he's in my squad, but again, it's so hard to get him in. Where does he get in? Can he get in instead of AB de Villiers?
He's just not as good as AB de Villiers.
I'll give you one bloke who we've not mentioned. And
I think he's a better test cricketer.
Dominic has tweeted us in, who's got in number 6 on his team, Brian Charles Lara. We've not even mentioned BC Lara.
I think that breaks your rule, though, again, because
he's got him batting at 6. But we can rejig that order.
Do you know what? I've got the advanced numbers here, which takes out the errors and everything and normalises everything. And you have a look at Lara's record. It's not that far behind Tendulkar's, but Tendulkar is far enough ahead that you can't make the claim. And I think that, a bit like both of them, I reckon if Lara had to take ODI cricket seriously, he probably would have taken it over, but it wasn't the most important thing to him.
Lara didn't make my squad because, as I mentioned, we're playing this game at Trent Bridge and I'm not convinced he gets on the plane. I think he holds the record for the most flights missed of any cricketer.
And just on the spinners, when we're talking about the spinners there, and Murali, I put down first because, I just thought, Murali's, how can I not have him? I even thought about Saklim Mushtaq as well. He was pretty
incredible
good.
Record, yeah.
Incredible record in one-day cricket. But I thought, again, I'm leaving out arguably the greatest spinner of all time, who can bat as well, character, his fielding, the all-round package of Shane Warne, make cricket sexy. To leave him out, there's no way I could leave him out. He has to be in there.
I think you could make a claim that Murali is a slightly better one-day bowler than Warne, but because of the batting, you probably still pick Warne because you're just getting nothing out of Murali, are you? And fielding, yeah, exactly.
Fielding, Warne, he's an all-round cricketer, isn't he? Absolutely fantastic, and he rises to the occasion. Can you imagine him? I mean, box office.
We all went Dhoni. right? But we thought about Bevan. It is worth mentioning Bevan. The reason I went with Dhoni is because he's a better wicketkeeper than AB de Villiers, who
Bevan.
Bevan, yeah.
AB de Villiers bowled in the semi-final of the 2015 World Cup, by the way. Not saying he's an all-rounder. So I went for Dhoni because he can wicket-keep, but also because he could hit sixes. I think if this is being played in Trent Bridge, then Klusener has to come in as the all-rounder.
Can I tell you why I went beefy in that position?
Because he was really good at cricket, and he would have been good at one day if he tried.
No, and I think you said it was Trent Bridge. So I thought, to play there, I'm going to need some seamers more than spinners. So I went for... I've got Bumrah, McGrath, Akram, and both of them. 4 seamers, because my spinner's Shane Warne. So I've only got 5, so I've got part-time then Tendulkar, Gale. They're my bowlers. So I had to really go for someone who offered me bowling. It was either him, Imran Khan, or Kapildev, or Richard Hadley. One of them.
Right, we're running out of time on this one. In terms of the quicks, none of us have got Dale Steyn.
He's just slightly back. I don't think Dale Steyn's record's not that much dissimilar to Goughy when you look at the era. So Goughy, the bowlers that he's near, Mustafizur Rahman and Dale Steyn are the 2 bowlers you're most similar to on my numbers. And I think they're all great bowlers. Goughy less so, but I think the other 2 are great bowlers. But I just think that there's a difference between that level and the sort of the Wasim Akram and Joel Garner level, right?
Yeah. And as I said earlier, as we're playing at Trent Bridge, Richard Hadley therefore has
if
to
it were
play.
Headingley, I'd be in.
Yeah, exactly. You've got Headingley wrapped up. So I think we've absolutely proved nothing there whatsoever.
I'm not even sure we have an 11 at the end of
I'm not
that.
even sure we've got 11. So we'll probably tidy that all up in just a moment or two. We're not a million miles away from the resumption. England 304 on the board, all out from the penultimate ball of their innings. So India will start the process of chasing that down very shortly indeed here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel and here on talkSPORT 2.
talkSPORT 2, official broadcast partner of the Premier League and the EFL.
England versus India live on talkSPORT 2 with Village Hotels. Pack more into a breakaway at Village. Visit villagehotels.com.
You don't just check in to a Village hotel. You work out. You jump in. You play on. You tuck in. And drink up. Village Hotels. 33 locations with everything under one roof. A huge gym with pool and great membership opportunities. And a buzzing pub and grill with delicious food, ice-cold beers and live sport. Check out villagehotels.com and work out, stay, meet and play.
I'm home, Mum.
Dad.
Kids.
Right, I've got a call in the office.
Spinning in the lounge. Gaming in my bedroom. Well, I'm live streaming in the kitchen. I need to watch the footy.
When everyone's caning the broadband, EE's new Wi-Fi 7 router makes every device work better, even yours.
Hello, guys. My perfect Spagwell hat for you.
And with your next breath, reach your arm.
Upgrade to Wi-Fi 7 on EE, and we'll sort the switch for you.
43.7% UK availability. Smart Hub Pro and Smart Wi-Fi Pro available with selected EE full fibre plans. Terms apply.
Choose what they love this Valentine's with their favourite wine or champagne from Morrison's. Buy 6 or more bottles, save 25% with your More card.
Morrison's to shop at Morrison's.
Majority of stores exclude Scotland and Morrison's Daily More card at app required. Selected 75 centilitre bottles, max 36 bottles in store. Online varies. End 16th of Feb. See online for details. Please drink responsibly.
Charlie had just hired Joe. He was great. Seemed like he knew his stuff. So Charlie left him alone for 5 minutes. In those 5 minutes, Joe managed to burst the main pipe and flood the entire ground floor. Workmates. They're a bit like switching your bank account for your business. You don't want any surprises. That's why we guarantee there won't be any when you switch with the current account switch service. Maybe it's time to switch.
This Tuesday, Amazon brings you the unmissable UEFA Champions League match. It's Man City versus Real Madrid.
Magnificent. A wonderful goal.
This Tuesday, Man City versus Real Madrid. It's on Prime.
You don't just check in to a Village hotel. You work out. You jump in. You play on. You tuck in. and drink up. Village Hotels, 33 locations with everything under one roof. A huge gym with pool and great membership opportunities, and a buzzing pub and grill with delicious food, ice-cold beers and live sport. Check out villagehotels.com and work out, stay, meet and play.
England versus India live on talkSPORT 2 with Village Hotels. With 33 locations across the UK, Village Hotels have everything under one roof for a great break away. Visit villagehotels.com. Live international cricket, England versus India, exclusively on talkSPORT 2.
Welcome back live to the Barabati Stadium in Cuttack. England bowled out for 304 with a ball to spare of their 50 overs. Let's have a look back and chat about the highlights, all thanks to Village Hotels. Alongside me, Steve Harmison and Chetan, Narula. Harmy, so much better than it was in Nagpur, and much to enthuse about. But it's the same old story when players make 40s and 50s, 60s. You want more, and it's never enough. But is 300 enough? Is it an opportunity lost, do you think?
It's a score. It's a score on the board. I don't think the wicket is getting any easier to bat on. Yes, I would imagine there's a couple of players in there might be kicking themselves and going, right, I should have took responsibility and gone on and got more. But I think it's a marked improvement from Nagpur, not only in the mindset, I think the way England looked to set the first innings up, and also some of the execution. Some of the risk taking was better, some of the execution of shots was better. I thought the all-round England, and in the end, another batter or a little bit strength down the bottom order, and we could have had 320, 325 and possibly got on that little bit more. But England seemed to lose their way a bit towards the end of it. But fair play. Liam Livingstone's took a lot of criticism, and from me especially. And I thought he timed his innings very, very well there. I really did. I thought he took risks early in the innings, which were calculated ones when there were gaps in the field, especially with a sweep shot with no square leg or no 45. He got himself into a position of strength to then hit the boundary, and when he hit the boundary, he hit them with some gusto. So, do you know what? It's a score. It's something to bowl at. It's a marked improvement. I think we've got 50 overs in the second half, which I think is going to be a fascinating contest.
Thank you very much indeed, Steve Harmison, and thank you to Village Hotels. And Chetan, Narula, from an Indian perspective, how do you think, how satisfied do you think they'll be with that performance, considering at one point it looked like England might have gone on to make, 20, 30 more?
Yeah, I think they'll be happy with the fact that they've pulled back England to around 305, so they'll be hoping that dew comes in and it gets easier to bat later on in the evening. But for my mind, the biggest spotlight will be on Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli, greats of the game, but they haven't had big runs under their belt the entire season. And ahead of the Champions Trophy, India will be very worried. They will want both Rohit and Virat to get those runs. They would want them to get here. That's a big opportunity when you're chasing 300 odd. Virat Kohli is the master of run chases. Rohit Sharma, well, as Steve said, the ball is not getting a lot of pace off the surface, so again, could be easier for Rohit Sharma. Remember, Jofra Archer not playing today. So this is the talking point, the big talking point, because if England can make early inroads in there, remember the last game, they were 19 for 2, and then Shreyas Iyer and Shubman Gill had to rescue them, and then India lost their way a little bit in the middle order. 19 for 2 again here, chasing 300. It's a different ball game altogether.
Yeah, well, Sakib Mahmood is charged with bowling the first over. Remember, Mark Wood might be a spearhead, but he's not a new ball bowler. So I'm imagining that Gus Atkinson will share the duties with Sakib Mahmood, and England will begin with a slip in place. Joe Root, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. Just wondered whether they might have tried to apply a little bit of early pressure, just with something different, just for the first over or so. A second slip. It's not really a it's not really a short leg pitch, is it? No matter how quick anybody's bowling. Maybe Mark would if there are a couple of early wickets, but the man on the public address system's having a whale of a time.
He's paid for half an hour, isn't he? So he's having his full half an hour. I'm having half an hour at lunchtime.
I think he's paid by the decibel as well.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Here we go. Saqib Mahmood running away from us from the pavilion end. First delivery to Rohit Sharma. Pushes that one up to Mark Wood at mid-on, and there's no run. Now, these two alongside me, Steve Harmison and Chetan, Narula, got their eyes peeled on Rohit Sharma. His form has been a little short of disastrous, really. I mean, across the formats, and this is... he's retired from T20 internationals, but in his last 16 international innings, going back to when he was still playing T20 internationals, he scored 166 runs in 16 innings. And a wretched Border Gavaskar Trophy in Australia. Can he refine some form? Here's Saqib Mahmood, chases a wide one, Rohit Sharma, and it was wide. I'm slightly surprised that it's actually not called wide by umpire Jayaraman Maranagopal.
It swung late, didn't it? But it was wide, going wide. I think it ended up like Jimmy Overton's at 1.5 slip, and it would have gone to him. So I think it's gone over the blue line and kept going on that angle. But Rohit Sharma's face is a picture. He was expecting the umpire to open up his arms and give wide, and so was I.
So was I. Here's Saqib Mahmood once again running away from us. Straight approach, straight delivery too. Rohit Sharma turns it away out towards square leg and sets off for a single as Liam Livingstone dives to his right and shies at the stumps while airborne, but that was an easy single. So Rohit Sharma, interesting. I mean, I'm fascinated by what his approach will be. I was just about to instinctively say he might be better off letting the informed Shubman Gill take as much strike as possible, spend as much time as he wants at the non-strikers end for the first 4 or 5 overs, but he may drop quite the opposite approach. Here's Saqib Mahmood, bowls to Shubman Gill, pushes up towards mid-off again. It's fielded by captain Jos Buttler.
Ideally, that would be the way to go, because Shubman Gill has been striking the ball beautifully. We saw in Nagpur as well, got those big runs. But for any opener and somebody who likes to play his shots, Rohit Sharma would want to use the power play overs, the first 10 when the fielders are inside the 30 yards. You have those gaps. If he can get his timing right, he can get those runs under his belt, get that confidence flowing again, which is, I think, the vital thing.
Here is Saqib Mahmood up to the crease again, bowls and pushed away defensively by Shubman Gill, who had a terrific outing in the field. Took 3 catches in the outfield and dropped one as well, but 2 of them were absolute beauties in the outfield. One running, taking it back over his left shoulder, terrific catch. I get the impression that not only is he a respectful gentleman, but he commands respect, I think, amongst his teammates. Still young, but appointed vice captain and a very popular figure. As Saqib Mahmood once more up to the crease now, bowls, and Shubman Gill pushes with a straight bat out to cover, fielded by Harry Brook, and there's no run. That was a decent first over from Saqib Mahmood. He'd be pleased with that. Nice to land a few in the right place in the first over.
Yeah, good start. Very, very good start. He bowled one that he tried to swing big from a wider. I think he was wider on the crease as well, and he just kept going. He got away with that one, but the other 5 were impeccable lines, impeccable lengths. He's set the tone for England off well, and Gus Atkinson's got to back him up from the other end. So struggled in the white ball phase in recent times, especially when I think he's come on. He's not bowled with a new ball. I think Mark Wood and Jofra Archer's been bowling with the newer ball in the 2020s, but Gus Atkinson, he's getting his chance again, and he'll want to hit the ground running, especially against Rohit Sharma.
Gus Atkinson then from the Mahanadi River end, and he's up to the crease down the leg side. That was not a good start. Little push and a miss from Rohit Sharma. Wide called by New Zealand umpire Chris Brown, and New Zealand are up to 2 without loss. I've got a question, one each for both of you. Think about them. You don't have to answer them straight away. I just said matter-of-factly that Mark Wood's not a new ball bowler, Harmy, and so you ponder on your explanation for why. There'd be listeners and viewers on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel thinking, why isn't he? He's the fastest bowler in the team. Why can't he? Here's Atkinson. That's much better, straighter. Nip backer, I think, perhaps, and hits Rohit Sharma on the pads. And your question to ponder, Chetan Narula, is I think it's obvious now I've become quite fixated with this venue. I think it's just a magnificent stadium. So, again, there'll be people sort of listening to us talking about it, describing it, and then seeing pictures thinking, why isn't it used more? I mean, I know there's 50 stadiums in India and there's a distribution issue, but this is remarkable. The logistics are a challenge though, aren't they? Here's Atkinson again on the back foot, punches it out to extra cover, and there's no run.
Mine's simple. I think he is a new ball bowler. I'd rather see him bowl with a new ball. He doesn't bowl with a new ball, Mark Wood, but I would rather see him bowl with a new ball. He bowls 94, 95 mile an hour. When would you rather face him? After you face 10 balls or you face 1 ball? I mean, I've been saying it for quite a while, and even saying to Mark, you've got to be trying to get the new ball because he's so much more effective.
Here's Atkinson running in towards us, towards Rohit Sharma once again. He's troubled by the ball. It's sometimes just straight on off stump, but it angled in towards him. It nips back, hits him on the pads.
My answer is a simple one as well. You mentioned it yourself. 50 other venues in the country, so you have to keep on rotating. As you mentioned, the last test played here was a very long time ago. Quite a lot of test venues here in the country now as well, so they are also rotating. They want specific traditional test venues. We'll come back to that.
Atkinson, and down the wicket comes Rohit Sharma. Slice drive. Don't know whether he meant to hit it to wide third man, but that's where it's gone, and it's gone for 4. In fact, I know full well that wasn't where he was intending to hit it.
But a little bit like Liam Livingstone in Nagpur, he's come down the wicket. He's probably had more of an idea. He had more of an idea where he was trying to go. He's trying to go up and over the offside, but obviously trying to hit it far too hard. It was a good effort from Saqib Mahmood trying to dive and stop it. Just didn't quite get himself didn't quite get his body right to try and stop that.
Here's Atkinson again, bowls. Rohit Sharma, whoa, he's flicked that off his pads out towards deep mid-wicket. Gone all the way. He's middled that one, and that's got the crowd on their feet. Second over of the innings, and he's flicked it. Early days, but that's the old Rohit Sharma.
I tell you what, that's the best shot Rohit Sharma has played in the last 3 months. Absolute beautiful timing on that one. Just picked it up very early, the length. The previous delivery, that's his get out of jail shot, charging to the bowler, but this one was absolutely in his arc.
Here's Atkinson then, short run up steps and up to the crease now. Rohit Sharma flicks it out to mid-wicket, and he takes a single. He likes that one so much. He liked that shot so much he decided to have a bit more of the strike. 2 overs gone. India need 305, the 13 without loss.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about the in his arc bit, but I definitely know it was in the slot bit. It was definitely in the slot. It was perfect. If Rohit Sharma could have said to Gus Atkinson, just run up and bowl a ball 139 kilometres an hour, about there, that's where I really want it. That was a beautiful shot. It really was. It was a beautiful shot.
And for a batter who's just struggling for his touch-up bit, boundary on the previous ball and then a gimme ball next up, that was, that just eases some pressure off Rohit Sharma's shoulders. He's got that start now. As I was mentioning, he would want to use this power play.
Here's Saqib Mahmood, slip in place, 4 on the offside, 2 on the leg side, and Rohit Sharma pushes this one off the front foot up to Joss Buttler at mid-off. 13 without loss, no run there. Rohit Sharma has all the runs. Shubman Gill has faced just the 3 balls. Rohit has 12 of the 13 and a wide. So just on the legit... Oh, go on.
Yeah, we were just talking about the venues. A lot of test venues as well across the country. So the test matches are also rotated now. A lot of women's cricket coming up, so this could be an ideal opportunity, as well as for being a second venue for maybe one or two IPL teams.
Here's Saqib Mahmood, what a shot! Rohit Sharma's driven it for 6 over extra cover. That's absolutely magnificent. Rohit, you're back.
When he times it, boy does he time it. It makes it look so easy. Makes it look so easy. That's just eased. There's no effort into this. There's no try and belt this for 6. It's a case of just opening the face, gets in the middle of the bat, and making sure he gets a good contact. And boy, was that a good contact.
Right, where have you been? Here's Saqib Mahmood, bowls again, and it's in at the body, and it's tucked away off the hips, out towards square leg, fielded by Liam Livingstone. He's shown absolutely no signs off the field of self-doubt. He has looked a little indecisive, hasn't he, for the last 2 or 3 months, as you said, Chetan, Narula, and it's ludicrous to think that a 37-year-old who's played as much international cricket as he has might have his mood changed by 2 shots, but that's exactly what I am suggesting.
And that works, doesn't it? I mean, when you're averaging 10 across formats, as you had mentioned earlier on. We'll come back to that after this.
Saqib up to the crease now, bowls, and that's a good delivery. Back of a length, rising towards his hips, blocks it defensively. 20 for none, India.
You just need that little bit of lift, little bit of timing. Just want to feel like your old self. And when I said in his arc, this is what I mean. Rohit Sharma doesn't need to execute 6s with power. As long as he can reach it and just finesse it. He is the most lazy 6-hitter you'll see, but also has the most time to hit 6s. Wow, it's been beautiful to watch after a long time.
Here's Saqib Mahmood now again, and short, and it's pulled away through square leg. 4 more. Little short arm jab there from Shubman Gill, and he's off the mark with a 4.
Yeah, you mentioned about the sort of laziness of the way Rohit Sharma accesses the ball. When he does hit the ball for 6 and 4, it does look easy, it does look effortless, and it does look lazy. But when he gets out, it looks even worse because it looks lazy as well. So I think that's the frustration with the Rohit Sharma, especially over the course of the last sort of 3 months. But the one who's not lazy and who is in form is Shubman Gill, and that was a beautifully timed pull shot.
Saqib Mahmood in again, good delivery, and it's blocked defensively, and Saqib does his own fielding. No run, 3 overs gone. Reminder that England were bowled out for 304 with a ball to spare in their 50 overs. A pair of 60s, a pair of 30s, and a 41 from Liam Livingstone. And India bowled well in patches. Pick of them, Ravi Jadeja again, 3 for 35. Now needing 305. They're off to a good start. Very good start. 3 overs gone, 24 for none.
And just talking a little bit more about Rohit Sharma, I mean, I think he will be also buoyed by the fact what kind of paces England have on at the moment. I mean, you look at Jofra Archer, gets that awkward bounce. Mark Wood isn't bowling at the moment. But no disrespect to both Mahmood and Atkinson, they're not getting those sharp in-swingers that can trouble him, that have troubled him over the last 3 months. This is Rohit Sharma's opportunity.
Gus Atkinson into Rohit Sharma and pushes it up towards mid-on. Josh Butler does the fielding. Has a powerful shy at the stumps. Phil Salt gathers it. You're listening to England against India, the ODI series in partnership with Village Hotels, with 33 locations across the UK. For a great breakaway, visit villagehotels.com.
And we saw on that last ball as well, played it with soft hands and just sets off for a single, was coming really forward. Rohit Sharma, he is looking full of intent today. He wants to make this opportunity count. I'm telling you, looking at that England 11, he would have been all smiles that this could be a good opportunity, especially the way this pitch has behaved.
Atkinson into the up to the crease again now, and a super looking drive from Shubman Gill, straight and classic, and straight to mid-off, unfortunately for him. India 25 without loss. So I've just been pondering, Harmy, for the last over and a half. You're basically saying that we all say Mark Wood's not a new ball bowler. What we should be saying is Mark Wood doesn't want to bowl with a new ball. It's his call.
And now I think it's a team's call. I think they want that just sort of leading into the end of the power play.
Atkinson in again to Shubman Gill. Good delivery and treated with due respect.
Yeah, I think just leading into the sort of towards the end of the power play, seeing if they can, because that's when they start accelerating. If a partnership is going, then that's when Mark Wood looks to be best utilised. Middle overs, when ball's got a bit softer and that's not doing a great deal. Can you get an established player out when the ball's flat? Talking about when we used to have just one ball, and now we've got two brand new balls. I think the game's changed a little bit.
Here's Atkinson again down the leg side and flick and a miss from Shubman Gill. Could be trouble. Would have been a run out. It was Adil Rashid with the throw, but he's thrown from the edge of the circle down the leg side. Phil Salt dived, palmed it to short fine leg. Adil Rashid, he knew he had one chance. He knew that if he hit, he was out. Shubman Gill was stranded 5 yards up the pitch. He took aim and he didn't hit.
Could have gone to either end if he had hit. Shubman Gill was miles out, but Rohit Sharma, interesting there. He's pointing at his chest, and he was a long way out. Pointing at his chest, put his hand up in the air, admitting it, owning it. India captain owned that was his fault.
Atkinson in again. Lovely flick off the toes. Effortless ease and grace, and 4 runs from Shubman Gill. Beautiful shot. It's that kind of pitch, isn't it? You just get it slightly wrong, and it's just lying down belly up.
It is, lie down belly up and have it tickled. I mean, it's beautifully to come on. The ball is rock hard. It's not swinging that much. It's got a little bit of shape, a little bit of nip, and I think what we've seen in the first innings, when the ball sat in the surface and it wasn't coming on as much, I think what we're seeing here is the dew factor's just sitting on and kissing the ball off the surface onto the middle of the bat.
Here's Atkinson again, and this one traps Shubman Gill on the pad. He's on the front foot. I'm pretty sure it hit him outside the off stump. Atkinson is appealing, and they're now having a chat, a little liaise with Phil Salt, who says not out. Just help me out, gentlemen. Is Joe Root on the field?
Yeah, Joe Root's at extra cover. He's got the ball in his hand now.
Oh, right, good, okay.
Joe Root's on the field. He's at extra cover. You've got Ben Duckett at sort of backward point. Harry Brook on point. Joe Root at cover. Mid on and mid off is Josh Butler, Mark Wood. Jimmy Overton's at mid wicket, and Adil Rashid is at 45 with the 2 boundary riders of Ben Duckett. I can't see who's at point boundary.
Straight drive, straight back at Atkinson. Not sure where it's hit him, whether he actually got a hand to. I think he's just hit him on the boot. Gus Atkinson fielding off his own bowling, but it was an act of as much of self-defence as it was of fielding. Beautiful straight drive for nothing. Rohit has 20 off 13. Shubman Gill has 8. And India are 30 for none after 4.
This is for Mark Wood now. For me, Mark Wood comes on at that end from Gus Atkinson. India are looking to accelerate, especially against the more inexperienced bowlers of Mahmood and Atkinson. The ball's coming on nicely. The ball is coming on, and at the speed they're at, and they're both fast. Don't get me wrong. Atkinson and Mahmood bowl at a good lick. They run about 140 kilometres an hour. But I think the way the ball's coming onto the bat and the way the hardness of the ball is still on, I think it's time for Mark Wood to really ramp it up. If he can get it up to 145 and 150, that's a different animal altogether.
Meanwhile, Mahmood bowls to Rohit Sharma. That one keeping just a bit low. Shubman Gill, couple of paces outside his crease, but Sharma says no. I understand what you're saying about Mark Wood, and also the fact that if he tests Rohit Sharma with those short deliveries, try and get him to pull, which is of course his favourite shot, and now he's a little confident with those 6s under his belt, but that could be a ploy for Rohit Sharma given the fact that it has not come off late.
I wouldn't be encouraging him to bowl short. I'd be encouraging him to try and hit the top of the stumps and try and skid one through and make a mistime pick-up shot, make a mistime drive and effort shot. 145 to 150, it's a different game altogether.
Mahmood to Rohit Sharma, who goes downtown. It's high in the air. It clears the long off fence. Third 6 for Rohit Sharma. Oh, Rohit Sharma, where have you been?
That's a 90 mile an hour throwdown. That's a 90 mile an hour half volley, which Rohit Sharma is not going to miss, even with the form he's in. And he's just eased it. No brute force or effort at all. It's just, right, I'm going to take my front foot out the equation here. I'm going to open my body up and I'm going to let this thing that I've got in my hand, this 2.93 pound bat, and I'm going to make sure it hits the middle. And if it does, well, this ground's not big enough. That's a magnificent shot from the Indian captain.
You said form. What form? He's just hit 2 sixes, and now KRS, the third over long off. Mahmood once again to Rohit Sharma. This time on his pads, he's flicked it towards square leg for a single. So he's managing strike really well. Look at that strike rate, 168.75.
I don't know if you're superstitious, but I've just counted the rows, because that 6 landed directly beneath our commentary box, and it landed 13 rows back.
13 rows back.
He'll take it.
I'm going to say the way he hit it, I'm not, yeah. I think the way he eased it over the top, I think if he went to hit it properly, it would have went 113 rows back.
But Rohit Sharma doesn't do that. He just KRS's them. Meanwhile, it's Mahmood to Shubman Gill again onto his pads. Just a little bit of extra bounce, and he's flicked it towards mid-wicket. Not the biggest power hitters, Rohit Sharma. Just finesse, elegance. That lazy elegance that Ian Chappell is the one who described that for Rohit Sharma.
We've now had the flick over mid-wicket, the drive over extra cover, and the straight drive over long off. 3 sixes in 27 from 16 balls. What was all the fuss about?
Mahmood once again to Gill, this time tad shorter as well, but he flicks it off his pad straight to mid-wicket. No run added there as well. Yes, you would wonder what was the fuss all about, and he has maintained that in the press conferences as well, that no, it's just a matter of 1 innings, just the 1 innings. Hami, tell us, what does it do the mindset of a player when he has to go on and explain again and again, no, I'm just 1 innings away?
Well, you are just 1 innings away, and I think, but that's always more difficult for people who haven't played the game to understand, and I think that's the message he's trying to get across.
And once again to Gill, this time even a little bit on the leg side, not much power into that shot as he played off his pads once again, and fielded in the deep, but they are back for 2 runs, easy, end of 5 overs, it's 39 for no loss, India motoring along.
It's like people are concentrating on the last 16 innings, which yes, you can, you will do, because I think that's more age. I don't think that's, I think that's more age. Because you're 37, people will concentrate on the last 16 innings and not look at what, this is his 267th one-day international. I mean, looking across the board, he's averaging ODI cricket is, I mean, it's phenomenal. His average is just short of 50 in 50 over cricket. So I think if you're short-sighted, you look at the age and you look at the last 16 innings, yes, is it coming to an end? But you also got to remember what a fantastic play he's been for the length of time of his career.
Start of new over, it's Gus Atkinson, not Mark Wood, from the far end, and just flicked off his pads by Rohit Sharma to a square leg as he changes over strike.
I want to know if there's a name for the journalists who in this country are assigned the task of asking the hard questions. Because every time Rohit Sharma goes to a press conference in the last couple of months and he's been asked about his form, it's either somebody who's been plucked out of a newspaper's economics department who's never going to have to work with Rohit again, or it's a young kid. It's never the regular cricket writers who have to work with him that ask him about his form.
Atkinson to Shubman Gill from the far end. He just dabs it down towards third man Sakib Mahmood, the fielder there, under the single. Well, I told you about the rotation of venues. It's a rotation of correspondents as well across India. We don't really have one particular cricket correspondent at the newspapers or magazines. If it's happening in Cuttack, who's the go-to guy, who's the desk guy in Bhubaneswar or in Cuttack, that guy goes and covers the game. So you have 100 different people covering the game from a particular newspaper, 100 different questions, all to the same man. Rohit Sharma, in this case, who's at the crease as Atkinson bowls. He goes deep in his crease and turns it over towards square leg. Singles this over, all 3 of them of every delivery so far.
He was, though, before the Nagpur test, before the Nagpur ODI, he was asked the question by somebody who I could tell is not a regular cricket correspondent. He was reading the question. I just got the sense that he'd been put up to it.
Somebody's asked him to do it, yeah.
Atkinson once again, this time to Gill. No slip in position. Ah! Extra bounce, extra bounce. Was there an inside edge or not? Well, he also has this fun habit of saying, I don't know, this, that. I remember the ODI World Cup, the captain's press conference in 2023. Somebody asked him, what about the last final? Do you think New Zealand and England should have been joint winners? And he's like, why are you asking me this? This is not my job. I can't adjudicate that. As Atkinson runs in again. Shubman Gill on strike. He takes a couple of steps forward. Takish edge. That will fly. One bounce over the rope for 4. Saqib Mahmood can't get to it. The boundary has come this over.
And a little bit of luck for Shubman Gill. He's come down the wicket to try and hit it into the leg side, and he's got that leading edge. And it's flown down towards where the practice pitches were. It bounced just inside the line. I'm trying to think it's Saqib Mahmood who's down there. My view is blocked by the balcony that's in front of us, but I think it's Saqib Mahmood who's just down there. And he was in the game for a second. He was in the game. He got excited, but another 4 to India.
Atkinson to Gill. This time he plays straight. Sets off for a quick single. Mid-off. Diving effort there. Needed a direct hit. But that will be the end of the over 6 done. 47 without loss. India scoring at 7.83. Required run rate of 5.86. They've made a heady start, a hectic start, thanks to Rohit Sharma for a change. 29 of 18.
Yeah, it's been a good start from India. I wouldn't say England have bowled badly. I just think the hardness of the ball, it's probably the best time to bat in. No, I wouldn't say both innings, because I think the England's first innings, when England came to face the new ball, it was in the middle of daylight. The pitch was still a bit sticky, and hold on. The light's just gone off there.
We've just lost a pylon.
Just lost a pylon, I think.
Well, the pylon's still there. We've lost
lights from the pylon. It's going off again.
Oh dear. I don't think we can carry on with limited light. So are we 2 pylons down? I think we're 2 pylons down.
Yeah, I think there's 2 of them flickering.
There's LED lights, so they come on very quickly. Not the old halogen warm-up version, but someone's flicked a switch somewhere, and so play's going to be held up for a little while till we get the lights issue sorted out.
England bring the spinners on.
You carry on under poor light.
Umpires looking at Josh Butler to see, well, you can bring your spinners on if you want. Adil Rashid, Joe Root and Liam Livingstone are looking in the complete opposite direction.
The pylon that's gone down is just behind us at the pavilion end, just behind the radio box. It is flickering, just a tad darker towards our right.
Are you sure we've only lost 1? No, you could be right. I just feel
I think it is. It's the one. It's the one just behind us.
It makes a big difference, doesn't it? Just a single pylon. We've got there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in total, and so we're down to 7, and it's remarkable. I wouldn't have thought that 1 out of 7 would make such a big difference.
From where we're sitting, looking out, but Saqib Mahmood's going to be bowling from our end. To Saqib running in. Saqib Mahmood's right hand on the leg side for a right-hander where Shubman Gill will be taking strike. That side is the problem. It gets a lot darker. So Liam Livingstone's out there at the moment, probably the lone fielder on the leg side. And every time it flickers, the whole of the leg side lights up and then goes back into darkness. So they're going to have to do something about that, because that'll be so off-putting for them. I think you'll be able to bat no problem. I just think the flickering on and off will
So 6 overs gone, 47 without loss, and we still don't have play at the moment, as we have a couple of the floodlights not working, which isn't necessarily the worst thing in the world from an England point of view, because it gives them a chance to gather their thoughts and try and work out how they're going to bowl to Rohit Sharma. 29 not out from 18 balls faced. Shubman Gill's got 16 from his 18, 47 without loss. So India have made a flying start to this pursuit of 305 to win the game, and therefore the series. They did score at 6.1 and over, but they are currently clattering along at almost 7.7. So Kimber moves 3 overs. Well, he's 2 overs and 5 balls. No, he is now 3 overs, 21. And Gus Atkinson has found it similarly tough going. Right, we're back to the full complement of floodlighting. And Saqib is about to start the 7th over of the innings. In he goes, and Shubman Gill just opens the face of the blade, guides it down to Atkinson at third, and a single will be taken. 48 without loss.
Yeah, they haven't got it quite right, have they, England? Just ball with a little bit of width. They've definitely got pace in this attack. There's no doubt about that whatsoever, but gave Rohit chance to get his arms free, especially through the offside, which we know he's very good at. And before him, he had Sehwag, who was also another good player, any width on the offside. And they've got off to a flyer, India. Great start.
Yeah, England have got to find a way back in.
Did that suggest one of the lights is still not on?
Yeah, I think we are still waiting.
Oh,
So
did it go back up?
Yeah,
Maybe, yeah.
So they've got LED lights, so it's not like the old halogen bulbs that you've got to wait to warm up or whatever. So it is a case of finding the connection that is faulty.
Did you guys hear about the test match in Australia where the lights went off on the ground in Adelaide? And apparently what happened was someone went out to the nets because Nathan Lyon wanted to go in the nets, and they pressed the wrong button. So instead of pressing them on for the nets, they pressed them off for the main ground.
Wow.
But then I think they went off a second time as well, because then they got confused. Someone got confused at what had happened. So everyone, I think the running good joke was Nathan Lyon turned the lights off.
It's good going, that. I like that. You would have thought they'd be slightly more complicated to turn the lights off on an international cricket ground.
I would hope in future there's like someone in front of them going, why do you want to press these buttons? Go.
It should be
Do not touch.
Yeah, computer controlled with "Are you sure?" Are you sure you want to plunge the entire ground into darkness?
What's the best break and play you had? What's the stupidest one? I know Daryl Cullinan once hit a 6 into a frying pan of calamari, and they had to wait for the ball to cool down. And then when the ball cooled down, it turned out it was too oily to use anyway, so they should have just got a replacement. Calamari, I believe it was. Yes.
Well, played Derbyshire many, many years ago at Sheffield, and at drinks it was that boring, the last day's play. They scored 200 in the whole day. So the last session, we had a drinks break where we all had a burger and a pint. Do you know who was captain? David Bairstow. And they brought out 11 pints and 11 burgers.
Superb. Well, Stuart Pearce tells a story of there was a Nottingham Forest game, and one of the players got injured very early on in the warm-up, and one of the squad members wasn't playing that day, and so got tucked into a burger from the burger van, thinking he wasn't going to be involved. Brian Clough suddenly goes, "Hey, go and get Bomber, we need him." And he's there having to sort of warm up, going completely green.
Hey, Ray Parlour did that, though, didn't he, with Tony Adams?
Yes.
Went out on a night out, and he put him on the bench the next day. He told him he wasn't playing. Then somebody had an injury. I think it was Tony Adams. He said, "You're on the bench, Ray." So Ray thought, "Oh, I'm on the bench, I won't get on." Then somebody got injured within 10 minutes, and he had to go on. And he said he'd been chundering for 5 or 6 hours all night.
I think Luke Pommersbatch, when he made his debut for Australia, it was because Brad Hodge was putting his trousers on and injured himself. I'm pretty sure that's true. Sorry, Hodgie, if I've got their facts wrong. And then Luke Pomersbatch, I think, had a beer and a pie when the person from Cricket Australia found him, and he had to get his brother to bring his kit to the ground because he didn't have his stuff with him. The other one, and this probably is after you retired, I reckon there was a delay, Goughy, at Headingley because someone was cooking a toasted sandwich and they
set
put
the fire alarm off.
Yeah, they set the fire alarm off, and the whole game. I think it was Headingley.
And that does sound right. I don't think it's sarcastic, but while we're waiting for the lights to come back on, the vast majority of the crowd have got their mobile phones out and are using the torches at the moment. It feels a bit like a Coldplay
concert, isn't it?
But what they're actually doing is sort of helping to try and light things back up. So
Chris Martin from Coldplay had the concert in India, didn't he? And he went full. He sucked up to the audience, went talking about Jasprit Bumrah and
showed all the
things.
wickets. Yeah. Not like being loyal.
Was it the Spinal Tap one where they look on the back of the guitar and go, "We're happy to be in Ohio"?
Yes. I think my favourite delay was a T20 game recently down at Kent, but of course they have the problem with the sun. So actually, the sun was too low behind the bowler's arm.
We had that in a semi-final. Where we had to come off for sun. It happened at Old Trafford all the time.
Yeah. So there is the classic of a summer game.
What about
where
our
sun
delay?
Stops played
when we in New Zealand for the when we did the filming for Lord of the Rings for the noise.
Yes.
That's the best delay. Surely beat that one.
That was a good one.
Delayed by half an hour so we could do all the soundtrack.
There's the one that you get in Sri Lanka sometimes when is it the Hornets come in? And all the players have to get down on the ground, and the bugs come in over the top. Do you remember that one?
We had that as well in Pakistan in a one-day international in, where was it? Faisalabad? It might be Faisalabad. I think it was Faisalabad. It was the worst thing ever. I had to bowl that day. If you look at the footage, I bowled in sunglasses because they hit you. They were massive, aren't they? Just go boom, boom,
Boys,
bouncing off your head.
Here. I think they're taking the players from the field. I think they're so concerned about this lighting issue that they've said rather than stand around and wait, the umpires are coming in and have a conversation with Rohit and Shubman Gill. And I get the impression that the umpires are saying, look, rather than stand out here and wait because we don't know how long it's going to take, let's go and have a...
Feels like Rohit's saying the light's fine and I want to bat.
He's the electrician now, Rohit.
He's seen it like a watermelon, so I can sadly see why he'd want to stay out there. But
I think there was a delay in the Under-19 Women's World Cup too when there was a snake on the field. But it was like a really tiny snake and no one could catch it.
I would have definitely got off for that, though. No way I'm staying on.
So there are about 8 light pylons, but one of them is completely out at the moment. And yes, the players are leaving the field. So, I mean, there's enough light to still cause sort of the 4 or 5 pointed star shadows as the players walk around the field.
But you can see the shadows on the players' faces more than you normally would. So it isn't normal international light.
So we will have a pause in play. All very frustrating.
Disappointing. We're all set for a good game. 305 the target for India. Got off to an absolute flyer. Virat Kohli wants to stay out there, even though he's next in. That's there, 48 for none. After 6.1 overs, off to a flyer. India chasing that 305. Rohit Sharma, a man who people have been calling for, saying he's under pressure. I said just 2 days ago, give your head a wobble. People saying, what's he got? 50 hundreds or something? How many hundreds? 35.
He has 57 50s, 3100, Rohit. The only thing is, though, the last 100 was against Afghanistan in October of 2023.
Well, that was the World Cup, mate.
Yeah, but no,
he's only played 3 games.
I don't think he's played.
So, so what I'm saying is he's played 13 innings since. He has got 50 50s and 5 scores past
I'm not
40.
having it. And he played well in the Asia Cup, didn't he?
Yeah. There's only 2 single-figure scores in his last 13 ODIs since 100. So
now, if you start talking Test cricket, I'll have that debate. But when people saying he should be dropped for the one-day side, they're having a laugh.
Yeah, but there was also talk that Shubman Gill was going to be dropped for Jaiswal, and I was like, doesn't Shubman Gill average 58? Like, if you drop someone who averages 58...
Well, because he just had a few bad games against Sri Lanka, 2 bad innings or something. And then same as Shreyas Iyer, he didn't play well against Sri Lanka. You're allowed an off-series, you know. Yeah. And that was people talk about... The only other conversation for India, really, was Rishabh Pant and KL Rahul. But Rahul, since he's come into the side, has been excellent.
Yeah,
I
don't mind that one either. I understand why... I think Rishabh Pant's never made runs in one-day cricket. Like, he will one day, right? But there's no hurry. KL Rahul does a really good job for them.
Well, it's finding his batting position, unfortunately, for him. I mean, originally he wanted... I think in Sri Lanka, they popped him up to 4, didn't they?
Yeah, he's moved around a bit.
He moved around a bit because they're trying to get him into the side, but they've realised they can't get him in because Shreyas Iyer is such a wonderful, wonderful white ball player. Virat Kohli, position cemented. Shubman Gill and Rohit at the top. So
you would assume that Virat and Rohit will retire after the Champions Trophy.
Absolutely, I would say so.
Right, I tell you what, rather than us sitting here in London looking at a monitor trying to work out what's happening with the lights, let's get back to Cuttack and get to Neil Manthorp or Steve Harmison and Chetan Narula, who can give us an update as to what's going on with the light and how bad is it, because I think I'm counting 5 pylons currently lit. So there might be one more. So where are we at?
Thanks, Macca. Cross over to us to find out that we also have no idea what's going on with the lights, except that they're not on. We are trying to find out, but it's obviously an issue at the pavilion end of the ground, and this venue is unaccustomed to such a power need. I mean, there are all sorts of lights and security devices and everything requiring power. I think it's just a fuse or a couple of hundred fuses that's blown. But Harmy's been doing a little analysis count of the pylons. I think, Macca, there are 8 at the ground, and I think we're actually only 2 down. I think there are on the television picture. There's another couple of pylons behind. Anyway, I think we're definitely 1 down, Harmy, and it might be it might be 2. But I mean the light's great, Macca. Yeah. You know, we can see everything. We can see the other side of the ground, but I wouldn't want to be trying to face a cricket ball being bowled at 145 kilometres an hour.
To be honest, man, I think if the light was like this at the start, I think there wouldn't be a problem. I think the fact that 1 pylon's gone out, I agree. There doesn't look as though there's too much wrong. I think on the leg side to the right-hander, Saqib Mahmood bowling from the pavilion end, the leg side's a little bit darker than what the offside is, but not much darker. But I think if we were to come out and start the game now, first ball of the 50 overs, I actually think they'd start. There wouldn't be too much of an issue. I just think because they've started in that light, they've decided that it's not sufficient enough to carry on, and I think that's the right call.
I can tell you, Macca, and listeners and our viewers on the YouTube channel, that it all comes down to potential litigation. That's the be-all and end-all of it. I mean, conditions are such that they are declared fit for purpose and safe when all the lights are on. If a player was to be injured with 88% of the lighting working, and it could be put down to that to the 1 pylon not being switched on, then somebody could be sued, the ICC or the BCCI or the ground, the venue, the umpires, the ICC. So that's the issue. And honestly, I get it. I understand that. We live in a litigious world, and the 2 main umpires have wandered out into the middle now, purely on the basis of showing goodwill. I think they want the crowd to know that they're trying to do something about it, so they'll walk out there and stand around.
Yeah, as well as that, I think what you sometimes find is there's one team absolutely behind the 8 ball and you've got no interest in being back out there, and one team who are desperate to get out there because they're flying. I'm not actually sure who's been harmed here. Do you know what I mean? I think England have got a decent score on. I don't think they've got a match-winning score on by any stretch of the imagination. I think they've got a par score, a roundabout par score, and something to bowl at. And Rohit Sharma's come out all guns blazing. So it's a good thing, the stoppage for England, because they can regroup and potentially and now make Rohit go again. But I also look at it and think, from Rohit's point of view, he's like, no, the middle bit's fine. Just keep bowling at me, and I'm not really bothered about the outfield. I'm going to hit it over the top of it.
Well, Rohit Sharma, for certain, you said a team. I would say the most disappointed player on the park was Rohit Sharma going off. And if we have to talk about the second most disappointed, was Virat Kohli, who has been sitting in the dugout just below our commentary box on the right side. And he was also smiling. He missed the last game because of a knee issue. And today he's been waiting there to get out. He is looking at Rohit Sharma hitting those shots and thinking, oh, if Rohit's hitting that, it's my day as well. So those two would be really disappointed if the game doesn't carry on. But as you mentioned, the umpires are on the field. And just the one tar is the issue. And the last time they tried to rectify it, they switched off our power supply in the commentary box, didn't they?
As I said, there's a number of sort of temporary police and special services security, temporary little HQs at the back of the pavilion, all of which have got very bright security lights shining. And I think there's more electricity being drawn out of the grid, and it could, well, it's being surplus electricity is being supplied by a couple of generators as well, so maybe one of those has run out of diesel.
Yeah, we've got about 2,000 police officers, 150 armed forces, more in special forces. We just need one electrician, don't we? We just need an electrician somewhere. There's going to be a tannoy normally inside a sporting venue. Is there a doctor in the house who've had some medical emergency? Well, this one, there'll be an SOS in over the tannoy soon. If the
where's
tannoy's
Stuart
still working.
Pearson?
Where's the electrician? Desperate for an electrician. Somebody in here must be able to wire a pylon, get the lights back on.
I can assure you, if there's a DJ around, there's definitely an electrician around, because that's how it goes around there. You can't let the music stop. But yeah, I can assure you the State Association and the BCCI officials will be working on this for sure to get this underway as soon as possible. I hope it doesn't come to that though, because we do usually get, I mean, this is similar to any regular stoppage that we have during an international game. So you do have an extra 45 minutes built in. And after those 45 minutes pass, that's when you start losing overs. And I don't think that's going to benefit anybody here. So I hope that that situation doesn't arise over here.
Down below us, the England players are trying to keep busy, and we've got the peculiar sight of Phil Salt bowling a couple of little off breaks. But I must say the crowd have been remarkable, and they might lose patience. Do you remember they didn't do their collective reputation much good in a T20 international in 2015 against South Africa here, when they became very unruly. And that may well explain the numbers of police and they just really called in the extra numbers just to keep everybody in good spirits. But this will get very frustrating very soon. It just takes one section of the crowd to come a little bit unruly a little bit later on. We will start losing overs quite soon, won't we then? Because my guess is that in about 20 minutes we'll start to lose overs, and we'll get to a Duckworth-Lewis system.
Has it already been 25 minutes past since the light went off? Usually it's 45 minutes, because we do have that extension built in. 6:10 p.m. Indian Standard Time is when the second innings starts. It's supposed to go on till 9:45. You have 45 minutes built in there. You get another that 45 minutes to complete the game.
But we have to be done by 10:45 Indian time.
Approximately around 11 p.m. Indian time, you have to be done with ODI cricket in India, starting at 1:30 p.m.
So, which is 5:15, I think, UK time.
Yes. So that 45-minute window that is built in for any delays, that's where we are. So we can afford a 45-minute delay without losing overs, after which we will start to lose overs. And reduction of overs, a revised target, that'll all come into play depending on when the light comes on, when the tower comes on. But again, seriously, I hope that doesn't happen, because as you mentioned, we have seen some negative elements at this ground in the past. I hope there isn't any repetition of that, because it took a lot of work for the local authorities to bring cricket back to this venue, because every time that happens, there are restrictions placed by the ICC, by the BCCI. So I hope it really doesn't come back and affect this venue.
I'm going to ask you about Tom Banton in a moment, Harmy, if that's all right, and selection, and how international selection has changed, how dramatically it's changed, the criteria and the basis upon which international selection is now made. I think it's fascinating. Anyway, you're listening to the England versus India ODI series in partnership with Village Hotels. Dine out, play, work out and stay at Village. Just for those who have forgotten or don't know, England were bowled out for 304, a ball short of their full 50 overs. 65 from Ben Duckett, highly entertaining runs. 69 from Joe Root, highly sophisticated runs. 31 and 34 from Harry Brook and Joss Butler, and a hard-hitting 41 from Liam Livingstone in the closing overs, but not much from Jamie Overton, Gus Atkinson. Adil Rashid made 14 off 5 balls, 304 all out. Ajay Jadeja was exceptional with his left arm spin, 3 for 35. So you may also have missed this bit of news. Tom Banton has been called up by England for the third ODI to be played in Ahmedabad on Wednesday. I said erroneously that he was still in the UAE, thinking it would only be a 2.5-hour flight to Ahmedabad, but his team was knocked out of the ILT20 and he is actually back in England. His visa's come through and he's scheduled to fly tomorrow for a single ODI game. He hasn't played for England for almost 4 years, Harmy, and he's been selected on the basis of his form in a domestic franchise tournament.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, that. I read a few things with Tom, and he's got a bit disillusioned with the game, didn't he? A couple of articles I read, and I'm really, really pleased. I mean, you know, this is speaking from somebody from the heart of experience of when you are disillusioned and you are going through a few mental struggles. He said he hated the game. Talked about, you know, how much he disliked the game, and he was having a difficult time in franchise and to sort of find his identity in the game. And now in the last sort of 12 months, he's had a good summer. He's gone away and in the winter and worked hard in franchise cricket, in white ball cricket, to get himself back not only relevant to himself, more importantly, which is the best thing I've heard. He's talked about getting himself back enjoying the game again, and that's brilliant, because he's still young. He's less than 25 years old. He's a talented young boy, and somebody who I think he's been on the England radar for quite a while. But then he hit the buffers, didn't he? He just stood still for a second, and I think that is down to, you know, him understanding his game. I mean, you get that. You get young players who come into the game with such a beautiful crest of a wave
and put themselves under too much pressure.
And but get found out. Basically, get found out. You know, you get found out once you've come into the game and you've played more than 20, 30 games, because the footage and everything, the word goes around the world that you can't play the ball outside off stump, or you can't play the short ball, or you can't do this, you can't do that, and all of a sudden you've got to reinvent yourself again. And it looks as though Tom's done that, and I'm so pleased for the kid. He's getting selected. The selection panel, it seems to be in this country, we've got 10 or 12 players that their face fits, and then we make the numbers up with the rest. And I mean that in a facetious way. We make the numbers up. They're not just plucking names from anywhere. I mean the scouting system, the stats-driven based selection for surfaces, for, you know, where they are in the world, and you think I would have said they've got it absolutely spot on, because they've always sort of, not selection as in squads, but picking players in identifying games, especially bowlers, have gone for England, because a hell of a lot of their bowlers that have come into the team made their test debut and got 5 for. So the science behind that is spot on, works great, until they went to New Zealand with 3 spinners, come to India with 1 frontline spinner in a 15-man squad. I mean, somebody must have been on holder for a few months. But the Banton one is interesting. When you've completely washed your hands with Will Jacks, where's he? I'm not saying you they have, and a lot of people have mentioned the likes of Sam Curran and Reece Topley's not been selected for this winter after the West Indies. He's been moved aside, so there've been more multi-format players rather than just white ball specialists. So, Tom will have one game, if that, because he's not here yet, and getting into India is as we all know, is a challenge. But the biggest thing I want to say about young Banton's selection is I'm pleased for the lad himself, because he, by all accounts, I don't know him, and I don't really know anybody that's connected with him from an agency point of view or anything like that. But reading a couple of articles I read in the way he talked about where his head was to where he is now, fair play to the boy, and fingers crossed he comes in. I'd love to see him get a game, love to see him score runs, because hopefully from just a human perspective, he then kicks on with his career and really enjoys the new identity he's got, because it just seems as though the old one that he wasn't quite enjoying, he's left behind. He's gone to the AL20, done well, and England have picked him, so good for him.
Just to give headquarters a couple of minutes' notice that we'll be coming back to you in the time it takes you to all go and make yourselves a fresh cup of tea, because until you do that, I want to ask Chetan Narula about this year's IPL. We know that the cricket world comes to a stop. Well, it actually doesn't. There are other little small tournaments going on, like women's under 17 county cricket. Yeah, that's right. But so I am curious though, Chetan. Is it any winner out of the 10, or can you tell us who you think the top 3 favourites are? And are there any teams, obviously apart from Kings 11 Punjab, who are never going to win it, who you think that haven't got a chance this year?
The first name that comes to mind is Royal Challengers Bengaluru. I mean, perennial.
They're sent for the English, though, haven't they?
I'm going to get a lot of brickbats for this, but look, RCB have always, flattered to deceive when it comes to shredding their teams apart and then rebuilding, and never really on the money. But they have. I'll be very honest. I've been quite critical of what RCB do in terms of their player auctions, but this year, in fact, they've had a good auction, and I'll just stop there because you can hear the cheer. Why? Because that pylon has lit up.
It doesn't look any different.
It doesn't look any different to me.
Because it was 1 of 8. The other 7 was still on, but it's just the right side of our box. It's now properly lit up.
Oh yes, it
and
is
we
actually.
we can see on the television screen as well. That one was off. 1 of 7, just behind us. Here, if you can see on our stream, that has come on.
Don't wriggle out of it. Finish the IPL.
Yeah, so RCB perennial underachievers. Punjab Kings, well, I'm very excited about what Ricky Ponting can do there. I thought he was a little underwhelming at Delhi Capitals with Shreyas Iyer as skipper, who is obviously the last time's winning captain. They could be able to do something different. Mumbai Indians under Hardik Pandya. This will be his second year of captaincy there, and you have Jasprit Bumrah, Rohit Sharma, Suryakumar Yadav, Tilak Verma, who's coming out really well. Chennai Super Kings, always favourites. Kolkata Knight Riders, they've shred their winning team apart, they've rebuilt it. I think we'll have your regular teams in there, but I would not rule out Punjab Kings altogether under Ricky Ponting and Shreyas Iyer. I think they'll have a lot more freedom to do what they couldn't. When I say both of them, because Shreyas Iyer was with Delhi Capitals, he was injured, then they made Rishabh Pant captain, and then they left Rishabh Pant to go to Lucknow Super Giants. So Shreyas Iyer, Ricky Ponting, that combination is a very exciting one for me. RCB, heady mix of English players, Liam Livingston, Phil Saul, Jacob Bethel, Virat Kohli. I've heard, it's just a rumour, I've heard that he might be interested in leading RCB once again. It's not confirmed yet, but if that happens, that'll rejuvenate the RCB fans. Not that they need any recharging at any point, but at Nagpur there were shouts of RCB for Salt, for Livingston, for Jacob Bethel. So that craze is there. RCB fans really do deserve wins. but wins aren't distributed just on the basis of fandom. You actually have to plan it well, you just have to execute it well. I think RCB will be in the running for the top 4 spot, but do they have it to win the tournament? I don't think so.
I'm waiting for the day when we get the first player to have been signed by all 10 franchises. I think there's too much that I just can't fathom. There's too much I don't understand. You know, the mega auctions where you just said Kolkata Knight Riders win it, and then shred their winning squad.
Sam Curran's on his way, isn't he?
Aaron Finch, he's not playing anymore, but he was quite close. I think he represented 6, if not more.
Six.
I think so. Maybe could be 5. I'm not sure, but definitely more than 4. Look, yes, but it is the way the whole thing is planned. I know for a fact that a few franchisees were, especially the team owners, were against this model of mega auctions after every 3 years. You want continuity. You want to build that fan base. You want that continuity in your squad. Kolkata Knight Riders were against it. They were against the right to retain the player or the right to match card during the auction. That's why they retained all their 6 players, and then they went with whatever purse was left into the auction. Sunrisers Hyderabad, I know for a fact that they wanted no limits on what they could offer their players, which is why Heinrich Klaassen was paid the amount that he was paid. So these rules are ever changing. There will be a day, I hope, because I think we are past that point where mega auctions had a place in IPL. But again, what do I know? It's way above my pay grade.
Well, more than me. The players are on their way back. The pylon's been fixed, I'm delighted to say. We'll hear soon enough whether any overs have been lost. I suspect we're right on the cusp of starting to take overs off, and I fancy that we will still have the full allocation of 50 overs. We'll confirm that in just a moment, but we are literally a couple of minutes away from a restart, with India 48 without loss, scoring currently at 7.8 an over, and requiring under 6 an over, with Rohit Sharma having made a glorious start, 29 from 18 balls, Shubman Gill 17 off 19, and a frustrating little hiatus in play there, which I think lasted about 35 minutes. Was it about just over half an hour?
Just over half an hour. It was interesting because it's like the light didn't seem that bad. It's like, do you know when it's raining and it's just that little sort of little mizzle where it's raining, but it's not raining hard enough for you to take you off. The light was a little bit like that. When the pylon was out, the ground was still lit up, and arguably you look on that leg side now and you think it's very much the same. It's a little bit lighter, but still relatively dark down at the sort of fine leg angle, that end. So yeah, we've had a 30-minute delay, and I'm not going to say I'm not really sure what for, because it's obvious what it's for, because the lights went out, but I think you could have carried on playing in this light, and
I think
no one would
put
really
it this way: if it was the closing stages of a big game, both teams equal chance of winning, I think they would have said carry on. Okay, Saqib Mahmood is ready to continue with the 7th over of the innings. And sorry about the false alarm to the team back at headquarters, but at least you've got a fresh cup of tea now out of it. And we'll be back with you in a couple of overs' time once we've finished our stint here at the wonderful Barabati Stadium in Cuttack.
Give Darren Gough a chance to finish his Nando's, get the sweat off his brow, and mop the fortunes that he's got.
Oh, I can't wait for Goffey's riposte when he's on. Here is Saqib Mahmood, and that first delivery is driven away through the onside. Not timed, right off the toe end of the bat. Just enough bat on it to beat Jamie Overton at mid-wicket. And it's Josh Butler who goes and fetches. No, it's not. It's Mark Wood who goes and fetches it.
No sign of towels, Manners. No sign of towels. I'm just going to ask Chetan now. Just wondering, is it going to be any due? Because that didn't run across the turf that quickly. It just slowed up a little bit. But Josh Butler's got a towel in his back, and he didn't use it there.
Here is Mahmood once again, and thick outside half of the bat. I won't say edge, because I think he was pushing at that one outside the off stump, but then it's a shot that Rohit has played for 15 years when he's been at his best. He does play away from the body, and I think he's just opened the face there and run it down to third man for a single.
Yeah, he's just a batter who's trying to rediscover his touch, and of course there's been a break in play, so just wait and watch a bit. As for your due comment, I mean, it's just 7 p.m. It was mildly hot today, so I'm not sure if it's too cool in the evening for the dew to come in. Maybe wait another hour.
Saki Mahmood again, short, pulled away. There's a man at square leg, deep square leg, on the boundary now.
If at all dew comes in and affects this game, it's going to be the latter half of this innings, which is much the replication of the way that it might affect the Champions Trophy games in the UAE or even in Pakistan. I think in Pakistan you'll get dew earlier, but not so much in the UAE.
253 more runs needed. India have got 50 on the board now, 52 without loss, chasing a target of 305. Liam Livingstone it is at deep square leg as Saki Mahmood is in once more, and this one is flicked away past short fine leg and crashes into the boundary triangles now. Saki Mahmood trying to bowl one in at the body of Shubman Gill, Rohit Sharma, sorry, and he's glided that away effortlessly, beating Adil Rashid at short fine leg.
Yeah, just dragged his length back a little bit there, Saki Mahmood. That's 2 or 3 balls of the first 2 or 3 balls were fuller of length, bringing the sort of false shot from Rohit Sharma, then the short ball to Shubman Gill, and that was a bit in between, nothing or something on the hip, comfortable, easy, took clip for 4.
Saki Mahmood in once again, and Rohit Sharma is just defending that one really, but it's raced off the middle of the bat to cover point. Really terrific timing from Rohit Sharma, who's now 36 not out from 22 balls. After just 7 overs, India have galloped to 56 without loss.
We're going to see Mark Wood, and this is what I want to see. To talk about with a new ball bowler. It could be expensive. There's no doubt. 90 plus mile an hour. There's a chance of being expensive. A chance of sort of flying off and going for 4, and sort of, the vacant sort of slip areas, or even down to 40. To sort of past Adil Rashid at 45. But what you've got is, if you've got pace, high pace, like Mark Wood's got, you're asking the batters to make decisions quicker, especially when they've just come in and there's been a bit of a break.
Meanwhile, it's Mark Wood now who's into the attack from the far end, and Shubman Gill is the one facing. Falls down on his follow-through first up as Gill flicks it off his pad for a single in the square leg direction. You've got your wish, Mark Wood. Is it a little too late?
No, it's not too late. It's ideal. It's ideal now because there's been a break of play. He probably would have come on in the 7th or 9th over, I would have imagined anyway, even if the lights hadn't gone out. But now that the batters haven't been in faced the sort of 15, 20 balls, they're just coming in and starting to build their innings again, and any sign of indecision, because of the pace that Mark Wood's got, that's where England feels they'll have a chance.
This time to Rohit Sharma, then from Mark Wood. Sharma stands tall on his crease and just punches towards mid-wicket. 57 without loss. The half-century partnership for the openers. It's been a long time coming. Because Rohit Sharma hasn't been having those starts. But today he's been off the blocks. 36 of 23. 3 big sixes in there.
Oh, not just big, glorious, absolutely glorious. Starting with the pick-up flick over mid-wicket, the drive over extra cover, and then the straight drive over long off, landed in row 13 just below our commentary box. Is absolutely magnificent, and a couple of 4s.
Wood once again to Rohit. Big shout, big appeal. What does the umpire say? No, it was an incoming delivery. Good pace work at 147 clicks. Will England go up for it?
I think they will. It's Rohit Sharma. I think they will. Joss Murray's worried about height, and he's gone. He's gone for it. 5 seconds left on the clock. Joss Butler's worried about height. It looked relatively straight. I thought I heard two noises, but I think them two noises were both pads.
Noises. They were both soft, though.
Yeah, I think they were both pads, yeah. Both pads.
And you don't see Mark Wood often very animated.
Yeah.
And he was, wasn't he?
Well, Rohit Sharma is facing away from us, so it could be bat on pad. We'll just take a look at the review.
Just nipped back. It has its nipped back. It's probably nipped back too much. It's a bit high.
Ball passes close to the bat.
I don't think it's hit the bat.
I would like to check that with Ultra Edge if there is any bat involved.
No, I don't think it's hit the bat. I think ball's probably pitched just outside off stump and it's nipped back. It's nipped back at a good pace and it's hit. It's actually hit Rohit Sharma on the knee roll, just above the knee roll. So he's out of his crease. So I'm assuming this is going to be, not only is it going to be possibly missing down leg side, it's likely going to be missing over the top.
Just the bottom of the flap on the pad, just above the knee roll. That's where he's been hit. No bat involved there.
Original decision is not out. Pitching a
tracker. What does it show? It shows not out on umpire's call. Rohit Sharma survives then.
Chris, stay with your not out decision.
Chris Brown just saying this is not out, and as you were
a close decision. Good decision, I think, by umpire.
Just confirming, it showed it was hitting the top of leg stump.
Disappointment in the England camp, though. Mark Wood, as you said, he was absolutely animated about that one. So close call for Rohit Sharma, but again that in-swinger that has been troubling him in the recent past. That was the one delivery and worked at good pace, which again has been his Achilles heel. The fielder at mid-wicket just takes a couple of steps in. There's also fielder extra cover, mid-off, mid-on in position as well. Rohit Sharma this time over mid-on, takes the aerial route and he clears the boundary. One more six to his kitty. That's 4 sixes now, 42 of 25 balls.
Yeah, I think Rohit Sharma was expecting that one in a lot fuller length, and he got himself set for it. At 149 kilometres an hour, he's just eased this over the top. It was in the slot, wasn't it, for him? It was just in the slot. He's got his weight back. He's waiting for, if he bowls a short ball, he can pick it up.
Wood once again to Rohit Sharma. Not much timing on that one as it's played in the cover region. That one hit bang in the middle of his bat. 79 meters for that six. What sweet timing, what sweet sound of the bat.
Yeah, he's backing, he's giving himself some room, so he's backing off, not backing away to leg side, but in depth in the crease, and all his weight's on his back foot. And he's basically saying, right, if you pitch it up, I'm going to belt it straight over the top of your head. If you pitch it short, I'm going to try and that pick-up pull, his famous pick-up pull shot, and they're the two shots I think he's looking for against Mark Wood.
Chance of Rohit, ring out allowed at Cuttack. Shot delivery, almost squaring Rohit Sharma up on that particular delivery. But they cross over for a single as it's dabbed down towards third man. End of over number 8. It's 64 without loss, with Rohit Sharma for a change making hay.
Right, let's head over to headquarters now. We've got a bag of boiled sweets and some bottles of warm water to enjoy for supper. I hope the boys have enjoyed their Nando's. It's Jarrod, Kimber, Darren Gough and Andrew McKenna.
I'm sick. Just remind me, I've had 5 chicken wings, a lovely hot butterfly burger with rice. I didn't go for chips, Army, your normal choice, but enjoy your boiled sweets.
Oh, it's such a great thing being part of a team, isn't it?
It
Wonderful
is.
thing. 8 overs gone, 64 without loss, and Adil Rashid is going to be into the attack as we continue this coverage here on talkSPORT 2. India against England in this ODI series in partnership with Village Hotels. Dine out, play, work out, stay at Village. Right, Rohit will be on strike. England, of course, only allowed 2 outside the circle. They're at deep mid-wicket and long off. In goes Rashid, and straight away on the sweep is Rohit, and it's 4 through backwards square leg. Sweep isn't a shot you necessarily associate with a lot of Indian players, but Rohit plays it well there, 68 without loss.
It does, and on this pitch there's not been that many sweep shots played, but played this really well technically, kept his head down, kept his balance. Rashid coming to the crease, who's bowled well. He's bowling well. He's probably the best in the world at this moment in time with his record.
Right, 47 not out. Oh, it's a short one from Rashid. Standing up tall is Rohit, but there is that man out on the leg side at deep mid-wicket. It's Livingston, so it will be just a single, 69 without loss.
Yeah, good start in it from India. Just 8.2 overs, 69. Rohit Sharma, like I said, fantastic player. Scores a lot of runs, a lot of experience.
Shubman Gill gets what looked like it was going to be a full toss, really, on around leg stump, and he dips at the end, and Shubman Gill clips it out to Livingston, the deep fielder on the leg side. Single taken, 70 without loss.
And Shubman Gill at the other end, good supporting act, played beautifully the other day. Shubman Gill, fantastic shots, controlled shots, especially his pull shot, that's his favourite. And he's just...
Rohit waits for Adil Rashid, carves him back with a point for 4 to bring up his 58th one-day international 50. He's got 31 hundreds as well, but Rohit is off and running in this series well and truly. He only made 2 from 7 in the first. He's now got 52 from 30 in Cuttack.
Well, this is what he needed, isn't it, Rohit Sharma? To quieten the doubters, is the skipper of this side. Had a good World Cup, except for the final. Did well in the Asia Cup.
He's coming forward, playing defensively to Rashid on this occasion. No run.
And now he's back with a bang. 52. Fine 50. Shots all around the ground, really. Some big hits and some classy Rohit Sharma shots as well. Controlled innings. Brilliant.
Rashid to finish the over, swings into the leg side, or at least that's the attempt from Rohit on this occasion. Takes him on the body, runs out on the offside. No run. Rashid's first over goes for 10. India 74 without loss after 9. It means they're scoring at 8.2 and over. The requirement when they started was 6.1 and over. They've got that down to 5.6 needed from here on in. India needing 231 more from 41 overs to win this game and the series. Darren Gough.
Well, it'll be interesting where they go from here. If they do get home here, India, I expect one of their players to have 3 figures, and I think that's the difference between the two sides. If you look at the amount of hundreds some of the batters get within the Indian setup.
Mark Wood to start his second. Bowls to Shubman Gill off the inside half of the bats. Just dribbles out on the onside, no run.
And that's what makes them one of the best sides in this format, where it's slightly longer than the T20s. When the batters get in, they get big hundreds. It's normally either Rohit Sharma or Virat Kohli, but they've got players that do that, and I think that's one of the reasons they brought Joe Root back. They need him to try and bat through and get some hundreds. They see Williamson do it for New Zealand. If Joe Root can do that for England as well, it gives them a good platform.
Shubman Gill waits as Mark Wood comes charging in past umpire Chris Brown. Takes the outside portion of the bat as Mark Wood falls over. Again, I think that's the second or third time that he's fallen over, and it's out on the offside, no run.
Yeah, he loves to fall over, doesn't he? I used to fall over a lot as well. It's the amount of effort he puts in at the crease. He doesn't leave anything behind, Mark Wood. That's why he probably picks up as many injuries as he does. Similar to I did. Simon Jones was another one. Flintoff. Doesn't do us any good whatsoever falling over and putting that much effort into each delivery.
Well, we were watching the warm-ups earlier, and you mentioned how much tape he's got on the knee as it is already. In he goes once again, full and straight. Shubman Gill clips to mid-wicket, no run.
He's almost like a super sub player, isn't he now, Mark Wood? He just plays the odd game. I mean, it's not a bad contract to have. You play probably in a 3-match series, you might play 1. Look, if you're lucky, get him to play 2. But realistically, he's that good and he's that quick. But he can make a difference to a series by... If he plays in 2 tests out of the 5 against Australia, we'd all be happy, wouldn't we? 2 out of 5, winners one of them, happy.
Well, it was interesting. Brendan McCullum, before the T20s, was asked about how the approach is going to be potentially different. Wood is in. It's pushed to mid-off by Shubman Gill, and they'll take a single. And the one thing he did say was there might be a bit less wrapping people in cotton wool going forward, which kind of implied that when Jofra and Mark Wood are fit and available, they will play. They can't play every game.
I'm not so sure about that. I mean, we've already seen Jofra Archer now for the last, 2 12 months has been in and out. Mark Wood, still been in and out. He didn't play the first game. He's playing this second game. No Jofra Archer. Yeah, well, let's wait and see. But it's getting them both fit at the right time for the right series. And I think it's important, but they're fit for the Champions Trophy. It's important they're going to be fit for a Test series against India and England. And it's mega important, but they're both fit for that tour to Australia at the end of the year.
Fifth ball of the over. Just a single from this Mark Wood. 6 so far, and he's in towards the body of Rohit. Rides the bounce through square leg. Livingston will do the field. Single taken. 53 from 33 balls for Rohit. 76 without loss. So India, 1 ball left of the 10th over. So after this delivery, the field can be spread some more when England will be allowed to put 4 fielders outside the 30-metre circle. And you get that little bit more protection. Point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg inside the circle for Mark Wood as he comes charging in towards Shubman Gill. What a glorious shot from Shubman Gill. It'll go down in the scorebook as 1 to mid-on, and Gus Atkinson fields it, but it got to Gus Atkinson so quickly. It was a perfectly timed push drive. 77 without loss, India after 10.
Tendulkar shot that, wasn't it? That's what Tendulkar played so well. You had to have your mid-on so straight because he just used the pace of the bowler, just punched it, and it used to just go past you and you think, oh dear, I've got to bowl at him probably another 47 overs or 48 overs. And he's playing shots like that early on. And they do play that shot well, the Indian batters. They've got a history of doing that. Kohli plays it well. Tendulkar, Rohit Sharma, name them all. Just very good at hitting the ball back past you.
All right then. Umpire Madana Gopal waves his arm around to say that we are now in the second phase of this game. And Adil Rashid will bowl to Shubman Gill. Slip in place. A classical leg break. Play with a classical forward defensive. Out on the offside, no run.
Seen a stunning lack of bounces so far from England. I mean, they're going to come, Macca, don't get me wrong, but usually they would have tried that tactic once or twice. They haven't so far.
Rashid in once again. Oh, Shubman Gill goes across his front pad and flicks this over square leg for 6. It wasn't a huge wind-up. It wasn't an agricultural mow. It was a beautiful flick over the leg side. And India are 83 without loss, and Shubman has 28 from 29.
Wow. I was just saying it was the support act for Rohit Sharma. It looks like he's been going to be the batter that's going to try and bat through and let Rohit Sharma play the aggressive role, but what a shot this is. Oh, what a talent, Shubman Gill.
Rashid in front of the hand, that one. It's a push drive up to Ben Duckett at mid-wicket, no run. Shubman Gill's in a strange position here, really, because if we're honest, the vast majority of this crowd are here to see Rohit and Virat. They're obviously getting to see Rohit at the moment, so they don't necessarily want him to get out, but they'd like to see Virat for a bit. Shubman Gill goes back, turns this one through mid-wicket, and will take a single out to the deep man on the leg side, Liam Livingston. So it's got to be hard.
Absolutely. You've got to give them credit, you know, the pressure that they play on or under the Indian players. Yes, they get paid an absolute fortune, more than anybody else, other cricketers in the world by a long way. But to go out there every single innings, right, if you're a batter like Rohit Sharma or Virat Kohli, to keep doing it under that amount of pressure for many, many years, such a difficult job.
Right, 53 not out, waits for Rashid, bowls him a leg break. Oh, inside half of the bat from Rohit, was aiming at mid-off, gets it to mid-on. Harry Brook will coming off the boundary, they will take a single, 85 without loss.
But they do it, don't they? You look at some of the players, yes, they have the odd young player that don't reach the potential you would have liked, but that's life. Some people react to pressure better than others.
Final ball of the over from Rashid. Shubman Gill deep in his crease, back foot punch down to Harry Brook at long on. And that's a single. So 9 off the over, thanks to the 6 and 3 singles. 86 without loss India here on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. 11 overs gone, so it's 219 more from 39 overs. Jarrod.
So the story you told me, you're talking about Rohit going out and Virat coming in. I was at a tour game in 2003 between Victoria and India, and there'd been a disagreement between the two sides about the regulations the game was played under, and the Victorians got very angry. So Brad Hodge ended up making 264 from 500 minutes. I don't know why all my stories are about Brad Hodge today, by the way, fellas. And he did it on purpose, batted as far as possible. So the Indians kept turning up to the ground to watch Sachin play. And Brad Hodge kept batting on and on and on. But they stuck around right to the end of day 3 or day 4 or whatever it was, waiting for him to come in.
Mark Wood to start a new over. Short arm pull from Shubman Gill. Can Overton get round at mid-wicket? No. Wow. He has timed the cover off of that one. It seemed to be barely any effort. All timing, all along the floor. 90 without loss India. Shubman Gill's got 34 from 33.
Every time I see him play this shot, it's just controlled aggression. He's not trying to hit it too hard. He's watching the ball right onto the bat. It's just a bat in front. It's like textbook. Knowing you cut a pull shot, you're trying to teach kids to do it, right? You go back, cross, hit down to up, up to down, sorry. He hits it so well. Unbelievable. He's done it numerous occasions over the last 2 one-day internationals.
Mark Wood with the follow-up, goes full, takes the outside portion of the bat, fielded at short extra cover. Mark Wood's fallen over again. Carry on, Jarrod.
So they've been waiting for about a day and a half to watch Sachin come in. I think he made 80 in the first innings, so they were all really excited. He was in good form and he was going to come in. Brad Hodge kept batting and Brad Hodge kept batting. They eventually got back in, and in 42 overs, India made 116 for 2, and instead of coming in at number 4, Sachin Tendulkar, Rahul Dravid came in. Never seen 1,500 Indians leave quicker than when Rahul Dravid came into bat. They were like, this is not what we signed up for. And then it was a draw. They just walked off.
Brilliant.
Anyway.
Mark Wood in once again, finds the middle of Shubman Gill's bat. It's a place to mid-off and then scamper the single. England can't prevent that single being taken, Just Butler. And it's 91 without loss. Well, it's basically a full house at the moment in Cuttack, so we wouldn't get many more being able to get in, but I imagine if they could, a few more would try and come through the gates and watch Rohit play at the moment, and India in this run chase.
Well, they tend to wait till he actually walks into the crease and then they all charge in at the ground, don't they? That's what they normally do. I will stay outside and, call is in. Right, that's it. And then they try and get in the ground, but fantastic talent. Usually adored in India. A huge sport is cricket in India. It's everywhere. Everywhere you go.
Mark Wood into Rohit. Oh, inside edge from Rohit there. And Harry Brookfield at mid-wicket. And there is no run. 305 the target. So India have almost got the first third ticked off. And we're only 11 overs and 4 balls into the reply. Win today puts India 2 up with only 1 to play, and in Ahmedabad on Wednesday. And continue their Champions Trophy preparations. Wood in, it's Rohit going across his stumps. It will go down the leg side, and Chris Brown, the umpire, is saying no wide, because he's saying that Rohit moved. Rohit went to the offside, and Rohit's saying, well, that was always going down the leg side.
I think he's getting his own back there. Remember when Rohit asked him when they were bowling?
Yes.
Remember that one?
Yes.
Getting his own back. Rohit knows it as well. He got a huge smile on his face.
But he was outside off stump.
Yeah.
He had moved beforehand.
Still a wide, though, down the leg side, that. Still a wide.
He hit him in the thigh pad if he'd stood there.
Anything down the leg side nowadays. Right, final ball of the over then. Mark Wood in his third. Rohit was aiming a big off drive at that. Inside half of it goes to Atkinson at mid-on. no run. 12 completed, therefore. 91 without loss, India. Rohit 54 from 37. Shubman Gill will be on strike. He's got a run of ball 35. India need 214 more from 38 overs to win this game.
It was a batting masterclass so far, without doubt. 91 for none. Rohit 54 from 37 deliveries, and Shubman Gill 35 from 35. Run a ball. He's at second fiddle, hasn't it? But it's still been a wonderful knock for his country and a great support act for Rohit.
It's funny because they've got the scoreboard on the screen, and then afterwards they've got the batting averages of the players to come. 58, 47, then 34 and 20 before you get to 48 and 32 again. Slightly different than having Jamie Overton at number 7, isn't it? Having KL Rahul averaging 48 there.
Adil Rashid's third over is about to begin to Shubman, and he stays. He's managed to cut a ball that was millimetres away from him. It's not as if it's full and wide and he can free his arms. It's a short, again, it's a short arm motion.
It's on length. He's so good at picking up length. Goes back and knows it's a cut ball, and that's what makes him so talented.
Rohit then on strike. India 92 without loss. Rashid in, and that is tried to be whipped through fine leg, but England have a fielder on the edge of the circle there, and there is no run. TV have just flashed up a stat saying Adil Rashid's only bowled 5% of googlies, whereas about 20-odd% in the T20s. That might be because Abhishek Sharma was opening the innings and was getting runs as a left-hander. Rohit waits deep in the crease on this occasion and goes through backward point for 4. He goes to 58. India 96 without loss. A back cut, really well placed from Rohit.
Well, quicker ball from Rashid. Picked it straight from the hand. Did Rohit Sharma. Again, great depth in the crease. Wonderful technique. Make a great picture of that on the mantelpiece for anybody who got a snapshot of that.
Rashid goes in once again. Actually beats Rohit's bat. Taken on the pad outside of leg stump, and there's no run. India closing in on 100. England's 100 came up halfway through the 16th over. India are 12 overs and 4 balls into their innings at the moment. So they've got the hammer down in the last few overs. Slightly shorter from Rashid on this occasion. Rohit can't beat the man at extra cover. No run. 5 from the over.
They just keep getting that boundary per over, don't they? There's 4. Pick up a 4 and then just try and rotate the strike, and before you know it, there's 7 off the over. 4, 5, 6, 7.
Rashid in. Oh, that's a beautiful leg break. Rohit thought that was going to be a juicy full toss to start with and was trying to play it through the leg side, and then it dipped at the end and spun. Phil Salt whipped off the bails. Rohit's back foot never left, but you can tell how good Adil Rashid is because he's managed to beat Rohit there genuinely with that delivery.
Well, as he's got older as well, Adil Rashid, he's become a by far better bowler. I mean, he mixes it up so much better now than he used to. Everything were always about googlies, you know. Normal leg spin googlies. But now he's got so many different deliveries and he bowls them all at different paces. And that's why he's got to number 1 in the world. He's so talented.
50 and 30 balls for Rohit. 4 is 50, the fastest by an opener for India against England. Sourav Ganguly was previous fastest. Talking of fast, here comes Mark Wood, short over the head of Shubman Gill through to Phil Salt. Not called wide, so the umpires were happy enough to let that one go.
Oh, proper chin music, that one. Quick, really was. Got to be very, very watchful when you have a bowler that's bowling at you at between 90 and 95 miles an hour. And he wasn't pulling that one, was he? Shubman Gill, he was just having a little look and nod to the bowler.
In goes Mark Wood once again. That's quick and straight. Shubman playing around his front pad, fielded at mid-wicket, no run. That was very full and quick. England have used 4 bowlers so far. It'll be interesting to see when the 5th bowler is introduced. 4 from Saqib, 3 from Gus Atkinson. This is Mark Wood's 4th. Adil Rashid has bowled 3 for 24 so far.
Who will it be?
Well, you're thinking potentially Overton, but Wood goes in and bowls another sort of waist-high ball, and Shubman Gill plays that short-arm jabbing pull once again. Again, it's off the middle of the bat. It goes for 4. He goes to 40. India's 100 is up. Halfway through the 14th over, 100 without loss.
Well, I keep saying it, but this shot is just one of the best. I mean, he just stays so still. Every time I see it, I'm just in awe of the quality of him at the crease, how still he is, and he hits it down. You know, I mean, that's not an easy shot when the ball's coming down at the speed it does.
It's like a jab pull, isn't it? It's not a full pull.
It's amazing.
England have got a short mid-wicket in, and he managed to get it between him and the deeper mid-wicket. This time he's just staying backwards, drops it into the offside. Little bit of a yes-no, but they complete the single easily enough. And Shubman Gill goes to 41, and India 101 without loss. It's a beautiful thing, that Shubman Gill pull. Unless, of course, you're an England bowler. And that will be driving you to distraction.
The thing is, he plays it so well from hip up to his neck. It's got to be a ball. It's got to be higher. That's the only way you can do it, to try and get him to miss it, one of those pull shots. Get it above his neck, and then just hope he just gets a top edge or something. But you can't keep bowling that short ball at waist high, because he just keeps punishing it through the leg side. And every time he seems to do it, it tends to go for 4. He misses the fielders, whether it be behind backward square or whether it's in front. He seems to know where the fielders are.
Mark Wood for the 5th ball of the over. Rohit coming forward off the inside portion of the bat. Harry Brook will field at mid-wicket, and there is no run.
Do you bowl to guys who you felt hit really good shots, but quite often would hit them straight to the fielders over and over again, and then other guys like Lara who just would open or close the face to you?
Oh yeah, there is a difference on that. It tends to be back in the day, a lot of English players played lovely shots but always hit the field. Graham Hick was probably one of them. And Mark Rambakash played some unbelievable shots, but he just hit the field. And then you could play against a Gilchrist and a Klusner and a Mark Waugh, and they hit the ball where there's no fielders, and that's why they won stuff and we didn't.
Goughy boiling it down to the most straightforward part.
But it is.
There's a Lara innings. You didn't bowl in it, so it's okay. But there's a Lara innings where he makes 150, I think, at Edgbaston. And if you look at his wagon wheel, it starts at like squarest third man, and it goes all the way around. And Athers just kept putting people on the offside. He just kept hitting it to either side of them. It didn't matter.
Mark Wood is in once again. Rohit backs away to leg side and slaps him wide of mid-off for 4. What a shot that was. All in control despite the moving parts. India 105 without loss. Rohit 62 from 44.
Well, he's thrown it down there at about 150, just short of 150. I'll tell you what, Rohit Sharma's not bothered. People talk about his age. He's run down. He's seen it like it's a cannonball coming at him, and he's absolutely drilled it while he's nearly a third of the way down the pitch for 4. And Matt Wood appreciates that. He's clapping it. That's all you can do. What can you do as a bowler? Go back to your mark, and next ball, that's what counts. Because batters, believe it or not, are allowed to play good shots. And a lot of them.
Adil Rashid to start the 15th over, and Shubman Gill is coming forward playing defensively. No run. 105 without loss, India.
Well, I think they're going to go Liam Livingstone with a ball. I don't think they can go with Seam again at this moment in time.
In goes Rashid with a big leg break. Or it was aerial from Gill's bat for a little bit, but he's threaded the eye of the needle between the man on the drive on the offside and the square cover, and it'll be away for 4 more. Shubman Gill has 45, India 109 without loss.
Well, another good shot, a little bit of air from Rashid. He's hitting with the spin through the offside. There's a big gap there at extra cover. He's pretty square, isn't he? Yeah.
Rashid in. Quicker one, flatter one. Shubman Gill hits to duck it at straight mid-wicket, no run.
Just watch it, how they go about this chase, India. It's a masterclass, really. Make sure they hit that 4 per over and get what else they can off it.
Rashid in, and Shubman Gill's using his feet. He's found the same gap as he did 2 balls ago between the 2 fielders in the ring on the offside, and the sweepers can't get around. 4 more to Shubman Gill. 49 not out from 44 balls, and he's thinking, it's time I got on the highlights reel because Rohit's had all the love so far.
Well, I'll tell you what, be a pretty highlights reel from Shubman Gill. There's been some delightful textbook shots. There really has. Yes, he's been the support act so far, but he's coming to the party now. He's the main event this last 20 balls.
14 50s in one-day international cricket to his name. Number 15 is 1 ball away potentially as Adil Rashid goes in, and Shubman Gill just plays it quietly to square leg, and that's the only quiet thing about it, because the crowd comes to life. Shubman Gill just politely raises his bat, no great history on it. He's got 50 from 45 balls. India 114 without loss.
Well, he's just hitting it where he wants. I mean, that ball would tell you he's not going to get it there, but he's just got it there. I've got 49, I fancy 50. Fancy a nice round of applause from this huge crowd that's come in here in Cuttack, and he's just gone, yeah, come on, that'll do. 50 or 45, happy.
Rashid to Rohit. Leg break again, coming forward is Rohit, playing defensively onto the offside, no run. And there's your 2 boundaries from that over, 9 from that over. Rashid has now gone for 33 from 4, 15 overs bowled, 114 without loss are India. 305 the target for them, so 191 runs from 35 overs. They started off the innings needing to score at 6.1 and over. They've got that down to under 5.5 now because of the way they're playing, and England still don't have the breakthrough. And with Kohli, Shreyas Iyer, Hardik Pandya, Akshar Patel, KL Rahul could float anywhere between 4 and 6 and 7. There is plenty of power still to come. Almost damned if you do and damned if you don't as an England bowler at the moment. You want to take a wicket, but it might bring some more firepower in.
Well, 114, right, off 15 overs. I think realistically, if you're in the bowling side now, you'd say if there were this score after 20, you'd take it. So look at it as, but they're 5 overs in front of us at the moment. You've somehow got to find a way back if you're England. The captain's got to do something different.
5 maidens.
Yeah, that's where you're basically at, right? They're about 5 overs ahead. That's how I see it as a bowler, my mentality.
Gus Atkinson is going to bowl his 4th over. Right arm over, he comes in and bowls to Shubman Gill, who just covers up defensively. Duckett will field it straightish mid-wicket, mid-on, and there's no run.
What's interesting is we still haven't seen them try the bouncer thing even for a couple of overs here. It might just be they think the pitch is a bit slow, but they haven't gone to it even for a moment. When I saw Atkinson with the ball, I was like, okay, here we go. And that was just, again, the top of off stump. They have to try something different at the moment.
Well, Woods bowled one belting bouncer, and it was a dot ball, right?
Yeah. 2, Shubman Gill, who waits for Atkinson, plays around his front pad. Plenty of confidence in that one, and it'll go out to Overton, a deep square leg, and they take a single.
It wasn't just he had plenty of confidence there. He had an incredible amount of time. It's 136 kilometres an hour, and it looked like a big computer game where he pressed the shot beforehand. Yeah, like a spinner.
That's the good players, though, isn't it? When you watch, even when you're bowling, you know, in game, you can sometimes, when you're running in and you're bowling at someone who's got so much time, you're thinking, oh dear. You do feel it. You feel it as a bowler as well.
Atkinson goes in. Shortish one, actually, to Rohit, but he plays it well, keeps it down. It's away through backwards square leg for 4. 4 more to Rohit. 66 he moves on to. India 119 without loss.
Well, there's your bouncer theory gone. First bouncer. Not quick enough, though. Let's say when it's coming from Wood at 148 compared to at 131, 132. There's a big, big difference. He just helped it on its way, didn't he, Rohit?
Atkinson in once again. That sort of chest high flicked around the corner by Rohit down to Adil Rashid at long leg, and they will take a single. 67 from 47 for Rohit. India 120 without loss.
Yeah, I think Atkinson makes more sense if they're going to go with the not Atkinson, sorry. I think Overton makes more sense if they're going to go with the short ball, aren't they?
Well, he's used for that as well, isn't he? I mean,
it's the pitch harder as well.
Yeah, it's the pitch hard. Probably stronger as well.
Still, yes. So Overton's not bowled, Livingston's not bowled yet, so there are still a couple of options for Jos Buttler.
He's running out. He's running out of options at the minute.
Needs to find something from somewhere. Mind you, as we saw in the first game, it only takes a run out or something like that, and you can get a collapse. Shubman Gill waits as Atkinson goes in. That's a long way down the leg side, and that will be one to Adil Rashid. And I'm going to venture to suggest that's 3 runs better off than what it should have been, because that was a pretty ordinary ball, and Shubman Gill will be disappointed. He's only got a single for that. 52 from 48, 121 without lossing India.
You sound like my old coach there, Macca. Look, anything can happen. A dodgy run out, a caught square leg, a caught cover, a caught fine leg. Anything can happen. Stay in the game. Believe.
You know, the old one brings 2. Just got to get the one. Atkinson in. Oh, it's a short ball. It's a slow ball until it makes contact with Rohit's bat, at which point it accelerates massively and disappears over long leg for 6. So that is 13 from the over. That ball was at just over 100 kilometres an hour according to the speed gun, which isn't vastly more than what Adil Rashid has been bowling. India at the end of 16, 127 without loss.
Well, it was filth. It was an attempted leg cutter at the side, back of his hand, whichever you want to describe it, and it was filth. It really was. And it got what it deserved. Short, sat in the pitch, 6. Rohit, Rohit, better than that Nando's. That easy work.
That's one of the deliveries, Macca, where we don't need the former pro here. We've both bowled those deliveries before. Whoa.
I've definitely seen you bowl them, Jarrod. Absolutely.
I've bowled a lot of those. They usually get hit about that far too.
It is Jamie Overton, and he's gone for sort of the rib cage area of Shubman Gill. Shubman Gill rides the bounce though and plays it through fine leg for 4. New over, same problem. 56 not out for Gill. India 131 without loss.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say they've decided to bowl cross seam into the pitch a little bit more, but that's just at leg stump, and it's not even getting up, Goughy. Like it's not going to put him in any position at all, and Shubman Gill should have got a 4 off a bad ball last over, and this time he's cashed in.
Overton, short and wide, and will be signalled wide. It actually, there was a little bit of swing on that, because he started wide and swung further away to Phil Salt's right-hand side. It's called wide.
Well, standards, amazing. What's the amazing thing about that delivery, it was a proper wide. I mean, you needed 2 pitches for him to even hit that. He called a wide, and the keeper is clapping the delivery because it swung a little bit. It swung because his action was all wrong, and he was round arm, and that's why it swung.
Overton in. That is tighter to off stump. Shubman Gill tries to beat Duckett at backward point, can't, and there is no run. There's applause. I don't know if that's sarcastic applause.
I think it is. A better delivery though from Jamie Overton.
It was well fielded, to be fair.
Yeah. I do like Jamie Overton, you know, as a cricketer. I think he's got a bit of everything. They're just going to find the right role for him. I think he's just one too high in the batting order at this moment in time.
In he goes, and Shubman Gill plays that short arm ball once again. And guess what? It's 4 again. Fielders diving in all directions trying to stop that ball, but it was timed so well. Shubman Gill has got 60 now from 51 balls. India 136 without loss.
Well, we've obviously not seen enough of this shot, have we, over the last 2 one-day internationals. Come on, England, wake up. You've got all the stats you need. He plays that well.
Overton
goes there, you go, Yorker!
First one of the day. Gough been calling for it for ages. A good old-fashioned proper Yorker that hits the base of off stump, and Shubman Gill walks off smiling. He's made 60 from 52. England had the breakthrough, 136 for 1, and the Indians are standing and applauding because Shubman Gill's out. Not because he's out, it means that Virat's on the way in.
It's amazing, isn't it? What a delivery from Jamie Overton. We've just been saying, I actually like him as a cricketer. He's got a lot to offer, he can bowl good pace. But that's the first Yorker of the day. First Yorker of the day, guess what? Shocks the batter who's looking to hit boundaries, 4s and 6s. Get the odd one in there, and it's like gold dust. Knocks the stump back of Shubman Gill. Huge wicket. 1 for 9 now, Jamie Overton. And Shubman Gill, after a nice knock, goes. But, hey, the second king is at the crease. Tendulkar's the king, but this man is a pretty special player. In Test cricket, he might have dropped off a cliff, but I'll tell you what, in one-day internationals, he's still right up there as one of the best players in the world, and that's what the crowd want to see.
Virat Kohli's 296th one-day international today, 13,906 runs at an average of 58.2, 72 scores of 50, 50 scores of 100 or more. It is absolutely ludicrous. Against England alone, 36 one-day internationals with 1,340 runs at an average of basically 42. The man is a genius. And he's taking guard because Overton has 2 balls left this over. In he comes, right arm over, and Virat is taking a big stride forward, playing it back to the bowler off the inside half of the bat, and there is no run. You can hear the disappointment on the crowd as he doesn't score a run.
And I'll go back to that. Can you imagine the pressure if that's you every time you come to the crease? It's good if you get some runs, you know. But that's what they expect. They don't expect you to go there and not get any. And every time Virat Kohli goes out there, everyone expects, the media, the fans, the coaches, his teammates.
Short ball from Overton. Kohli goes on the pull, doesn't get anything on it, and the umpire will signal wide. So it's going to be at least an 8-ball over for Overton. 137 for 1 India. Kohli's made 200s in his last 7 ODI innings. 101 not out and 117. And he's gone past 50 in 10 of his last 15 innings in this form of the game. He's waiting for Overton, pushing this one out towards mid-on. Mark Wood will field, and that's the end of 17 overs here on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. High time to rejoin Chetan Narula, Steve Harmison and Neil Manthorp to continue the fun.
Thank you very much indeed, Andrew McKenna, Darren Gough and Jarrod Kimber. It has been fun, hasn't it? Wow, 137 for 1, 17 overs gone. Scoring rate over 8 and over, required a fraction over 5 and over. So it's India's game to lose, and it's a big call to make at this stage. And India not halfway there yet, but 168 runs to win from 33 overs with wickets in hand, a deep batting lineup, and most of whom are in form. I don't know why I said most. All of whom seem to be in form. Now then, that's a new over begins from Gus Atkinson. Short, and it's pulled away behind square on the leg side for 4 more runs. Rohit Sharma absolutely flying. 77 from 49 balls now, but there's nothing specifically challenging about that delivery, was there?
No, it's not. It's not high enough. It's not. It really isn't. It's an in-between length where you look at Rohit Sharma, the way he sets up. That's in his wheelhouse. He's making sure that he's opening his body up. If it's full, he's looking to hit it straight. If it's short, that pick-up pull, it's not getting high enough.
Atkinson in again, does get this one right on a length on off stump, and Rohit Sharma simply pushes it defensively straight back up towards mid-off.
If you want to bring, you've got Jamie Overton, who just bowled an absolute beauty of a Yorker to get rid of Shubman Gill, who played fantastically well. If you want to bring him in to play at deep square leg, or Adil Rashid in to play down on the practice pitches at fine leg, you've got to get it higher. You've got to get it higher. If you're going to bowl short, you've got to mean it. You've got to really bowl it short and get it up around the armpit area or the left ear of Rohit Sharma.
Atkinson in again, straight drive, beautiful looking shot, but not good enough to beat Harry Brook, who's now fielding at mid-off. He's all over the place, Harry Brook. I've always enjoyed, for decades, how somehow certain fielders just become leg side fielders. They're either at mid-on or square leg or mid-wicket, and the leg side's their area. Ashley Giles was one of those, and if he wasn't fielding in the gully, he'd be for some reason.
I was as well. I was a behind fielder. I was a behind, never mind leg side. As long as I was behind the ball, I was fine. Yeah, I never really wanted to be in front of it.
Obviously, I mean, you have you build up a portfolio of positions, don't you, as a fielder? You've got your number one, you either point or cover, or there's very few that seem to go anywhere. Harry Brook is one of those. Find him wherever he's needed, wherever he's wanted. It's flicked away nicely by Virat Kohli out on the onside. Just the third ball he's faced. India 142 for 1.
If I wasn't at fine leg or mid-on, I was in the wrong place.
Livingston is he's just a leg side fielder. I don't know why it is. He's don't see him in the cordon much at all. Now then, England are trying something different now. They've got two short catching covers, particularly Duckett. He's definitely a short catching cover. Full and straight and driven for 4. Beautiful, classic Virat Kohli. Fine way to get off the mark.
Peach, absolute peach of a shot from Virat Kohli. Just closing the face, bringing it straight, trying to play in the way. And boy, did he get it on point. Just beating the fielder at mid-on, who had no chance whatsoever. Spanking boundary to get off the mark. And the crowd that's already cheering for Rohit Sharma, now they have another name to cheer for.
Here's Virat Kohli coming forward to the next one from Atkinson, pushing it out towards Joe Root at cover. One of the two short catching covers. As Root and Duckett now walk away to find out where they're going to be positioned for the next over. 18 overs gone. Gus Atkinson not enjoying a great night. 5 overs, no maidens, none for 48. None of the England bowlers have looked particularly threatening. Jamie Overton, the only one with a wicket. That wicket over cost him 10. 1 for 10 in one. It's just a bit samey, really, isn't it? You know, and I suppose Joss Butler wants the frontline seam bowlers to do a bit more for him before he starts reverting to part-time spin options. I mean, you don't need to be bringing Joe Root and Livingston on with 1 wicket down, 146 on the board. Here's a new over from Jamie Overton. He did at least take a wicket with a beautiful Yorker in his first over. That one clipped out on the onside, no run.
Yeah, you might have to think about it just to get. I don't think I'll be worried about a 6 bowler just yet, because I don't think overs come into play. I think England at this stage are probably going to have to bowl India out, and that from that point. But even just a Joe Root or even a Livingston, just a change of pace.
Pushed defensively out behind square on the offside, and it's picked up back and fight by Duckett, no run. Yeah, I mean, how can this go deep into the, beyond the 45th over? How?
Wickets. It's the only way. Taking wickets. But there's a process of that, and at this moment in time, England seamers, other than one delivery, really have looked a bit toothless. It's back of a length, gone that little bit fuller. The short ball hasn't really worked. No pace in the pitch.
Overton in again. The Yorker takes the pitch out of the equation, and I think he was striving for it once again. It's bought him a wicket, the only wicket, but this time just slightly shorter than Yorker length, and Rohit Sharma pushes it out on the onside, and there's no run.
But possibly a Livingston or a Root basically said to Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli, either let them bowl like, from a spinner's point of view, or you you go run down the wicket and belt him out the attack. From a Joss Buttler's point of view, it might be worth a gamble.
Steered away by Rohit Sharma down to third man. They go through for a single as Saqib Mahmood does the tidying up. Rohit moves to 79. Virat Kohli back on strike on 4.
Virat Kohli follows a particular template. Just get that boundary to speed up things along, and then just keep on rotating the strike. That's his go-to template in white ball cricket. So if you put on the part-time spinners, you're making it easy for him. He struggled against the Pacers, although I doubt that, no disrespect to the current England Pacers, that away-going delivery outside the off-stump, I'm not sure they're going to bowl that at the moment.
Off the back foot, crunched away. Super shot, straight cover drive with a straight bat off the back foot from Virat Kohli. And he's moves on to 5, 148 for 1. It's a template which has worked rather well for him for 13 years.
Yes, absolutely. 50 ODI hundreds, was a star of the ODI World Cup with those 700 plus runs. But with Rohit Sharma, who's batting so well against pace, and that's been a misnomer for the last 3 months.
Here's Overton again. Again, he's looking for the Yorker, and not wrong with that. He's blocked it, trickles into the covers for a single.
For Rohit Sharma, getting on that part-time spinner, as it's the end of the over, 19 done, 149 for 1. Getting that part-time spinner might just change the pace. We have to see what has happened over the surface, because we were thinking it would be more abrasive. We also have to figure out if there's been some light dew which just settles the pitch down. So maybe the change of pace, that might just push Rohit Sharma off his guard, because he would like to attack the part-time spinners. But would he like to do that today, when he's found form, when he's got that start, when he's hitting it really well, 18 out of 56? Would he endanger that? I'm not sure. But yeah, it's worth a gamble, inviting Rohit to attack the part-time spinner. That's the only ploy left for England at the moment.
They might have to look at it more seriously, because Jamie Overton is having a conversation with the doctor there, and he's just feeling the back of his leg, behind his knee, back of his sort of right hamstring, whether it's his knee or it's his hamstring, and he's now looking at his hand. But he was having a conversation. He brought the physio or the doctor. I'm not sure which one that is. I think that's the doctor. So it might not be anything from the muscle point of view. It might be a little bit more structural. He was just feeling the back of his leg there, and with Jamie's injury record in the past, that would be a slight concern. So maybe that is something for Joss Buttler to think about, getting a 6 bowler into the equation.
He was just checking whether he still had some sleeping tablets left for the rest of the tour, because he's run out and he wants to get in first.
He might not sleep tonight. The way Rohit and Virat's going, and again a shot down the ground. We've seen so far 2 players, 2 absolute greats of the game, come in with scratchy form. People questioning their players, people questioning their careers, really. Especially you look at Rohit more than Virat, I think. But first scoring shot from Rohit Sharma, that just easy flick over the mid-wicket boundary for 6. And you look at the first boundary for Virat Kohli, that ease down the ground, a trademark shot, and all of a sudden their balance is in the right place, their movements are good, and off they go with their innings.
We just had a drinks break, and the players the ground staff are making their way off the field. Chetan, Narula, I'm going to ask you an economics question here. So how does the replica shirt business work? We've got a crowd of 40,000+, of whom 20,000 are wearing replica Virat or Rohit shirts, and I know how much they cost. They're 350 rupees from the vendor I asked. So I'm guessing that's not official merchandise at that price.
That's not. No, that's not the official merchandise. If you want the official replica, that costs $6,000 from Adidas stores or their website.
So how come they're allowed to just sell these cheap rip-offs?
You're asking questions I can't answer. But I'll tell you what, as Adil Rashid comes on to bowl, he's still on the top of his mark. So they do have a fan replica jersey, which is for $1,000. However, that's a different design currently. When they first brought out the Adidas jersey for the Indian cricket team, as Rashid bowls, just a little outside off stump Rohit Sharma tries to cut it away. It was Fielder at cover, and it's Josh Butler who has a shy at the non-strikers end. Rohit Sharma with a tumble at the other end to complete the single. I'm hoping he hasn't done any harm there.
They were both gone there, but Josh Butler could have gone either way, and they were both gone there. He's on his heels here. Virat, that thrown at Virat's end, and that's close. Even that, Adil Rashid got a hold of it. He didn't let the ball go past the stumps. He caught it before the stumps.
There was nobody behind him backing up, so he didn't want to concede the 4 runs. It might have been close. Well, I think it would have been out, actually. You're right. That one is driven by Virat Kohli out towards cover. And Josh Butler has a shy, frustrated Josh Butler has a powerful shy at the striker stumps. And did that just ricochet off Virat's pads?
No, it hits him in the back, I think. Back on the back.
He's apologised, as Josh Butler, but that did seem a little bit tempestuous, and he's got a grin on his face now. I think Virat's accepted the apology. Adil Rashid in again. Oh, and he's ripped a leg break past the outside edge, and Phil Salt's whipped the bails off, and Adil Rashid is screaming and shouting, I think more in celebration of the quality of the delivery than anything else. I don't think it hit the outside edge, but the umpire's duty bound to check for the stumping.
I think it's catch. I think he's nicked this. I think he's nicked it. There was a little noise.
2 reviews for
actually,
behind
well,
stumping.
Adil Rashid was appealing before Salt took the bails off.
I think there's a nick here. I think there is. I think Butler was adamant. Salt was adamant. I mean, he didn't just take the bails off. He took the stumps. Whether Virat moved his foot, we could have a simple one here. That we got him out twice.
Yes.
He could be out caught and stumped.
Let's start with
that can account in Ahmedabad on Wednesday.
I would hope so. I'm sure Josh Butler's asking the question.
Here we go. Here's the replay. It's, as I said at the time, it's a magnificent delivery.
Ball passes.
I think the bat hits the ground.
I want to check that with outrage, please, if there is any bat involved.
Well, I can't see an edge. Can you?
I think there's an edge here.
I heard 2 sounds as well.
Here we go. Ultra edge. Yes.
Yes. I can see
beautiful delivery from Adil Rashid.
Absolutely
Absolutely classic leg break. Magnificent stuff. Virat Kohli. Well, he sets very high standards for himself, but there'll be no point in berating himself as he makes his way off the ground. He may not even have felt the edge. It wasn't a thick one, but by any means. But you know what? Sometimes you just need to tuck the bat under your armpit and say, well bowled, sir.
Yeah, well bowled, sir, definitely. I think also from that point of view, I think Virat might have felt as though there was a little touch on the ground from the bat. It was an absolute beauty of a delivery. Just drifted in towards Virat Kohli, and then sharp spin away, and Virat Kohli's just followed it, and he's managed to get a really thin outside edge. A good bit of keeping from Phil Salt, who also took the bails. We didn't get to see the stumping. He wasn't out twice, but once is enough for somebody as great as Virat Kohli, and what a delivery from Adil Rashid. 150 for 2 are India.
And wrist spin, always a good matchup against Virat Kohli when he comes to the crease. So, yeah, that is full marks to England, to Russian, and to Josh Butler as well. He was just playing a little too away from his body. Just the turn just carried away that momentum, and I think Phil Salt just took off the bails just to be sure, just to be doubly sure. But definitely there were 2 sounds. I think both you and I, Ahami, heard it.
Yeah, 2 sounds. I think just opened the face a little bit, did Virat Kohli, and it just clipped just a little thin outside edge, which is good delivery from Adil Rashid.
Rashid this time from the far end as Shreyas Iyer is forward and defending on the first ball. So we were talking about Virat Kohli getting caught outside the off stump. It was not off a pacer, but came off a spinner. Adil Rashid getting the big wicket, silencing the crowd as Virat Kohli walked back. Slip in position and a catching cover for Shreyas Iyer. Rashid bowls as Shreyas Iyer slaps this towards deep cover and gets off the mark with a single. It's 150 already up for India. We're in the 20th over. The big news is they're 2 down now because Virat Kohli is caught behind earlier in this over.
Is this the time to bring on Livingston or Joe Root with the new batsman in, even though it is Shreyas Iyer?
Yeah, there's you could look at it that way. I think depending on how the sort of fitness is on bodies. Bear in mind you've got Mark Wood and Jamie Overton out there. I'd be tempted to go the other way, and bring one of me. Think which of my 4 90-mile-an-hour bowlers is likely to get me a wicket and push hard to try and get Rohit out. You get Rohit Sharma out here.
Forward comes Rohit, playing a classic defensive shot, just nudging it out on the offside. He's got a grin on his face, the Indian captain, and rightly so. He's 81 not out from 58 balls. Absolutely magnificent. Truly a return to form that defines the art. I mean, we wondered whether he might try and graft his way back into form, but he just had a couple of deliveries early on, didn't he, that were in dreamland.
In the slot. They were in the slot.
Yeah.
They were. You can't sugarcoat it. They were in the slot. I don't think there was ever a chance that he was going to grind himself into a score to get himself into form. I don't think he knows how to grind scores. I think if he bats 70 balls, he gets 100. It's just his natural game. See the ball, hit the ball in such a stylish way.
Jamie Overton continues. He's been England's best quick bowler today, and that one is defended out on the onside by Shreyas Iyer, and there's no run. Overton beginning his third over, 1 for 13, 10 in his first over, just 3 in his second over. And Josh Buttler is now having a chat to Mark Wood, and I think that he's the man, isn't he? I think Buttler's saying, look, how about the
1 or 2 overs? That's what he's there for. Try and get a wicket, see if we can break the partnership. Well, break Rohit Sharma.
Overton in, that one heading down the leg side, and hits Shreyas Iyer on the pad. So there's a shriek of an appeal from Jamie Overton. Did you find yourself doing that, appealing just because on a flat pitch you hit the batsman on the pads, and you all your instincts would tell you that it's missing?
Yeah, you also appeal to try potentially to block a run, stop a run. If that goes there and Harry Brooks a little bit closer, then there could be a little bit of hesitation because the batter then ball watches because he's watching the umpire.
Defended now nicely, solid defence from Rohit Sharma.
Also, there were no reviews when he was playing, were they?
Depends which umpires you got. No reviews. We might have got that one.
Yeah, so you get that, and the batter can't do anything about it. But just on your remark about Rohit Sharma grinding out, one of the finest ODI centuries he scored was against South Africa, 2019 World Cup. That was Southampton, if I remember correctly. Brilliant innings.
Here's Jamie Overton again, and this one steered away down towards third man. They go through for an easy single. There was nothing
the conditions
crazy
were
about that. It was good seaming and bouncing.
Yeah, it was, and it's just that he wasn't attacking the bowling, Rabada and company, just not hitting those sixes and all. He was just staying there at the wicket, just grinding them. That's the extent of grinding in white ball format. But otherwise, in Test cricket in England, Nagpur against Australia,
you had to be watchful in that. Yeah, so of course he can do it. I mean, wouldn't have got as many runs over as many years without having an all-round game. That's short and pulled away for 4. Nicely done. Hit the middle of the bat, but pulled very fine by Shreyas Iyer.
Again, no conviction with the short ball. Again, it's hip height. I mean, if you're going to bowl short, bowl short. If you are going to bowl that aggressive, heavy ball, the effort ball, it's got to get higher than that. It's got to get higher than that because it's not a pull shot. It's just a help round the corner.
Jab. Just a little jab, isn't it?
Short arm jab. Just a little stand up sweep round the corner. Thank you very much. 4 runs.
Here's Overton again. He's going full and straight, and I like that. He's taking the pitch out of the equation. That's not what's not working for him. That's pushed up towards mid-on. They scurry through for a single as Mark Wood does the fielding. So yeah, I mean, if the pitch is doing you no favours, then take it out of the equation, bowl full and straight, and he bowls a very good Yorker. I guess you can overdo any delivery, but if that's his game plan, he's sticking to it. 21 overs gone. India 158 for 2, needing 305.
You're also bowling 140 kilometres an hour, and you're 6'4". If you're going to bowl short, make sure it's in your half, not just. You're trying to put an effort ball, and you think right back of a length. If you're going to bowl short, mean to bowl short, which means bragging your length back. Be prepared to potentially go for a wide over the top of his head. than not sort of execute it properly and get belted for 4.
Adil Rashid continues now, bowling to Shreyas Iyer, defends, no run.
Aren't you being a bit harsh on this surface? I think there's not enough purchase if you bowl short. I mean, 135 clicks, it's going to come really easy with Shreyas Iyer, as you mentioned, just bending it around the corner.
Sometimes the slower it comes up, the harder it is to hit if you get it higher.
Driven for a single through to the cover sweeper. That's Liam Livingstone.
I think if there's one bowler who could try that ploy, it's Mark Wood, because he has that extra yard of pace. Jamie Overton with 135 clicks, he's not going to trouble the batters on the surface. I think it's just Mark Wood, but as Harmy mentioned there, can he direct them well? I think that's going to be the key, especially with Shreyas Iyer at one end, who sometimes, after the innings in Nagpur, I have to say, sometimes, I have to insert that word, has an issue with the shortish delivery, as do most other batters.
Rashid in again, little lap sweep shot, and that's racing away down to the boundary as well. That is not going to be intercepted by Mark Wood, and that's another boundary. They're not coming quite as thick and fast as they were during the power play, but just when England managed to string 2 or 3 dot balls together, there's a boundary.
Yeah, just stray in line, just a stray of line from Adil Rashid, probably pitching just outside leg stump. Rohit Sharma just turns it round the corner. He's meant to get it fine. Mark Wood's a little bit squarer on the boundary.
Rashid, little drag down now, and not a long hop, but a little shorter than he wanted, I think, and it's tucked away by Rohit Sharma to Mark Wood at deep backward square leg. Rohit Sharma now onto 87 from 62 balls, flying along. Equalled his 3rd fastest ODI 50, which he reached in just 30 balls. So he's now moved up to 62 balls, and he's got 87. A natural slowing down, and after the power play overs, as Adil Rashid is in again, this time Shreyas Iyer drops it down 5 or 6 yards from where he stands, and Gus Atkinson comes running in from mid-wicket, can't prevent the single. Rohit Sharma can still move swiftly when he has to.
And I read on social media, hit a 6 after 113 days of international cricket. 113, and he celebrated that by hitting 4 more.
Here's Rashid once again, and a quicker one outside the off stump. Rohit Sharma guides it away behind square. It's Jamie Overton at backward point, and take another single. 22 overs gone now. India 166 for 2, and the progress was not what we expected in the first 10 overs, Harmy, when we discussed it during the supper break. It was quicker than what we expected, but now it's the lack of variation, isn't it? It's the fact that the pitch is just placid, it's offering nothing. You've got to make something happen, I guess, or you've got to build pressure, and to do that you need 360.
Yeah, well, to build pressure, you've got to try and string 3 or 4 dot balls in a row, which possibly means gambling, bring the field in, the guys inside the ring get their angles right to try and put pressure on them. But Rohit Sharma's been in for far too long now, so he's manipulating the field nicely. Mark Wood comes on to bowl, and a wicket here getting Rohit Sharma out. 2 new batters with Shreyas Iyer in. That could then halt and just, get a chance to build in a couple of dot balls to add some pressure.
Meanwhile, as we were discussing, it's Mark Wood who's back into the bowling attack. He's bowling to Rohit Sharma from the radio end. As straighter, not too much bounce on that one. Tad fuller, and he dabs it towards mid-wicket. So mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, extra cover, and backward point. The fielders inside the 30-yard circle. Do you agree with this, Mark Wood now?
I agree. I mean, you've got to get a wicket, so you have to get Rohit Sharma out. To win the game, England have got to get Rohit Sharma out. So who's your prize asset to get that wicket? And on the field, you look at it, you're probably looking at Adil Rashid or Mark Wood, that express pace, and the areas he's got to hit. The way he's gone with his field now, gone straight, no man behind square on the offside, so he's just got a third and a backward point, both on the deep. Everybody's in front of square, so he's looking to bowl a bit fuller and a bit straighter.
Mark Wood once again, this time again onto the leg stump as he flicks it. Ben Duckett in that mid-wicket position on the 30-yard circle. He's the one who's fielding it. as you mentioned rightly, backward point just taken off, and Harry Brook in a catching position at mid-wicket as well.
So what he's looking for here, he's going to look to run in and try and hit round about the stumps, 3/4 of the way up, possibly just above the stumps. That's the area, the margin area he's looking for, and he's not looking to bowl any wider than off stump. It's got to be straight, because if it's a little bit wider, Rohit Sharma can late cut it down to third and walk out to the other end. It's got to be straighter to bring the fielders in play.
We have 4 catching behind wicket as well. This time again, dab to short mid-wicket, Harry Brook. No run there. We have deep point. We have third man, we have fine leg, and then square leg, deep square leg. So those are the 4 in the deep. So if he decides to go short, and Rohit Sharma decides to take on the fielder, that could be an engaging moment. But it's been a while since anybody said that Rohit Sharma is the prize wicket for India to win this game. As you mentioned, Harmy.
He is the prize wicket, and he probably is the big wicket for England. If England can prize out Rohit Sharma and put pressure on the rest.
Mark Wood to Rohit. Again, Fuller. He's standing at his crease and defending.
You know, the rest of the sort of what you would call the in batters, the batters, the likes of Hardik Pandya, K. Rahul, and Akshar Patel. You've got Jadeja to come. I mean, there's some good batters there. But all of a sudden, if Rohit goes and you string a few overs where 3 off the over, 4 off the over, put pressure on. I know they've got left and right hand combinations to come, but that's what England have got to be thinking. They've got a plan. They've gone well to that plan so far in this over. 4 balls so far. That's asking for the 4 dots. They've got them.
Wood once again to Rohit, who takes the aerial route, but there is nobody out there, and nobody will be able to stop it. Once again, clears the fence, mid-wicket fence this time, for a 6th 6. He's into the 90s.
It'll be amazing. The chat in the field, the buzz in the infield. Joe Root, Harry Brook, Ben Duckett, the ones around they'll be saying, come on, buddy, 4 balls, 4 dot balls, you're in there. Big shot coming, big shot coming. Big shot came, big shot, massive shot came. Pick up, pull onto the leg side and all the way for 6.
Big shot
pressure
came,
relieved.
Big shot went.
Big shot came and definitely big shot went. And a little bit of pressure relieved.
And 1 big shot away from what could be a miraculous form turning and silencing everybody. That could be the century. And Neil Manthorp is looking at me because we spoke about it a couple of days back in our Following On podcast. Well, Mark Wood once again bowling to Rohit Sharma. Now this time just flicks it. Harry Brook at short mid-wicket. No run there. That'll be the end of over number 23, 172 for 2. Rohit Sharma motoring along just fine. 69 deliveries, 9 4s, 6 6s, 94 not out.
Well, you look at it and it's 6 off the over. So from an over point of view, you think, well, that's a good over from Mark Wood. He's bowled 5 good dot balls and he's been belted for 6. I mean, it was a fantastic shot. But the thing I liked about that over, there was a plan to it. England changed. They set their field and bowled accordingly to a plan, and they basically said to Rohit Sharma, and I think this hasn't happened enough for England in the second half, is that if you want to hit a big shot, you're going to have to hit a big shot of a good ball and a plan that we have executed. And what they've done, you tip your cap and you say, well played. That's a really, really good shot, because the plan that we're trying to execute, we actually did. You just played a good shot.
Adil Rashid from the river end in, bowling with a slip as the Shreyas Iyer rocks back in his crease and plays it towards long on for a single, and slowly the crowd rises on its feet. The humming is picking up ante. Chance of Rohit at the Baravati Stadium. The last time Rohit Sharma got 100 in ODI cricket was in October 2023 during the ODI World Cup. It was in Delhi against Afghanistan. He smacked 131 of 84 deliveries that night, 5 6s in there. Now he's facing Adil Rashid, 1 hit away from 100, but this time he sweeps. It's in the air but safe. The fielder at deep square leg will field it, and it's just a single, but you could hear the chant, hear the crowd roar, and you almost imagined 100 there.
Just held it back a bit, didn't he, Adil Rashid? He's just held it back a touch. Made Rohit Sharma put all the pace on it. Still a well-executed shot.
Rashid once again to Shreyas Iyer this time, who is bamboozled. There was some turn there and some awkward bounce as well. Slip could have been in play had he played at it, jabbed at it. Was just surprised. He was forward, but a bit further away.
He missed it by a mile. If he had the bat hurled the other way around, he still wouldn't hit it.
Rashid once again, and this time Shreyas Iyer letting that one go.
It was a good delivery from Adil Rashid. It really was. Shreyas Iyer got nowhere near it.
He's just slowing it through the air as Rashid and just getting that turn off the surface. We were waiting for that. It's been abrasive nature on this Baravati pitch. Rashid once again slip in position to Shreyas Iyer, who's forward and drives this time towards long off for a single. And the crowd appreciate it. They appreciate it. Just a single ball remaining in this over. 31 hundredths to his name. 95 not out here. Form turning innings. Narrative changing innings as India are building up to the Champions Trophy as well. Bit of a chat between Rashid and Josh Butler. Moving around the field, Harmy, maybe?
Yeah, I think they're just going to tempt Rohit Sharma, and that's I guess what you're going to have to do. Tempt him, bring mid on and mid off up. Deep, 45's gone. Well, it's gone more behind square. It's not exactly 45 down to fine leg, but mid on and mid off have come up.
Last ball of the over, Rashid to Rohit Sharma. This is straying down leg side and has been called wide. So one more run added to the Indian total, 176 for 2. The run rate still hovering above 7 in over, 7.38. And the crowd waiting in anticipation. The trap has been laid, mid on and mid off are back in position. So nobody in the deep, down the ground. Rashid bowls to Rohit Sharma. Oh, gets sharp turn away from the off stump. That'd be a dot delivery to end over number 24. It's 176 for 2.
Rohit Sharma's not too happy with umpire Chris Brown there. It did turn. It was wide, but it did spin. It spun sharply. I think Rohit Sharma was looking for a single there just to get down to the end where Mark Wood is, where he'd be at one boundary away, 1-4 shot away, where in the last over Mark Wood bowled a good over. He really did. He bowled six balls where he was wanting to bowl them, where his field was set for them, and it was one delivery in the 5th ball of the over where Rohit Sharma has picked them up over the leg side for 6, and England looking as though they're going to go back down that road and that same game plan. Joe Root's going to go catching on the leg side. So again, you're probably looking now with Ben Duckett going to the offside. England are going to go down the short ball route to Shreyas Iyer.
There was an interesting directive to umpires from the ICC and their director of umpires and match referees a couple of years ago, in which they were encouraged not to penalise spinners for spinning the ball. So they were encouraged to. I mean, it was it does make sense, and that was a good example of it. I think here's Mark Wood to Shreyas Iyer. Punches it off the back foot out towards mid-wicket. So they were encouraged to be more cognizant of where the ball pitched rather than where it passed the batsman. So, I mean, on a raging turner, if you're pitching it in line with the stumps and it's passing the batsman 2 foot outside off stump, don't penalise the spinner for spinning it. I think that was a good example. Yeah. I mean, that
very good example, and a good motion coming in. Common sense does prevail sometimes in the game.
I mean, it was out of Rohit Sharma's reach, really, to play a conventional orthodox cricket shot because it spun so much, but it didn't pitch that wide.
No, it didn't pitch that wide. But you're right. I think we should be encouraging spinners, especially in one-day cricket, to spin it. Because if you to spin it, you've got to bowl a bit slower.
Mark Wood once again to Rohit Sharma, this time straighter, as Wood takes a tumble on his follow-through, but dab towards mid-wicket, short mid-wicket. Harry Brook, the fielder there, no run added. Well, it's a batter's game, isn't it? White ball cricket.
Always has been.
Always has been.
So whoa, rewind that. You said it's a batter's game, white ball cricket.
Yeah.
Just take the white ball out.
No.
Say that.
Just say cricket.
Start
say cricket. Okay.
Start that sentence again, but leave the white ball bit out of it. It's a batter's game. Full stop.
It's a batter's game. Full stop. When I'm sitting next to a pacer, I can't risk saying anything else. A former pacer, of course, but well, I've grown up watching him. So yeah, that's a good directive to allow the bowlers to spin the ball and not penalise them. So giving something to the bowlers, something back. Mark Wood once again to Rohit Sharma. Off his bat. Was there an inside edge? He was bowling down towards leg side. Big miss. He could have flicked that.
I think he must have hit that. He must have getting something
Yeah.
on it, because that was straight. It's 144 kilometres an hour. It's a little bit fuller than he has been the last over. It's got outside. Yeah, it's massive inside edge. Quite fortunate, actually. He got this pad from Mark Wood's point of view. Pad isn't aware, because if he misses pad, it flies down the leg side. It probably would have gone for 4.
Yeah, and Rohit Sharma would like that length, because if it's fuller, he can flick it or play it in the air. Mark Wood once again to Rohit Sharma. Back of length, just rising. Not enough, but just dab towards short mid-wicket. Once again, Harry Brook in action again. No run there.
Good from Wood. Very, very good from Wood. Good pace, sir, to keep the speed up to the 6th over now. He's bowled predominantly between sort of 144 and 149. He's hit the pitch hard. It's not bouncing, a huge amount, but Rohit Sharma can't get underneath it. He's making Rohit Sharma play with a straight bat and not giving him a chance to get his hands free to access the pace which is on the ball.
1 it away. Rohit Sharma. Mark Wood once again. This time again in line with the off stump, and he opened the face of the bat and dabs it in the cover region for a single. Moves on to 96. Now a boundary can also do it, but so far a great over from Mark Wood. Just controlling the game here, but again, what England need are wickets.
Yeah, they need wickets, but this is how you get wickets. Man's asked a bit earlier, how do you get wickets in this situation? What you do is you try and build a level of dot balls and a level of pressure, and now what you've got here is Josh Buttler bringing fielders up. He's bringing some fielders up inside the circle to try and tempt Sarasaya to play a bigger shot. I think what they've done is they're going to go down the short ball technique, because Joe Root's gone from leg slip now into the deep. England have got 4 men inside the circle on the offside.
Shreyas Iyer facing partnership, 28 of 33 as he flicks it off his pad. Mark Wood bowling on the leg stump, but there's a fielder there, position at deep square leg. End of the over, single, 179 for 2 after 25. Time to go to the headquarters, where it's Andrew McKenna, Jarrod, Kimber and Darren Gough.
Shreyas Iyer 12 not out from 15. Rohit Sharma 96 not out from 75 balls. 9 fours, 6 sixes, as the master has played 8 masterful knocks so far.
Masterclass, Macca. Been an absolute pleasure to commentate on it and watch and play these shots. Let's say to talk of some of the pressure that he's apparently been under. 96 not out from 75 has been truly magnificent.
Well, it's Shreyas who's going to be facing Adil Rashid. Starts with a big Google, and it'll go out to deep mid-wicket where Overton is stationed. Single taken, which means Rohit's back on strike. Rashid, the last couple of overs, has got it to really start going big. He's spun a couple of leg breaks big, and that Google bit into the surface as well.
Look, England have had the best of the pitch in the last one day, and had the best of the pitch here to bowling, that is. We were totally outplayed in the first one, and so far in this one we've been outplayed.
Rashid in. Rohit comes down the pitch, launches him over long off the 6 to bring up his 100 in 76 balls, 186 for 2. Rohit Sharma's 32nd 100 in one-day international cricket. And I'll give you a comparison. The entire England squad has 32 100s between them. He's equalled the entire England squad.
Well, it's no surprise. He's played 267 ODIs, 102 after 76 balls. Runs all around the wicket. He started off looking to play it through the offside. Some wonderful, wonderful cricket shots. And he's played it all round the ground.
Rashid goes in, just defensive from Rohit on this occasion, no way.
It really has. One of the favourites from the Indian crowd. Him and Virat Kohli, 2 experienced players. The heartbeat of this team, the experience of this team has been truly outstanding. And this is as good a shot as he's played all day. Used his feet to Rashid, turning the ball straight down the pitch.
This time he goes on the sweep to Rashid, will be fielded by Mark Wood at short fine leg, no run. It's been exceptional. 9 fours, 7 sixes. Came down the pitch, went leg side of it so he could get the full release of his arms and just launched it over long off for 6. Rashid in. This occasion he's brought the reverse out. Gets the paddle past Saqib at backward point and it will roll away for 4. Well, if he's going to start doing that now he's got to 100, it will get very lively.
Well, it's an exhibition game now. You don't often play that, Rohit. It's too good a shots to actually even attempt to play it, but he's got his 100, he's comfortable, he's seen the ball well, his technique on all his shots today has been first class, and that one, as good as it comes. Look at that, head still, absolutely superb, watched it right onto the bat, and just empty on its way.
Rashid goes in, bowls the googly down the leg side, Rohit flicks it, Mark Wood still inside the circle at fine leg, so he's not going to cut that one off. It's another boundary. Rohit's up to 110. The Rashid over goes for 15. India 194 for 2 after 26.
Well, he's fetched it on the quiet, hasn't he, Adil Rashid? I mean, he doesn't often go for this many. 62 off 8 overs. He's tried everything though. The ball's turning both ways for him, but he's got no answer. So Rohit Sharma has played him wonderfully. 111 needed for India. Look at that, most hundreds in one day international. Virat Kohli with 50. Sachin Tendulkar 49. And then you got Rohit Sharma on 32. Pretty special, eh?
To have 2 of them in your side at the same time.
Well,
I mean, God, it's just
unreal.
mind-blowing, isn't it?
And who's our top run scorer? Hundreds? Joe Root. 16, is it?
Sorry, he's got 3 against India.
16,
overall,
I think.
Yeah. Joe Root has 1600s. Rohit just called for a drink, by the way, at the end of the over. I'm half expecting someone to come out with champagne wearing a cravat. it needs to sort of be that kind of occasion.
Smoking a Churchill.
Jeez.
Absolutely.
I wish I could be this out of nick at something. Mark Wood to start a new over. Shreyas Iyer is going to go on the short arm pull that Shubman Gill was probably copyrighted. And Shreyas doesn't play it quite as well as Gill and hits it to Overton at mid-on and there's no run.
And this is what they do well, India, you know, when they have a new batter come to the crease, he gets given time. Because whoever's in just carries on playing, keeps the momentum going, keeps ticking over, keeps hitting that boundary which they look to hit every over. And it just makes the batter's job easier that's coming in. You know, whether it be Kohli, whether it be Shreyas Iyer, whether it have been Shubman Gill in the first one-day international.
Mark Wood in. Shreyas has got up and underneath this. Oh, it's not going to fly down to 3rd. Saqib is there. It was a shot that he sort of top-edged, trying to play a forcing shot into the offside, but it landed short of Saqib, and it's away for a single, 195 for 2.
Again, that's what pace does, that extra pace in your side. Makes batters play bad shots. You get the breakthrough. We saw it from Harshit Rana in that first one-day international, and Wood there created the pace, which saw a bad shot from Shreyas, but fortune favours the brave, they say.
110 to win the game for India. There are 142 legal deliveries remaining available to them. In the 27th over of the run chase, trying to make 305 to win the game and the series. Rohit 110 from just 80 balls and has played like the superstar he is. Right, England are now going to station 3 out on the leg side. Fine leg, deep backward square leg, and then square leg in front, all stationed on the boundary. Mark Wood goes in and bowls an attempted Yorker that Rohit's backing away and he's carved through point. Atkinson went on the dive, maybe should have stopped it, but it's such a good shot from Rohit. It was the double bluff, it wasn't the short ball. Mark Wood went full, Rohit hits it away through point for 4.
Well, he's having fun now, isn't he? He's got to his 100. He wants to see what he's got in the tank. It'll be tiring. You don't want to be running too much between the wickets now. It's about hitting boundaries. And again, smart play, give himself a bit of room. Mark Wood went for the Yorker, didn't get it right, ended up being a full toss, low full toss. And Rohit just uses the pace of the ball then. Uses the pace that's coming down at 90 miles an hour plus. Just gets bat and ball. Flies away, beats the fielder, and guess what? 4.
Bowler, captain, just had a conflab at the end of the run-up. What has been decided? Well, Mark Wood will go in and bowl. Rohit will flick it out to square leg where Joe Root is stationed. Single taken. 105 needed for India to win this game. I mean, what can you do if you're England with Rohit at the moment?
Well, it's got to do something different. I mean, has he bowled Joe Root today?
Nope.
No. Has he bowled Livingston today?
Nope.
No. Surely, captaincy would tell you if nothing's happening, do something different. You can't wait until it's 50 to win. You've got to do something mid-game.
Also, I know the Indian spinners didn't spin it a lot. I think Jadeja was like 2 degrees, but it kept low a little bit, and
it was difficult, wasn't it?
Yeah.
They were their best bowlers.
It's at least worth trying for a couple of overs. It's not like the seamers have gone great, Macca.
200 up for India. Short ball from Mark Wood to Shreyas Iyer, guided out to Duckis at point on the offside.
And it was their orthodox spinners that were the better spinners. Aksar really and Jadeja. Our orthodox spinner, well, we've only got really Joe Root. Jacob Bethel's out with an hamstring. Got Joe Root we could have a look at. Liam Livingstone, it depends what you want from him. Do we want off spin or do we want leg spin? He's bowling to a right-hander, so we probably see a bit more leg spin than off spin. Ball wicket to wicket.
Also, Rashid is a good bowler, but he's slow. It'd be nice to see the finger spinner, just see if they could get one to skid through a little bit.
Mark Wood for the final time this over goes in. Now that's a good short ball. I think that's hit Shreyas on the grill. That's how quick it was. It was short. He was hopping in behind it, and it goes away out on the leg side. There's no run. 6 from the over. 200 for 2. After 27 overs, India 105 to win the game from 138 balls. Here on talkSPORT 2, the requirement.
Tell you what, it's still a badge of honour in it for a fast bowler. They love when the batter has to sway out of the way and trying to avoid a ball coming down at that speed. Unfortunately for the batter there, I think did it clip him on the grill or? I'm not quite sure because he hadn't called for the physio to come out and check.
It's possible his gloves hit the grill.
That's what I mean. It could have been his gloves.
It made a noise like the helmet.
Or the handle. Could have been the handle.
It didn't make a good net sound, did it?
Well, if it's the helmet, the physio has to come out and check him, don't they? Surely. Concussion.
Yeah, it was the end of the over
protocol.
though, so that might be what's happening now. We just can't see it.
Can't see him, Cuttack.
That's all right. Livingston.
Hang on a minute. Bowling change.
Oh, he's listening. See, I've got an earpiece through to Josh Butler.
Right, so
yeah, he was saying stop shouting.
Liam Livingstone to come in and bowl over the wickets. That wants him to drift away from Rohit. Pushes into the offside, no run.
I said bring the spinner on and see if he can bowl a little bit quicker. That first ball, 83.
You could run down quicker than that.
We know what that does. Let's just try him a little bit quicker here, Liam.
In he goes. There was plenty of air on that one. Rohit's got on the reverse paddle and hit it off the cue end back to the bowler. He's trying to get it through backward point, and he's hit it back to the bowler, no run.
Well, he don't want to break that bat. If I was him, I'd be wrapping that bat up and saving it for the Champions Trophy.
Yeah, knock another one in now,
yeah. I'm sure he don't get many bad ones.
Livingston in. Rohit stays on the crease, weight in the back foot, pushes to point and will take a single. 116 from 85 balls.
Tell you what, I've always thought these batters, you know, how many bats they actually get. What do they do with them all? Really, what do they do? They put them in the garage. They don't want to give them away. Give them away if you're not going to use them.
Livingston in. Shreyas Iyer is playing a drive towards mid-off. Livingston will cut it off, hurl it back to Saltz, who sort of had a scream as if he was going to whip off the bails for a run out. Just one single from the over so far for Livingston. Shreyas waits, playing off the back foot, can't beat the fielder at point once again. And Mahmood will do the fielding. 201 for 2 it remains.
Is it Steve Smith travels with 12 bats? I think he's got.
So, yeah.
I think he's got the record.
What for?
I think he sleeps on them.
Livingston to complete the over. Shreyas gets a Yorker length delivery that can't get past Livingston towards mid-on, and there is no run. 201 for 2 after 28 overs here on talkSPORT. So you're listening to England against India in this ODI series in partnership with Village Hotels. Visit villagehotels.com.
Jarrod, on a tour to Australia, right? One of my sponsors, Batmaker, they used to make them in Australia. So they brought me these 4 bats, and I thought, I've always travelled with 2, right? So they brought me these 4 bats, stick it up. And I made a decision. I said, every time I get a nought, I'm going to throw it. So every time I threw the bat away, because they were the same bats as another maestro batter for England used to use. So every time I threw it in bin, he used to take it out and put it in his bag. But after I got my 4th nought of the tour, I had to go back to him and ask for the bats back, because I didn't have any bats.
4 bats is quite a lot for a tail ender,
Yeah,
too.
well, I only asked for 2 back. I didn't want to have 4. I had to take the wine back, so in my cricket case, so I couldn't take the bats as well.
It used to be that you would go to the last test match or the last first class game and everyone would give away their kit. Doesn't seem to happen quite as much as it used to.
Mark Wood to start his 8th over. 0 for 40 so far. Outside of off stump, Rohit whips it through square leg for a single.
Do you know what Army used to do? Army used to actually borrow other people's kit. He used to say, you take the pads and I'll just use yours.
Yeah. Well, so he could get his dartboard and
Yeah,
whatever else in
exactly.
his kit, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, he talked about that in his book. Never used to bother taking it.
Yeah. Took 1 bat, 1 pair of gloves.
My old man played cricket for, I don't know, 40 years, and he never owned anything other than a box. He's a bowler, right? And he's just like, if I need it, someone will lend it to me if I have to go in at number 11.
At least he had a box.
He was like, but I'm not going to lend someone else's box.
Yeah. Do you know what? I'm with him on that. I can see where he's coming from there. Mark Wood in, right arm over, and Shreyas has clipped him over wide, long on for 4. Shreyas goes to 18. India 206 for 2.
They just keep coming, don't they? India, I mean, the 2 down at minute. Shreyas Iyer looked magnificent the other night, some beautiful shots. Still to come, we've got Axar Patel, who played well down the order, well, promoted up the order. Got KL Rahul to come, Ravinder Jadeja, Hardik Pandya. They just keep coming, don't they? And they've got about 10 waiting in the wings, all for wanting a game.
I mean, that just seemed up full and straight, and he just sat back in the crease and helped it on its way.
Still 3 out on the leg side, by the way, for the short one. And Shreyas does get a shortish one, but he's pulled it so far in front of the mid-wicket fielder, it's almost through wide mid-on, and it's 4 more to the total. 2-10 for 2.
Have they actually tried the short ball strategy? Because they haven't got many balls above, what's that? That's maybe belly button, Macca?
Yeah.
Lower belly button?
Perfect
Length.
height.
You know what I mean?
Perfect height, yeah.
If you're gonna go short, you have to be very short here, don't you?
Well, the one he got right up there was a dot ball.
And that one was belted through wide long on. England have the 3 out for the short ball. Now they've changed the angle. Mark Wood's going to come around the wicket to Shreyas. So round the wicket to the
They're
right
definitely
hander.
going short ball now.
In Mark Wood goes. It is short. It's off of the hip. It's whipped straight down to Adil Rashid along the floor, and a single will be taken. Shreyas goes to 23.
There's just not enough bounce here, is there, Gough? Like, I mean, it felt like to me that's what he was going for, and it was lower buttock.
Not really a quick pitch, is it? And that's what I'm surprised they've scored so quickly, because the pitch has not got any pace in it. We've just not bowled very well. We were shocking the other day, and we're shocking again today so far. I mean, if they were batting first here in India, you could basically double the score now. We're looking at 450.
It's quite bleak, isn't
Hey,
it, really?
they won't get that against Dog and Duck.
Rohit Sharma gets a full one from Mark Wood. Clips it to wide mid-on. Joe Root will come off the mid-wicket boundary, and they will take a single. Rohit goes to 118. 2-12 for 2 as they approach the end of the 29th over here on talkSPORT 2. So I've just remembered a story you were talking about giving bats away. Years ago when I was playing, growing up in Nottinghamshire, one of our players, I don't know how, there was some sort of connection, knew Tim Robinson and got one of Tim's old bats. used it. I mean, he got a lot of runs the following season. Sent it back to Gunnar Moore at the end of the season to get it refurbished, forgetting that on the shoulder of the bat was RTR, Tim Robinson's initials. Mark Wood goes in. Short ball. Shreyas Iyer goes on the ball for 6. 3 men out there, no bother. All the way for a maximum. He goes to 29, 218 for 2.
Take your sweat up, Mark. Have a rest. Save yourself for Champions Trophy. Because he just hasn't got it right. He's bowled quickly. There's been no sense to his bowling today. Not got it right. 57 from his 8 overs. Bowled with pace and fire. But he just not got it right. Whether it's the length, the line. It's a no-look shot for 6. That one. He wasn't even looking at it when he hit it, that one. Look at that.
17 from the over. Not the biggest boundary square. That one flies about 70 metres. And it's into the crowd. Yeah, just to finish off that. So they sent this back to Gunnar Moore at the end of the season just to get it refurbished. When it got sent back 3 weeks later, the initials of Tim Robinson had been sandpapered off by Gunnar Moore. Yeah, they didn't like them giving away the bat back. And that's back in the days, by the way, when a top-range bat was £125.
What are they now? 500?
600, 700.
Yours is £1,000?
No, there are some that are £1,000.
What, for playing for pub team?
No. You can buy
£1,000 for a bat.
Have you not seen them?
No.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
When have I used a bat? I ain't used one for 15 years.
Liam Livingston to continue. Big floaty ball up to Rohit. All
1,000.
along the floor to a long off. And there is a single taken.
Yeah, there was a New Zealand brand who was selling them for just over 1,000. I think the Adidas ones are over 1,000 as well. Yeah, there's a few, but if you want a top grain willow now, it's hard to get it for under like 500 or 600 quid.
Oh, you won't.
Is it insured if it breaks?
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? Now they're softer. Shreyas Iyer gets another full one from Liam Livingston. Drives to long on, and they will amble a single.
Or is it pot luck?
No, they do break. Yeah.
So do you get your money back, or?
I don't think so.
I think it's buyer beware.
It can't be at £1,000.
I think it might be.
Liam Livingston to go in and bowl to Rohit Sharma off the back foot, punching straight to Joss Buttler at extra cover, and there's no run.
Well, I need to get my lad to pay me more board. If he's got 2 grey nickels at £1,000 each, I want to know what he's earning his money.
Oh my goodness, Rohit Sharma's just aimed something enormous into the leg side, but he's not got there. He skied it towards mid-on, and Adil Rashid has taken a brilliant catch, running away from the wickets towards the stands, over his shoulder. And Rohit Sharma goes for 119 from 90 deliveries. India are 220 for 3. The captain departs with them needing 85 from 122, and he's getting a standing ovation.
Perhaps that's what we've done wrong. We should be bowling terrible deliveries, full toss, knee high. Tried to hit it for the maximum, Rohit Sharma, didn't quite get it. Probably tiring now. He's played a fantastic innings. Good catch actually from Adil Rashid. Liam Livingston's delighted. He's got the breakthrough. 119 though from 90 balls. It looks like he's taking the game away from England. A truly superb knock. India now from 29.4 overs, 220 for 3.
We said to bring him on. I don't think either of us suggested a full toss, Goughy, but you'll take them. He bowled one in the last over, didn't he? And Rohit Sharma tried to, was it reverse sweep it, and got the toe end of the bat. So they've gone with Akshar Patel as well. They like sending Akshar in up the order a little bit, especially when the spinners are bowling.
So Akshar is in. Sorry, I've just gone to a cricket website, and to just put the price of the bats up in front of Goughy, there's an MRF Virat Kohli Genius bat that is priced at £950. That's reduced from 1,300. Goughy's having a heart attack next to me. He can't believe that.
Now, what he's really doing is wondering if he can get some stickers of GM and put them on some of the old bats he's still got around.
Dear me.
Yep.
I ain't got any.
It's an expensive business, this.
I have given everything away.
Is that to make sure you don't play again? You know, you've got no kit just in case you get asked.
I might have the same box as Jarrod said. Been in the garage for the last 15 years.
Those are also £1,000 now.
Still got the same boots from 15 years ago, 20 years ago.
Right, Liam Livingston then to the left-handed Akshar. Akshar is coming forward, just plays it out quietly on the offside, no run.
I got given a pair of boots this year by Kyron Pollard's shoe company. I should know the name of it, shouldn't I?
It would be helpful at this point in the story.
I think if you put Kyron Pollard's shoes into Google, you'll find it. But they're quite nice.
Livingston, it's a full toss.
Oh, I forgot
Akshar
the
has
goal.
hit back to him along the floor, no run.
Yeah, I think I was asked to be investor in that company, but I didn't.
Oh, if they're giving them away to me, it might have been.
Do you know what? When it's £1,000, I'm just thinking, that's, for me, that's a week in Marbella with 4 rounds of golf.
But wouldn't you rather be playing second 11 cricket and nicking off?
And a week full of beer. £1,000. £1,000 for a cricket bat. I'm amazed.
It started a while back, didn't it, when the boutique brands came in, and I think there's a New Zealand. I think is it Laver and Wood, the New Zealand one. They were the first ones that sort of broke the barrier. From then on in, everyone was doing it. A Kyron Pollard's company is called Me Plus You.
Nice.
Yeah, that's them.
Yeah, they're really comfy.
It was going to be a different name, but they changed the name on it.
Darren Gough shoes.
No, it was going to be a different name, and then they changed the name.
Saqib Mahmood back into the attack. 4 overs so far, 0 for 30, and he's going to bowl to the right-handed Shreyas Iyer. Turns it through square leg, and they will take a single.
So Shane Watson, Goughy, when he's got some kids that I think became of cricket age, when he saw the prices of all cricket gear, basically started his own company up, and he's done a deal with some of the companies, but to take their logo off, so it's unbranded kit. And I think there's a company in the UK that might be doing something similar, because it doesn't cost this much to make. It's the logos and the marketing and all that sort of stuff that's pumping the price up. I tell you what, I've got 2 kids who play cricket now, and I spend a lot of time on eBay and Vinted. They could have 4, hand-me-down cricket gear, not getting them a brand new bat. Until they at least show me they can use it, and then they can pay for it themselves.
Well, like when I first started playing cricket, I had to use an adult bat when I was about 10.
Cut down one?
No.
Saqib in. Left-handed Akshar from the crease, out to extra cover where Joe Root fields no run.
My first bat was cut down because I was about 6 or 7.
Well, mine was out of the kit bag at Montbretton Cricket Club. You just get, like I say, you used to go up there and put some pads on and take a bat, and it was always an adult bat. It's too heavy, but you managed, didn't you? You find a way.
Oh, that's why you became a bowler.
I can still remember, though, getting my first bat when my dad bought me my first bat. I'll tell you what it was. It was a Duncan Fernley, Ian Botham. Remember when he had the choo-choo train on the back? Yeah, that was the one, like a picture of a choo-choo train on.
Saqib is in. Akshar playing from the crease, out to point, no run.
It was the Duncan Fernley attack, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yep, that's it.
Because then there was the Duncan Fernleys with the numbers on them as well. Was that Graham Hicks?
It was a 405 for Graham Hick, yeah.
What was your first bat, Macca? Do you remember?
I had a Duncan Fernley attack.
Yeah, it was my first bat.
I had SS Jumbo. Yeah.
Gucci.
Yeah, it was bigger than me. It was ridiculous, but
they were good though. The jumbos, weren't they? The thing on the back, yeah. Gray Nichols for me now the best though. They are, I never used them, by the way, when I played, but I just look at the players in the world now that use them, and they're just unbelievable. They just look the part as well.
They've just released a new bat, haven't they? The one with the weird inner core, Neo Core, I think it's called.
Saqib is in. Akshar Patel is off the back foot. Saqib goes around the wicket on this occasion, and it is a single out to deep backward point. 222 for 3.
Well, there's like a bit of a run. It used to be Gunnar Moore, didn't it? It was Fernley, then it was Slazenger, then it was Gunnar Moore. Now it's Gray Nichols, and we'll see what's next. Like I said, there's the boutique ones. I mean, I used to use a point. I remember I was the only one who had Asics bats back then. That's way before New Balance.
I don't even remember Asics bats.
Yeah, I used them. Then Neil Fairbrother.
Did Asics actually make them themselves?
No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
they were different.
On this occasion, Mahmood is in. Shreyas is dropping it into the offside, and there's no run.
Well, it's the same as what New Balance do now.
Yeah,
you know. So there's so many good bat makers around the world. Wherever you go, there's some beauties.
Yeah.
I mean, like I say, my bats were made in Perth.
Well, the bat I got when I first moved to the UK, and Macca will know this, is Charlie French, Bruce French's brother, which is the Nottingham bat maker. And that was a really good bat. And then I forget, it's Hawk Cricket, and I think it might be the Gloucester bat maker. I had one of them, and now I've got a Joker by Black Cat Bats.
Yeah, that fits your
Joker
style of play anyway.
Have you not seen
ball
him?
from Shreyas?
So Joker is what? Do you remember when the what was the bat that Matthew Hayden and Stuart Law used? The mongoose.
Mongoose, yes.
So the Joker basically took the mongoose technology, but took it's about an inch shorter off the top of the blade. So it's got a longer handle, but it still looks like a normal bat. Do you remember the mongoose look?
Yes.
That was a gimmick.
That didn't work. But the Joker is this other version. There's a lot of wood in the Joker. You'd like the Joker.
You made a good point a minute ago, though, Gough. The point is, a lot of times you're wondering, yes, I can see what bat they're holding, or at least what stickers are on it, but you actually wonder sometimes
who's
actually made it, because what stickers are relevant. Right, new over starts, and Liam Livingstone pulls one down short, and Akshar hammers it away through square leg for 4. He goes to 5, 2:26 for 3 as we're in the 32nd over here on talkSPORT 2.
Well, you know, this is how good they are. They've got Akshar. He normally bats probably lower, but now they're using him up the order, aren't they, a lot, to go that. Once they've got through the top, they like to go that left, right, don't they? Because they've got Jadeja down there that's left-handed. They've got KL Rahul, obviously, and then they've got Pandya. So they like to go that left, right.
Livingston bowls down the leg side, turns further down the leg side, called wide.
They like him because he's a good player of spin, and if you keep him in later, he has to come in against the pace. It doesn't really help them having him in the side then all that much. On the bat makers, I've got a good story for that from Australia. You like this, Macca?
Livingston comes in and bowls. Akshar plays defensively, back to him, no run.
So by the 90s, everyone who played cricket in Australia knew that no Australian player was using the bat. It was just someone else's stickers, so much so that the bat companies had to go out and hire.
In goes Livingston, bowls right arm over the wicket. Akshar hits down to Ben Duckett at long on, and they will take a single.
So the bat companies in Australia had to go out and hire all the bat makers who were independent and bring them in-house so that people would stop saying, yeah, he's got a Gray Nichols, but he's actually using a so-and-so. Because I think there was a bat maker in every city who was just doing all the bats.
Shreyas gets a ball to point off of a short delivery.
There's been a terrible mix-up there. It should have been a run-out. Saqib did well to stop the ball. The throw came back in towards Phil Salt. He wasn't able to take it in, and there was no batter in the picture. Shreyas hit the ball, I think went on the shot. The throw comes back in, and Salt isn't able to take the ball, and the batter's 3 metres out of his ground at least.
Akshar turns on the leg side, the next delivery. So they end up with a single, 2:29 for 3.
Came up too early, didn't he, Salt? I don't think he was expecting it. Then he came up too early, rushed. He was in a terrible position.
There was a proper stopping in the middle of the wicket for both batters. And then they went and wouldn't have got home. Next delivery is turned into the leg side. And a single is taken. 2:30 for 3 after 32 overs here on talkSPORT 2. You're listening to England against India in this T20 series in partnership with Village Hotels. Dine out, play, work, stay at Village. And that is going to be the drinks break. So, well, England needed a breakthrough. I mean, it's looking tough going as it is with India 2:30 for 3 after 32 overs. They need 75 from 18 overs. So, plenty of time. The required run rate under 4.2 because they're going at 7.2 and over. But that was a big missed opportunity. So if you weren't with us right from the start, England winning the toss today, deciding to bat. They were all out for 304 with one ball of the innings left unused. Ben Duckett, Joe Root both getting into the 60s. Duckett 65, Root 69. Livingston making 41 towards the end. In reply, though, it had been the Rohit Sharma show. 119 from just 90 deliveries before he got out to an absolutely horrible shot to a horrible ball, really. Pretty filthy one from Livingston. And Rohit played a tired shot and just slogged it up in the air. Rashid taking the catch at long on. The other man, well, Shubman Gill played a really nice 60 from 52. he got overshadowed by his opening partner. And Virat Kohli, caught by Adil Rashid, caught off the bowling of Adil Rashid for 5. Phil Salt taking the catch as it brushed the outside edge. Shreyas Iyer and Akshar have taken it through to 230 for 3 after 32, though, Goughy.
Yeah, they've been brilliant, haven't they, India? They're giving England a lesson. This last 2 one-day internationals. Got to finish it off like anything. Listen, cricket matches, we've seen lots of strange things happen. It's going to take a miracle from here, though. If England are going to defeat India, come back into this game, they've still got Hardik Pandya to come, Rahul and Jadeja, who are all pretty handy with the bat. So it's a lesson so far in one-day international cricket. 50-over cricket, the real cricket. And they've not been able to handle it, England. India have been magnificent.
Well, according to the win predictor, 75 from 108 balls with 7 wickets in hand, India have a 94.9% chance of winning this game. And it's never been higher, actually, in this run chase, even when Rohit was going all
well, there used to be a time when bowlers were always in the game because you always had someone in your side that can go bang, 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 right? Whether it be a Brett Lee or Waqar Younis or Wasim Akram, you know, those types of bowlers, Shoaib Akhtar. And that's what we're missing at this moment in time. We need someone to do something different. We've seen one good Yorker from Jamie Overton. An absolute beaut.
I meant to ask you, do you think that was such a good Yorker partly because he'd bowled licorice all sorts in that over so far? Like he'd bowled short and wide, he'd bowled down the leg
Probably
side.
wasn't expecting it, was it?
Because that reminded me, again, to go back to our level of cricket, that's like, you know, playing in the fourths, isn't it? And you're like, I don't know how to bat against this guy because he doesn't know where he's going to put this next ball.
Saqib to get us back underway after the drinks. He's going to bowl around the wicket to the left-handed Akshar. Nice cover drive. And Livingston will field out on the deep cover boundary and they will take a couple. 232 for 3.
I found myself in one club game this year, last year, Goughy, doing my normal thing of batting 2 metres out of the crease, and driving, then the next ball going back. And every time I did it, the guy did the opposite that he should have done. And then after a while I went, he doesn't know. He's not correcting his length. He's just coming in and occasionally it's coming out at a different length.
It's called natural variation.
Yeah. Yes. He got me out as well.
Akshar's got 9 from 11. Saqib is in, and he's beaten his man on the outside edge. Akshar is trying to play a forcing shot through sort of cover point region, doesn't get anything on it, and it is through to the keeper.
And that's why a lot of pros, you know, when they go play in the leagues, they find it hard. Certain types of players who are very correct in the way they play, the timing, they like to do these trigger movements, they find it very difficult because they're used to the ball being in somewhere around the right area and hitting the bat hard. All of a sudden, they come 10 miles an hour slower, 15 miles per hour slower, and the variation of length is massive, and you get frustrated.
Saqib in, Akshar clipping it off of his toes to Harry Brook at short mid-wicket, no run.
It's simple things for me, like I'll look at the field and go, okay, he's going to bowl here, and in my head I'm like, great, so when he over pitches, okay, and the next 4 balls are, you know, short down the leg side, I'm like, well, but you've got 3 slips and a gun. I don't understand. Like, there's no pattern to that kind of cricket. So I can understand as a pro it must be even more frustrating.
Yeah, well, they don't practice. And look, to improve and be better, you have to practice a lot. And unfortunately, people have jobs, right? And then they rock up on a Saturday and they're going to try and play cricket as good as pros.
Saqib in, out and around the wicket. Akshar is just dropping it down to third, and they will amble a single. 72 to win from 104 balls is the requirement for India.
Yeah, it's impossible for them, you know. If you think you have to hit 1,000 balls or something to find change one technical thing, and then you've worked all week, 12-hour shifts, and then you're going to rock up on a Saturday after a gallon on Friday night and expect to bowl 20 overs and get 5 for, or go and get 100.
1,000 balls, that's probably your season, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah, that's not happening. Shreyas Iyer, run a ball 32 so far. Saqib is over the wicket, punching out on the offside is Shreyas, and they will take a single. Do you remember for a while talkSPORT did a lot of poker tournaments where they were getting the presenters to play, there was a bounty on your head and all that. We had a few in-house ones. Tony Cascarino is quite a serious poker player, as I'm sure a lot of people will know. He once said to me he absolutely hated playing in those because there were people who didn't know what they were doing. He said, a pro card player, certain situations, they'll play this, they won't. He said, I haven't got a clue
like
what
me.
half of these people are doing.
I play with a couple of pro friends, and they hate me because now I even know more. I'll go as random as possible because they're all playing the odds, and in their head they go, well, there's a 14% chance. I'm like, you have no idea what chance it is. I didn't look at my cards.
Saqib is in. On his toes is Akshar. Well fielded by Ben Duckett at backward points as he's playing off the back foot, and there's no run.
All in on a 2 and a 7.
Oh, absolutely. You can't beat it.
Sorry if we're going slightly off track, but it's just been an absolute cakewalk. It really has for India. Chasing 305. Got off to a flyer through Shubman Gill and Rohit Sharma, and they haven't stopped. They've been truly spectacular, India. Look like a proper champion team who are well prepared for the Champions Trophy, Macca.
Well, yes. We've had too much chat about poker. So Neil Manthorp, Steve Harmison and Chetan Narula will pick up the commentary.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I was enjoying it, actually. It was most engaging and learned a thing or two. Liam Livingstone continues now with his right arm combination spin, mostly leg breaks to the right-handers. 235 for 3, single down towards long off now from the right-hander, Shreyas Iyer. 34, Akshar Patel, the left-hander. Will he get some leg breaks? Some off breaks, I should say. There's no slip in. There is a leg slip, so maybe he's just going to continue to bowl his leggies. Clipped away by Akshar Patel behind square on the leg side. It was a prescient comment yesterday when Chetan Narula and Steve Harmison and I recorded our preview following on podcast. That is an off break, but it's no good bowling those at knee height. So knee high full toss, and somehow Shreyas Iyer has missed it. If ever there was a delivery to be pumped into the stands at deep back with square leg, that was it. Somehow Shreyas Iyer missed it.
I don't know, Rohit Sharma was a good pump into the stands.
Yeah, no, exactly, he got out to it. Livingston is in again, and this time it's pushed away defensively. But the comment that Harmy made after Chetan and I had been ruminating and prognosticating about what England need to do to beat India, Harmy said, maybe one thing we're not considering, maybe India are just better. And that has been the case today, as it was in Nagpur. Livingston in again and pushed out towards extra cover. I mean, we shouldn't be writing this game off, because there are 69 runs to win. I mean, that's they still need to be scored. They're not foregone conclusions. I'm not sure what that was from Livingston. Quicker one, pushed straight on towards Shreyas Iyer. Nudges it into the covers, and he'd take another single. India are getting them in singles at the moment, it would seem. 34 overs gone, 237 for 3.
No, you can't write any game off, especially with that many runs to go. And you remember what happened in Nagpur. India lost 2 or 3 quick wickets, and Shubman Gill and Akshar Patel were going well, and all of a sudden Gill gets out, and then KL Rahul gets out, and you just never know. But I mean, India, they will be kicking themselves if they lose this from here. But since Rohit Sharma's got out, the brakes have been put on by England, or I should say the brakes have been put on by India, and just drawing England in.
When you say you never know, it's in the same way that you never knew who was going to win a 100 metres race with Hussein Bolt in it.
Yeah. Unless he tripped up, then you knew who was going to win.
Here's Adil Rashid, and pushed off the back foot by Shreyas Iyer down towards long on.
Which is exactly what England pose in terms of the danger, in terms of the threat here. Barring a bit of a trip up, India have pretty much sealed this, haven't they? I mean, you still have Hardik Pandya, KL Rahul, Ravindra Jadeja to follow up. So even if there's a bit of a mini collapse, maybe 2-3 quick wickets, there's still enough armory to recover and cross the finish line here.
So what you're saying, they've got a bit of a tail?
Oh, with slog by Akshar Patel. Slog swept, I should say. Slog is an insult, slog sweep's a compliment. And that's what it was. It was the down on one knee, And just sometimes you don't get quite the length you want to hit the slog sweep over mid-wicket, so therefore you just go through with the power of a slog sweep, but a normal slog sweep shot, and it's gone. Did that go for 6 or 4? One bounce?
Yeah, one bounce full. Yeah, one bounce full. Well executed. Tried to keep it down. I'm not sure he was trying to get it as high as he got it, but trying to keep it down, but it was well placed.
Adil Rashid in once again, and chopped away behind square on the offside. That's also racing towards the boundary. It's a very quick outfield. It's a big outfield. It's a big ground, but it's a quick outfield, and you get very good value for your shots, even though the ball's got a long way to travel. That'll be just 2.
Liam Livingston's done brilliantly there. Done very, very well.
Just going back to that point earlier I was making, as we take another look. Yeah, I think he's done really well. He's saved 2 runs for his side there. Threw the ball back and only then went on with the slide. India do have a bit of tail, but only because Varun Chakravarti is in for Kuldeep Yadav. Kuldeep Yadav can bat. As can Mohammad Shami. But yeah, I don't think it's going to go that far. Meanwhile, yes, given runs.
Here's Adil Rashid once again. It was an excellent save from Livingston. India 245 for 3. How's Harshit Rana with the bat?
Well,
he scored some runs for KKR.
Yeah, and also in Australia, I think he had a couple of big sixes. Look, he can bat, but again, it's just a matter of, 20 needed of 20 balls. That's that kind of thing.
Here's Adil Rashid once again, and a lovely looking shot from Shreyas Iyer. Opens the face of the bat, drives it through cover point with a straight bat, and they'll come back for 2 more. Well, I've seen Mohammad Shami bat, and I'd say he's a long way from being a hopeless tail ender. So basically you're saying that India have a tail in this game because Varun Chakravarti's playing.
Yeah, only because of that. You have...
So it's a one-man tail.
No, I'm just saying that Shami, Harshit Rana, Varun Chakravarti. Kuldeep Yadav was there. They were batting till number 9.
Short and pulled and out towards deep mid-wicket. There's more work for Livingston to do. He does it well, just as he did previously. Another very good save, another good chase, a slide, a stop, a gather, a pick-up and a return, but it's an expensive over. Well, 11 from it. It wasn't catastrophic, but when your opposition need just 57 more from 90 balls, and you're going for 11. No, that's not a criticism. He's bowling for wickets. He's looking to spin the ball. He's bowling magic balls, or trying to. So he's going to be expensive.
Well, yes, and I think he has been the best bowler. And the thing about England's attack is, I was just listening to Harmy talk about that they have tried hard, but the question for me is this really England's first choice attack, as Liam Livingston is ready to bowl?
He is, and that is driven down the ground by Shreyas Iyer. I think Jamie Overton was the best bowler, and I think he's injured.
Yeah, I think he has. I think he's picked up a little niggle of an injury, which will concern England. Obviously, Archer's in their best attack. Carse probably is as well, but he had an indifferent game at Nagpur.
Livingston in again, and driven by the left-handed Akshar Patel down to long on.
I think Wood's in that best attack. And
yeah.
To be fair to Saqib, he hasn't disgraced himself. I think Saqib's bowled all right. I think he's bowled all right. I don't think he's bowled badly. I think he bowled okay at Nagpur, and I think he's bowled okay here.
Yeah, but he wouldn't be in the first choice playing 11 as Livingston bowls once again to Shreyas Iyer, who drives it towards that wide vacant space and down to long off for a single. If you pick the first choice bowling 11, that's Jofra Archer, Mark Wood, Bryden Carse, Jamie Overton, and Adil Rashid. That would be right.
I'm not sure Jamie Overton will be in it. I think no, I don't think. In England, 22nd of February. England play Australia at Lahore.
Okay, as Livingston bowls, Akshar Patel turns it towards the leg side, dabs it for a dot delivery. So my question is that first choice attack good enough to trouble India in India?
Well, it's obvious it isn't, because it hasn't.
No, but they haven't really played the first choice attack as Akshar Patel plays it towards square leg. Apart from the T20s, where you had that 1 or 2 instances where both Wood and Archer were in the same 11, as was Rashid and as was Bryden Carse, they haven't really played that first choice attack in all games together.
No, they haven't. Well, if that's what you think, if that's what we think the first choice attack is, then we might see Ahmedabad, because I would imagine Jofra Archer will come in for Saqib Mahmood.
As Livingston bowls to Shreyas Iyer, there's a bit of a collision between Akshar Patel as he was going for a single. Shreyas Iyer had played it towards the wicket, mid-wicket region. Livingston apologises. Akshar Patel had taken a tumble, but no harm done. The throw comes in, a single is completed. 36 overs done, India 253 for 3. So, for Ahmedabad, what would be your pick? And then again, looking ahead to the game against Australia.
It's a difficult one because you're not sure who that number 7 is going to be. Is Jacob Bethel going to be fit? What happens with Jamie Overton if he's carrying an injury? Who then comes into the group? Do England bring another batter into the group? I'd be tempted to bring another batter into the group if Jamie Overton is injured, and go with the bowlers that you've got. And Archer would be your first pick, along with, for me, with Wood, with Cars.
In these conditions, you just think that they're missing a real quality second spinner, as Adil Rashid now bowls to Shreyas Iyer. Bit of turn there, thickish outside edge towards the point region as the two batters cross over for a single. Where is that second quality spinner, or just don't have any?
I haven't got it. It's not there. I mean, you can say it's Rian Ahmed. Yeah, that's probably as close as we've got. You know, the rest of the ones that have been used, I mean, from a part-time spinner's point of view, you're talking about Liam Dawson and Will Jacks. Are they good enough to play at international level? Probably could survive, but I'm not as convinced as what other people are.
Rashid bowls this time from around the wicket as Akshar Patel brings out the sweep. The two fielders converging in the deep, and they do a good job. Relay throw back to the keeper, and the batters exchange a single.
Liam Dawson has got better and better and better. His improvement graph has gone up and up and up for 7 or 8 years, and I just wonder, you know, we've been through the whole thing about him not wanting to be selected for England if he's just going to carry drinks and be a squad member, and he's Adil Rashid in once again, chopped away by Akshar Patel for another single. He's, without being crude about it, he's earning really good money playing cricket in 2 or 3 franchise tournaments around the world. I think he would do an excellent job.
I wouldn't disagree. I think that there is something there, and the problem for Liam he had Moeen Ali to contend with.
Rashid this time straighter as Shreyas Iyer is forward and defending.
So the reason why he was carrying drinks and he wasn't playing, and especially in white ball cricket, was England were never going to pick him over Adil Rashid and Moeen Ali. So that's why, and he's at the similar age. He's a similar age to Moeen Ali. I think he actually is the same age as Moeen Ali.
Rashid once again slip in position as Shreyas Iyer drives just past the fielder and backward point, who gives the chase, and that is across for a single. So again, in these conditions, you would want that second spinner, but just here or going into the Champions Trophy, England haven't got it.
Liam's not the same age as Moeen Ali. Liam's only 34, 35. I think he's the same age as Mark Wood and Joe Root. But he probably should have had his, if he was going to get his chance, he should have had it when Moeen Ali left the arena.
5 from the over, last ball. Rashid hurries this one. Shreyas Iyer is down the pitch. Could this be a run-out opportunity? Yes, it is. Throw to Rashid, who breaks the stumps, and Shreyas Iyer has to go back after a horrendous mix-up with Akshar Patel, and out of nowhere the 4th wicket for India has fallen. It's 258 for 4 after 37 overs. Shreyas Iyer, well, Akshar Patel just dabbed it towards mid-wicket. Throw came in pretty sharply. Shreyas Iyer was halfway down the wicket when Akshar Patel said no, and Shreyas Iyer has to walk back. 258 for 4 after 37.
Yeah, complete miscommunication there between two batters who were giving England a bit of a run around. Shreyas Iyer was adamant there was one, and there probably was a single there. I'm not sure whether Akshar Patel lost the sight of the ball, got himself a little bit disorientated because he had his back to where the ball went and Joss Buttler. But unfortunately for Shreyas Iyer, who played a promising innings, and he's got to go. And is there a little bit of a glimmer for England to get a wicket now with Akshar Patel like they did in Nagpur? Then you just never know. You never know. 47 off 78 balls should be really a walk in the park. 4 down for India, 258. But funnier things have happened in cricket.
And who was at the centre of that mini collapse for India in Nagpur? That was KL Rahul, who is not sure what he was trying to do in Nagpur, but I think the situation is a tad different. But Joss Buttler, what an immense throw, and the way he commands that region. As you had mentioned earlier on, when there was a bit of a mix-up between Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma, he could have thrown it towards either end. And he was very quickly onto the ball on this occasion as well, and just realised Shreyas Iyer was caught in no man's land. And, well, the run-out has come out of the blue for India. Can they make good on it? Liam Livingstone at the start of a new over. 5 overs, 1 for 19. He got Rohit Sharma out after he scored a brilliant form-turning, narrative-changing 100. 32nd 100 for Rohit Sharma in this format. Slip in position for KL Rahul. There's also mid-on and mid-wicket and extra cover. Mid-wicket in a bit of a catching position, straightish position. Livingstone bowls. Full toss. Was it? As Rahul plays it down towards long off to get off the mark. You're listening to the England versus India ODI series in partnership with Village Hotels. Visit villagehotels.com for great deals. Now it's Akshar Patel. What will he be thinking? Leg slip in position. Livingstone bowling. Extra cover and mid-wicket in position. And he stays in his crease and plays it defensively. An opening for England, perhaps. They do need wickets.
Oh, indeed, wickets. The only way they can win is if they bowl India out. If India give a couple of their wickets away and ram home the advantage from pressure.
Slight opening though. Akshar Patel going for a full-blooded sweep, almost like a pull. He was swiveling on his back foot, standing tall in his crease, but he plays and misses. The ball ricocheted onto the offside. 46 of 75 still needed. Well, wickets are needed from an English point of view, but they're needed in bunches. Livingstone once again. Akshar Patel, who drives it straight to the fielder at mid-off, who's stationed there. Harry Brook. There is long on. There is deep square leg on the offside. There's deep backward point. Livingstone from the river end. This time past the bowler down towards long on for a single. Score moves along. End of the over. 38. Oh, beg your pardon. I think there's still a delivery left. 37.5. We are in the 38th over. 260 for 4. 45 needed of 73. Just a while back we were discussing England's options in terms of spin and how they would plan their bowling attack looking ahead to the Champions Trophy. We'll continue that discussion at the end of this over. Liam Livingstone, final ball to KL Rahul, who cuts it away. There's a fielder at deep point. Takes a single to end the over. 261 for 4. So you're telling me, Harmy, going into the Champions Trophy again, now if Jamie Overton, something happens there, would you want to bring an alternate spinning option in there?
No, you only bring a spinning option in if you've got one. And it's clearly that England haven't got one, because they would have picked one. England took 3 spin bowlers to New Zealand in a test series, and they've only brought one frontline spin bowler here. Remember that Riyad Ahmed is here, but he wasn't meant to be here. Now he is here. I'm sure he'll stay with the squad. Jamie Overton is fit, and he's going to come on. He's going to come on to bowl now. That number 7 spot for me is Jacob Bethel's. Jacob Bethel should be in that number 7 spot, and instead, then Bryden Carse at number 8. Then you've got Adil Rashid 9 and Wood and Archer 10 and 11. That would be my frontline seam bowling attack.
So we have a fan just standing on the left side of our radio box as Jamie Overton bowls to KL Rahul from the radio box end, who dabs it towards backward point. He's trying to get the attention of the TV cameras, and the note says yesterday one Rahul scored 0 in Delhi. We don't want the other Rahul to score 0 today. And the first Rahul he's mentioning is Rahul Gandhi. His Congress party scored 0 seats in the Delhi legislature elections. KL Rahul is here today. He doesn't want him to score a duck. What does the other side say? What does the other side say? Show us the other side. He'll do that in a bit, I hope. Overton once again bowling to KL Rahul. Short delivery, he's pulled it and has found the gap. Fielder at fine leg was a bit straighter and he can't cut it off. First boundary for KL Rahul, as he says. Now the other side says, Kohli bhai 4th stump ka ball chhod ke 10,000 का bet लगाया है. He's asking Virat Kohli when he had come out to bat, leave the ball outside the off stump. I have bet 10,000 that you'll score runs.
He's 10,000 down then, isn't he?
He's not allowed to bet.
Amongst his friends, with his friends.
Oh,
I'm sure.
I see.
Not that
right.
kind of gambling.
Okay,
No.
all right.
Jamie Overton to KL Rahul. This time just stays deep in his crease and dabs it down to third man. Did you win the bet? I'm trying to ask him if he's won the bet or no, because he did get outside off stump, didn't he? Caught off Adil Rashid, Virat Kohli.
Really? The outside edge. He was a long way outside off stump. Probably would have missed sixth stump. So, yeah, I think there might be a licensing law which his pals might be asking for the money. So, yeah, technically he got outside off stump because it was down leg side, it'd be a wide, but it was a long way outside off stump.
Coming round the wicket now, Overton, as Patel drives and doesn't beat the fielder at mid-on. It's Harry Brook once again, but they do cross over for a single. 267 in the 39th. 1 for 25 for Jamie Overton. I mean, he hasn't bowled that badly. It's just Rohit Sharma tagged him with his finesse with those sixes today. He was in the mood simply. .25 not out for Akshar, 7 not out for KL Rahul. Coming over the wicket to Rahul, who lets the ball go, just shaping away from him. You don't get to see that a lot in white ball cricket at this stage of the game.
No, it looked as though he got his studs caught in the ground. It looked as though he was coming forward towards the ball, and then he just seemed to stop. And I just wonder if he got his studs caught in the crease, and I think because of the direction of the ball, which was wide of off stump, especially at this point, he just thought, nice, easy, comfortable leave, let it go through, as one of the ball boys decides that he's going to have a stroll. Keep going, lad, go on.
Oh,
bright
shame.
yellow shirt on.
He's just realised now that he's holding up play. It's shame. He's probably only paid a soft drink and a sandwich, if anything. Overton in again to KL Rahul. I think KL Rahul is amongst, if not the most enigmatic current player in international cricket, as in a genuine enigma. I don't understand what his philosophy and approach is. I know that he became very embittered 2 or 3 years ago by all the criticism that he received for his low test batting average, the fact that he was continually selected at test level and yet he was averaging in the mid-30s. One day you can see him score an IPL 100 off 38 balls, was it 39 balls, and on another occasion you'll see him make 12 off 20 balls, chasing 260 for victory. You just never know what you get. But as a person, I find him incredibly engaging, personable, charming, amusing. Speaks really well, really honestly. But sometimes sometimes he just can't get out of first gear.
As Livingston bowls and Rahul takes it on the full, drives it towards long off for a single. I find him, well, first of all, he's a deep thinker of the game, has some really clear ideas. Livingston bowling from the far end to Akshar Patel with a leg slip in position onto his leg stump and drives down to long on for a single. But the issue from a watching point of view, I think it's a cluttered mindset for KL Rahul. He's just not sure what his role is, what he wants to achieve at times. Livingston now bowling again to Rahul, the batter in question. Oh, straight back to the bowler, well fielded.
The example was in Nagpur. I mean, Shubman Gill is 87 not out, hardly able to move. He's got such bad cramp. And India have won the game, and KL Rahul walks out there and starts blocking it to try and get Shubman Gill to his 100. Who else would do that in international cricket?
Livingston this time again takes it on the full. The KL Rahul plays it down towards long off. Exactly, and that's the thing. He's just perhaps overthinking it too much. He's thinking, okay, how can I help my partner here get to his 100 despite the fact that he's cramping up, and then he's not maybe looking at the overall picture that he could just simply finish off the game and not think about somebody else's individual milestone. Livingston bowling now to Patel, takes the aerial route towards mid-wicket. There's a huge gap there, and an easy boundary for Akshar Patel, who's not looked out of place batting in the middle order as India check another box towards the Champions Trophy. 275 for 4 at the moment. They need 30 from 61 balls. And just a final comment on KL Rahul there. What do you make of him, Harmy, with that cluttered mindset? What does it come off across to you?
I just think he gets a little bit of unfair criticism because he's not Rohit Sharma, he's not Virat Kohli, he's not Yashasvi Jaiswal, he's not Rishabh Pant. He's very, very grounded and he's a good player.
Is there an appeal? Lobbed up the ball, and Phil Salt with the catch, and the finger's gone up. And Akshar Patel with an immediate review. He went for the sweep. And I wonder if there was an inside edge onto his pad that lobbed up. England were interested. Livingston was interested. Salt too. I mean,
director will have a player review for court.
I don't think he's got anywhere near this.
Only Livingston was interested. Only Livingston, and somehow he's hoodwinked umpire Chris Brown into raising his finger.
I just wonder, Akshar Patel turned his back and walked to the side for a second. So he thought, right, I'll get in first. I'll give him the dreaded finger. Pitched. Big swing of the bat, nowhere near it. It's hit his shoulder, gone straight up in the air. Good catch by Phil Salt, by the way. It's the only thing that was going for it. It wasn't the greatest of balls. It wasn't the greatest execution of shot. He's missed it by a foot and a half. It's hit his pad, it's hit his shoulder, it's gone up in the air. Phil Salt took an easy catch. Good night, Irene.
Wasn't the best of decisions either.
I always like to think from an umpire's point of view. Now, why did he give that out? What did he think? Because there's a big gap between. Did he hear something? I don't.
Outside leg.
Poor decisions.
To change your decision.
Even clutching, trying to give him an LBW.
He has to check for it. But you know what's so strange there is it's hard to come up with a legitimate excuse for Chris Brown there.
He was just bored.
Well, I think he might have been slumbering a bit, and suddenly he's got woken up. Oh, what? Yeah, out.
Well, it's 275 for 4 after 40 overs. It's time to go to the headquarters with Andrew McKenna, Jarrod, Kimber and Darren Gough.
What was further away, his bat or his gloves? Yeah, difficult to tell. 30 from 60 balls the equation for India to go 2-0 in this 3-match series.
Come on, India, get on with it. What are you playing at? They've been playing so attacking all day, and then Rahul comes in and it turns into a test match.
Yeah, that block of 10, 55 for 1. But the one, Shreyas run out, 44 from 47. But we're all still living in the shadow of Rohit's 119. Right, we've reached the 40 over mark, which means we're into the final block of 10 overs and the third power play. So England are now allowed 3 outside the circle. 5 outside the circle. And it'll be Overton to go in and bowl. KL Rahul gets one that's running in towards him, tries to just drop the bat down on it, and it's fielded at point and there is no run. Here's the question though, they can put 5 out. And how many do you put out though?
They'll have 5 out, let me assure you. They might not to Rahul. Try and put some pressure on him, scoreboard pressure. Need to be a lot of pressure to put scoreboard.
Overton in, and Rahul is just again playing this quietly up to Joe Root towards mid-on. Root cuts it off, no run.
This is when you want to bowl, to rescue your bowling figures, because they've took a beating, some of England's bowlers, absolute beating. So it's a good time to bowl, just to rescue your bowling figures, bowl at the new batter. Well, they're requiring just over 3 and over now. Been a comfortable performance for India.
Overton slightly wider on the crease. KL Rahul just dropping it towards point, and there's no run. 1 for 26 halfway through his 5th for Overton. The other bowlers, Saqib Mahmood 0 for 36 from 6. Gus Atkinson 0 for 48 from 5. So he's going at 9.6. Mark Wood, 8 overs, 0 for 57. He's going at 7.1. Adil Rashid is bowled out, 10 overs, 1 for 78. Liam Livingstone, 7 overs, 1 for 29. Overton goes short ball. Rahul's got himself in a tangle and has been caught behind. I think he might have played the shot too early to a slower ball and ended up just helping it around the corner. And Phil Stolt takes the catch. Well, maybe, just maybe, 275 for 5. Rahul has gone for 10 from 14. And it just loops up. Salt takes the catch. So you're saying there's a chance?
There's always a chance in any game. But Jamie Overton has actually bowled quite well, hasn't he? He's probably been the pick of the seamers. He's got some pace. He's a big, strong man. Short. Tried to just help it around the corner, Rahul. And he gloved it through to the keeper, Phil Salt. But it brings in another good player, another dynamic player for India, Hardik Pandya. To see them all, that's what they'll be hoping. You never know in cricket. I've seen worse collapses, but India should still get on pretty quickly in the next 4 to 5 overs, realistically.
Told you the short ball would work. 30
Eventually.
overs later.
Yeah, eventually it's worked.
That just came off so slow, that one, didn't it? I think he got through the pull shot and hit his gloves and then just sort of looped up.
There was no real commitment, though, trying to play this shot. He was just trying to help it round the corner, wasn't he? There was no real commitment in the shot. No conviction. It would just help it round the corner, take one.
So Hardik walks to the crease. Made 9 not out from 6 deliveries in the first game. High score in this format of 92 not out. Well, that won't be needed today. And he's, backing away to Overton and immediately waves at the umpire. Oh, yes, there's someone moving behind the bowler's arm. So now the question was that a legitimate delivery? Or have we waved that one off? I didn't see a dead ball logo. Logo? Where's the logo come from? Dead ball signal from the umpire.
It's got to be a dead ball. He walked away.
Been interesting if Overton had hit the stumps. Right, that ball didn't exist. It has been wiped off, and now we go in and genuinely bowl the 5th ball, and Hardik is beaten outside of off stump. That's a good nut. 275 for 5.
It's amazing what happens. Put the ball in the right areas. Create pressure. A few dot balls. And that's what happens. Unfortunately, you've got to try and keep the scoreboard ticking along. And Rahul came to the crease at a time when India were coasting, just trying to get through, finish with a not-outer. And now it puts pressure on the other batters coming in, you know. They can't come in and play the natural game.
Come on, England, one more here. This could get very interesting. Overton in, right arm over the wicket to Hardik, opening the blade, guides it down to Mahmood at 3rd. And that is the end of the 41st over. 276 for 5. So England keep going. They're still in this. 29 needed from 54 balls. In truth, it's going to be wickets that do the damage. You can't see them restricting, can you, Gough?
As I said, you need a strike bowler to come in. We go bang, bang, bang. 3 good deliveries, wicket-taking deliveries, fast, full, straight at the stumps. And it gives you a chance, eh? It used to happen. Doesn't really happen anymore. It's a different brand these days, cricket. Tend to be caught in the deep.
Yes. Well, Gary Morgan, our statsman, has come up with the number that India once lost 5 for 8 while chasing in an ODI in Durban. Back in 2006, they went from 83 for 5 to 91 all out.
Right, he'd have been doing a bit in Durban. He used to leave grass on it, didn't he?
Sean Pollock at home?
Would
he
he
still have been playing?
Every chance.
It is Atkinson for his 6th over, and Hardik has run at him, tried to play the big shot and gets the outside edge, just wide of Salter, who's keeping. Would have sort of flown towards about a second slip, but there isn't one. and it's away for 4, 280 for 5.
Well, he had a look, didn't he? He had a look for a couple of balls, Hardick, before he run down, and a Livingston-type shot that, wasn't it? Run down. You can imagine he got out to that one.
Can you imagine the dressing room if he got out
Well,
to that one?
it creates nervousness, doesn't it? Play a shot like that.
In goes Atkinson once again. Now, Hardick.
What's he doing?
That is total hand-eye coordination. Feet never moved, and he's taken one from about middle and off and manufactured it around to the leg side for a single. 281 for 5.
Well,
so maybe it's getting tense out there.
Well, it's his helicopter shot. He likes playing that. It's part of his kind of personality, isn't it? He used to stand there. Remember, many years ago, IPL, do that helicopter type shot. The Dorney feet are still, and he just flicks the wrist. That was it, basically. You've just seen it. The last delivery. Well, I heard it if you're listening on talkSPORT.
Atkinson around the wicket. Left-handed Akshar pushes up to mid-off to Brook. There's no run. Yeah, you're either listening on talkSPORT 2 or watching on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Jarrod's waving at you if you're watching. That's worth subscribing for nothing else, isn't it? Jarrod waving at you. We had Monty in his lovely hat during the T20s. Nice little flat hat Monty was wearing. 24 to win from 51 balls. Atkinson around the wicket to the left-handed Akshar guiding this backward at points down to Rashid at third, and they'll take a single. 23 from 50 the equation. Just listening to it, whoever that is in the crowd is merrily shouting away. I love the fact that, you know, there's 40, 50,000 people, but they think that one voice is going to be heard.
He's got a bus to catch, mate.
Probably said, get on with it. Homes to go to. In goes Atkinson. Oh my goodness, Hardick has again played that stationary shot and has flicked it 12 o'clock dead straight back past the bowler for 4. That's a remarkable cricket shot. 286 for 5. Hardick's got 10 from 5, and it's a ball that it's probably a cover drive ball, and his bottom hand whipped it through dead straight.
I mean, what is that? I mean, that is extraordinary. To stand there and just twist the wrist there over the ball and keep it down.
I wish I could describe the look on
Don't try to know.
face. He's gone for 10 in the over so far. Goes short ball. Hardick goes on the pole. Straight to deep square leg where Overton will take the catch. Do you know what? For all of those incredible shots, those incredible boundaries, Atkinson's won that battle then. Hardick's, I don't know what he's trying to do. He's got involved in a little thing in his own head and he's got himself out. And India are 6 down. 286 for 8. Yes, they only need 19, but it now means there's another new batter coming to the crease to join Akshar Patel, because Hardick has holed out. After 42 overs, India 286 for 6. Hardick has got 10 from 6.
Well, the frightening thing is, when India go on to win this game, which they should, is that they've won both games and goalie got probably 75% of their cricket right. Would you say? They've not played the perfect game yet in what they normally do. They're a strong team, India. They've played 2 games where they've made some massive mistakes. They're about 75% they're playing at this moment in time. And in both games, they've made a hash of the last 20, 30 runs needed. They've tried to be a little bit too arrogant and finish it too quickly, and then they just put themselves in a bit of self-doubt. Well, not so much the players, but it creates self-doubt for the people watching in the crowd.
I think Joe Root's coming on to bowl now as Jadeja walks to the crease. So we were talking earlier about putting together a one-day international greatest 11. I think on a subcontinent, Jadeja would certainly be pushing that as for one of the all-rounder spots. So he can certainly play. Yes, it is going to be Joe Root.
2 left-handers. England don't miss many algorithmic chances to bring on.
Hang on a minute. Seamers have just taken 2 wickets with aggressive bowling, and now they bring on the off-spin.
For his first over in the 43rd.
I mean, Livingston's at least warm and loose. He could bowl off spin. Anyways, Joe Root, 7th bowler used by England.
We did say he should bowl.
Yeah.
About an hour and a half ago.
Not so much now.
Yeah. Right then. So Root to Akshar. 31 from 35 he's got. One thing's for sure, if this over goes well from an England point of view, it's not going to take long. Root around the wickets, fires it in towards the pads, it's turned to square leg, they will take 1. Jadeja will be on strike. 18 needed from 47.
Wood was asleep then, wasn't he? There shouldn't have been a run there. That was to his right hand. He wasn't expecting Jadeja to call that through. You bring on your part-timer, his first ball's a little bit loose down the leg side. He could have got away with that though, Root.
Jadeja takes guard. Joe Root around the wicket to the left-hander. Just coming nicely forward, pushing to long on. Take the available single, get off the mark straight away. 288 for 6.
Come on, one more wicket here. Just put a bit of excitement into it. One more wicket, and then they've got a long tail. 9, 10, 11 to come.
Root goes slingy as he goes around the wicket to Akshar. Akshar drives to long off for a single. 16 to win from 45.
How many's Wood got left? Get one more wicket here.
He's got 2.
2 left, right? One more wicket here, then get Wood on to bowl 95-mile-an-hour rockets at the stumps. You never know.
Root gives this one some air. Jadeja pushing just wide of the fielder inside the circle. That's short mid-wicket. They'll take 1. 15 from 44, the equation.
Well, this is where I don't get. So, they brought him on, and they're just pushing ones.
Bring the field in and make them hit over the top, surely.
Yeah. Yes.
It's just so easy. Roots around the wicket. Again, a low arm. Jadeja hits this one hard, backward of points. Livingston's not going to get close to that. That's a boundary. So that's 8 from 5 deliveries for Joe Root in this over. India 294 for 6. 11 now needed from 43 balls.
Oh, I'm amazed at this bowling change, but look, still might work. One to come. But you've got... Just because you've got left-hander in, don't mean you have to bring an off-spinner on. And if you do, you're going to bring the fielders up and make them do something silly. Just to push ones.
Root to finish
He's not going to help.
Jadeja's
just
hit it short of Duckett, about 3 or 4 metres. It was one of those that if he'd gone full-blooded, he probably would have hit it for 6. But it was a bit more than a push, and it lands in no man's land as far as England are concerned. Single taken, so 9 from the over. India, therefore, 295 for 6. They need 10 runs to win this game from 42 balls here on talkSPORT 2. Darren Gough.
They do indeed. It's been convincing performance from India. Like I said, they've just thrown it away again at the end. Kind of got lost in how to finish it. They should have just carried on playing like they were. They got into a bit of a pickle, but it's another convincing performance from India in beating England. 304, decent score. Another 20, and we might have been in the game.
Atkinson to continue his 7th over is around the wicket. Jadeja off the inside half of the bats, gets it out to Livingston at deep square leg and sends in a not brilliant throw. They'll take a single. Salt not able to pull it in. They thought about an overthrow, but there wasn't one, so it's 9 from 41 now. Jadeja is on strike.
We've still not seen a smile, have we, from Gambia?
Nope.
That'll be his portrait, that, won't it? Forever.
Atkinson around the wicket. Lovely shot from Jadeja. The straightest of straight drives, just on the onside. It goes away for 4. The Indian 300 is up.
Wow.
43 overs and 2 balls to get there. It's now 5 to win from 40.
Well, come with the luncheon teas. That's actually not a bad delivery. But we talk about the strength of Indian batters in home conditions. The way they hit the ball straight back past where it come from is awesome to watch. And that was class from Jadeja. Really was.
Atkinson goes short. Jadeja had nothing to do with that one. Allows it through to Salt and then practices a little uppercut just in case, but not needed. So India on the verge, on the back of riding their skipper's coattails this afternoon. 12 fours, 7 sixes, as Rohit Sharma made 119 from 90 and made a total of 300. Looked like about 240 on a Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, he played pretty well, Macca. He was awesome.
Atkinson goes in, short ball, pulled round the corner by Jadeja, down to Mark Wood at long leg, single taken. So it is down to 4 needed from 38 for India.
Still no smile from Gambia. The rest of the dressing room's pretty relaxed. It's horrible being a coach, though. It really is. You have to try not to show too many emotions. You get too excited when you're winning, and then you get too upset when you're losing. You've got to try and stay even though it's killing you inside.
Atkinson around the wicket, short ball, little flick at that one from Akshar, gets nothing on it, goes through to Phil Salts, and there's no run. I bet Gautam Gambhir doesn't raise much money for comic relief, does he?
Definitely not. Yes, he seems to be a serious character. I don't think I played against him. I might have done.
You must have, sure.
I can't remember.
He would have started around 2006.
No, I definitely didn't then. Yeah, I was 36. I think I retired, didn't I? One Day Internationals 2006.
Atkinson around the wicket, swung hard by Akshar, nearly takes Jadeja's head off. It's fielded by Jos Buttler, but his throw back in isn't taken cleanly. They're taking an overthrow. Now Salt's having a shy at the stumps. There's another overthrow. What the heck is going on here?
They kept overthrowing that. They could have just finished the game.
To me, to you, to me, to you. End result is a single in the scorebook.
I will say
from 36.
I will say something. Akshar doesn't look the best between the wickets. It's been quite confusing.
Do you think? I think he runs between the wickets like a bowler.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like someone who hasn't grown up being a batter. He's always been a number 6, number 7, and he doesn't have to worry about it too much. He comes in, he slogs through mid-wicket. He's all right with that.
He's played well though the last 2 games. Give him his dues. He's an important cricketer for India. To say they've got some good spinners coming through, he seems to be the man who's got the nod, and I think it's his batting what's doing it.
Joe Root then to start the 45th over. India need 3 from 36. Oh, it's a short ball bouncer from Joe Root, and Akshar played a get-off-me pull out to Rayan Ahmed, who's on doing 12-man duties at deep square leg, and they'll take a single, but that was a proper surprise from Joe Root, and TV's just now showing us what happened on that previous one. So it was the throw from Buttler, gave him the opportunity for the first overthrow, and then didn't go for the potential second one.
Gambia made his debut in 2003, but you never played against him, Gough.
Root around the wicket, low slinging arm, that'll be a wide down the leg side. India need 1. Scores are level. 304 for 6. 1 ball into the 45th over. Joe Root around the wicket, gives this one some air. Jadeja coming forward, pushes to mid on to Harry Brook, and there's no run.
I said to you, what, 15 overs ago? 45th over, right?
You're good at this, aren't you? Root around the wicket, low on. Jadeja comes to meet it, drives it through extra cover all along the floor. Goal, goes to the boundary, game over. Jadeja finishes it with a 4. India win by 4 wickets as they make 308 for 6 in 44 and a half overs. And the fireworks go off in Cuttack. The second highest run chase achieved on the ground, and India win this 3-match series. They're 2-0 up with 1 to go, and in truth they have dominated both matches. And the locals are enjoying the fireworks show, but probably not as much as they enjoyed Rohit Sharma's fireworks show earlier today. Darren Gough, India thoroughly deserved winners of this one, and very impressive from them.
Oh, I enjoy the fireworks. Lovely. But yeah, good performance from India. They were truly, truly good today. The spinners for them Jadeja was excellent again with ball in hand. Axar Patel was decent too. In England, were good in spells, got some good partnerships together, but just couldn't get one player to go and get that big score that's required to win 50 over international matches. 304 all out, they made England, probably 20 short, and India were outstanding. They really were. Rohit Sharma, 119 from 90 deliveries. Shubman Gill again showed his class and talent. Shreyas Iyer again was excellent. A few wickets spoilt an unbelievable dominant performance from India, but managed to beat England by 4 wickets and win the series. Well done, India.
Well, I'll tell you what, there's put a few rupees on the fireworks. They still go, it's like New Year's Eve all over again. The players are coming out and doing the handshakes. And this is a very satisfying performance from an Indian point of view. And, well, Goughy, I mean, what can we say? Let's put that into context. England 304 all out. Top scorer, Joe Root, with 69. India, 308 for 6, winning with 33 balls to spare. Top scorer Rohit Sharma, 119.
Yeah, as I said, I think England nearly performance again, wasn't it? So you need a player to go and get 3 figures, and it didn't happen. 69 was your best score from Joe Root. He did what he was paid to do. That's why he's been brought back into the side. But he needed to go on and get 3 figures. He needs someone to support him, and we got starts. Livingston 41, Butler 34, Brooks 31, Salt 26, Duckett 65, but no one went on and got the magic number, the 3 figures. But for India, they did. Rohit Sharma, 119, absolutely superb, an absolutely exhibition of batting against the new ball on the leg side and on the offside. And Shubman Gill said earlier, truly magnificent performance. He's been impressive in these 2 one-day internationals. The only failure really, Virat Kohli. The crowd wanted him to perform. It didn't happen today, but a true performance from India. Won by 4 wickets and win the series.
So it's going to be Ahmedabad for the final game on Wednesday with the series gone, but it is obviously there's more than that going on at the moment with the Champions Trophy coming up, so plenty to play for from an England point of view. They made 3 changes today. Be interesting to see what they do for that game. We'll be bringing you the following on podcast in the next few minutes, where we'll hear from Josh Buttler, we'll hear from some of the Indian camp as well, and we'll get all of the fallouts from the action from this second T20. If you've enjoyed it today, you've been with us since 7 o'clock this morning, then join us on Wednesday, where do it all again on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel or at talkSPORT 2. Have yourself subscribe to the YouTube channel. We'll get talkSPORT 2 preset on your DAB or on your apps on your phone, and you can join us and get all of the action that way. But yeah, it's been a pretty heavy one today. Right then, let's pause for a moment, because I think we can start the following on podcast in just a moment here on talkSPORT 2. And we'll do all of that thanks to a look back at the action with Village Hotels.
England versus India live on talkSPORT 2 with Village Hotels. With 33 locations across the UK, Village Hotels have everything under one roof for a great break away. Visit villagehotels.com.
Well, this is the following on podcast. I'm Andrew McKenna. I'll have Darren Gough and Jarrod Kimber alongside me, looking back on the second one-day international between India and England. A one-day international which saw India victorious by 4 wickets, winning with 33 balls to spare, knocking off England's 304 all-outs. They were all out with 1 ball unused from their innings. India chasing them down 44 and a half overs to go 2-0 up in the series. Top scorer for England, Joe Root. He made 69 from 72. Ben Duckett also got into the 60s, 65 from 56 for him. Liam Livingstone, 41 from 32. The most successful bowler for India, Ravindra Jadeja, 3 for 35 for him from his 10 overs. So India needed to score 305. That was 6.1 and over from the outset. Well, Rohit Sharma almost seemed to take that as a personal challenge. He and Shubman Gill started things off in great fashion. Shubman Gill, the first man to go, bowled by a beautiful Yorker by Jamie Overton, made 60 from 52 balls. That was 136 for 1 in only the 17th over. Rohit went on to complete a magnificent 119 from 90 balls he ended up with. Virat Kohli missed out, caught behind off the bowling of Adil Rashid, 5 from 8. Shreyas Iyer run out in slightly bizarre circumstances, 44 from 47. But even that, combined with KL Rahul going for 10 and Hardik Pandya also going for 10, wasn't able to get England back into this one. So India victorious, and it means they go 2-0 up. In terms of the England bowling, well, Jamie Overton finished with the most wickets, 2 for 27 from his 5. Also wickets for Gus Atkinson, 1 for 65 from 7 for him. Adil Rashid, 1 for 78 for 10. And Liam Livingstone, 1 for 29 from 7. Saqib Mahmood bowled 6 overs for 36. Mark Wood, 8 overs for 57. Joe Root, 9 deliveries, cost 15. And India win the match. Goughy, in terms of this game, we thought 300 was about the minimum they would wanted. If England had got 25, 30 more, they would have had a chance, but that innings from Rohit was so special, it would have decided an awful lot of games.
Yeah, they would have done it. One of England's players would have gone on and got 3 figures. They would have been looking around that 325, 335 score, which would have been a very, very good score on this pitch. But India, they were in cruise, especially after the start they had. Rohit Sharma, absolutely outstanding. Played shots. People say he's under pressure. Absolutely ridiculous. He's a quality player, especially white ball. Shots all round the wicket, whether it be straight, through the leg side, through the offside. He had everything. He even got the reverse sweep out today, and he was well supported, and I mean supported by Shubman Gill. Played some wonderful, wonderful cricket shots against the new ball.
Let's roll it back to the start of the day. England winning the toss and batting. They went in with 3 changes to their team. Jofra Archer, Bryden Cast missed out as Mark Wood and Gus Atkinson came in. And the third change was Jacob Bethel being replaced by Jamie Overton today. More significant than that, though, Jacob Bethel has a hamstring problem, which is going to keep him out for the rest today and indeed the final game of the series. But I suppose the bigger concern has to be the Champions Trophy coming up. As one of their all-round options, England are going to be concerned. Tom Banton's going to come up as cover for the final match, but just some thoughts on Jacob Bethel and that potential seriousness of that injury.
Well, first of all, I'm surprised if Jacob Bethel ends up being out of the Champions Trophy. Surely they want they'll need a left armer in there, spinner. I mean, but if they're bringing in Banton, that tells you he's going to be the reserve player for the Champions Trophy. If he's not, I'd be asking questions. So that'd be the first one. An hamstring injury, if it's a serious one, it's 6 weeks. If it's a minor one, you're looking at 3 to 4 weeks. If it's just resting him and just want to see how he rocks up, yeah, he might be fit come the Champions Trophy. But it's a very risky business, a player going into a tournament with a dodgy hamstring.
So we will keep an eye out on that one. Tom Banton was playing in the UAE in decent form. He's gone home at the end of that tournament. The plan is that he will be flying out shortly to join the squad, officially as cover for Wednesday's game, but we will find out. 2 changes for India today. Virat Kohli coming in for Jaiswal at the top of the order. Kuldeep getting a rest for Chakravarti, and once again, Chakravarti bowled well, took another wicket, 1 for 54 from his 10. Looking at the England performance, you keep saying it, you want someone to go on and make that big 100, yeah. And unfortunately, there's a couple of good scores, there's a few starts. What do you think is stopping them going on and making that big score at the moment?
Well, what I will say is that England were better today than they were the other day. So let's look at the positive. They were better, They seemed to have a plan when they were coming in, the batters. They wanted to get in, try and get a partnership going, and then press on the accelerator. There was a couple of stages today that they just stopped scoring. When Phil Salt got out and Duckett and Root was together, it froze Ben Duckett, didn't it? Because Joe came in, he was a little bit slow to get going, and then Ben ended up getting out. And then Harry took a bit of time to get in at the start. And it was a slow knock for him, and he wanted him to go on. If he'd have gone on and got 80 or 90 there from 70 deliveries, you'd have been well happy, right? But it was then down to Joe Root. He got out when he was in, scoring it just under a run a ball, and then they were always struggling. If it weren't for Liam Livingstone hitting some great shots at the end, we'd have been probably looking around, 280, 283? But we managed to get a decent total, 304. I thought it was competitive, but we had to bowl well. And we didn't. Let's be straight. The seamers again were disappointing. There were some strange decisions from the captain about bowling changes. How late did he bring Livingstone into the game? How late did he bring Overton into the game? And Joe Root comes on. There was strangest timing for Joe Root to come on where they still can go bang, 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 and they could surprise victory from nothing. And they bring the off-spinner on because two left-handers were batting right at the end when the two seamers have just got 2 wickets with short pitch bowling. Strange decision at the end there.
Yeah. Right, let's pause because Shubman Gill has just been speaking with our colleagues on the TV about his skipper's return to form today and that incredible innings of Rohit Sharma.
You know, the way he took on the bowlers, we have seen that over the past couple of years, how he's been batting in the ODIs, and I think the way he dominated the fast bowlers today was just treat to watch from the non-striker end.
Yeah, you both went hard at the England bowlers. What was the pitch like in the second half?
It was a good wicket to bat on. The odd ball, I think, was skidding a bit. But overall, I think it was a very good wicket to bat on.
And a lot of positives to come out from today's game because the chase was a little tougher than the earlier ones. You were chasing over 300. And what was the chat between you and Rohit right through there?
Honestly, the chat was simple, just play according to the ball. And once you are set, try to go big and then try to dominate the game when you can.
Shubman Gill speaking with Ravi Shastri a few moments ago. We said during the commentary, Goughy, that Shubman Gill is just such a quality player. And if he was playing for another country the way he is, he would be one of the superstars. But when you're in a country with Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli, he kind of not goes under the radar. That would be unfair to him. But he's not the superstar that he would be anywhere else in the world.
He will be in 5 years. If he carries on playing like he has done these 2 one-day internationals, there's so much promise in Shubman Gill. There's so much. They do think he's a great player. But it makes you think, doesn't it, when he got out, they were cheering when he got out because it brought Virat Kohli to the crease. That's what they consider the true god there is Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli in this modern-day team. But Gill is a terrific talent. Shreyas Iyer, a terrific talent. Rahul is a solid player, averaging just under 50 in one-day international cricket. He's keeping Rishabh Pant out the side, who will probably play for most of the teams, right? So they've got high-quality talent in that side. And Shubman Gill, these last 2 games, Iyer has played some unbelievable cricket shots. For me, the way he plays that in-to-out over extra and his pull shot are just as good as you get in world cricket. That pull shot, he doesn't look to hit sixes with it, he looks to hit 4s, he keeps the ball on the ground. And what he's just described in the interview, the idea is to get in, get a partnership going, and then accelerate when you're in. That's normal 50-over cricket. It's not heads gone, go in, swing from wherever, and try and hit as many sixes as you can. You can catch up at the end. We saw it from Livingstone today. In that last 4 or 5 overs, if you can hit 5 sixes, during the last 5 overs, you're getting another 50, 60 runs.
Yeah, absolutely. Today's defeat for England means that they have now lost the most one-day internationals of all the sides who have scored 300 or more. England have lost, when they've scored 300 or more, 28 times. Beating India, who've scored 327 times and lost. The West Indies managed it 23 times. What that tells me, Jarrod, Kimber, is just how the game has changed because it's becoming more and more normal. A few years ago, if you lost having put 300 on the board, I mean, there'd be root and branch investigations.
I mean, it's one of those stats. It's not a good thing to have happen to you because you've got the record, but it's not a bad thing because it means they've scored over 300 times. That they've got themselves into that position. They've been a batting side since 2015, really, since the rebrand, and everything else. They've got a lot of runs. They try and score 30 to 40 runs more than par and use that pressure. And we saw today. I thought 330 to 340 would have been an interesting score today. It just wasn't enough. We said it at the time, and in the end, it was they got there easily. But they've got 6 wickets in both the games. They're still manufacturing the wickets, but they're not doing it from a position of pressure, right? They're almost doing it because India's like, well, we've already won. Now what's going to happen?
Well, it looks good at the end, doesn't it? Yeah. We managed to get a couple of wickets and make it look closer than it actually was. The scary thing for me is that India are at 75% at the moment. I don't know if England can get much better. The only way they can get better probably is by one of the players getting 100. But India, I think they've still got 25% in the locker.
Well, I'm delighted to say that Steve Harmison and Chetan Narula are joining us at this point in the Following On podcast. I'll make that point that Gough has just made to you, Harmy. Is that maybe the potential concern from England's point of view here, that actually we're pretty much at the level, whereas India have got maybe 1 or 2 gears more to go?
Army, can I ask you a question? If your thoughts on it here, we brought Tom Banton in, we're going to bring him in now for Jacob Bethel as cover for that last one day. Come the Champions Trophy, if he's not fit, Jacob Bethel, do you see it as that Banton will be his natural replacement for that? Army, the reason I'm saying it, but surely that's the opportunity then, because Jacob Bethel bowls that left arm spin, that's the opportunity then where we have to get a spinner, don't we? Surely.
Indeed. Let's bring in Chetan at this point, because we've been talking about Rohit Sharma and that incredible 100. Chetan, you're the best place of all of us to talk about the, in inverted commas, pressure that Rohit Sharma has been under coming into this game, the perceived lack of form, the dropping off of his level. Well, that innings today was as high quality as anything we've seen in a very long time. He's a pretty cool cat. Do you think that he would have been affected? I mean, a bloke who's played 290-odd one-day internationals for India, you know, he knows what pressure is all about. He knows, you know, it comes with the territory and all of that. Do you get the impression that he would have felt under pressure at all, or not? Or did he know that, look, there's an innings not far away here? Harmy, I'm just going to throw one stat at you with regard to Rohit Sharma. Today was his 32nd one-day international 100. The entire England squad between them have 32 one-day international 100s. So, and that's a squad that includes Joe Root. That is an incredible statistic. Absolutely right. Let's throw it forward now to Wednesday, because we've still got one match of this series to come. Darren Gough, you've been a director of cricket, you've been an England player. What do England do in this final game? The series is gone, but there is a Champions Trophy to prepare for. So how do England approach this one personnel-wise? What do they do?
Well, they have to win. They have to get some confidence going into the Champions Trophy. They have to try and get one of their batters to go on and get 100, 3 figures. That's the next target. We've got better in this game than we were the last game, and we have to improve next time. India are a strong side. On home soil, they're an excellent team, right? They're going to be up there with a chance of winning it. If England want to be in that same ballpark, with the personnel they've got, they're going to have to start and up their game. And one of them needs to go on and get a biggie. So it's a huge game, the next one. I think they'll bring Jofra Archer back again. They need to keep on getting him more game time. It'll be interesting what they do with Cast now, after he got, smashed out of the attack, 5 overs for 52, I think it was. So it'll be whether they bring him back, because if he takes another mauling, his confidence will be low going into the Champions Trophy. So that'll be interesting. And then it's whether they rest Rashid. I don't know. He went for a few today. He won for 78 from his 10. But we know what his skills are. I'm not worried about Rashid at all. I'm worried about the rest.
We'll get Harmy's thoughts on that in a moment as well, because we can now hear from Rohit Sharma, who's just been speaking at the presentation ceremony.
Couldn't have asked for more, right? Series win, match win, 100 number, 32nd. Yeah, how was it?
No, it was good. Really enjoyed being out there, scoring some runs for the team. Obviously, important game, series on the line as well. But yeah, I mean, I really broke it down into pieces about how I wanted to bat. You know, it's a 50-over format, obviously a little longer than T20 format, and little shorter than Test cricket, obviously. A lot shorter than Test cricket, but obviously you still need to break it down and, you know, assess what you need to do at every regular intervals, and that is what I kept doing. It was important for a batter who gets, you know, set, needs to bat as deep as possible, and that was my focus.
Is it fair to say that start of your innings you wanted to play straighter and down the ground a lot more rather than, you know, across the wicket? Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, I mean, you can say so. Obviously, looking at the pitch, you know, when you play on black soil, the pitch tend to skid on a little bit, you know, so it's important that you show the full face of the bat when you're batting initially. And then once I got into my innings, obviously I understood what they were trying to do, you know, bowling into our body and trying to, you know, not give any room, so keeping it on the stumps. And that's where I prepared my plan as well of what I wanted to do. To those kind of deliveries, trying to access, you know, the gaps which were there. So it's all about just understanding what you want to do as a batter, and obviously got a very good support from Gill to start with, and then Shreyas as well.
Rohit Sharma there speaking at the presentation ceremony a few moments ago. Just apologies, by the way. If you are watching on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, we understand you're not hearing what Harmy and Chetan are saying from India. You may have gathered that basically when the fireworks went off at the end of the game, it seems to have somehow affected a lot of the broadcast lines, and everything kind of fell off air in India. We managed to get it back up, so hence we're now speaking to them. But unfortunately, that audio for some reason isn't reaching the YouTube stream. So if you are listening on YouTube at the moment, you'll be hearing me, but you won't be hearing Harmy or Chet at the moment, which is a real downer for you, because it means you're listening to me droning on and not hearing the boys. So I do apologise for that. Harmy, we were just talking a moment ago with Darren, just before we heard from Rohit there. How do England approach this next game in Ahmedabad? What do you think England will try and do in terms of selection and maybe game style? So for the benefit of the YouTube listeners, what Harmy just said, no, I'm not going to do that, don't worry. Harmy did just mention Josh Buttler there. He has just been speaking with talkSPORT's Scott Taylor. Let's hear from the England captain.
So Josh, thanks for joining us. A 4-wicket defeat. Just sum up your thoughts after that one.
Yeah, I think improved performance from us. I think we're getting there, I think we got in some nice positions with the bat. We were set up well. Just needed a few more of us to really kick on and find another probably 30-50 runs there.
Yeah, you mentioned the batting, a really improved performance, and we mentioned Jacob Beffel's maturity in that first ODI. Did we see a more mature performance with the bat throughout, really?
A little bit. I think, playing the conditions, sort of trying to understand what we needed to do, but we knew we want to kick on and play aggressive and try and get scores that are going to be defendable. Obviously, it's a good wicket. Rohit Sharma played a fantastic innings. A few more runs on the board if we could have finished off better. Much improved.
And how do you find that balance between getting ODI experience into these guys, but also making sure their confidence doesn't get too dented with defeats?
Yeah, exactly. I think try and not worry too much about the results as much as we all want to win every game as desperately as you can. But we need to keep moving in the right direction. I think that's learning on the job. Keeping keep the confidence high within the group, and also take learnings sometimes from the opposition. And like I said, I think Rohit's been one of the great ODI players for a while, and he played a great innings today.
And did you miss the pace of Jofra Archer and Bryden Cast today? I know Mark Wood was playing, but was that extra pace sort of missing today?
No, not necessarily. I thought the guys bowled well. We had some different plans, and trying to stop a guy like Rohit can be difficult at times. So sometimes you just have to doff your cap to the opposition.
And we heard some news at the toss that Tom Banton's going to join the group. How impressed have you been throughout the last few months? He had a stellar 24, but now in the IL T20, he's scored a couple of hundreds.
Yeah, he's been in some fantastic form for a little while, hasn't he? So he's obviously had a taste of international cricket before, and he's obviously been out of it for a little bit, played brilliantly well, and deserves his chance.
And Jamie Smith missed out today. Is there a chance we'll see him in Ahmedabad?
Potentially. I think he's doing some running there behind us, so hopefully he's not too far away.
And just finally from me, how are you feeling? You keep coming out and having to address the media after defeats. How are you personally?
Yeah, okay. Obviously, you want to get the results, and obviously you want to find some wins and build that confidence. But now the group's been really good. Obviously, Baz is excellent at making sure within the four walls of the dressing room we're all on good form. So everyone's good.
How important is that off the field camaraderie in terms of keeping confidence when the results might not necessarily be going your way?
Yeah, absolutely, it's crucial. Coming and playing India in their own conditions is a tough tour, whatever stage of your sort of cycle that your team is at. The guys have been good. Everyone's in good spirits. We're obviously desperate to improve and get better and ultimately win games of cricket.
Josh Buttler speaking with Scott Taylor just a few moments ago. So 2 down, 1 still to play. It is the final game in the build-up to the Champions Trophy. England scored 304, but they weren't able to defend it. India reaching the 305 they needed with 4 wickets standing and 33 balls to spare. Join us on Wednesday for the final game of this series as Ahmedabad gets to host a match in this series for the first time. That was our look back at the action, thanks to Village Hotels.
England versus India live on talkSPORT 2 with Village Hotels. Dine out, stay, work out, play. Visit villagehotels.com.
So up and over the top of cover. First boundary, he's picked that up very early. Short, pulled by Duckett. Chakravarti had no chance there. Uppercut from Phil Sol, and there's a man out.